At this moment, Li Tianyuan's face was icy cold. A moment later, he said to Xiaoye, "Go take the exam first, I will handle things here." The boy was still gritting his teeth, looking at senior brother Wan with indignation. After hearing his words, he widened his eyes and looked up at him. He completely trusted Li Tianyuan. The boy quickly ran into the competition area. He watched the boy's figure until he could no longer see him. Afterward, he turned to Sui Feng and the blonde man. Understanding his intention, Sui Feng quickly distracted Xiao Jie. "Xiao Jie, look over there are chickens flying." His words successfully attracted the little girl's attention. The little girl curiously looked in that direction, while the man in yellow quickly flew down. Zia was still running towards the selection area. The blonde man used his divine skill, a single leaf. His figure flashed by like lightning, catching up to Xiaoye. He ran close, behind the boy. Suddenly, Xiaoye turned to his head. Strangely, no one was there, even though the boy clearly felt someone following him. Stared with wide eyes for a moment. Seeing no movement, he continued to rush towards the cave. At the same time, the arrogant senior brother spoke up. "Let that bastard kid join the competition. Even if he gets into the core of Mu's sect, he will be like you back then. Forever just a lowly, despicable servant." Then he approached Li Tianyuan, patted his chest as a warning. "In the future, I will definitely take good care of him. I guarantee he will inherit his father's legacy. Continue to work like a beast of burden for the sect." After saying that, he chuckled smugly. Li Tianyuan disdained those words. He only focused on the core issue. "Confirm once again that my son and daughter were captured by you, right?" That man tilted his head back for a long moment, then laughed loudly and admitted, "Of course it was me. Who told those two brats to look so provocative and annoying to me?" Afterwards, he gloated and recounted. "Not only did I capture them, but I also specially arranged for them to be put in the pigsty, fed pig slop, so they could experience the feeling of being a real animal." Before he could finish speaking, Li Tianyuan couldn't restrain himself. He slapped that man across the face with all his might. The extremely powerful blow made the man's cheeks swell up. His eyes closed tightly, fresh blood splattered into the air. Qiu, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but be horrified. He fell to his knees, stammering out a call. "Wayne, senior brother Wayne." He looked like a toddler at this moment. After a long while, he stammered out a sentence. "Senior brother Wayne. Your face is swollen like a pig's head." Li Tianyuan's anger had not subsided. His eyes were bloodshot. Next, a punch descended like the sky, landing straight on him. Fresh blood splattered all over the ground. Li Tianyuan's face was filled with murderous intent. He wanted to die. The next morning, in the main hall of Sinu sect, Sect Master Zhu Tianxi paced back and forth near the main seat. He said, "The deadline for the competition between Zhuanian sect and Sinu sect is approaching. If we lose, we will have to contribute nearly half of the sect's resources this year." Just then, a matter of rampaging monsters occurred within the territory. He slammed his hand on the armrest, sighed. The Heartwood sect has long been weakened, and now it is in chaos both internally and externally. A moment later, Yotensi frowned worriedly and said, "If the sect's treasure, the Taya Heart Sutra, had not been lost 10 years ago, I could have cultivated it to the peak. It wouldn't have come to this." Elder Xie Junyi spoke up. "This competition was forced upon us. Fortunately, the rules only allow the younger generation to participate. At least it can prevent the elders of the Profound Sound sect from taking action." Ma Chen-yun proposed, "Perhaps we can ask them Van Mountain for assistance. Who knows, we might be able to suppress the Profound Sound sect." Esteemed elder. Ying glanced at him upon hearing this, but said nothing. Heijin retorted, "The Profound Sound sect is a tiger. Could it be that the Tham Van sect is not a wolf?" Ma Chen-yun immediately questioned her words, but none of our younger generation were strong enough to go to battle. No one in the room spoke up. The atmosphere became silent. For a long while, the young woman has just taken office, and her initiation ceremony is not yet complete. Even if forced to leave seclusion, her strength is only at the Link realm, which might not be enough. Before she could finish, Ye Yang snorted coldly. If it weren't for her daughter, Xianhan, causing trouble by violating moral principles and having her saintess title revoked, why would we have to train another saintess from scratch, leading to today's situation? She is the biggest culprit. As a mother, how could she let others say harsh words about her daughter? Xie Junyi replied angrily, "The child has had her cultivation abolished and lives alone on Yunqi P. What more do you want to bring up about her?" Seeing the debate had gone too far, Yu Tianxi returned to the main point. The most urgent matter now is how to deal with the Xuanyan sect. At this moment, Yi Ying stood up and presented. "Sect Master, the top Earth disciple, Wang Hing, is about to break through to the Link realm. We can devote all our cultivation resources to him. It might not be impossible to help the Sinu sect defeat the Xuanyan sect." Hearing this, Yu Tianxi stroked his beard and pondered. After a moment, he decided to invest heavily in the Saintess and Wang Hing, and at the same time sent people to contact King Yun Mountain. 3 of them answered in unison, "Yes." Suddenly, a disciple rushed in breathlessly to report, "Sect Master, an incident has occurred at the trial grounds." He paused for a moment, and then said loudly, "One fan has been killed." Yi Yang heard the news. Extremely dissatisfied, he shouted, "Who dares to be so bold as to act right here at the Sinmu sect?" Speaking of Wan Fan, Ma Chengyan said, "I remember Wan Fan is Wan Heng's younger brother, the top disciple. It seems he also has a cultivation level below Linke. If the attacker could take him down right inside the sect, that person's cultivation must not be low." The disciple who reported the news quickly said, "Sir, this disciple heard from Brother Wan Fan that before he was harmed, the attacker seemed to be a stable hand who fled our sect 10 years ago." He shouted loudly, no matter who he is, daring to attack inside the sect. Unexpectedly, Zhou Tianxi raised his hand to stop him. "Wait a moment." Then he stood up and said, "Let's go over and see for ourselves." Hearing this, the three of them turned their heads to look at him in unison. They were extremely surprised. Why would the sect master want to intervene in this matter? Then he ordered the disciple to lead the way. He replied, "Yes," so everyone followed the sect master towards the trial area. In the selection area, the situation was not peaceful either. Tan Yuan and a disciple stood before a pool of blood. The disciple shouted loudly, You know that Brother Wang is Wan Heng's biological brother, right?" The leading disciple, You dare to kill him." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Who dares to kill my brother?" The person who spoke was Wan Heng. He led a few disciples with fierce expressions and stepped forward, asking Li Tianyuan in a stern voice, "Is it you?" He turned his head and glanced at him indifferently. Then, as fast as lightning, Wan Heng rushed forward to attack him. The disciples also gathered around, surrounding him. Wan Heng shouted, "I want you to pay with your life." He raised his fist, and purple energy radiated around it, flying straight towards Li Tianyuan's face. Li Tianyuan stood still. His whole body emitted a blue light, like an invisible shield that Wan Heng could not penetrate no matter how hard he tried. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, "Stop!" Shao Thian led the elders to approach slowly. The disciples quickly bowed in greetings, sect master. While Thian Yigayan remained motionless. Thian stepped in front of him. He frowned and murmured to himself, "Indeed, it is him." Zhou Thian recognized him as the young man who had debated with the Grand Elder 10 years ago. Seeing the sect master arrive, Vong Hang immediately pointed at Thian Yigayan and tattled, "Sect master, he is the one who killed my junior brother." Zhou Thian closed his eyes and waved his hand, signaling him to be quiet. He observed Thian Yigayan for a while, and then speculated. "I recall Vuong Fun's cultivation was not low. For him to be taken down in a single blow, reduced to dust, his strength must be at least at the Link realm." Looking at his confident expression, he guessed further, "No, perhaps he has reached the Dehar realm." Zhou Thian never expected that the stable boy with no cultivation from 10 years ago could advance so rapidly. Perhaps the heart-shattering tablet has been taken by him. At this moment, the elder pondered deeply. But what is his purpose in returning here? Could it be that he has come back to return the heart-shattering tablet voluntarily? A disciple rushed forward, reporting in a trembling, stuttering voice, "Sect master, this person is the one who killed senior brother Wang." Moreover, before his death, senior brother Wang revealed that the previous saintess had secretly colluded with him. Hearing the shocking news, the sect mistress gritted her teeth, her whole body trembling with uncontrollable rage. She drew her sword, her eyes blazing with fire, and roared, "It was you destroyed Yan Hun's reputation. Speak." Then, she swung her sword straight at the young man. The sword tip was only a few inches from Li Tianyuan's face when a majestic voice rang out, "Junior sister, stop." The one who spoke to stop her was Zhou Tianxi, sect master of Heartwood sect. His face still showed lingering fear. Li Tianyuan calmly pinched Xie Zheni's sword blade with 2 fingers. Whether she exerted all her strength to pull the sword out or press it down, the sword did not move at all. Li Tianyuan spoke calmly. "Could you still have a little concern for Yunhan? You deserve to be called mother-in-law by me." Hijin yanked the sword back forcefully. Contrary to her indignation, Zhou Tianxi praised Li Tianyuan. "Little friend, it's been many years since we last met. I didn't expect your cultivation to have advanced to this level. Truly gratifying." Then, he turned to question. "It's just that I don't know why you came to Heartwood sect and killed the earthly disciples of our sect." Li Tianyuan pointed at the bloodstains spreading on the ground, and replied bluntly without any reservation. "He forced my wife to serve Zhang Rui of Qingjun Mountain and wanted to take this opportunity to kill my 2 children. If I don't kill him, should I keep him for the new year?" This statement stunned Xie Zheni, filling him with extreme horror. She never expected that her daughter and grandson would encounter such a disaster, while she, as a mother, was completely unaware. Li Tianyuan raised 2 fingers, further clarifying his purpose. "I came here for only 2 things, to eliminate the wicks, and to help those in need. There's no need to beat around the bush with me. If you have anything to ask, just ask, directly." Zhou Tianxi burst out laughing and said, "Little friend, I will thoroughly investigate the matter concerning the royal banner. However, you originally belonged to the Simu sect. That, he raised the sect master token high. Announce to all sect members, in the name of the sect master token, I grant permission for this young man to join the Heartwood sect. Hearing this declaration, everyone else was stunned speechless. What? Ignoring the crowd's expressions, Yu Tianxi ordered Mei Yuan, take the new disciple to the resting quarters. Mei Yuan cupped his hands and replied, as you command. Then, he politely extended his hand to invite Li Tingyuan. Please, young master. As he passed by Yu Tianxi, Li Tingyuan subtly whispered, you, the dignified sect master of the Heartwood sect, are actually eavesdropping on others' cultivation methods. How strange. This remark startled Yu Tianxi, making him flustered. He couldn't understand how Li Tingyuan knew the secret. Wang Hen was so angry he couldn't stand it. After Li Tingyuan left, he immediately reported to sect master Yu Tianxi, that person killed my junior brother. How could you let him go? You'd even let him join the sect. He Ying also interjected. That's right, when Li Tingyuan is not here. Yu Tianxi then explained. I suspect the Teja Heart Sutra is in his hands. But this person has an upright character, forcing him will only be counterproductive. We need to target his weakness. Paused for a moment, then ordered, summon Qu Yihan to the main hall for discussion. After speaking, Yu Tianxi left. Only Yi Ying and Wang Heng remained. Seeing that Wang Heng still looked unconvinced, Yi Ying raised his hand to stop him. Wang Heng called out in surprise, Uncle. Yi Ying glanced at him and said, find a way to seize the Teja Heart Sutra first, sect master. You will be the greatest contributor to the Heartwood sect. Having said that, Yi Ying gave Wang Heng 2 pills, one blue and one red. He taught. The blue pill is the sealing pill, which turns into gas when thrown, capable of sealing the opponent's cultivation. The red pill is the power burst pill, which doubles one's cultivation when consumed, to be used for self-defense in emergencies. He continued to instruct, at the same time, everything your junior brother has done, you can completely do it all over again. Wang Heng, with a cunning and scheming look, replied, understood. At the same time, Mei Yuan brought Li Tingyuan to a spacious room and said, you can rest here for now. The sect master will have other arrangements later. However, Li Tingyuan seemed dissatisfied. He told Mei Yuan, change the room. This made Mei Yuan ask in surprise, why? This is a single room. Only high-level disciples are qualified to sit calmly at the heavenly origin ceremony and sip tea. I don't want to waste effort fixing the door. Hearing this, Mei Yuan was stunned, not understanding what not wanting to fix the door meant. Suddenly, a loud crash sounded. The door was kicked down. Mei Yuan and Jane Hai stepped back, while Li Tingyuan, as if he had anticipated it, leisurely sipped his tea and greeted, you've arrived. You are Wang Heng, he said in a low, fierce voice. Li Tingyuan, you killed my junior brother. I should tear you into 100 pieces. He stepped in front of him, and made a demand. If you are willing to hand over the Heart Sutra of the Great Void, I can spare your life. Ridiculous, Li Tingyuan snorted, took another sip of tea, and replied, to you your junior brother's life is worthless. Wang Heng acted superior, speaking in a condescending tone, hand it over now. At most, it'll cripple your cultivation. Don't be ungrateful. You must know that. Ji Dian, your lover, has been brought to the sect master. Even though she was a saintess before, her father is Shi Bufan. Her mother is an elder. The sect is only placing her under house arrest on Yunqi Ti. He held the green pill in his hand, and continued to threaten. But now she is involved with the sect's secret techniques. The harsh methods never used before don't mean they won't be used now. If you obediently hand it over, I can intervene with the sect so she doesn't suffer. Otherwise, she will have to endure the pain of 10,000 swords piercing her heart. Then Nigai patiently listened to his threats. Then, Wang Heng switched to threatening his children. He remembered they had children. He was afraid those kids would also. Speaking of this, Nigai still showed no reaction. Then lost all patience. He thought to himself, not move. You want me to use force. With that thought, he grabbed the blue pill and rushed straight towards Nigai. As fast as lightning, Nigai appeared and grabbed Wang Heng's arm. He was supposed to throw the blue pill back, but he grabbed Wang Heng's hand, forcing him to swallow the pill himself. To make sure he swallowed it, he held his face tightly. Who had witnessed the entire event from beginning to end, was sweating with fear. He gritted his teeth and asked, what? Nigai still held Wang Heng's face tightly. Explain this forbidden pill. When thrown out, it releases Kai and seals cultivation. But now, whoever swallows it will have their cultivation permanently sealed until death. Saying that, he pushed Wang Heng away, then dragged him straight out the door, not forgetting to say to Mei Yuan, then let me see what they plan to do. Wang Heng panicked inside. He didn't move, no time to drink. Li Tingyuan dragged Wang Heng across the courtyard. He looked up towards a mountain. Muttering, he originally planned to settle accounts after he exited seclusion. He stopped, closed his eyes, and sighed. He didn't expect his aptitude to be this poor. It's been so long, yet he still hasn't broken through. Get it, I won't wait anymore, he told himself. It seems that it's Simu sect. Force might be necessary to resolve things. The next morning, in the council hall of Tumanseeing, Thayan knelt before Chithan to pay her respects. Thayan pays her respects to the sect master. And she turned to pay her respects to the elders. When kneeling before her mother, Kunyi, she remained silent, not knowing what to say. Thanvim spoke up to question her. Thayan Hin, that year you stole high grey elixirs from the sect, and secretly fled. You damaged the reputation of a saintess, which is to tarnish the honor of our Tumanseeing. After a long interrogation, he asked, have you confessed to all these crimes? Yanan honestly replied, I have confessed my guilt. At this, Chithan spoke in a gentler tone, Inhin, for the past 10 years you have lived on Vunkipi. Raising you alone, I know you have suffered a lot. She replied sadly, Yanhan knew she was at fault. This punishment was what she deserved. Xiaojunyi looked at her kneeling daughter, her heart itching with sorrow. After a long silence, Xiu Tiansi continued, during the years she was in prison. The young master of Kaian Yuan's sect from Wan Yun Kingdom and the Sword Saint's son from Shangrong City all sent letters back and forth, earnestly pleading for her. Saying that, he threw a stack of yellowed letters into Yanhan's hand. She gently took them, but didn't even bother to open a single one, decisively placing them on the ground. Du Tiansi went straight to the main point of the summons. Now you have a chance to redeem yourself. The Yanhan remained silent. Jiao Tiansi continued to persuade. I think you already know about Li Tianyuan's return. Just need to persuade him to hand over the item he took from Simusek. Seeing that her expression didn't change at all, he offered benefits to entice her. I can allow you to return to the sect, and even find a way to restore your cultivation. At this moment, Ye Ying started to chime in. He looked at Shi Yanhan and advised. Shi Yanhan, as you can see, quite a few talented young men admire you. Why not take this opportunity to obtain the Supreme Heart Technique from Li Tianyuan? We'll arrange a new marriage for you. This will not only allow you to have a comfortable life but also exchange for resources for the sect, earning merit and expiating your crimes. Currently, this is the only value you have left to contribute. Jia Junyi could no longer tolerate those harsh and shameless words. The old woman angrily retorted, Elder, please watch your words. Don't belittle the dignity of the Heartwood sect. At this moment, Yi Ying turned around and taunted her, what's with the pretense? As soon as he heard the other party call him mother-in-law, his attack immediately softened. Jia Junyi shouted angrily, you're already old. Yet you're still arguing. Du Tiansi immediately sternly stopped them, stop arguing. After speaking, he turned to Shi Yanhan and said, Yanhan, as long as you can retract the arrogant attitude, Li Tianyuan might still be able to stay in the Heartwood sect. As soon as he offered a promise, he immediately changed his tune and threatened her, otherwise, we will be forced to use strong measures. Just the crime of defiling the saintess is enough to have him have his tendons pulled out 10 times. And you will also suffer the punishment of 10,000 arrows piercing the heart. However, Shi Dianhan did not fall for the trap. She clasped her hands and said, Sect Master, Li Tianyuan and I no longer have any relationship. The mistake I made that year was voluntary. It has nothing to do with him. She made up her determined decision. I know I am no longer worthy of being the saintess. Being granted amnesty by the sect master to live my whole life on Cloud Peak is already a blessing. As for the punishment of 10,000 arrows piercing the heart, I will accept that punishment myself on Cloud Peak. These words darkened Zhu Tian's face. The entire room fell into a terrifying silence. Then Xianhan stood up, intending to leave. Yi Yang hurriedly stood up and asked, are you really going to give up all your future for a stable boy? Xia Junyi also anxiously advised her daughter. Yanhan, don't miss this opportunity. Shi Yanhan remained silent, her face unreadable. A moment later, she called out to her mother, then knelt before her, begging forgiveness for her unfilial daughter. On the roof, Sui Feng and Xiao Du were watching everything. The little girl curiously asked him, Uncle Sui Feng, why are they targeting my mother? Saying that, the little girl looked up, her eyes full of determination. Uncle Sui Feng, I want to be with my mother. Sui Feng nodded. Okay, I'll take you down there. At this moment, Xian had just stood up. She bowed to everyone and turned to leave. Looking at her retreating figure, Zhao Tianxi muttered coldly, stubborn and willful. He lunged forward and grabbed her. Suddenly, a powerful force shattered the door. A figure rushed straight into the room, then fell awkwardly to the ground upside down. In a miserable state, Yi Ying quickly recognized him. Wang Heng, why is it you? Wang Heng sat slumped on the ground, weakly replying, Uncle. I was ambushed by Luthini Guyan, and forced to swallow a forbidden pill. My cultivation has been sealed. Not long after, Luthini Guyan leisurely walked in. Calmly remarked, the atmosphere in the room is quite tense, isn't it? Seeing that Luthini Guyan was completely unharmed, Diepend was utterly astonished. Thienhan also asked in surprise. Why are you here? He didn't answer, just stared intently at her. Thienhan raised her voice, I and my child have no relationship with you. Before she could finish her sentence, Lian quickly stepped forward and covered Yanhan's mouth with his hand, stopping her from uttering any more words denying their relationship. He looked straight into her eyes and sincerely expressed, "What I do is because my heart desires it, not driven by anything else." His words left her utterly stunned. Wang Heng couldn't help but shout, "Enough. This is not the place for the two of you to flirt." Hearing this, Li Tianyuan coldly warned, "Is there a place for you to speak? Take back your words, you must be gentle." He made Wang Heng fall to the ground painfully again in front of Yu Tiansai. Li Tianyuan acted without restraint, causing Wang Heng to continue to faceplant. Looking at Wang Heng, Yu Tiansai thought to himself, "Only I know." To prevent internal strife, the main hall of the Xinyu sect was set up with an invisible restriction. Yet, he could send the leading disciple flying with just a gentle wave of his hand. He turned to look at Li Tianyuan, continuing to speculate. Moreover, judging by his appearance, he hasn't used his full strength, only less than 30 of his power. Recalling how easily Wang Heng was defeated, he couldn't help but be horrified. Could it be that I misjudge? This person has broken through the realm. "King," he said to Lothian Nigayan, "you are a disciple of Tamok sect. Why did you dare to barge into the council hall? We were just questioning the Yanhan according to the usual procedure. Moreover, we gave her a way to atone for her sins." He snorted coldly, forcing her is also normal. This time, Chao Thayan too was shocked. What? Could it be that he had been eavesdropping all along? It's impossible for someone to eavesdrop without me noticing. Yinger, stop pointing at Lothian Gayan. Report to the sect master. Why be polite to this brat? Just tie him up. They don't believe his bones are taller than 10,000 arrows piercing the heart. He does little work and causes many problems. If it were that easy, he wouldn't need to summon the Yanhan to threaten. Jothan too angrily shouted, "Yi Ying, shut up. Don't cause me any more trouble," compressing the entire horde of demonic beasts, making them roar in extreme agony. Both members of the 100 demons were utterly astonished, mouths agape at this might. This is the secret technique of the demon gods. Hearing this, the gluttonous demon trembled, seemingly guessing something. Could it be? To confirm his terrifying speculation, he slowly turned his head. Behind him stood a tall figure, majestic and exuding a chilling aura. The gluttonous demon couldn't help but exclaim, "Vengeful spirit." He stammered, his voice trembling. "Vengeful spirit, why are you here?" The vengeful spirit walked past the group of 100 demons, completely ignoring them, and then asked in a cold voice, "What are you doing here?" The gluttonous demon replied, "Vengeful spirit, we are acting under the orders of the demon dispatched by the evil demon. Revealing our purpose to you might not be appropriate." This vague answer clearly displeased the demon, who immediately intensified the power of the secret technique, resulting in a nearby demonic beast being crushed by the pressure, shattering into gruesome fragments. The hungry demon was terrified to the extreme, and with no other choice, confessed that the Fiend wanted them to go to the Heartwood sect to seize an item, a precious jade piece. Starving demon quickly added, confirming, "That's right, he also told us to find an inside mole hiding in the Heartwood sect to assist." The starving demon's mind was truly muddled and confused. He didn't notice the hungry demon's urgent signal and rashly revealed top secret information to the demon. He wanted all the information, so he grabbed another demonic beast and mercilessly crushed it in his palm. The hungry demon protested fearfully, "Demon, you cannot use such methods to threaten us." Words he just uttered, coupled with another ferocious beast being tragically killed, astonished him to the point of wide eyes. "No way, every time a word displeases you, you kill a beast." At this point, the starving demon had no choice but to truthfully confess everything. "On the way here, we met a very kind young man. Gave us an arm and a second-grade immortal elixir." He paused for a moment, then pointed towards the gluttonous demon, and continued. The gluttonous demon intended to destroy the entire Xinyu sect after obtaining the ghost code item. What just happened was merely an initial probe. Hearing these words, the gluttonous demon felt extremely flustered, only able to cover his face with his hands. Truly, one doesn't fear a strong enemy, but a foolish teammate. He didn't know what else to say. Suddenly an illusory, transparent, and greenish hand. Slowly, he reached out and pulled the second gray immortal pill from his clothes. The gluttonous ghost was completely stunned. Just like that, he watched the precious immortal pill he had worked so hard to obtain fall into the hands of the demon ghost. The demon ghost looked at the group of 100 ghosts and asked, "Did you guys create these mutated demonic beasts?" The gluttonous ghost replied, "No, we simply didn't control them. We also don't know why all the high-level demonic beasts in this area mutated naturally. Even their intelligence is completely lost." After a moment of thought, the demon ghost ordered them, "Tomorrow night, after you have contacted your inside man, return immediately." "How can that be?" Gluttonous ghost asked loudly. "Return to West White. How will we explain to the evil ghost about the item he needs?" Before he could finish his sentence, the demon ghost picked up a stone from the roadside. He handed the stone to the gluttonous ghost and said, "Take this to hand over." The gluttonous demon snatched the stone. Holding it in his hand, he muttered, "A stone." The starving demon also wondered, but the evil demon wanted the jade. Seeing his comrades still confused, the gluttonous demon quickly tugged his sleeve and urged, "Let's go." As they walked, the gluttonous demon whispered, "Don't know if I'm mistaken, but sometimes I feel the forest demons are even stronger than the evil demons." And so, the 100 demons left. Only the forest demon remained standing in the middle of the forest. After the 100 demons disappeared from sight, Defeng and Minth stepped forward. "Vast, Sect Master, I didn't expect MMC to have an inside agent from the 100 demons." The forest demon took off his mask, revealing Lthinigan's face, and replied, "I already know who that person is." Next, he sat down next to the remaining pool of blood, gently dipping his fingertip into it. He raised his hand, observing the drop of blood meticulously. A moment later, the three arrived at a secluded stream. Manhwa asked Lthinigan, the palace master, if he suspected something unusual about the water source here. Feng did not delay, quickly scooping some water into his palm. Then, he used the index finger of his other hand to dip into the water and raise it for examination. This action seemed mysterious, but it was not strange at all, as Taifeng was analyzing the water source. He combined 4 subtle magical techniques, the Thai Thuong Dai Tin, constantly adapting, with surging spiritual energy. Controlled the energy flow. After a short period of concentration, he announced the result to Lthinigan. "Young master, this is the origin of the demonic beast mutations. The water contains a weakened amount of medicinal efficacy and a trace of the breath of the wilderness." He asserted that if these demonic beasts drink this water for a long time, they will surely mutate. Hearing this, Li Tianyuan called out Li Qing's name. Li Qing quickly appeared after his call and reported, "Hall Master, the investigation into the young master's heavenly vein soul bone is still underway." Li Tianyuan replied, "I called you here for another matter." Then he pointed towards the stream and asked, "Where does this spring in the eastern desolate forest originate from?" Li Qing replied that it flows from the Rising Sun Kingdom, a neighboring country to the eastern Sui Kingdom. He repeated, his eyes sharp, "The Rising Sun Kingdom." At this moment, Li Qing continued to present the information he had gathered. "Recently, we received secret intelligence that the Rising Sun Kingdom also intends to refine the ultimate heaven divine elixir for exploring the wilderness. However, the refining process failed. The elixir furnace exploded, causing the desolate matter to leak out. The desolate matter, which was living material, was leaked out. Li Tianyuan quickly found the loophole. To completely deal with the pollution from the desolate matter, a large amount of rare treasures must be consumed. The Rising nation showed no signs of mobilizing items on a large scale. Sui Feng also expressed his suspicion. "Young master, I suspect the Rising nation has secretly spread the desolate matter pollution from the elixir furnace to the Mingwu border." Mingwu added, his face full of indignation. "That desolate matter is part of the desolate domain. If it is not controlled and the pollution continues, won't the places it passes through turn into a second desolate domain? We worked hard to push back the wilderness, and these people are doing the opposite." Saying this, Mingwu angrily swore, "Damn it. This is an act of disregarding the lives of the people in the world." Ignoring Minvu's rage, Lthinigan ordered Lathan, arrange for someone to inform Fuang Chou Li. Continue investigating Toya Deep's matter. As for Nat Thang Kingdom, we need to keep a close watch on all news. Wait until I finish things at Tam Ok Tom. I might personally come to investigate. Lathan accepted the order and decisively replied, "Understood." Then, Lthinigan glanced at Minvu and said, "Minvu, Huainam Tong is located in Nat Thang Kingdom. This time you go with Lathan." Hearing this, Minvu became excited. "Oh, the palace master wants to destroy the sect. Haha, finally you trust me to act alone." Lthinigan explained clearly that the Xuanyan sect still has value to exploit, so don't destroy it for now. In 6 days, when the grand competition with the Sinmu sect ends, you will deal with the remaining people in the Xuanyan sect. Minvit you calculate and handle the rest. Even the ancestor of the Xuanyan sect only has a few experts. There's no challenge at all. Feng heard what Minv said. He lightly tapped Minv's head with his paper fan and said, "Since you have something to do, complete it well." Then, Ulthan and Minv clasped their hands and replied in unison, "Sect Master." He asked for your permission to leave. At this moment, the Yanin was standing silently outside the courtyard, his eyes fixed on the distant sky, with a hint of sadness and longing on his face. Suddenly a gentle voice sounded. Elder sister Shi Yuanyuan approached and asked her, "What's going on between you and brother-in-law? I see you two are acting very awkwardly." These words surprised Shi Yanhan a little. She said sadly, "It's true, my sister-in-law." Shi Yuanyuan smiled slyly and teased, "Stop pretending in front of me. Do we not understand your heart?" Thinking of Li Tanyuan, Shi Yanhan couldn't feel happy at all. She said with a gloomy face, "Originally planned to take Xiaoji and Xiaoya away from the Simu sect in another year, and find a secluded place to live in hiding. Perhaps fate has already destined this." In the end, he still appeared. Then she looked up at the sky and continued with a voice full of bitterness, What he wants to do is a world-shaking, earth-shattering great undertaking. For the safety of all beings in the world, even the 5 arrogant immortals in heaven might also be his enemies. She clenched her fists, choked up, and explained, my presence and that of our children will become his fatal weakness. We'll have one more concern, one thing to be wary of when he acts. Only if I completely sever all ties with him can the impact be reduced to the lowest level. Finally, Thayinin lowered her head. I know that preventing the children from seeing their father is cruel to them, but I truly cannot involve him any further. Hearing those words, Thayinin could only sigh. She sincerely expressed, Sister, you have been too stubborn since you were young. Sometimes you can't think as openly as I can. After a moment of pause, she continued, Sister, I once thought this, with you and me by his side, it means more to my husband than any flaw he might have. Sister, why not be selfish just once? Stop worrying so much about my husband. Think about what you truly wish to do. Not long after, Thayinin left, leaving the Yangnam standing silently, admiring the scenery. Alone, she gently closed her eyes and muttered, this troublesome pair of destined adversaries, I suppose he'll have to step in and resolve it. Suddenly, she remembered something that shocked her immensely. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, and then called out loudly, Wait, did you just mention the arrogant 5 immortals? You exclaimed in horror. Hold on, I know my husband is very strong. His opponents are the legendary arrogant 5 immortals. This left her mouth agape in astonishment. The Yanhan scratched her head. Thinking how powerful he was, the Yanhan rushed away like the wind. She recalled the first time she met Lithinigayan. At that time, he was severely injured. Leaning against a tree, she approached and asked, Sir, are you all right? Lithinigayan replied, I'm fine. What is your name? The Yanhan looked up at the sky, a little shyly replying, My name is Thuchai. And you? It began to drizzle. Lithinigayan then introduced himself. Then my name is Dietfian. Soon, it got colder and colder, and snowflakes began to fall silently. Snow fell heavier and heavier. She told him, it's snowing. Then, she tightly held his hand and pulled him along. Very quickly, the Yanhan arrived at the chaotic heart cave. Lithinigayan was talking with Thifong. Seeing her arrive, he turned back in surprise. He walked closer to her, and she lifted his sleeve to examine it. Her gaze fell upon the mark on his hand as it began to emit a thick, black aura. She seriously asked him, How much time do you have left? He gently replied, 1 or 2 years. If I try a bit harder, maybe 3 years. Hearing this, she hugged him tightly and apologized. I'm sorry for my selfishness in dragging you into this trouble. Li Tinyuan held her tightly in his arms, the embrace he had long awaited, and said, You and I are a devoted couple. What is there to fear? The Yanisha tears, looked up at him, and said, Promise me. If anyone uses my life to threaten you. Before she could finish her sentence, he gently placed his index finger on her lips, stopping her words. And he absolutely affirmed that such a thing would not happen. Whoever dares, I will sweep the world clean and will not stop. The Yanhan replied firmly. If it cannot be avoided, I will absolutely not involve anyone. The first thing I need to do now is to restore my cultivation. You know there are 2 ways to resolve the seal. One is to regain all the foundation I cultivated when I was a maiden. But doing so will cause the current maiden to lose all her cultivation. This is what I don't want to see. She stopped, and continued. The second way is to try to remove it. I've studied this 5 elements yang reversal seal for several years, and can already resolve 80. I only need 1 more year to completely resolve it. Bunma shared that, originally after unsealing the cultivation, she intended to take Tuchi and Tu Dip far away, to a place unknown to anyone for them to live. Then, she took 2 pieces of paper from her sleeve and gave them to him, saying these were the methods of removal she had researched. She then added, addressing the young man who understood formation seals better than her. I'm sorry. I'll have to trouble you more in the future. Lithinigayan gently tapped the Yanhan's nose, and gently advised her never to say the word sorry to him again. She nodded gently in agreement. Just as Lithinigayan was about to step into the cave, she suddenly held his hand, making him exclaim in surprise. Under his puzzled gaze, she said, Let's go home. We are husband and wife. We are one. Isn't my home also your home? These words made Lithinigayan extremely happy. So the 2 of them held hands and walked silently on the way home. The next morning, Li Tinyuan began to impart knowledge to the 3 disciples of Samusek he had chosen. He announced, At Samusek, I will only teach you for 5 days. How much you learn depends on your ability. First, he turned to Shi Yushuan. Your talent is very good, but your foundation is not stable, coupled with the impure power in your body. If it's not corrected, within 20 years, your body will gradually be unable to bear it. There's even a risk of exploding and dying. These words astonished her, leaving her mouth agape. He further explained, the power of a saintess is passed down through generations, but ultimately, it doesn't entirely belong to oneself. Those with insufficient talent will eventually find it hard to escape this fate. Hearing this, Shi Yushuan asked fearfully, Then, according to you, Sir, what should I do now? He placed his index finger on her forehead. A stream of yellow energy flowed from his hand, directly into her head. Soon her entire body radiated a brilliant yellow energy, burning like a flame. He instructed her to remember this energy flow, continue to operate it, and slowly gather the complex energies within her body. As the Ingok known began to cultivate, he turned to instruct Manhwa. He looked straight into his eyes and said, "Your foundation is quite solid, but your cultivation is chaotic. The technique you are practicing was taught to you by Methan Vim, wasn't it?" He replied, "Yes, my master taught me." Immediately after, Lothian Nguyen handed Manhwa a piece of paper and instructed him, "Practice according to the technique written here." While he was studying, he did not forget to remind him, "Be careful not to rush to break through the realm. Just control it at the level of the true person realm." At this moment, he turned his head and asked the reason that had been bothering him. "Why choose me? Clearly, the other senior brothers have much better aptitude than me." Li Tianyuan recalled the image of him desperately fighting against the yin evil and the demonic beasts, which left an impression on him. Therefore, he frankly told him, at least when facing the attack of yin evil and demonic beasts, you did not retreat. Finally, Li Tianyuan walked up to his son Chikoya. His gaze towards the boy was extremely serious, making the boy tense as well. Chikoya frowned, his eyes wide open looking at him. After a long while, Li Tianyuan spoke. "Before officially starting cultivation, you should learn about the commonly divided realms today. Mortal shedding, true person, link, marquise, king, saint emperor, great emperor. Each realm is divided into early stage, middle stage, high stage, and peak. The great emperor realm is a bit special, divided into 3 layers, profound light, myriad manifestations, and galaxy." Bauda asked him, "Then what are the characteristics of each realm?" He replied, "For now, you only need to understand these things. We will discuss the rest in detail when you enter the escape realm." Li Tianyuan picked up a stone and said, "Today, you only need to do one thing." He threw the stone far away and told Xiaoye to pick up this stone for him. Xiaoye was very surprised to hear this. Pick up a stone. The boy didn't understand. What was so difficult about this? Hearing this, the boy quickly walked towards the direction where the stone was thrown. The surprising thing was that as he got closer, he discovered that many sword auras had formed a protective barrier, preventing him from passing. Suddenly, 2 swords shot straight towards Xiaoye. The boy was startled and quickly dodged. Li Tianyuan reminded him, "If you don't want to die, keep moving forward. Don't stop before you get the stone. The attacks won't stop." Hearing this, the boy gritted his teeth and resisted, trying to dodge every sword. Just then, a sword grazed Xiaoye's chi. As he was injured and bleeding, Ma Yuan witnessed Xiaoye struggling within the sword radiating formation. He exclaimed in horror, "This is the demon radiating sword formation. How do you understand this formation?" He replied calmly, "It's just a sword formation of the same origin." "What's so surprising?" Ma Yuan loudly questioned. "Putting a child into this formation is no different than wanting to kill him quickly rather than directly ending him with a sword." Li Tianyuan didn't even turn his head, raising his hand to deliver a warning slap. "Don't let your mind wander. Focus on your cultivation." The blow hit Ma Yuan's head hard, making his face turn red and smoke billow. He glared fiercely at Xiaoye. "Don't hold on to any luck. This formation is beyond my control. The attack will only stop when you obtain that stone." Just then, Tiu Dip was struck by a sword in the arm. The boy screamed in pain, sobbing, clutching his wound, and looked pleadingly towards Lithinigan. He turned away, coldly declaring, "At this moment, your life and death no longer concern me." Because he couldn't defend in time, Tiu Dip was struck by another sword. The boy cried out in pain, gritting his teeth as he looked up, trying to reassure himself, "No, the sword formation is getting denser." Then he remembered something important. That stone. That's right, as long as he seized it, the formation would stop. Facing the relentless sword strikes, the boy calculated, the swords were getting faster and faster. He had to run as fast as possible. Otherwise, he would lose his life. Just as the boy rushed forward, another sword strike descended, enveloping Tiu Dip in a ring of sword energy, completely losing his bearings. During the heaven worship ceremony, Su Feng observed from above. Sui Feng anxiously asked, "Young master, the last thing you taught Xiaoye was the life and death secret from the 8 sufferer and divine skill, right?" He confirmed. "Exactly," Li Tianyuan explained further. "Let him experience the feeling of being close to death. Awaken the will to survive. Transcend the 2 extremes of life and death, and then use the Taiji heart technique to assist. Only then can a solid foundation be built for him." Before you is the scene of Xiaoye struggling against the demon sealing sword formation. The boy has now seen the stone. It is very close. The boy encouraged himself. Almost there. Aim almost successful. The boy shouted, telling himself, "Before I become strong enough, I absolutely cannot fall." So, he poured all his strength and rushed towards the jade. The next moment, his hand touched the stone. Dahlia leaned on the rock edge, cutting for breath. Suddenly, the boy fell flat on the ground. Seeing that Xiaoye had completed the challenge, Sui Fin exclaimed that the desire to survive had pushed his senses to the extreme. Zhao Ye successfully passed this deadly gate. Li Tangyuan quickly went down. He did not forget to instruct Sui Fen, go back to Tanli Palace and bring that thing here immediately. He immediately replied, yes, your subordinate will go now. Not long after, he came to Xiao Ye's side, used a knife to cut off a fingertip and dripped a drop of blood into the boy's mouth. After swallowing his blood, Xiao Ye gradually opened his eyes. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He sat up and stammered, did I die? Li Tangyuan stepped forward and replied, you are still alive. A moment later, Li Tangyuan snapped his fingers, signaling the three of them to stop. That's all for today. Hearing this, Ma Yuan was surprised and asked, it ends just like that? Isn't it supposed to be relentless training? Li Tangyuan turned and walked away, saying, it's not necessary. Learning this much today is enough. At the same time, in the main hall of Simu's sect, a disciple rushed in to report to the sect master. While he was still out of breath, He Ying couldn't help but anxiously ask, you're finally back. What was then Van Melton's reaction? Did they send reinforcements? What about the other conditions? We only have a few days left before the competition with Xuan Yin sect. Disciple, drenched in sweat, replied, then Van Melton has been. He hesitated for a moment, then regained his composure and continued his report. Entire Van Mountain has been razed to the ground. It's like a vast expanse of flat land, as if the mountain had never existed. The disciple boy is still terrified. At that moment, he thought he had gone to the wrong place. He Yang couldn't believe what he had just heard. He pressed again. The Van Mountain was razed to the ground. What kind of joke are you playing? That is the Van Mountain. Not just a few small hills. Even if the old man doesn't believe it, the disciple immediately refuted, reporting to the sect master. This disciple swears not to utter a single lie. The entire Van Mountain is gone. Nothing remains, as if it never existed. On the other side, Xiao Tu calmly commented, it's fortunate that many supreme elders have emerged from seclusion. Only then do we have the ability to deal with the Haiyanim sect. Deepan looked puzzled. But he entered the forbidden area earlier and hasn't returned yet. Then he turned to ask, could it be that only the disciples personally taught by La Thien Nagayan bring the only glimmer of hope for our Tamuk sect? Hearing this, Xiao Tu sternly ordered Tell Elderhead to hand over the 5-turn immortal pill. At the same time, in a small room behind the mountain, 6 people were gathered for a meal. Thingok known and Tu Tria were describing the refinement movements. Thingok known happily asked, Tu Deep, how was your martial arts practice with your father today? Did you run back and forth until you were out of breath? Seeing the 2 children playing happily, Quan He couldn't help but laugh. At the dinner table, Tu Deep ate while secretly observing La Thien Nagayan. He was eating leisurely with an elegant demeanor, when a hand gently tugged at his lapel. The Yanhen spoke up to remind him, brother, look, Deepka's inner knot is the most important thing. Give the child some more time. Just then, an old man entered the room, holding a jar of wine. The Quan quickly stood up and asked, Bufam, are you finally back? Where have you been these past few days? He put the wine jar down on the ground, leaned against the table leg, closed his eyes and replied, where else would I go but to drink wine? Seeing him so drunk, Xie Jini hurriedly told her daughter, Yun Wanyuan, go help your mother get a bowl of hangover soup. What you said is not entirely unreasonable, but you cannot casually spread the supreme cultivation method of our sect. Do you not respect the sect master of the Heartwood sect? Not only did he not answer, but he also responded with sarcasm. You only have a few days left to live. Cherish them. Then he turned back to continue practicing with Miyuan, not forgetting to warn him. Also, don't even think about that 5-turn immortal pill. Whoever touches it will be the next one hanged. Du Tianxi didn't believe his words at all. He snorted coldly, full of contempt in his heart. I only have a few days left to live. I think you won't live long either. You just wait. There will be a day when you will pay a heavy price. After 5 days, the space in the vast martial arts square of the Heartwood sect was packed with people. Thousands of people turned their eyes to the sky, watching the tiny specks of light gradually descend. Chuthin watched tensely, his face clearly showing anxiety. He subtly confirmed their arrival. A giant group quickly appeared. They stood in an orderly formation, exuding an imposing aura. They were the elites from the Haim sect. Witnessing the might from the opposing side, Mthanvim showed a hint of apprehension as he assessed the situation. Almost all the core masters of the Haim sect were present. Chuthin anxiously added, even their sect master personally appeared. Their ambition to completely crush the Tamansi sect was too obvious. As the Han sect delegation sat foot on the ground, Chuthin stepped forward to greet them. He hadn't expected that this martial arts competition among the disciples would receive the personal presence of the sect master. The sect master of the Profound Sound sect, he shouting, with a majestic appearance, clasped his hands behind his back and replied in a tone mixed with coldness and provocation. Your Heartwood sect boldly challenge this. And you want the Profound Sound sect to send the sect master there. Don't you want to wipe us out? Nu Tianxi secretly observed him with astonishment. With such a powerful aura, Qi Shouting's cultivation has reached the ancient saint profound realm. And he from the profound sound sect immediately spoke, belittling the people of the Heartwood sect. Look at the inexperienced appearance of these people. Seeing this, Yanxia immediately sternly warned Tianhe, don't be careless when you speak. The Heartwood sect has an extremely formidable individual. He even managed to break my demon sealing sword formation. Instead of listening, Tianhe used a sarcastic tone, spitting out harsh words. Yanxia, you have the cultivation of the Dingo realm, plus all sorts of magic treasures bestowed by your master, and even a pile of beasts. Yet, you couldn't even suppress the Sinew sect and let them drive you back. Now you've even lost an arm. Are you still worthy of your reputation? These harsh words enraged Yanxia. He gritted his teeth in indignation and swore that he would definitely dye the entire Sinew sect red with blood in the future. At this moment, Yu Shouting looked straight at Zhu Tianxi and arrogantly declared, Sect Master Zhao, we don't need to waste any more time. Insulting the Zhuanyin sect leads only a path to death. This utter frankness and arrogance completely stunned the people of the Sinew sect. Next, he presented a choice. Unless the Tianxi sect submits and becomes a branch of the Haim sect, everyone is one family. If the Tianxi sect hands over all its resources, then I can overlook all past matters. Otherwise, he left the sentence hanging. The final moment, hesitatingly replied, this matter. Suddenly, Ulthenigayan stepped forward, leisurely saying, oh, what a lively gathering here. Seeing his master, Mst was so agitated that he pointed directly at Ulthenigayan and roared, it's him. He killed 2 of my subordinates. In an instant, Ulthenigayan stood opposite Xi Thin. He asked frankly, didn't you all come here for a martial arts contest? Hurry up and start. What's the use of talking so much? With that, he pointed directly at Sect Master Xi Thin and issued a challenge. No need to fight one by one. It's a waste of time. Why don't you just fight me then? Come out, and have a quick match to settle this. As soon as Li Tanyuan finished speaking, Tianhe burst into laughter. I thought whoever defeated you would be someone impressive. Turns out it's just an idiot, yet he dares to directly challenge his master. After saying that, he continued to laugh heartily. Yang saw Li Tanyuan acting too arrogantly, his spirit in turmoil from fear. He quickly said timidly, Sect Master Go, please calm your anger. Offending the profound sound sect was entirely Li Tanyuan's own doing. All the trouble was caused by him. Shutayan heard this and let out a sarcastic oath. He said, no wonder the Heartwood sect is so capable. It turns out they taught such a rebellious prodigy. Tinyuan saw them talking endlessly and urged them. Can you stop wasting time standing there? Hurry up and fight. At this moment, Yanxia arrogantly pointed directly at Li Tinyuan and loudly said, you bat won't be arrogant for much longer. If my master makes a move, just one finger is enough to. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Tinyuan unleashed an extremely powerful pressure. His entire body was enveloped in blue light. That terrifying oppressive force struck Yanxia directly, making him unable to bear it and clutch his chest. Even though he stopped the attack, Yanxia seemed to be seriously injured. He clutched his chest, unable to utter a word. Li Tianyuan looked at him coldly, calculating in his mind, holding back his anger. Otherwise, if he scared others away, and they refused to spar out of fear, it would be a pity. At this moment, Tianhe clasped his hands and volunteered to Gushu Tian. Master, the Sinew sect is truly too arrogant. Please allow your disciple to step forward and directly fight this madman to save face. Upon hearing this, he immediately agreed. Go, before enacting the Heartwood sect, bring down their arrogance. With his sect master's approval, Tianhe stepped forward, facing Li Tianyuan, and began to circulate his energy. His entire body radiated a purple power. Tianhe pointed towards him, arrogantly saying, will you go first, or will your disciples go up together? Li Tianyuan did not reply, only looked at Tianhe and commented lightly. Keen realm. Not bad. Then he turned to Shota and said, Pawita, Tota head. Being called out startled the young boy, leaving him stunned. I have only been practicing for a few days, and I really spar. Although still a little scared, Zhao Yu tried to compose himself and stepped forward. The disciples of the Heartwood sect were extremely astonished. What a joke. Sending a kid to battle. What ability does he have to fight? Isn't this a crazy act? Seeing the Mind-Eye sect send a young boy to fight, Tianhe crossed his arms, laughing scornfully. He arrogantly said, you are quite interesting. I didn't expect you to send a kid to fight me. Li Tianyuan said coldly, surprising him, if you suppress your cultivation to the same realm, you might not necessarily win against the kid. Hearing this, Tianhe became serious. He stopped laughing but still looked at his opponent with disdain and said, fine. Today I will condescend to play with you. Zhao Yi raised his sword and began to circulate his energy. A yellow light enveloped the sword and swirled around the young boy. Tianhe observed Xiao Yi and became even more arrogant when he saw that the boy had only reached the transcendent realm. He sneered, what a joke. A kid who just entered the mortal shedding realm dares to be my opponent. I thought this kid was so strong. Turns out this is all he's got. Next, he acted sanctimonious. Kid, today I will suppress my cultivation to the same realm as you to fight. Don't say I'm bullying you. Zhao Yasram shocked, the disciples of the heart would sit beyond belief. No way, this kid has reached the mortal shedding realm. One person spoke up, it took me almost a year to enter the mortal shedding realm. Another disciple exclaimed in surprise, only a few days and Zhao Dui, standing behind, cheered excitedly for her little brother. Go for it, buffeted him. Her cheer caught Tian his attention. Then, he pointed at Xiaoji and asked Yinsha, is that the immortal spirit body you mention? Yinsha seriously confirmed, it is. My divine eye did not misjudge. Hearing Yinsha's confirmation, Tian he smiled, sinisterly. He loudly declared, very well. If I seize this little girl's immortal spirit body, I will have hope of becoming a great emperor. Tian he said without reservation, causing Xiaoji to stare in astonishment. Suddenly, Xiaoya's sword pointed straight at his head. Tian he immediately dodged and reached out to grab the sword. Although Tian he had accounted for his opponent, Tian he flicked lightly, pushing Xiaoya back, while he shouted angrily. You little brat dared to ambush me. Remembering Li Tianyuan's advice, the preemptive strike is the strongest. Xiaoya attacked with full force during the opponent's momentary lapse without hesitation. The unexpected blow caused intense pain, making everyone wonder what kind of origin this bronze rod in the kid's hand had to hurt so much. While the opponent was still dizzy, Xiaoya pressed his advantage, launching a series of continuous attacks. Tian finally managed to regain his senses, and quickly used his power to resist. Xiaoya managed to dodge successfully, realizing that his movements seemed a bit slow. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately attacked. Hui Feng, observing the battle from the rooftop, sighed softly. With the high intensity of daily training with the young master, combined with the life and death art, one of the 8 suffering divine skills, Xiaoya's senses were far sharper than ordinary people. He concluded that since young master Tian he had suppressed his cultivation, he definitely couldn't hit Xiaoya. Just as Hui Feng predicted, Tian he had been on the defensive throughout the fight and couldn't touch Xiaoya at all. Anger made Tian he unable to restrain himself, and he shouted, damn kid, why do you keep targeting my right arm? Ignoring the opponent's words, Xiaoya continued to swing the bronze rod straight at Tian his right arm. You recall Li Tianyuan's advice, aim for the wound, the more vicious the blow, the deeper the pain. At that time, you wonder, what if the opponent has no wound? Calmly replied, if there isn't one, you must find a way to create one. Now you completely understand his intention. And that's why you continuously attacked Tangxia's right arm. And kept striking the opponent's right arm. A painful groan escaped. Tangxia was drenched in sweat and cried out in distress. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoya leaped high, delivering a downward blow. Still aiming for the intended target, Tangxia's right arm. The intense pain tormented Tangxia. The sensation from his arm told him he couldn't resist Xiaoya. He gritted his teeth, thinking, at the same cultivation level, and I am. Could it be that I am truly no match for it? Seeing Tangxia losing focus, Xiaoya continued his attack. In extreme pain, he couldn't help but curse the boy, this damned little devil. Unable to bear any longer, Tangxia began to circulate his energy. Profound energy entered his body, the power of intent moved. Immediately, a massive surge of power, full of pressure erupted, knocking Xiaoya away. Tangxia exclaimed in shock, King Realm. Ma Chenjian, standing nearby, was stunned and stammered. I never expected the young master of the world to have reached the king realm at such a young age, not yet 30. He pondered, guessing, in the future, he will surely be able to reach the great emperor realm, shaking the world. In the hearts of our Musek disciples, perhaps only senior brother Shi Bufan in the past could compare to him. Ji Yin pointed at Tianyi and cursed, deceitful scoundrel. The other disciples of the Mu sect were also extremely indignant. Young master Tianyi, you promised to suppress your cultivation, but now you've erupted. How could you break your promise so blatantly? Your words are not worth a cent. That's right, so untrustworthy. Angered by those harsh words, Tian he roared, silencing everyone. Zhao Jie did not flinch at all, and retorted, Shame, shameless. He clearly can beat Xiao Yai. These words completely infuriated Tian he. He turned around and scolded the little girl, you brat. Seeing him about to step towards Xiao Jie, Xiao Yai quickly rushed forward to block in front of her. His face was extremely tense. Tian he pursed his lips and looked at him. Oh, you want to protect her? Hata, then I will refine her immortal spirit body right in front of you. After saying that, he sent his spiritual power straight towards Xiao Ye, shouting, get out of the way. Under the power of the monarch realm, Xiao Ye struggled the moon immensely to hold on. He recalled what Brother Li Tianyuan taught him during training. You are weak, but if you concentrate your cultivation into one point and detonate it, you might be able to withstand an expert's attack. Quoting his words, Xiao Ye began to gather his energy. Spiritual power radiated from his feet, spreading throughout his body and gradually converging into the bronze mirror. The energy concentrated at the head of the bronze mirror. Xiao Ye closed his eyes, focusing all his spiritual power onto a single point. When he felt it was enough, he launched the attack towards Tiny. The two streams of spiritual power clashed fiercely. Tiny sneered contemptuously, seeking death. Sui Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. The death spell helped Xiaoya unleash power beyond his limits. Coupled with the ability to concentrate on one point, he might achieve a great breakthrough. Just then, Xiaoya's spiritual power began to gain the upper hand. Piercing through Tian's defense, he was utterly terrified, unable to believe his eyes. What? As soon as he uttered those words, Tian was directly hit by Xiaoya's spiritual power. Tian roared in anger, "You, a mere kid at the transcendent realm. Dare you humiliate me again, and again." He screamed, "Die." Tian exerted all his strength to finish off Xiaoya. After all, the gap between the monarch rank and the transcendent realm is too vast. Xiaoya was quickly defeated and sent flying backward. Meanwhile, Tian's spiritual power-infused hand continued to pursue Xiaoya. Dazed after the blow, he squinted, struggling to see. But perhaps not realizing the danger approaching, suddenly, a mysterious blue spiritual energy appeared, forming a shield in front of him. It turned out that Li Tianyuan had rushed over in time, taking the fatal blow for Xiaoya. He gently circulated his vital energy, easily neutralizing the fierce attack of the world. Then he glanced at Xiaoya and instructed, "Remember and get familiar with this feeling. In the future, if you meet someone of a higher realm, you must not panic." Xiaoya looked up at him and obediently replied, "Seeing you take action." Tian couldn't help but blurt out, Father, I didn't expect you to have some ability too." Despite this, he maintained an extremely arrogant look as he spoke contemptuously. "But it's useless. Today you made me lose face. I will definitely massacre your Simi sect. I will kill this brat first, and then..." Before he could finish his words, he was struck by a fatal blow from Li Tianyuan. A mere gentle nod from him caused the galaxy to vanish into nothingness. Li Tianyuan turned to Ling Long and said to Xiaoya, "There are things you should witness with your own eyes. Witness your father's terrifying power." Xiaoya turned pale with fear, so shocked that she clamped her lips shut, unable to utter a word. After neutralizing the fatal blow and casually destroying the galaxy, Li Tianyuan realized that the purpose of borrowing people from the Xuanyin sect to give Xiaoya practical combat training had been achieved. He clasped his hands and coldly announced to Zhu Shaoxun's group, "All right, now you are of no more use." Those words struck hard at their self-esteem, enraging Zhu Shaoxun to the extreme. He gritted his teeth, roaring, "What an arrogant fool who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Today, I will destroy your Xinmu sect." Immediately after, he ordered his disciples, "Deploy the 10 forms heaven and earth absolute kill formation immediately." 10 disciples rushed from behind, each holding a fierce bronze rod, quickly surrounding Li Tianyuan. A strangely shaped formation, carrying an overwhelming threat. It had already spread out to envelop him. Facing this critical situation, Tianxi and Ma Chengyan could not hide their horror. Ma Chengyan was drenched in sweat from fear, and blurted out, "I didn't expect him to use the 10 forms heaven and earth absolute kill formation. How can we resist it?" Tianxi hurriedly shouted, trying to mediate. "Sect Master Gu Shitian, please stop." Before his words finished, Gu Shitian erupted in fury, declaring, Gu Shitian, act decisively and heroically. Kill my disciples, and I will destroy your entire sect." While Zhu Shitian was facing Li Tianyuan, who remained calm as if nothing was happening, Zhu Shitian suddenly realized something that greatly astonished him. At the same time, Li Tianyuan began to deploy the 9 Netherworld cave technique. Immediately, a dazzling sphere of spiritual energy, carrying lightning-like rays, formed in his palm. In the sky, swirling thunderclouds also appeared, exactly like the sphere in his hand, but on a colossal scale. Next, he combined it with the heaven-shattering killing god technique and swung his hand forward, unleashing a barrage of lightning strikes. Mighty collisions echoed. The disciples hurriedly poured out all their spiritual energy to defend themselves. They had to try extremely hard just to stay alive for a moment. Not long after, under that overwhelming power, they could no longer hold on and were forced to vomit blood one after another. The threatening power from those lightning strikes intensified, terrifying the surrounding disciples to the point of disbelief. After destroying the 10 disciples operating the 10 manifestations heaven and earth absolute killing formation, and shifted his attack, a devastating strike with destructive power hit the crowd of Xuanyin sect members. His shouting Tian was stunned, watching his sect members being swept into an immense pressure. The usual calmness on his face had now turned into horror. Li Tianyuan gently waved his hand. That source of power formed a transparent blue light beam, like a pure stream. All the Xuanyin sect disciples were drawn into this terrifying surge of power. It was like a sharp sword key slashing fiercely at each person. Li Tianyuan coldly observed the increasingly dense blue power. He targeted those who were unable to resist. The disciples of Xinmu sect witnessed this scene, all extremely shocked. Each one had their mouths agape, almost stunned speechless, stammering to the point of being unable to utter a word, unable to believe it. The Xuanyin sect has been destroyed. Not only the disciples, Ma Chengyan was also extremely shocked, trembling before the horrific scene. He couldn't help but exclaim. Was all of this done by Li Tianyuan? Yi Ying looked at Li Tianyuan's retreating figure. He couldn't help but admit that the great threat to the Xuanyin sect had been resolved. All the disciples of the Xuanyin sect were killed. Only Gu Shutian, due to his high cultivation, was not dead, but he was also severely injured. Gu Shutian supported himself to sit up, coughed, and spat out a large mouthful of blood. He struggled to stand up and cursed loudly, "You scoundrel." Li only slightly frowned and replied calmly, "Oh, not bad, you still have the strength to resist." Gu Shutian's face was covered in blood, looking as ferocious as a demon. He was stubborn, daring to destroy the Xuanyin sect. "I will never forgive you." Immediately, he shouted, "Today, the 56th generation leader of the Xuanyin sect, implore the Xuanyin ancestor to manifest and destroy the culprit." Put two fingers together, with a yellow talisman between them. Indeed, after he finished speaking, the talisman in his hand gradually dissolved, creating a golden vortex right in front of him in which the silhouette of a man flickered. Gu Shutian excitedly introduced loudly, "The one rapidly teleporting here is the most powerful ancestor of our Xuanyin sect." With that, he burst into loud laughter. "Our ancestor has arrived. All of you must die. I want you to be buried with me." These words made the disciples of the Xinmu sect begin to panic and fear. The yellow light gradually faded. The clone of an old man with white hair and a solemn face appeared. The strange thing was that his eyes had no pupils, and his head kept tilting to one side. Behind the old man, the silhouette of another person flickered. A second later, the head fell to the ground, rolling like a ball to Gu Shutian's feet. He was utterly astonished by this scene. How could this be? The majestic and imposing old ancestor appeared, but before he could say or do anything, he was annihilated. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, everyone was stunned and exclaimed, "What is happening?" Mingwu appeared coldly. He lightly flicked his hand, causing the body of the old ancestor of the profound Yin sect to fall aside, and then declared, "All three old ancestors of the profound Yin sect have been beheaded. Now on, the profound Yin sect is officially wiped out." After saying this, he smirked smugly, finally showing off his extraordinary power in front of everyone. However, he received a sarcastic remark from Sui Feng. Meaningless showing off. Gu Shutian was so angry he was speechless. Then Mingwu stood with hands clasped and reported to Li Tianyuan, "Young master, the mission is complete. The remaining members of the Xuanyin sect have been completely eliminated." Seemingly unable to withstand this great shock, Gu Shutian coughed up blood in resentment. He whispered, "Destroying the Xuanyin sect means offending the entire Retang kingdom. The powerful forces behind them will not let you go." Before he finished speaking, he collapsed to the ground and breathed his last. At this moment, Li Tianyuan gently patted Xiaoya's shoulder, who was stunned with fear, and said, "Calm down, get used to it. He will probably have to face scenes like this more often in the future." Xiao Dishe looked around in confusion and asked Sui Feng, "Oh, what did I miss? Did Uncle Sui Feng make a move?" He Heng exclaimed in horror. Li Tianyuan replied coldly, "Is it over?" "No, the best part of the show has just begun." Just then, an old man with white hair riding on a cloud rushed over. That was the Supreme Elder. He gently landed on the ground. The elders and disciples of the Xinmu sect clasped their hands and bowed to Ye Ying. Before he could finish speaking about the destruction of the Xuanyin sect, the Supreme Elder interrupted. "It seems the threat from the Xuanyin sect has been resolved." Suddenly, Li Tianyuan called out his name, Sima Lane. Hearing his name called, the Supreme Elder turned around in surprise, then clasped his hands, bowed respectfully, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, sir, for eliminating the danger for the Xinmu sect." In reply, but Shan Kang asked, "Where is the item I need?" The Supreme Elder looked up and said, "I have brought it here." Finishing his words, he presented a white jade pendant. As soon as the other person reached out to take it, he explained, "Sir, you may not know, but to obtain this item, I went through countless hardships and dangers. Finally, through sheer willpower and unyielding determination, I managed to acquire this jade. Sir, are you truly not considering taking me as your disciple?" Yang stood at a distance, silently listening to their conversation. The Supreme Elder did not give up. He kept insisting, "Sir, please consider it for a moment." From afar, Yi Heng quietly observed the entire conversation. The Supreme Elder had not given up, continuously pleading with him with a resolute attitude. "Sir, please reconsider for a moment." Li Tianyuan ignored the plea, held up the jade, and directed his gaze at Zhu Tianxi, questioning, "Aren't you the one who desperately desires this treasure?" Ji Su suddenly turned to look at Zhu Tianxi in surprise, calling out his name. Immediately, all the disciples of Xinmu sect turned their doubtful eyes towards their sect leader. Zhu Tianxi shouted loudly to disguise his confusion and guilt, "What nonsense are you spouting? Dininkayan, is this caused by the Xinmu sect?" Or before his wife could finish, he stood up and decisively interrupted, "Let me handle this." After that, the Dininkayan ceremony led the group away. Yu Nun turned back, puzzled. She rushed into the room to check if anyone had been there. Seeing no one, She hurried back to follow everyone, completely unaware that Sui Feng was hiding on the roof beam. Outside the main gate of the Simu sect, a large crowd had gathered. Shi Bufan led the elders out to greet the crown prince's entourage. Suddenly, the envoy from Rishan Kingdom aggressively approached, pointing directly at Shi Bufan and loudly questioning, "What have you done to the Xuanyan sect?" He roared with a bitter tone. "They came to the Simu sect to participate in the grand competition. Why have they disappeared without a trace? Moreover, the entire Xuanyan sect is now in chaos. No one survived." At this moment, the envoy angrily roared, "Answer me immediately. What did you do to the Xuanyan sect?" From behind, Li Tanyuan slowly walked over and replied gently, "Just as you said. No one survived." The envoy frowned at him and shouted, "Who the hell are you to dare to stand in my way?" Kia Juni hurriedly pointed at him. "Introduce him. He is the top disciple of the Xinmu sect." Hearing this, Li Tanyuan turned his head and gave her a cold glare, making Xia Juni flinch. He cursed inwardly, "This meddlesome old woman. If she weren't my mother-in-law, I would have sent her away." This attitude made the envoy even more contemptuous. A mere junior disciple dares to speak so boldly. He turned, cupped his hands, and reported to the Crown Prince of Dongsui, "Your Highness, Crown Prince of Dongsui, please grant permission for me to eliminate the Xinmu sect." These words threw the entire Xinmu sect into extreme panic. Crown Prince of Dongsui spoke loudly, "Envoy of Rishan, the truth of the matter is not yet clear. Isn't your proposed handling too hasty?" Being reprimanded in front of so many people, Envoy's face turned purple with anger. He questioned back, "Your Highness, do you intend to protect this Xinmu sect?" He turned away, muttering to himself, "Well then, I still have to show respect to the Dongsui kingdom." After that, Han took out a large scroll and declared loudly, "However, the Xuanyan sect is an important sect of the Rishan kingdom. If you do not eliminate the Xinmu sect, you must sign this treaty." Two subordinates quickly unfurled the two-page treaty. The envoy read every word clearly. "All annual resources that the Xuanyan sect must contribute, the Xinmu sect must be responsible for compensating." Yi Ying looked at the paper, his mouth agape in horror. "This amount is too large. I'm afraid even all the assets of the Xinmu sect combined would not be enough." The envoy from Rishan Kingdom knelt, clasping his hands before the crown prince's sit-in, reporting, "Your Highness surely does not wish for friction between the two nations, right? After all, the Xuanyan sect of our country was destroyed on the territory of Dongsui Kingdom. Or, it's not impossible for Dongsui Kingdom to sign on behalf of the Xinmu sect." He continued with a brazen face, "Regardless of who signs, I will conveniently report back to Rishan Kingdom that our two nations still live in harmony and maintain good neighborly relations." Hearing these childish words, the blonde-haired man slightly curled his lips. Li Tanyuan stepped forward calmly, taking the treaty without hesitation. His action shocked Yi Yang to the extreme. His eyes almost popped out. He roared, "Hey, how dare you take it?" The envoy of Risho Kingdom glanced at Yi Yang with half an eye, smiling smugly. "There is a very true saying, the one who understands the times is the true hero." Envoy of Risho Kingdom applauded, his tone full of condescension. "This young man is indeed the most outstanding disciple. He has a valuable vision." Next, he arrogantly pointed towards the elders standing there and commanded, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and prepare the banquet to welcome me. Do you expect a noble envoy like me to wait long? Quickly serve the sweet cake containing the great poison." And he uncrushed the paper in his hand into a ball. Then he called out, "Hey, envoy." The envoy turned his head, looking puzzled. Suddenly, Wolthian Nguyen acted extremely fast, directly throwing the crumpled piece of paper into his mouth. Trumshram asked, "Are you satisfied with the pastry I offered you?" With his chin tightly gripped, the envoy could not utter a sound. Extreme discomfort turned his face purple. Cold sweat poured down him like rain. After a few seconds, he calmly released his grip and asked again, "How was it? Was it delicious?" The envoy collapsed to the ground, coughing incessantly, completely unable to reply. Once he regained his breath, he frantically ordered his subordinates, Cobb, seize this insolent fellow for me." Immediately 3 subordinates drew their swords and rushed forward. Wolthian simply raised his hand gently, controlling the 3 sharp blades. With a slight twist of his wrist, the sword blades were instantly bent into an arc. Simultaneously, the 3 subordinates were thrown back by an invisible force, severely wounded. After dealing with the entourage, Li Tanyuan slowly approached the envoy. He was so terrified that his face turned pale, trying to back away. In a panic, he shouted a warning, You must not touch me. I represent the Risho Kingdom. If you dare to touch me, it will be an act of war between the two nations." And he quickly turned to the blonde man next to General Fang. "General Fang, quickly protect me. If anything happens to me, all of you will die too." General Fang responded with a loud shout, unleashing his full strength towards Li Tanyuan. He stood still, but conversely, General Fang was thrown back several meters by an extremely strong recoil force. He cried out, "Ah! This power is terrifying." Unfortunately, as he fell, He stepped heavily on the envoy's hand, causing the envoy to scream in agonizing pain. General Thuong ordered all the soldiers. Everyone charge, don't let him harm me. At the same time, he secretly signaled his soldiers. Understanding the general's intention, they nodded slightly in response. Understood, the entire army charged towards Lothian simultaneously. But as always, as soon as the pressure from the man radiated, they were all thrown back. Screams of pain echoed everywhere. I thought I so strong. Lothian watched this clumsy drama with a helpless expression, muttering, truly speechless. In the distance, Minvu gritted his teeth in anger. This old clown. I didn't expect his soldiers to be so good at acting and sing. General Thuong stood up straight, his voice trembling. This person is too strong. That power has probably reached the great emperor realm. A great emperor master only needs to use his aura to crush mortals into dust. The envoy heard this and was terrified. The image of Lothian smirking and crushing the rock under his feet flashed in his mind. The great emperor realm, just thinking about it is terrifying. The invisible pressure from him made him constantly retreat. In despair, he tried to cling to diplomatic relations. Stop. This has seriously affected the harmony between the two nations. Yes then, a voice commanded, stop. The crown prince of Dongshui Kingdom, Xiaomo, stepped out of the sedan chair, raising his eyebrows and looking straight at the envoy. To think that an envoy of a nation would be so terrified by a small sect. If this matter spreads out, prestige of Rishen Kingdom will be severely damaged. I will keep this matter confidential for the envoy. After speaking, he turned and ordered his subordinates. Quickly escort this envoy delegation back to rest immediately. The soldiers of Dongshui Kingdom then helped the battered delegation of Rishen Kingdom leave the scene. The tiny one looked at the junior disciples with cold eyes. The crown prince calmly accepted that gaze, showing no sign of timidity or fear. King Jin asked worriedly, Yi Ying, does the crown prince intend to capture the disciples of the tiny sect? Yi Ying replied firmly, if he dares, we will fight to the death. At worst, we'll both suffer losses, but at least we will die protecting the sect. Suddenly, Li Tianyuan raised his hand, signaling everyone to step aside for a moment. As Shi Yanhan was about to leave with the others, he stopped her. Yanhan, he said, your actions were too rash and impulsive. Shi Bufan leaned close to him, earnestly advising him not to act recklessly. He is the crown prince, after all. Li Tianyuan didn't react to his father-in-law's reminder. Shi Bufan sighed helplessly, turned around, and left. Shi Tianyuan looked at him worriedly. Li Tianyuan and Xiao Mu stood facing each other, looking at each other. Thou do's mother and read, said an brother. Li Tianyuan softly replied, third brother. This intimate form of address greatly surprised Shi Yanhan, who opened his mouth wide, speechless. Xiao Mu turned to Shi Yanhan and smiled, this must be sister-in-law. He bowed respectfully. Second brother mentioned you before. Today, third brother finally has the chance to meet you in person. Then, he pointed towards the set-in chair, where a girl was standing. Second brother, I brought someone else too. That girl was Longling, known as the crown princess. The little girl immediately rushed over, shouting, Tanyuan. He looked at the little girl with a rare coldness. The girl raised her voice to complain, why haven't you visited me these past few years? You and little sister promised big brother you would take care of me. Suddenly Longling turned to Shi Yanhan, poked her head out, and waved hello, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law is so beautiful. Shi Yanhan nodded in response. An indescribable curiosity arose in her heart. What exactly has Tian Yuan been through over the years? Why does he have such a close brotherhood with the crown prince of Dongshui Kingdom? Night fell, and the light from the lanterns of the buildings shone under the bright red moon. Three siblings, Tian Yuan, sat on the roof drinking wine together. Little girl Long Ling had already fallen fast asleep from exhaustion. Only the two men remained, confiding in each other. Xiao Ling snorted coldly. I haven't even bothered to settle the matter of Shuanyan sect from Dongshan Kingdom freely entering and leaving Dongshui Kingdom. Yet they dare to demand items from us. The shamelessness is truly only matched by the Southern Hui Kingdom. Li Tianyuan looked at Xiao Mu with affection. This matter has caused quite a bit of trouble for the third brother. If second brother has personally eliminated the Shuanyan sect, then what is there to worry about? If it really comes to a confrontation, the Eastern Sui Kingdom is not necessarily afraid of the Rishen Kingdom. Speaking of this, he sighed in frustration, as if talking about how to treat neighbors. My father is indeed too weak. A moment later, Li Tianyuan put down the wine jar, and said firmly, when you want to take the throne, just tell me. Second brother will support you. Dao Nu looked at him with eyes welling up with emotion. He softly replied, yes. Then, he raised the wine jar, let's not talk about this anymore. Cheers to this cup. This cup is to big brother. Li Tianyuan smiled and also raised his wine jar. This cup is to big brother. Long Xiaoying finished speaking, tilted his head back, and drank it all. In her sleep, Longling seemed to dream of her beloved older brother, softly murmuring, brother. Li Tianyuan held the little girl tightly. Daomur he simply added, After the incident years ago, quite a few people had set their sights on Xiaoling. I had to borrow the title of Crown Princess to protect her. Li Tanyuan's eyes were full of memories. Recalled the scene from years ago, a resolute figure carrying an unconscious person on his back. It was him, running through the forest. Behind him, dozens of people were frantically chasing. Steel roar, hand over the myriad spirit blood. Don't let him escape. Long Xiao was at the edge of the abyss at that time. Quickly stopped, barely avoiding falling off. The pursuers were closing in. One large man shouted, Long Xiao, hand over the myriad spirit blood. We will spare your life. Otherwise, we will all die. It's not certain we can kill you. Long Xiao turned back. With a sneer, he burst into loud laughter. He used the cruelest tone to utter the most cowardly words. He turned around completely, and his aura suddenly surged fiercely, as if declaring war on the entire world. Come on. How many people are here today? I will settle the score with all of them. My junior brother and I will kill to our heart's content. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering pressure appeared. Two streams of black and white energy, like two yin and yang fish, coiled around each other in the air. One person among the pursuers recognized it in horror. It was Huang Zhongqiao, the immortal Huang from the Taishu twin blades. Immediately, an old man appeared, with a look of faint compassion, offering advice. Long Xiao, who had just managed to reach the great emperor realm. There's no need to ruin your bright future for one person. If you hand over the myriad spirit blood, I will accept you as my 11th disciple. Long Xiao looked at Huang Zhongqiao with extreme contempt. Without hesitation, he mocked. Indeed, I didn't expect that the so-called immortal would be nothing more than this. They are all petty people who only care about profit, putting on a facade of righteousness. You are trash. These words immediately angered Huang Zhongqiao. He shouted, insolent brat. Say, this immortal will sever your limbs, gouge out your eyes, cut off your tongue, and refine you into a living puppet to let you taste eternal suffering for countless eons. Lying on Long Xiao's back, Li Tanyuan persuaded his elder brother, let me go. It will be better for you to go alone than to carry two people. Long Xiao remained resolute. Second brother, I am the elder brother. Protecting you is my responsibility. If it cannot even protect my own brothers, what face do I have to be your elder brother? At that moment, Long Xiao shook out an immortal pill, smiled, and teased Li Tanyuan, calling him second brother. The immortal pill you gave me, I didn't expect there would be a time to use it. Today, let your elder brother open a path to survival in this desperate situation. Seeing the pill, he exclaimed in surprise, six-turn immortal pill. He seemed unable to believe his eyes. Long Xiao immediately swallowed the immortal pill. Soon after, a massive wave of pressure emanated from him. Next, he pushed Li Tanyuan away, shouting loudly, Second brother, if you meet the third brother, apologize on my behalf. We can no longer drink together. The power in Xiao's heart exploded, tearing his clothes. He looked up and declared, what is the worth of the Xuan Ran? Today, I will break through all limits. Annihilate all of you bastards. Huang Zhongjuan watched in shock as Long Xiao self-detonated all his essence in despair. Unexpectedly, after taking the sixth turn immortal pill, Long Xiao even risked sacrificing his origin. Finally, he performed the 9 netherworld cave secret technique, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to explode and scatter everywhere. In that moment of horror, Li Tanyuan stared blankly at the scene before him, reaching out in pain as if trying to touch his big brother's figure. Shouting out a desperate cry, Big brother, he could never forget that extreme pain and powerlessness. While Theanagayan gritted his teeth, crushing the jade vase in his hand, angrily vowing, the faces of all those people. We have remembered them all, not missing a single one. Tiumui looked up at the moon and murmured, besides Big brother's revenge, there is also the grievance of brother. That of thousands of living beings. He looked at Theanagayan in sight, the revenge brother wants to take is truly too great. Theanagayan raised his wrist. A stream of dark red energy seemed to dissipate. He laughed at himself, perhaps because the people I want to kill are too many. I only have 2 more years to live. Tiumui lowered his head sadly, not knowing how to comfort him. After a while he changed the subject. That's right, second brother. I heard Fang Julie say that your breakthrough failed. Li Tanyuan nodded silently in confirmation. Xiao Mei continued, second brother, I just heard a secret. Someone in the Changjuan sect has just achieved immortality. He frowned and reminded his brother, the time this person became immortal coincides with yours. I suspect he has calculated carefully, borrowing your fortune to weaken his tribulation lightning. Hearing this, Li Tanyuan snorted angrily, borrowing my fortune. Let me see if he can borrow it. Just then, one of his subordinates appeared, reporting anxiously, my lord, there is a clue about the Jiayunshan sect. This person stood behind him. Li Tanyuan said gently to the subordinate, we are brothers, no need to be so formal. Hearing this, the man finally reported with relief, my lord, there is a clue about the young master's heavenly vein soul bone. The sect master obtained a treasure, then suddenly announced seclusion, but in reality, only left a substitute in the sect. The actual seclusion location is near Chongqing. Bao Mu from Din thought. He looked at Li Tanyuan worriedly. Second brother. Recently, the wilderness around Yangqing seems to have some changes. I also heard Fang Zhuli say he will be going there in the next few days. What do you think, brother, are these two things related? He thought for a moment, and replied, it's not impossible. The next morning, Li Tanyuan's family saw Xiao Mu and Long Ling off. The little girl Long Ling hugged him tightly, reminding him, Yuan, you must come visit me. Li Tanyuan looked at the little girl silently. Kaoji, standing beside him, spoke up indignantly. Stop teasing my father. My mother is about to get jealous. Long Ling pinched the little girl's cheek. Cute, too cute, you must call me little Aunt A. Then, Long Ling asked the Yan Han a question that surprised her. She quickly waved her hands to explain, no. Ulthian Yigayan patted Xiao Mei's shoulder. He instructed, big brother, Xiao Ling is my only little sister. Take good care of her. He clapped his hands, and he replied, yes, you must live well too. The Imperial domain won't be able to hold you back. Ulthian Yigayan watched the carriage leave, until it was completely out of sight. Then he turned to the Yanhan and said, Yanhan, it's time for us to set off for Jonathan. She said goodbye to her in-laws. The next morning, the sky was clear with a few white clouds. After seeing off the two young masters Xiao and Long Ling, the couple of Thian Yigayan returned to the living room. This time, Havan was talking to Hequanyi. As the representative of Tamok sect, she definitely had to be present. Upon seeing Lothian Yigayan enter, his eyes widened in surprise. Then he stepped in front of the two of them. This must be Madame Biao, right? Pleased to meet you. Pleased to meet you. Lothian Yigayan closed his eyes to rest, while the Yanhan looked at his cousin with confusion. Havan suddenly patted Lothian Yigayan's arm. Smiling, Madame Biao is indeed handsome and polite. Your cultivation must be very high, right? Even though Lothian Yigayan didn't reply, he continued to chatter. This time, there will be a competition in Zhangthun. We must have a good match then. Havan grabbed Lothian Yigayan's cursed arm without realizing it. A stream of dark red Trukai was still secretly emanating. Not long after, he clasped his hands. Everyone, see you in Jianxing. With that, he quickly left. Jiajia explained, Yana. Grandpa is also celebrating his birthday and wants to invite us to Jianxing. At the same time, he has gathered fellow practitioners from all over the world. It seems he has a big announcement to make. Yanan said softly to her mother, Mom, we came here also to tell you that Tinyuan and I will go to Jianxing. Xiajuni replied happily, that's perfect, you two take Yunwanuan to represent the Sinew sect for me. She explained, although I just took over the Sinew sect, there are still many things to deal with. I need to provide support. We will come to Jianxing to visit after things are settled. She recalled the year her husband snatched the bride and couldn't help but sigh. Moreover, since your father snatched the bride back then, it might not be very appropriate to show up on this occasion. Listening to his father's old stories again, Thayinin could only smile helplessly. Next, Kunyi said seriously, at that time, ask Kevin to take care of. I think this child is very good at handling matters. Suddenly, Ulthinyigayan spoke up. Your cousin is not a good person. Seeing his wife's puzzled expression, he explained, just now, he sent dark energy into me, trying to corrode my meridians. Hearing this, Thayinin said angrily, he's truly audacious. Are you okay? He replied, of course I'm fine. I have already sent that dark energy back. Ulthinyigayan looked towards the door and continued. After that, he will reap what he sows. Not long after, Hevin left on his sword. He Fong and Minv watched him fly in the sky. Minv cursed angrily, damn it, watch me deal with him. He Fong shook his head to dissuade him, saying there was no need to waste energy on such a person. Minv immediately retorted, I'm happy to do it, will you? Fong sighed, waved his hand, as you wish. Then, Minv indeed made a move. He cast his magic towards Hevin and I. A second later, the magic hit Hevin's sword. He was completely unaware, still muttering, I didn't expect he intended to follow such a person. When we get to family in Jianfen, I will definitely teach him a lesson to let in and see how embarrassed he is. This time, all the famous figures of the old generation will come to Jianfen. I must find a way to take advantage of the Lothinyigayan. I can also use this to show off in front of these big shots. He kept muttering without noticing that the sword he was riding was gradually cracking. Not long after, the entire sword shattered. He immediately lost his support. Falling to the ground, screaming in fear, oh my god. Not long after, when the Inin left Mansi aim for Jonathan, Thibet Phim and Hifkunning he came to see them off. Seeing the two children, Thang Yang curiously asked, are Tuchi and Tudip going too? Tudip replied, yes. The Inin curiously asked her, on the contrary, you, as the saintess, why are you so easily acting with this? Thinihan frankly replied, stop talking. Now, whenever he sees Fu, she turns and runs away, so she won't care about me. Saying that, she laughed loudly. Thibet Phim, my son-in-law, am troubling you to go to Timansiang for a trip. Then, he whispered to Lithanigayan, Lo, I really don't dare to go. Punni also asked, how do you plan to get there? Do you need me to arrange a boat for you? Never mind the other things. But Timansiang's boat is famous for being top quality. Lithanigayan smiled, and declined her kindness. No need. Then he snapped his fingers, and Minth controlled a carriage to approach. Carriage stopped in front of the Iditfam. He looked at the carriage in front of him in astonishment, stammering. Just now I vaguely heard a dragon roar. Could this be a dragon carriage? Elder Thai was agitated, pointing at Minth. The dragon's voice was that young man. Minth waved hello. Yo, the old man Iditfam touched the wheel, and exclaimed in surprise. This entire carriage seems to be cast from platinum. If I hadn't seen platinum when I was young, ordinary people wouldn't recognize it. Kanmini suddenly realized. No wonder he didn't choose to manage Seething's boat. Minth spoke proudly, introducing. This dragon carriage can travel 10,000 miles. The interior was decorated with extremely luxurious space, incomparable to the humble boats of ordinary people. Suddenly, Lithanigayan turned his head to look at a little girl hiding in the bushes. His sharp gaze startled the girl, making the hair on the back of her neck stand up. Yenhan saw Lithanigayan staring intently at that spot. Lian Hyuk asked, Is something wrong, my lord? He calmly replied, Nothing. Uvun watched the retreating figure of Inhin and curiously asked, Little cousin, are you leaving like this? Are you not continuing? She gently shook her head and replied, No. Thumb was helped down, constantly muttering, What was that? Too terrifying. The two, Lao and his daughter, observed everything from the side. Not long after, Nin returned to her spot. Hyuchi clenched her fists excitedly praising her. Mother, you are amazing. Uvun stepped onto the stage and announced loudly, Everyone, my little cousin is unskilled. If Anna doesn't wish to continue the match, then I will proceed. He paused for a moment, saying, But I also wish to challenge an outstanding talent. Today, that person has broadened my horizons with their superb alchemy skills. I just don't know their cultivation level. Then he asked Lithanigayan, Ufu, do you dare to fight? And stood coldly with his arms crossed over his chest, not answering immediately. Tanyuan said to Shi Yunhan, They keep making trouble again and again. Then ill play for a while. After that, he slowly walked to the front of the stage and gently advised, Then, you can compete, but I advise you not to use excessive true power. Uva smiled gratefully at him. Then thank you, Bio Wufu, for your concern. In his heart, he secretly vowed, the ultimate divine medicine, I am determined to obtain it. As for your brat, Humph, my meridians have already been corded, what am I afraid of you for? He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Spiritual energy of red color radiated from the sword. He thought confidently, a willing stepping stone on the path to making my name known. With that thought, he held the sword and flew to attack him. Surprisingly, he didn't move from his spot at all. He only used one finger to block the tip of his sword, then he flicked his finger lightly. Hyun was thrown back, and the sword slipped from his hand. Spinning in mid-air, Hyun instinctively stepped back, exclaiming in shock, How is this possible? Very quickly, he calmed down and questioned him, Biomu Fiu, you've been hiding your skills. With just one move, Ella has already reached the Dinghe realm. Hearing this, those present were shocked. This young man is truly skilled, already reaching the Dinghe realm. I'm this old, and have only barely managed to step into the Link realm. What a talent, truly a talent. At this moment, Hyun was thinking sinisterly. Li Tanyuan, the stronger you are, the higher I raise you, and the more my value will be demonstrated when I defeat you. He recalled his previous actions with satisfaction. Injecting his true power into his body earlier was indeed a wise decision. He swore in his heart, If you embarrass me today, Li Tanyuan, don't blame me for being ruthless. Then he kindly reminded Brother Biao, Be careful. Saying that, he raised his fist and attacked Li Tanyuan with all his might. Li Tanyuan stood still, and let him punch his chest. The moment his fist touched his chest, it was like hitting a rock. A grunt echoed, making his face turn purple with pain. Shai Yun's feeling at this moment was like a fierce wave crashing against a solid, sturdy fortress wall. He couldn't believe what was happening. Why was there no reaction at all? I clearly used all my strength. Suddenly, a small crack appeared on the defensive wall, and then it was quickly pierced through, creating a tiny hole. Kai Yun immediately urged his vital energy, determined to use the meridian destroying technique to take down Li Tanyuan. However, the result was completely contrary to Xie Yun's expectations. Not only did he fail to harm his opponent, but on the contrary, he himself suffered an anaphylactic reaction and vomited blood on the spot. The audience below was extremely confused. Why is the person who attacked the one spitting blood? At this moment Tia Yun felt the cut inside his body. He screamed in horror. What did you do? Why are my meridians? Li Tanyuan replied coldly, Oh, if I didn't return all the true energy to you, would this be my fate? It can be said that this was the last straw, the moment Shayun completely understood his situation. He stared intently at his opponent, gritting his teeth in anger. Let go, you. A moment later, extreme pain struck him, causing him to clutch his chest tightly. Unable to bear it, he clutched his head with both hands and fell backward. Lying on the ground, Shayun writhed incessantly, screaming miserably. Oh my god, what is happening? The onlookers asked each other in astonishment. Yoon or Shayun's father rushed over anxiously and called out. How could Shayun hear? He was still clutching his head, fresh blood constantly pouring from his mouth. Elder Shia hurriedly called the elders over, begging for help. Elders, please show some mercy and examine my grandson's condition. Out of respect for Elder Shia, Elder Dan stepped forward. He sat down and placed his hand on Shayun's forehead. A stream of chaotic red true energy rose up and swirled around his body. The scene was truly abnormal. Shayun's father's face turned red with indignation. Interrogate Li Tanyuan. What wicked scheme did you use? Li Tanyuan replied indifferently. Wicked scheme. Shouldn't you ask your son first? Seeing that his opponent did not answer but instead challenged him back, he angrily pointed directly at Li Tanyuan's face and shouted, You still dare to speak loudly in defiance. See if it can strike you down. Just as he was about to strike, Elder Shia immediately spoke up to stop him. Stop. The old man sternly said. No rash actions. Everything must wait until the elder checks Yuner's injuries before we proceed. Heeding the dissuasion, Shayun only dared to glance at Li Tanyuan with fierce eyes. After examining Shayun for a while, the elder's expression became extremely serious. He reluctantly informed Elder Shia of the current situation. Brother Shia, your nephew's meridians are completely severed. All his true energy has also dissipated. This made Father Shayun panic. What? Doesn't that mean Yuner had been crippled? Elder Dan looked at him with concern. There is something I think I should tell you. Elder Shia replied frankly. Elder Dan, just say, it's fine. With permission, Elder Dan continued, although his meridians are broken and he has lost all his true power, I can be sure that he once practiced an extremely vicious cultivation technique specifically used to destroy the opponent's meridians. Such a terrifying cultivation technique still exists in this world. Those present were horrified. Mouths agape. Elder Dan speculated. It's very likely that he intended to use this vicious secret technique on his opponent, but unexpectedly suffered a backlash, leading to the current outcome. Elder Shia seemed unable to believe his own eyes, stammering back to Elder Dan. Is it really like that? Elder Dan affirmed. This old man has never lied. As for Shayun's father, he trembled like an aspen. He pointed directly at the old man's face and shouted loudly. You're talking nonsense. You are clearly covering up for Li Tanyuan. Your father is respected by the world. As soon as he finished speaking, old man Shia slapped him hard across the face. The old man scolded him. Isn't it humiliating enough? The scene on the fighting stage at this moment was no different from a play by the Shia family, turning all the banquet guests into unwilling spectators. Afterwards, old Master Shia bowed his head and apologized to everyone. I'm so sorry to have made you all laugh. This old man apologizes right here. Then he announced that the competition would continue. After speaking, he sternly stepped down from the stage. A young man whispered to the person next to him. He's reaping what he sowed. How shameless. The other person curiously asked, why didn't the Shia family dare to refute the old man? The young man replied, the old man has high virtue and prestige. His words have never been wrong. Could it be that he lied? Someone was watching, and it seemed like Shayun had done this more than once. It was clear that the Shia family had ulterior motives. Fortunately, this person, Li Tanyuan, was capable. If it had been someone else, they would have definitely fallen for the trap. Every word of this gossip reached the ears of the Shia family head. He was furious, his face dark, but he didn't dare to retort. Not long after, the final match concluded. The winner stood on the stage, humbly clasping his hands. I yield, I yield. He received a well-deserved reward. A young man carried a small box up to present it to him. The audience below gasped in surprise. That was the divine elixir of heaven. One pill was worth thousands of spirit stones. In the end, first place still belonged to Dai Sim of the Li Feisak. At this moment, Elder Shia spoke in a loud, solemn voice. All of you are the young talents of the Eastern Sui Kingdom. You must all know about Jianshan, the place bordering the perilous wilderness. Although the wilderness holds countless opportunities, it is extremely dangerous. Dense fog covers the area. Ordinary people who touch it will die, or even mutate, growing fins like a catfish. Wilderness closest to Jianshan experiences a thinning of the fog once a year. However, even with reduced fog, the wilderness still harbors immeasurable dangers. Today's competition is also to assess whether everyone has the ability to enter the wilderness. Simasi asked, Elder Shia, what do you mean by suddenly mentioning the wilderness? Could there be some treasure inside? The elder nodded affirmatively. That's right. The old man raised his head high and announced shocking news. During this recent thinning of the mist, we accidentally discovered an immortal artifact within the barren zone. Incredible. Everyone gasped. An immortal artifact. Even hundreds of miles away from the barren zone, the sound of swords echoing could still be faintly heard. Under the suppression of the immortal might, all evil spirits dared not approach. In my estimation, the rank of this immortal artifact is at least 7th grade, possibly even 8th grade. This information caused a stir among everyone. 7th grade immortal artifact. One capable of changing the destiny of an entire nation. And it's 7th grade. If we could obtain the immortal artifact, wouldn't I be able to roam freely across the world? A moment later, old man Xia raised a hand and shouted, "This time, I am using the occasion of my birthday celebration. I earnestly invite all fellow cultivators from the Eastern Sui Kingdom to enjoy this immortal energy together. The immortal energy that upholds the nation's prestige of the Eastern Sui Kingdom." Following the old man's shout, everyone shouted in unison, "The immortal energy that upholds the nation's prestige of the Eastern Sui Kingdom." Suddenly, someone asked the old man, "Venerable old master, there is only one piece of immortal energy. Yet there are so many people here." The old man pointed at him and replied, "Sect master, you are right. There is indeed only one piece of immortal energy. Ultimately, whoever obtains it will depend on their own destiny." Then the old man looked down at everyone and announced, "Tomorrow is when the mist in the wilderness is thinnest. We will enter the wilderness together for easier coordination." After a pause, the old man continued, "However, this old man still has one wish. Whoever is destined to obtain the immortal energy, I hope they will use it to serve the Eastern Sui Kingdom and eliminate the invading army." Revitalizing the country, Elder Dan led everyone to clasp their hands and shout loudly, "Grand Elder Xia is so righteous. We are extremely impressed." Suddenly, Li Tangyuan spoke coldly. "Is this the big deal you were talking about?" Hearing this, Elder Dan was stunned, looked at him, and then explained patiently, "Little friend, that is an immortal artifact. An immortal artifact that can suppress a region. Isn't this a great event?" In a closed room, the 3 Ge family members were chatting. The wife spoke angrily, "Shintum, why didn't you attack the guy today? Could it be that Elder Dan's prestige is that great? He injured your son so badly?" Xuanzun glanced at her and replied indifferently, "Of course, Elder Dan is only one part of it. But that brat fears neither heaven or earth. He must have a strong backing. Moreover, his ability to play the zither barehanded. Even Elder Dan is ashamed of not being able to compare. A person with such abilities, do you think his status is ordinary?" He sat down on the chair, bowed his head, and continued before clarifying his identity. Better to rely on the old man for temporary concession. But how can Gumang endure such humiliation? He roared in anger. "Father, you are indeed getting more timid and useless as you age. If Big Brother were here, he would surely have avenged me." Suddenly, a subordinate entered the door. Reporting with clasped hands, "Master, young Master Gufeng has arrived." As soon as he finished speaking, Gufeng, with a confident demeanor, slowly walked in. He spoke, "Mother and father, I've just led the vanguard to Jianqing. In a moment, I will go pay my respects to maternal grandfather." Seeing Gufeng, Gumang immediately rushed towards him, loudly accusing him. "Big brother, I was bullied." Then he pulled up his shirt, letting his big brother see the carefully bandaged wound on his shoulder. Fang, with tears welling up in his eyes like a puppy, recounted how that arrogant guy not only stabbed him but also slapped him 10 times in the face during his grandfather's birthday celebration. Hearing this, Zifang frowned deeply, his face turning pale with anger. He felt like he was being treated as an equal. Gritting his teeth, he asked Simang, "Did this really happen?" In the dark night, Simang's resentful voice echoed, "Big brother, we are looked down upon by him, not worth a single bit." Simang's sarcastic and provocative words, Zifang's rage reached its peak. He slammed his hand on the table and roared, "Absurd, completely absurd." Zihimdi, witnessing his son's fury, quickly changed the subject. "Fang Ni, I heard you were just promoted. Congratulations. Under your leadership, the general can certainly achieve great success." He explained sternly, "We don't know the strength of that person yet. His identity is obscure. Who knows what powerful forces are behind him? Now that you have been promoted, you don't need to worry about this small matter." Feng did not agree. He immediately and firmly rejected, "Father, there is nothing more important than the general's reputation." He proudly said that he is now one of the 3 great generals of Dong Sui, the aide-de-camp to General Feng, commanding the entire vanguard. With General Feng backing us, what good will it do even if that person has great power? Despite this, Miss Shun Kun still hesitated. "Feng Xie, this person." While he was still speaking, Miss Feng interrupted and asked back, "Is my general's business something I decide?" Miss Xian Kun smiled charmingly. "Dispel the gloom from earlier." He replied, "Wait until I finish my military training and return. Of course the Si family will be under your control. Seize this opportunity." Feng asserted, "Then from now on, I will be in charge of everything in the Si family." Sifang stood up straight, his whole body trembling with anger, and shouted, "How dare you bully the Si family? You injured my younger brother, and made the Si family a laughingstock. If I don't give him an unforgettable punishment for life, what phase will the Si family have to face the world?" Tomorrow, I will personally take action. No one needs to interfere. I will definitely avenge the grievances of our entire family. The soul of the master, and the secret of the desolate region. At the same time, in a secluded room, Ulfinigan entered. Feng immediately greeted him, young master. He pointed to a human head placed on the table and explained softly, having retained a trace of consciousness to be able to perform soul transference. Hearing this, Li Tenyuan placed his hand on the top of the head, began to deploy soul transference magic power. The blue true energy from his body spread out, enveloping the head. Suddenly, the head opened its mouth wide, let out a painful scream. Its eyes turned white. Li Tenyuan closed his eyes to sense. A moment later, he waved his right hand slightly. The blue true energy surged up, drawing a bright streak of fire in the air. 1 second later, he murmured to himself. So it was hiding in the wilderness. And even set up an identification formation. Then he ordered Sui Feng to immediately go and call Luo Shan here. Together in front of the wilderness. The next morning, in a building, the elders addressed the two young friends, Li Tenyuan and Shi Yanhan. Little friend, today we are exploring the wilderness. Everyone is gathered. Brother Yao, you two go ahead. I need to prepare a few more items. Very quickly, everyone gathered in an open space. They yanked Nan yawned and said, Sister, I have a feeling that after I fell asleep last night, quite a few big things happened. Then Nan and Hin nodded in agreement. Indeed, quite a few things happened. At this time, Old Master scratched his head and said, Everyone, in about half an hour, wilderness mist, which weakens once every 100 years, will appear. The old man emphasized. But what needs to be noted is that although the mist is weakened, it is not without danger. If you don't have the divine elixir of heaven protection with you, you still need to use your true energy to surround your body. The crowd was astonished upon hearing this, but no one hesitated, determined to proceed. A young man shouted seriously, taking a risk, I will be the most rebellious character in the divine continent. Others also responded, whoever is timid is not worthy of this opportunity. Take the risk, glory and wealth must be mine. Rather than suffering oppression everywhere. At the same time, the white-haired man glanced at the black-haired man and nodded as a signal. The group slowly moved deeper into the wilderness. Suddenly, Gu Feng rode a horse, leading soldiers to block their way. Those present did not know who he was and asked curiously. This is Gu Feng sat on his horse. Cupping his hands, he said, Grandson pays respects to Grandpa. I lead the vanguard to the front. The old men glanced at everyone and then spoke. In this operation, General Feng Zhuli will also come in person later. To prevent the immortal artifact from falling into the hands of foreigners, and at the same time escort everyone. It can be said, Yu Mao Chunming, Fang Zhuli, Border Iron Kill Plan, Fang Hua. 100,000 God-slaying general, Fang Zhulai, is one of the 3 great generals of Dong Sui. The crowd was extremely excited, never expecting to witness such a great figure today. But with this, our chance to seize the immortal artifact will become even slimmer. Old Master Xie smiled, proudly praising his grandson. Fenger, I didn't expect you to have already commanded the Tinfang army. I am extremely proud of you. Feng replied lightly, General Feng Zhulai will arrive later, but my grandson has something else to do first. Saying that, he rode his horse towards the mother and son. Standing in front of her, his face darkened. He coldly questioned, Yesterday, it was you who humiliated my family. It was also you who injured my younger brother, wasn't it? Xiao Jie immediately pointed at her, and retorted, It was you who bullied us first. And him too, he wanted to beat an innocent old man. Feng disregarded reason and shouted, What right do you have to slander her? Ye lowly commoners. Then he ordered the soldiers to surround the parents and child. He held up a whip, pointing it at Xiao Jie and shouting, You are the source of all trouble, you ill-mannered brat. After speaking, he swung the whip hard towards Xiao Jie. A sharp needle was attached to the tip of the whip. Seeing the whip about to strike Xiao Jie's small body, Yan Han quickly pulled the little girl away. Then, shielding the 2 children behind him, he shouted loudly, Ms. Feng. Feng, you've gone too far. Daring to strike a child. Dia anxiously checked Yan Han all over, asking, Sister, are you okay? Feng smirked, a lowly child's life is nothing. This sentence reached the limit of Li Tenyuan's endurance. A huge pressure suddenly radiated from him. Vast blue true energy surged out like long silk ribbons. This pressure became more and more terrifying. Zhou Feng and his group braced themselves against this immense power, sweating profusely, their bodies seemingly on the verge of collapse. Not long after, he walked up to Gu Feng, startling him in panic. Gu Feng swung his whip towards him, shouting, Who are you? Could it be the one who slapped my father 10 times? Before he could finish speaking, Tan Yuan grabbed his whip tightly, and yanked it hard. Gu Feng was unwilling to let go, and his whole body was pulled and flung away. A second later, he fell hard to the ground. Gu Feng sat up, grinding his teeth. Before he could stand up, Li Tenyuan threw a punch like a falling sky straight at his face. Fresh colors burst out following his punch. The sharp tip of the whip also pierced deep into his cheek. Go Fong screamed in pain. His subordinates watched in horror. Their mouths agape. Next, they surrounded Li Tianyuan. Pointing their spears at him, they shouted threats. If you don't let go immediately, don't blame us for being merciless. As soon as they spoke, Li Tianyuan emitted an even stronger aura than before. This is my answer. The soldiers were blasted away by the aura. Gafan could not bear this humiliation. He roared in anger. His fist shot straight towards Li Tianyuan. How dare you strike my vanguard commander? Before he could strike, Li Tianyuan grabbed his wrist. Twisted his wrist backward. The sound of bones breaking echoed painfully. On this side, Mingwu gently touched Xiao Jian's cheek, needing to ask the little girl. How are you okay? Let me see. Yes, it just stings a little. The wound is better. Jiufeng used his uninjured arm to point at him, trembling and saying, I am the Deputy General of General Feng. Attacking me is attacking the entire Dongsui nation. At this moment, Li Tianyuan continued to grab the wrist pointing at him. He bent it backward. Just like that, his other arm was broken. The worried parents rushed over, shouting at him, let go of my son. Suddenly, Li Tianyuan placed his hand on his head, terrifying Gufeng. He trembled and said, You can't kill me, you can't kill me. I am the commander of the Vanguard Guard, you can't kill me. He didn't want to listen to his nonsense, raised his leg and kicked him hard in the leg. Gufeng knelt on the ground, humbly saying, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have attacked someone. Just then, Fang Shuli arrived with soldiers. Seeing the general, he laughed loudly and arrogantly said to Li Tianyuan, I take back what I said. And he also shouted at him, You dare to injure my face. You dare to break my limbs. You're dead. You're dead. You're dead. I will definitely kill you. After saying that, he screamed like a madman. The oppressive aura emanating from Li Tianyuan froze him in place. Not long after, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Fresh blood gushing from his mouth and ears. Couple, Gu Shinton, watched in horror with their mouths agape. Gu Shinton's face turned pale, and he trembled, pointing at Li Tianyuan and shouting loudly, How dare you attack right in front of General Fang? He didn't care at all. After dealing with Gu Feng, and lightly waved his hand, throwing him to the ground. The couple, Gu Shinton, heartbrokenly held Gu Feng in their arms. Gu Shinton immediately turned to complain to Feng Shuli, General Feng, please ensure justice is served for my son and severely punish this person. Feng Shuli slightly frowned, his eyes sweeping over Gu Feng's group with blood-stained faces, emphasizing, he not only disrespected the military flag. You dare to strike me in front of His Excellency. This behavior clearly disregards the dignity of the Dongsui Kingdom. On the contrary, General Feng posed a sarcastic question, are you representing the Dongsui Kingdom? You are not qualified enough. The utter shock of the Gu family's father and two children, he snorted coldly, his voice becoming stern. I gave you the position of leading the Vanguard Guard, so you could rely on it to be arrogant and presumptuous. I witnessed your entire behavior just now. Immediately after, General Feng decisively declared, from now on, you don't need to go to the army anymore. Go back obediently and be the young master of the Gu family. Gu Feng immediately knelt down upon hearing this, loudly pleading with General Feng. Li Tianyuan could not resist. He could only watch as it pierced deep into his body. Li Tianyuan screamed in pain. At the head of the group was a man in yellow robes. Beside him were two men in blue robes, followed by many subordinates in black. A giant hand descended. They began the turtle ritual, condemning him to eternal damnation, never to reincarnate. At this moment, Li Tianyuan felt a strange black aura begin to invade his body, causing extreme pain. He turned pale with agony. He could only look up to the sky and shout. The pain was so intense that a child like Li Tianyuan just wanted to give up. Just when he was most desperate, wanted to surrender, his mother spoke, keep living, only then is there hope. One morning, in a peaceful village nestled in the mountains, Li Tianyuan was lying on the bed with his eyes open. At this moment, he saw an old man. The old man told him, from today on, your name will be Li Tianyuan. He raised his hand, and yellow magic power swirled into a vortex around his hand. Then that power struck towards Li Tianyuan, sending him flying out of the house. Even the bed he was lying on could not escape the fate of being thrown out with him. Li Tianyuan sat on the ground. Seeing the loud noise, everyone immediately ran out to see. Very quickly, he stood up and observed everyone. The old man in the room shouted loudly, don't even think about being lazy. Hurry up and practice. If you disappoint me, I will skin you. With that, two large stones flew towards him and landed squarely on his head. Just like that, Li Tianyuan had to use both hands to lift two stones several times larger than his body. He gritted his teeth, silently cursing the old bastard. By evening, his legs were a bit weak, his knees almost buckling. After all, he was just a child, managing to train until this late in the evening was already quite good. At this point, he could no longer stand and collapsed onto the ground. Li Tianyuan looked up. His eyes were unfocused. A large number of cultivators suddenly invaded this peaceful village. They used flying swords to set the village ablaze. Flames spread rapidly. Many villagers were killed, lying scattered on the ground. The leader shouted loudly, "Kill all the evil creatures." Saying that, he thrust his flying sword towards the young man pinned to the ground. His mind was about to collapse. Li Tianyuan watched in agony as everyone in the village was massacred. Suddenly, a cold hand was placed on his hand. The girl lying in a pool of blood tried to tell him, "Run quickly." Li Tianyuan shed tears of heartbreak. Those people rushed from behind to attack you. At this moment you had nothing left to lose. He turned around, struck one of them hard, sending the group flying, and then screamed madly, "Get out of here." Just as you were about to run into the house to check on your master, he ran out, covered in blood, and collapsed onto you. Li Tianyuan anxiously held him. Before your master passed away, he gently stroked his young disciple's head, instructing him, "My ideals are very noble. Always persevere on your own path." At this moment, you didn't know what to say, only able to silently shed tears. 2 streams of tears rolled down your cheeks. In Sebaiwan's inner demon realm, there was an object, like a mirror shining down from above. A purple hue enveloped the entire space. Li Tianyuan seemed trapped within it, unable to escape. And Olangi, the new litigate, Nancy MC, bed, this intimidating. With the Hulk can Han Latin, Tuan Bad, Pachin, Thag, Tay Vidam. Say Kim Trong Taben Thin Sian, Ithku, Vihivan at Lunley, Tamuk San Kithin at Terror so Tingilon. Divinity Bilindle, Paditlan, and Enchimchi, and Fulthin Gun Sikabu Vi. Ulthenican Engmi Hin, Takut into Ontovin Eing Dying the Dandy and he. Bin Han, Convine, Hidden FC, Ding Tinted. Fiddle Eva is Kinchkatmaneve Hikima. What exactly are you? Li Tianyuan's eyes turned bright red. He spoke coldly, "The faith everyone placed in me. You call that a heart?" At this moment, his eyes shone with nostalgia. He said sincerely, "But I must also thank you. I can see them again." Li Tianyuan raised his hand, standing tall like a statue of a god. His hand controlled the sword of the main body, the heart demon mirror, and he confidently introduced himself. Li Tianyuan. Hearing this master's name, Sekong Chuan was extremely shocked. He questioned him loudly, "Tianli Hall, are you from Tianli Hall?" Sekong Chuan frowned, staring at him with wide eyes. He stood still like a statue, seemingly still stunned by his identity. And then, a deafening explosion resounded. Sekong Chuan and the surrounding earth and rocks were blasted into the sky. His true body shattered and gradually dissipated. Li Tianyuan's green true ki relentlessly pursued Sekong Chuan's purple true kai. Li Tianyuan's eyes emitted a cold light, and his entire body exuded immense pressure. Sekong Chuan's eyes widened as he realized this realm was not what a great emperor in the Starfall realm should possess. At this moment, Li Tianyuan flew towards where Sekong Chuan stood. The two men faced each other. Li Tianyuan raised his fist and proactively attacked him, landing a powerful punch on his right cheek, followed by an accurate punch to Sekong Chuan's chin. Sekong Chuan grimaced in pain, his face ashen. He stared at Li Tianyuan and roared, "What have you done? My 9-Cloud Supreme sect is not afraid of the Heavenly Separation Palace, let alone you." Li Tianyuan replied softly, "The 9-Cloud Supreme sect is just one step in my plan. My ultimate goal is only one, to destroy the myriad ancient sect." Sekong Chuan was extremely terrified. "What? How do you know about the existence of the myriad ancient sect?" He didn't bother to answer him, but instead used his spiritual power to form blue rays of light to surround Sekong Chuan. Sekong Chuan retreated. He realized that he was no match for Li Tianyuan, but he was unwilling to give up and continue to use the heart demon mirror in his palm. The power of the heart demon mirror radiated stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a crack appeared on this treasure. Of course, Sekong Chuan noticed the crack. He thought in horror, even the heart demon mirror, which is comparable to a divine artifact, cannot resist him. Are the people from the Heavenly Separation Palace this terrifying? So he continued to perform the Klainkon evasion technique to escape. 1 second later, the heart demon mirror shattered into pieces, and a faint purple true energy gradually filled the air. Thanigayan stood calmly watching. He muttered in a low voice, "He has no real ability. He runs fast enough." After speaking, he also quickly left, leaving only a trace of green aura in the air. In a large open area, many people were gathered, and they were moving forward step by step. Suddenly, 3 men opened their mouths in surprise, staring at the situation before them. The person accompanying them was now standing still, trembling non-stop. He trembled and said, "This place is too scary." The rest of them looked pale as they stared at the young man. No one dared to speak. "I know this is everyone's first time in the wilderness, but don't embarrass me like this." Old Master Xia pointed forward, and said, "The immortal energy is not far from here." The young man was trembling like an aspen leaf. He turned his head and said fearfully, "DK, I keep feeling like there are eyes staring at us." One of the men spoke up. A barren place like this wasteland, who else would be staring at you besides us? As he said that, he didn't notice a pair of red eyes hiding ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of black true energy pierced through his chest. Unbelievable. It was too fast, too sudden. He opened his mouth wide, touching the hole in his chest. In front of them was a wolf, its mouth holding a piece of flesh. Everyone stared ahead with wide eyes. Carefully, mouths agape. What is this? In front of them was a pack of large wolves. Fang Jiu ordered the soldiers, defend. Listen to my command. The soldiers aimed their spears at the wolves. The old man shouted, they are wild beasts. Everyone's morale rose. We have many people, what is there to fear in a group fight? But when he looked back at the situation, the wolf pack was growing larger. He felt like they were even more numerous. Thus, the two sides plunged into a chaotic battle. Li commanded his subordinates to set up the formation, only to see countless fire swords flying around him. The charging wolves were immediately chopped into pieces. Old man Xia also warned everyone to leave quickly and not linger here. Thus, they broke through the siege and gradually moved forward. However, some of the wicked people became their prey. General Fang ordered, don't panic, hold the line. Xiao Ye's group also gradually moved forward. Little Ant did not forget to remind Xiao Ye to be careful. A wild wolf tried to bite the boy stealthily but was swiftly dealt with by Meng Yu. Its body dissipated as if it had never appeared. On the other side, the group was not so lucky. They struggled with all their might and became a lavish meal for them. Damn it, I came to watch the excitement, but ended up getting stuck. Someone realized something and shouted. The wolves seemed to have saw. Old man Xia immediately explained, the power of the immortal energy makes them afraid to rush forward. A panicked young man pointed it and shouted, look, is that immortal energy? In the distance, a black sword is hovering over the mountain. Several people bravely rushed forward, wanting to seize the treasure. Ming Vu looked at it and secretly guessed, could this place be? Xiao He immediately wondered, Uncle Mint, aren't we going over there? Let's go, what are we afraid of? The people in front were desperately rushing towards the immortal energy. They were suddenly attacked by two golden swords. It turned out to be young Master Lai. He began to boast, this immortal energy is a sword naturally very suitable for my father's sword, isn't it? Han boldly declared, if you yield to me, you will receive a higher grade spiritual energy, and moreover, my shining Rom City can also take care of everyone. Hearing this, many people wanted to retreat. With our strength, it would be difficult to seize the immortal energy. However, some people thought differently. As long as I have the immortal energy in my hand, I can take on your entire family. As soon as he finished speaking, they rushed to attack, but were sent flying by Li Xia's energy. The general couldn't stand still lay there and moved to stop him. Thus, they were locked in a stalemate, each trying to gain the upper hand. Xiao Yad and Ming Yu slowly approached to watch the show. Just then, a young man took the opportunity to rush forward, trying to snatch the immortal energy. However, the dark sword energy shot out, killing him on the spot. His body shattered, and fell to the ground. Witnessing this, everyone was terrified. There, anyone who wants to absorb it can come up and fall. A group of shameless people spoke up, thanking Li Xiao for the spiritual energy. Haha, he really lost big this time. In front of the terrifying sword energy, those who advanced would know death for sure. Ben Vu noticed that General Wing came here with another purpose. At the same time, Lei Thieb desperately approached the sword immortal. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get any closer. He then shamelessly declared that the immortal energy was an opportunity for everyone, so it was better to let nature take its course and find someone destined for it. He thought to himself, my meridians were almost broken just now, and I still couldn't get closer. Could it be that I have no destiny with it? Vu urged Tiu Dip to go forward, saying, who knows, maybe you can draw it out. What? Seeing this, Tiu Dip was startled. Brother Mingvu, it's so dangerous. But he didn't care, and told Tiu Dip to just try. I think it's destined for you. Despite his aunt's dissuasion, the boy finally decided, I will try. Several people were startled to see the boy step forward. Is he looking to die? Li Xiao was also secretly surprised. Is it that Yan Han's son? Xiao Ya slowly walked forward, feeling terrified in his heart. Is this immortal energy? The feeling is even more painful than being near his father's sword. Suddenly, he seemed to see something. A familiar figure was frantically slaying monsters here. He seemed to recognize something. Compared to the training with his father, this was nothing. He swung his sword and unleashed the 7 forms of the god of slaughter. Countless monster illusions disappeared. Zhao Ya also smoothly stood before the immortal sword, leaving everyone stunned. The cultivators simultaneously gaped at Zhao Ya. Li Chenqian also stepped forward. Everyone was chattering excitedly. I don't know. I saw him walk step by step towards it. Just now, even Li Chenqian couldn't break through the energy shield around the immortal energy. Yet a child like him has walked right up to the immortal energy. Could it be that the immortal energy has a connection with him? Regardless of their discussion, the boy stepped forward and firmly grasped the sword hilts. Everyone held their breath, watching his every move. Li Chenqian transmitted a message to his 4 subordinates. Prepare to snatch the sword, but don't harm the child's life. Left 2, right 2, you block the others. Seeing that the boy has obtained the sword, the others, just like Li Chenqian, immediately had the thought of snatching the sword from the boy. They crept closer to Zhao Yai. Ming Wu was already annoyed. He utterly despised this petty, shameless act of snatching from someone else's success. These people just needed Xiao Ye to draw the sword, and then everyone would rush to attack. They would be rushing to their deaths. Gu Meng did not charge forward. He held the bottle of poison, lurking quietly behind, secretly calculating, you all just fight amongst yourselves. Once it becomes a chaotic battle, I will release the poison. I will be the final victor. Zhao Ye's hands gripped the hilt of the sword tightly. Following his every move, Li Chenqian directed his subordinates to prepare. His 2 subordinates were ready, holding their swords behind their backs. Surprisingly, Xiao Ye pulled with all his might, but it wouldn't budge at all. The boy shouted, I can't pull it out. Seeing that the boy couldn't pull it out, what were they still trying to snatch? So they continued to wait. Xiao Ye pulled with all his strength, his face turning red, his mouth agape. His whole body trembled, but the sword didn't move even a tiny bit. He couldn't draw it out. Oh, it turned back dejectedly. Du Sima couldn't help but exclaim. It seems his affinity is limited. As for Shi Yuan, she petted her chest, and breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Yai, you scared me to death. Ming Yu patted the boy's shoulder to encourage him. Well done, well done. At least you've learned something useful. You couldn't draw the sword, but you still got something, right? Zhao Yai looked up at him in surprise and asked Uncle Ming Yu, do you know what's hidden inside the sword? Ming Yu glanced at Li Chenqian. He spoke harshly. You are much better than that person who only knows how to rely on his father. It seems someone can't even handle a sword. Even though Li Chenqian was very angry, couldn't do anything because Ming Yu wasn't wrong. He couldn't argue. He walked past Ming Yu with a cold, angry look. His hands clenched into fists. Unwillingly, he thought, do I really have to return empty-handed? If this doesn't work, I'll try leaving this entire mountain top. Suddenly everyone was astonished looking at the scene before them. 2 streams of green and purple true energy were chasing and fighting each other. Chuanjuan fled very quickly, but Li Tianyuan was no pushover either. He chased closely behind. The 2 were like a cat chasing a mouse. Kongchuan was extremely furious. Why is this killing god chasing me so relentlessly? I've used all my power to flee. He gritted his teeth and thought, do I really have to sacrifice my vital blood and lifespan to escape? Suddenly, he stopped. This surge of true Kai, has the immortal energy appeared already? So, he immediately laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha, heaven never cuts off a person's path. Si Kongchuan quickly changed direction and flew towards the sword. And he asked Li Tianyuan, Humph, do you know what my other purpose for cultivating here is? He looked coldly at Si Kongchuan. Continued to ramble on. I sensed an immortal energy in the desolate region. I was waiting for the fog in the desolate region to dissipate, so I could take the immortal energy. Indeed, there is a gap in our strength, but I have a celestial artifact, so naturally my strength will be greater than yours. He looked at the crowd below. He said confidently, just in time, the moment for my counterattack has arrived. Hearing his voice, everyone looked up at his hand in unison. Si Kongchuan's hand was very close to the sword, just a little more and he would have touched the sword. Second layer, his hand tightly gripped the hilt of the sword and said, when I rise up what? Before he could finish speaking, he was knocked out by the protective true energy around the sword, spitting blood. Oh, unbelievable. The young cultivators watched with wide eyes, their eyeballs almost popping out. Li Chenqian recognized the man who fell in front of him. Is it that the sect master of the 9 Clouds upper sect, Si Kongchuan? So he clasped his hands respectfully, bowed, and asked softly, Senior Si Kongchuan, why are you here? Didn't even care about him, trying hard to draw his sword, even though his face turned purple from exertion, the sword wouldn't budge. As Kang was concentrating on drawing his sword, Aldeton thought he hadn't heard, and quickly reminded him, Senior Kang, it's too late. Just as he looked up, a stream of green light struck. That was Aldeton Nguyen. Kang frowned slightly, quickly assessing the situation. Realizing the enemy was too strong, he decisively let go of the sword he was drawing and immediately turned to flee. Aldeton was even more surprised. Senior King encountered a formidable enemy. He confidently declared, Don't worry, I am Aldeton, the son of the Sword Saint of Thingming City. I will come to your aid. As he finished speaking, he ordered his attendant. Immediately, 4 sword auras appeared behind him. Aldeton flew straight towards Aldeton Nguyen. Introduced himself again. I am the son of the Sword Saint of Chendong. As he raised his hand to attack, he shouted, You. Li Tianyuan coldly shouted, Get lost, and sent him flying. Li Tianyuan had now approached the sword. He gently spread his hand, gently grasped the hilt, and drew it up. Holding the immortal sword in his hand, he continued to pursue Si Kongchuan. Witnessing how easily he drew the sword, Si Kongchuan's eyes widened in astonishment, leaving him speechless. Unwilling to accept it, He roared, "How can you obtain this immortal artifact so easily?" He calmly explained, "This Jianyu's sword was originally mine." Hearing this, Seikun Chuan was shocked. "What? Could it be that you are the original owner of this immortal artifact? Do you plant it there?" The Tianyuan nodded. "Isn't that so?" Seikun Chuan was sweating profusely, muttering, "What kind of terrifying existence is this?" Suddenly he turned his head and asked loudly, "Could it be that you are the palace master of the Heavenly Lyre Palace?" Hing looked straight at him, and replied, "You guessed right." Hearing the title, Seikun Chuan was terrified and his face turned pale. He immediately performed the secret technique of burning essence blood, using 10 times the speed of lightning to escape. Li Tianyuan did not let him go, sneering, "Let's see how long you can last." Below, the cultivators were wide-eyed in astonishment, watching Li Tianyuan and Seikun Chuan rush away like shooting stars. A subordinate hurried to support Li Chenqian. His face was swollen, his whole body trembling, unable to stand firm. He muttered in disbelief, "Defeated in just one move, this person is too terrifying." Then Ningnan looked at the swift blue light, feeling extremely familiar. She racked her brain for a moment, then suddenly remembered and asked, "Mingvi, uncle, was that person just now my brother-in-law? Is that right?" Minv glanced at her blankly. Although he wondered why she asked such a naive question, he still answered frankly, "Yes, it was the young master." The more Oda heard this, the wider his mouth opened. Is his rival this strong? His eyes whitened, veins bulging on his face. He even spat out a mouthful of blood from the shock and excitement. He tried to connect the clues. Could it be him? Despite being injured, he was determined to chase after them. "Don't forget to order the subordinate Suoye. Suoer, Ye, Uer." The 4 subordinates shouted in unison, "Yes, sir," and immediately followed him. Remaining cultivators were still in shock. Their immortal energy was taken away. Before they could recover, they saw countless dense wild beasts slowly approaching, with blood-red eyes and terrifying sharp fangs. Someone shouted in panic, "It's over, the wild beasts are coming." Fear enveloped everyone. With their immortal energy gone, the wild beasts were no longer restrained and rushed towards them. Everyone's face turned pale. They didn't know how to escape the ferocious pack of wild beasts. The beasts, sensing no more danger, immediately charged towards them like the wind. The young monks were sweating profusely, some were sobbing. One desperately cried out, "Damn it." Not only did they fail to obtain the immortal energy, but they were also attacked by the savage beasts. The losses are too great. The young monk held his head and wept, "I don't need immortal energy anymore. I just want to survive and go back." They exerted all their strength, forming small groups, trying to use their magic power to resist the horde of savage beasts. Mang stood behind Mingwu and Xiaoye, his face full of anger. He thought to himself that this trip to the savage domain could not be without some gains. Kill them all first, then we'll figure things out. Suddenly, all the cultivators simultaneously looked up at the sky. Some invisible force was controlling the horde of savage beasts. They tried to move, but couldn't advance a single step. The cultivators were surprised, not understanding what was happening. Immediately after, a giant object appeared in the sky, obscuring the sun. Everyone looked up curiously, and someone exclaimed in amazement, "Look, what is that?" In the sky, a huge beast shaped like a dolphin but able to fly as if swimming in the air. Faint, mysterious blue smoke emanated from the top of its head. A young cultivator stammered, What is that?" Old Master Xia looked intently and speculated, could it be the sun-devouring venerable? Xiao Yi repeated curiously, "Sun-devouring venerable." Meng Wu stared at the sun-devouring venerable, and explained to Xiao Yi, "That is a demonic beast rank above low, mid, high, saint, and super tiers. You should know that the saint tier is equivalent to the saint emperor realm, and the super tier is equivalent to the great emperor realm, and the rank even higher than that is the sun-devouring venerable." As he said this, his expression was extremely tense. He paused for a moment, then uttered a sentence that made everyone gasp, "This demonic beast can be compared to an immortal." After hearing this, Xiao Ye's face turned pale, lips tightly pursed. His eyes whitened in terror. Shi Yuanyuan couldn't stand it, and sternly warned, "Brother Meng Yu, this is not the time to spread knowledge. What should we do?" Meng Yu stared intently at the monster, ready to use his magic power. He said solemnly, "Everyone stay put and see what it wants to do." The cultivators' faces were bloodless, and they chattered amongst themselves, "That's Guardian's son venerable. Why is it here? This creature is not simple. Even the great emperor must treat it with caution. We are surely doomed this time." The desolate mist suddenly thickened. Someone cried out in alarm, "The density of the desolate mist has increased again." At this moment, the Guardian Sun Venerable opened its giant mouth, and began to absorb the true power of the cultivators. Everyone was horrified to feel the true energy in their bodies being drained. Following this swarm, wouldn't we be sucked dry? A cultivator with lower cultivation couldn't bear it. Clutching his chest and writhing in agony, blood began to ooze from his eyes and mouth, and he screamed in pain. Another person exclaimed, "It's sucking our true energy." As Yunnan and Xiaoyi gritted their teeth and endured, Manhwa reached out towards the two children, shouting for everyone to gather closer and stabilize their true energy. He stared intently at the sun devourer, frowning deeply, and explained seriously. Every time it swallows, it will absorb a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy, while emitting noxious gas, which increases the corrosive power of the wilderness fog. However, this is its unconscious behavior, not aimed at you. I hope it won't do anything else and leave quickly. The cultivators hugged each other, crying and asking, what if it targets us? And you did not flinch at all, confidently replying, then prepare to fight. But the beast continued to absorb everyone's true energy. The two golden eyes of the sun guarding Venerable began to emit black energy. Seeing that energy, Mingyu was stunned and realized, this is not good. It seems it is indeed targeting us. After absorbing enough true energy, it slowly slithered down to the ground where everyone was standing. As they got closer, they felt an invisible force swallowing their strength and eroding their bodies. A sharp pain spread. Unable to resist, they resigned themselves to the torment. Manhwa gritted his teeth, deciding he couldn't retreat any longer. He immediately channeled his spiritual power, causing his palm to erupt in brilliant golden light. From the void, he drew out a treasured sword, pointing the tip directly at his opponent, and roared, Lion King's treasure. All the surrounding cultivators held their breath, their eyes fixed on the sword. An elder couldn't help but speculate, the weapon in his hand. Could it be an immortal artifact? Manhwa raised the divine weapon high, his other hand forming a seal, chanting the incantation decisively, 10,000 rays of golden light. Act all bodies, golden lions roar, stand before me. Immediately after the call, images of giant, brilliantly golden lions appeared majestically behind him. They immediately roared. Blinking, they rushed straight towards the sun-devouring Venerable, unleashing heaven-shaking power that collided, creating a shocking explosion. Feeling the heavy pressure, you couldn't help but admire. As expected of a sun-devouring Venerable level dragon cultivator, truly worthy of its name. He shouted, let's see if you can withstand this strike of mine. After speaking, he poured all his strength into the golden lion swarm. Just as the sun-devouring Venerable opened its mouth to counterattack, the golden lion swarm immediately launched a lightning-fast strike. Unfortunately, that attack was still blocked by the opponent. The sun-devouring Venerable did not stop. It continued to open its mouth wide, crazily sucking away the true essence of the cultivators and the surging spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The ground beneath their feet began to crack. Cracks spread wider and deeper with every moment. At the same time, the desolate mist of the wilderness had enveloped the location of the divine jade egg. He had to endure the dual pressure, the toxic fog, and the gravitational pull of the sun. Her head throbbed as if being hammered. She clutched her head, sweating profusely. She cried out in difficulty, it's too terrible. When the ground beneath her feet gave way, Yunnan stumbled forward. But immediately, an invisible force threw her backward. Realizing the critical situation, Manhwa cried out in alarm, it's over. Although extremely shocked, the boy couldn't move. He could only call her name helplessly. The desolate fog quickly engulfed the Yunnan's body. She closed her eyes and whispered in despair, it's over, I'm completely exhausted. She no longer had the strength to resist the encroachment of the fog. Suddenly, a golden light flashed through the mist, and a pair of steady hands caught the Yunnan just in time. She slowly opened her eyes. Thangok Non's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the hero holding her. When she realized who it was, Thangok Non was startled to see. Di Feng didn't say much, only reminded her in a cold voice, gather your breath and spirit, quickly circulate your true energy to protect your body. She unconsciously nodded repeatedly. The reaction was almost instinctive. She let out a soft sound. Witnessing Di Feng appear to save the day, Manhwa could only sigh and mutter, I almost forgot. You are here too. Di Feng gently placed Thangok Non down, ensuring she stabilized her true energy, then walked straight towards Manhwa, instructing, focus all your strength to deal with Long Tunip. Glancing past Tu Dip, he also instructed, Hu Dip, quickly retreat to the back. Hu Dip hurriedly obeyed. He Feng immediately transferred spiritual energy to empowerment V. He said to Manhwa, the Nathan is extremely powerful. Let's join forces. See if they can force it to retreat. Withdrawing, the two immediately merged their powers, the resonant energy exploding and condensing into a fierce tiger clad in metallic armor. The tiger did not hesitate. It roared earth-shatteringly, and charged straight towards the devouring sun Venerable. Mingyu shouted loudly, you monstrous beast, taste the power of this young master. Two streams of power clashed fiercely. Initially, the alliance of the two seemed evenly matched with the devouring sun Venerable. But after a short while, the situation tilted heavily. Both felt their strength draining away like salt dissolving in water, unable to suppress the monster. Nevertheless, they gritted their teeth and endured, absolutely refusing to surrender. Surrounding cultivators were so terrified they almost screamed. What now? These two are already this strong, and even with the immortal artifact's support, they still cannot match the devouring sun Venerable. Goncho Liat and his army remained still watching. Mingvu exclaimed worriedly, unable to hold them any longer. Tifeng was also sweating profusely at this moment. He shouted loudly, maintaining his focus. That Tan opened his mouth, continuing to swallow the main spiritual energy, while confronting the two. Suddenly, a massive, icy block emerged right in front of the tiger, forming a solid wall blocking the way. Fierce flames burst from the tiger's body roaring, but it wasn't enough to melt the ice. It only managed to create a thin mist before dying out. Soon after, the ice wall shattered. That to shut out two tassels from his mouth, quickly wrapping around the tiger and tightening. Suddenly, Fuan Cho Light shouted, "Now is the time." And his soldiers immediately activated the military formation. The Dharma body initiated. As the formation was deployed, a giant orange Dharma general appeared. It charged straight at the devouring sun venerable, its Dharma image stabbing fiercely at the spot where the tentacle was coiling around the tiger, forcing those two tentacles to let go. Devouring sun venerable spun around, swinging its tail forcefully to strike the Dharma image. At that moment, the tiger managed to rush out and block the blow. Mingyu angrily shouted, "Don't you know how to coordinate?" He raised his eyebrows and retorted, "Saving lives and still getting scolded, truly ungrateful." The group of cultivators regained their faith in Fang Shuli's abilities. Cheered excitedly. "Aha, General Fang has made his move. We are saved, there is hope to fight back." However, another loud explosion rang out. Immediately after, a purple, spiny tail appeared. It dragged out a purple monster entirely covered in sharp spines, with blazing yellow eyes, and a long purple tongue sticking out in front of them. All the cultivators were utterly terrified. What is this thing now? Indeed, avoiding the sun devourer only to encounter another monster. I wonder what its power is like. Mingwu was almost exhausted at this point. His face was pale, cold sweat streaming down. He stammered in realization. This is a second sun devourer. Hearing his confirmation, the cultivators were in utter panic. Another one. We're surely dead this time. Please don't give us hope only to push us into despair like this. He could only pray, hoping the two monsters would fight each other. Perhaps we still have a chance to survive. Turning over, the surrounding mist became increasingly dense. She observed the scene, and shouted a warning. The wilderness mist is getting thicker in this area. Everyone must absolutely not let down their spiritual power. Ming suddenly thought of something, and shouted, "Why is there a second sun devouring venerable? Is Long Tukin related to its appearance?" He turned to Taifeng. And why did a sun devouring venerable appear in the land that the palace master suppressed years ago? Taifeng looked at the newly appeared sun devouring venerable, speculated in surprise whether it was the cause of the previous beast riot. He recalled that years ago, the young master left the town beast sword to suppress and resolve the resentment of the annihilated wild beasts. Perhaps it had accidentally suppressed this sun-devouring venerable as well. Now that the young master has withdrawn the town beast sword, it has inadvertently released it. However, this was only Taifeng's own speculation, he told himself. It's also possible that Long Tukin awakened this monster. At this moment, two massive streams of power, one from the first sun-devouring beast, and one from the alliance of Sui Feng and his teammates, were locked in fierce contention, opposing each other like two innate forces. Meanwhile, the purple sun-devouring beast suddenly rushed forward to attack the cultivators. Tragic screams echoed as the cultivators were thrown off. Strangely, Zhao Ye somehow managed to stand on top of the monster's head. The boy had never encountered such a situation and fearfully called out the Ngoknone's name. "Goundi." When Ngoknone saw the boy in such a dangerous position, her face turned pale, and she anxiously cried out. The monster unexpectedly stopped raising its head, causing Xiaoye to slide down its neck momentarily. He quickly grabbed a sharp protruding spine, trying hard to hold on so as not to fall. Minvu he saw the first sun-devouring beast intending to flee. Lian shouted, "Where are you going?" He gathered all his strength. The tide surged like a tsunami, preparing to deliver the final blow. But unfortunately, no matter how Minvu struggled, he couldn't move. Han gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it," suppressed by its power, unable to move. Taifeng was also locked in place, unable to budge. He said in a low voice, "Now the only way is to focus all strength to deal with Long Tukin first, and when there is a chance to escape, immediately chase after T-Dip." Both could only watch helplessly as T-Dip was carried away by the purple sun devourer. The boy gritted his teeth, telling himself, the mist of the desolate region seemed to be getting thicker and thicker. His true energy was about to be unable to sustain itself. Suddenly, that sun devourer flew straight towards a mountain at an astonishing speed, showing no signs of slowing down as it approached. Taoyethas widened in extreme horror. It was about to crash. Sure enough, it slammed into the mountain. Zia was thrown far by the impact, his body hitting a rock hard. Zia lay flat on the cold ground, a violent cough tearing at his chest. The thick mist of the desolate area was becoming denser and denser. With his vision obscured, he gritted his teeth and struggled to stand up. Only one urgent thought remained in his mind. Where in the hell is this place? He had to find his way back to Uncle Mingyu, and the others immediately. Through the dense fog, a flickering dark figure appeared, accompanied by a mumbling complaint. Xiao Ye strained his eyes, the figure appearing and disappearing, making him uncertain. Suddenly, the voice spoke with doubt. Is that you? Are you? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 poisoned arrows shot straight towards him. Quick as lightning, the boy gritted his teeth and dodged. He narrowly escaped, but not completely. The 3rd arrow grazed his cheek, leaving a long, bleeding cut. Dumeng stepped out of the mist, his expression smug to the extreme. His hand was still in the posture of having just released the hidden weapon. He sneered, enemies meeting, what coincidence. Seeing him, shouted ugly question. Dumeng, were you also brought here by that sun-devouring venerable? Suddenly, a wave of dizziness struck. Black energy began to surround Xiao Ye. The boy's whole body went limp. He collapsed to the ground, his face covered in cold sweat. Xiao Ye didn't understand what was happening to him. Dumeng showed no concealment, smiling as he replied. How is it? Is my poison strong? At this moment, Xiao Ye remembered that those arrows were poisoned. His whole body went limp, his strength depleted. Dumeng stepped forward and stomped hard on his back. His voice was coldly ruthless. I've had enough of you guys for a long time. He drew out a sharp dagger, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, declaring his verdict. I will kill you first. Ziya tried to find a chance to survive, deciding to use psychological tactics. At this moment, shouldn't we join forces to escape this wilderness? That seemingly meaningless sentence enraged Dumeng. His face immediately twisted ferociously. He raised the knife high, yelling like a madman, foolish, how naive. Just as the dagger was about to strike down, a powerful force blocked it. Xiao Ye gathered all his internal energy, bracing himself to raise his sword to parry the blow. Before he could rejoice, the boy fell down with a thud, completely defeated. He lay there panting, still clutching the sword tightly, sweat pouring like a stream. He tried to persuade Dumeng again, saying, this place is too far from the border of the desolate area. We need to support each other with true energy. It's very difficult to hold out until we get out by relying on just one person. He was completely unmoved. Luoling took out a yellow pill and said mockingly, Humph, do you know what this is? After speaking, he swallowed it directly. Immediately, his protective true energy dissipated. In its place was an inexplicable confidence. Dumeng spread his arms wide, tilted his head back to the sky, and shouted loudly, as expected of a supreme divine elixir. The mist of the desolate area doesn't affect me at all. Seeing that he was completely immune to the erosion of the desolate area, Xiao Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. Does he really have such a good elixir? Then, she reached into her chest, and took out a compass, smiling as she said, my master is also nearby. He paused for a moment, his eyes full of murderous intent. Don't worry. After I kill you, I will kill every single one of them. Saying that, he rushed towards Xiao Ye with his sword. The boy tensed up, holding his sword, prepared for the worst. He could only fight. As he attacked, the boy tried to defend himself while dodging the blows. Due to overexertion, the boy's steps became unsteady. Xiao Ye leaned his sword on the ground, his whole body trembling as if about to collapse. Even Dumeng was surprised by the boy's strong will. He said nonchalantly, my poison is still making you struggle to maintain your protective energy. It must be quite difficult, right? With that, he continued to swing his blade to attack. He managed to dodge, but the dodge was much slower. Dumeng gritted his teeth in anger. Unable to use his knife, he immediately launched 2 hidden weapons. His reaction was sluggish due to the poison, and Xiao Ye couldn't dodge in time. 2 darts pierced deep into his abdomen, fresh blood staining his clothes red. Xiao Ye clenched his teeth, trying not to collapse, his whole body trembling. Seeing that he was still not dead, Dumeng pointed at him and shouted loudly, the mere kid that's hard to kill. He immediately used his wing technique to attack. He launched continuous strikes. Xiao Ye used all his remaining strength to resist. Unlike the exhausted Xiao Ye, Dumeng was still full of vitality. He challenged loudly, let's see how long you can last. He roared, die for me. Xiao Ye knew his strength had reached its limit, and thought desperately, I can't hold on much longer. Suddenly a flash of astonishment appeared in his eyes. He noticed his attack patterns were too similar. Perhaps because he couldn't kill Xiao Ye after a long time. She was so angry her veins bulged. He muttered, truly a stubborn brat. Suddenly, Xiao Ye counterattacked. The boy found an opening, and decided to use the 7 forms of the god of slaughter. Dumeng was terrified. He shouted in panic. What the hell is this? A brilliant golden aura erupted from the sword, enveloping his entire body in a dazzling light. Dumeng's face turned pale with humiliation. He angrily pointed his knife at Xiao Ye and arrogantly declared, I am the young master of the Gu family. How dare a brat like you scare me? Go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed in and launched a clumsy attack. Xiao Ye merely leaned slightly, narrowly dodging it, then swung his sword to counterattack. At this moment, Dumeng had fallen to the ground, his face showing clear signs of panic. Just one slash from Xiao Ye's sword would end his life. Seeing the boy about to strike, he shouted loudly, "Wait, I was wrong, I agreed to reconcile with you." Hearing this, the sword stopped right in front of Gumeng, only a few inches away from him. Gumeng felt like he had just passed through the gates of hell, his soul shaken. Then he knelt down and begged Xiao Ye, "From now on, I will not bother you anymore. Let's cooperate and escape this desolate area together." At this moment, the boy was gasping for breath, his face pale from the poison. Xiao Ye impatiently demanded, "Give me the antidote." Gumeng said fearfully, "I will give you the antidote right away." Saying that, he reached into his chest, but instead of medicine, he threw a handful of white powder. "Here you go." Then he said coldly, "You are too inexperienced to fight me. Go to hell obediently." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed in with a knife to stab Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye frowned, and the god of slaughter's 7 forms were unleashed again in a flash, decisively with a single move. Brilliant golden spiritual energy burst forth powerfully. Xiao Ye pierced Gumeng's abdomen with one strike. He bled, his eyes still unable to believe he had failed at the hands of a child. How is this possible? Gumeng looked at the sword stuck in his abdomen. He said, "Tao, I died by your hand." As he finished speaking, he stopped breathing, and his body collapsed lifelessly. As for Xiao Ye, he couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. The boy struggled to crawl towards the medicine bottle that had fallen from Gumeng's body. Xiao Ye gritted his teeth and crawled inch by inch, muttering that his true energy could no longer be gathered. Looking at the pills not far away seemed as if they were miles away. Xiao Ye thought bitterly, "Am I going to die too?" The boy stared intently at the pill, and suddenly he remembered what Li Tianyuan had told Shi Yunan during their cultivation. "The ultimate divine elixir. What he gave me is the ultimate divine elixir. You try to reach for them." Living up to expectations, Xiao Ye grabbed the pill and quickly swallowed it. The boy's body was soft and exhausted, while the mist continued to surround him. Laying on the ground, he thought to himself, "The wilderness mist no longer corrode me, but if I can't find a way to resolve the poison in my body, I will still die." The ES stared intently at Gumeng's corpse, his eyes empty. "I killed him, but I also understood that if I didn't kill him, I would be the one to die. I must look for an antidote." With that thought, he tried to crawl forward. Suddenly, a voice echoed like thunder, "Disciple, I'm here." A terrifying force shattered the hill ahead. Gumeng's master glanced around, searching for his beloved disciple. Seeing Gumeng's motionless, kneeling body, he was horrified and his mouth fell open. Snapping back to his senses, he ran like the wind towards him, urgently calling out to his disciple. He grabbed Gumeng's shoulders, shaking him violently as if trying to wake the deceased. As he shook, he wailed loudly, "Disciple, why did you die here?" Master was a step too late. Xiao Ye's face turned pale with fear upon hearing those words. "It's over, this is Gumeng's master. Truly the worst lot." Then, he hugged Gumeng's body, weeping and wailing, "Disciple, how can your master live on? You were my only disciple. Master still has so many secret techniques I haven't taught you yet." After crying his heart out, he finally noticed Xiao Ye's presence. Immediately, he pointed directly at the boy, harshly questioning, "It was you. You murdered my disciple." Xiao Ye felt his body becoming increasingly uncomfortable. The poison seemed to be tearing him apart from the inside. The venom was getting worse. He approached, asking in a cold voice, "Did you kill my only student?" Saying that, he lifted Xiao Ye, who was lying weakly on the ground, by the collar. He declared sternly, "I will make you pay with your life." The boy thought desperately, "In the end, I still can't escape death." However, his next words stunned the boy. "From now on, you are my disciple." This was truly unimaginable. Xiao Ye looked up at him with a pale face, exclaiming in surprise, "Ho! Hurry up and kowtow to accept me as your master." After speaking, he roughly threw the boy to the ground, forming an extremely unsightly posture of devil worship. Then he grabbed the hair, lifted the boy's head, and pressed it hard to the ground, forcing him to complete the master-disciple ritual. This time, Xiao Ye's forehead was bleeding, a long red streak running down the middle of his face. After completing his own ritual, he put his arms around Xiao Ye's shoulders and happily declared, "Baha, good disciple, from now on, you are the expert of Feng Qiuquan, my official disciple." Just like that, he dragged the boy to dance wildly like a madman, laughing and saying, He, good disciple, are you happy?" When he lifted Xiao Ye's hand and saw his head slumped over, he was startled to realize something was wrong. He immediately checked his pulse and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, so you are still poisoned." Then, he threw the boy to the ground as if he were a useless object, and shouted loudly, "Don't be afraid, Master will detoxify you." And he began to transfer powerful internal energy into Xiao Ye, forcing the poison out. A moment later, the poison slowly dissipated. The boy was surprised to realize that he was really detoxifying him. What an egg center. Seeing that he remained silent, the old man asked him, "Disciple, why can't you circulate your true Kai?" Knowing he wouldn't get an answer from the boy, he began to examine the boy's entire body. This action greatly astonished him. He stared intently at the boy and asked sternly, "You don't have a heavenly meridian soul bone?" After a pause, he threw his head back and laughed maniacally. "Haha, you are truly a prodigy. I have never met anyone without a heavenly meridian soul bone. Someone I've never met must be a rare talent. I will pass on the wing ball fist mental technique of our sect to you." Saying that, without waiting for Xiaoya's consent, he immediately transferred the mental technique. As soon as the mental technique entered his body, Xiaoya felt a bone-piercing pain. He opened his mouth and screamed, "Ah, it hurts so much. My body feels like it's about to explode." After a period of transferring the technique, he gloomily realized, why can't the true energy be circulated? It must not have been transferred enough. Probably so. Saying that, he continued to transfer more. The red mental energy enveloped his body, growing stronger and stronger. He screamed in agony. Just then, Siwakun landed. He turned his head to look at the pursuers closely behind him and cursed angrily, "Damn it. They're really persistent. If I keep running like this, they'll die from exhaustion of vital essence before I can even fight back." Upon arriving here, Li Tianyuan was surprised to see his son receiving power transfer from a man. He immediately landed in front of the two of them and called out softly, "Xiaoya." Then, he forcefully pulled Xiaoya away. He saw his disciple being robbed, pointed directly at your face and shouted, "Give me back my disciple." And so the two of them started fighting, neither giving way to the other. When their powers clashed, it created a huge explosion, sending rocks flying. He couldn't help but praise you, Xiaoya, you're quite formidable. Li Tianyuan glared at him angrily, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Then, he gathered his strength and sent him flying with one punch. Ding Ji stared blankly at his own hands. He rubbed them and muttered, "It hurts. It hurts. Whoa, you're really strong." At this moment, Li Tianyuan checked Xiaoya's body. He felt a surge of true power and violence existing within Xiaoya's body. Fortunately, his life wasn't in danger. However, why is the kid here? What happened to Minvest's sight? Why is to not looking at the two of them? He was surprised to recognize that it was the wind god expert, Feng Kao Ding, Senior Ding, the famous one. He immediately greeted, "Senior Ding, I am Sekun Chuan, the sixth master of the 9-cloud upper sect. Today I was hunted by villains, I beg you to save my life. Later, the 9-cloud upper sect will surely thank you profusely." But Ding Jie ignored him. He pointed at Li Tianyuan, stubbornly demanding his disciple back. "Give my disciple back, or you must become my disciple." With that, he rushed straight towards Li Tianyuan. Sekun Chuan was treated as heir and was furious. He turned pale. "Does he take me as heir?" That's what he said, but he quickly came up with a new idea. However, Ding Ji was currently confronting him. Although Ding Ji alone could hold back Li Tianyuan, why don't I take this opportunity to cooperate with Ding Ji, eliminate the Heavenly Separation Palace Master, and remove a scourge? He quickly took Xiaoya as if holding a fragile treasure, and immediately assumed the role of a reluctant doctor, starting a comprehensive examination and treatment for the boy. Ding Ji watched his actions in a daze. At this moment, Li Tianyuan was channeling his spiritual power into Xiaoya. The boy was sweating profusely. His eyebrows were tightly furrowed due to intense pain. With Ding Ji's unconventional way of thinking, he assumed that Li Tianyuan intended to kill Xiaoya. Immediately, his eyes flashed with killing intent. He rushed towards Li Tianyuan like lightning and roared, "Don't you dare lay a hand on my disciple." Li Tianyuan gripped the hilt of his sword with one hand, while the other channeled spiritual power to heal his son. He used his sword to strike back at Ding Ji. Although Ding Ji managed to dodge the direct sword strike, the residual force was enough to cleave a large boulder in half, looking just like cutting a watermelon. Ding Ji was not afraid at all. He immediately used the wind ball chaotic claw to attack Li Tianyuan. The two continued to struggle. Meanwhile, Li Tianyuan was still treating Xiaoya. Then he continued to slash at Ding Ji with a sword. He dodged extremely quickly, but it was too late. Li Tianyuan's sword grazed his neck, causing blood to flow out. Ding Ji froze. He stopped attacking him and kept muttering, "Wounded, wounded." After saying that, he stuck out his tongue and licked the blood flowing from his neck. A giant pink sword, transparent, appeared, pointing directly at Li Tianyuan. He leaned over to dodge. Li Tianyuan casually raised his sword with one hand, easily blocking Ding Ji's move. It was no different from teasing a child. He almost let out a taunt, "Oh dear, take it easy. If you chip my sword, who will compensate me?" At this moment, Li Tianyuan's gaze locked onto Ding Chang, startling his opponent. He secretly assessed, "I didn't expect Ding Chang to have the strength of a Star River Realm Great Emperor. Moreover, his true essence is extremely strange. This is the first time I have met such an opponent." As for Ding Chang, he was still sweating profusely, instinctively licking the wound on his wrist like a dog. Seeing the blood gushing out non-stop, he exclaimed in fear, "I can't stop the bleeding." Suddenly, he remembered a secret technique. He quickly pulled out a few strands of hair from his head and exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, I forgot I know this move." After plucking the hair, he used it to press against his wrist, shouting with all his might, "Blood coagulation." Indeed, Not long after, the bleeding stopped. Ding Sheng pointed directly at Li Tianyuan and declared loudly, "Hey, you are very strong. I must get serious now." As he finished speaking, he continued to charge towards Ding Ji, roaring with a furious wind roar. Immediately, an extremely powerful stream of magical energy surged out. Meanwhile, Li Tianyuan was still concentrating on healing Xiaoye. The blue magical energy continued to flow into the boy's body. Suddenly, Sikkim Xuan appeared right behind Ding Ji. Li Tianyuan pushed Xiaoye away. Now he had to face both of them alone. Sikkim Xuan immediately unleashed his magical power to attack him, while loudly encouraging Ding Ji, "Senior Ding, keep it up. If the two of us join forces, he won't stand a chance." It's unclear where he got such great confidence from. At this moment, Li Tianyuan had to use both hands to control his magical energy to defend against attacks from both sides. He replied indifferently, "Not my match." "Then let's see." Being looked down upon by Li Tianyuan made Sikkim Xuan so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He shouted, "What are you pretending? 2 against 1, the advantage is mine. So what if you have immortal artifacts supporting you?" However, as soon as he finished speaking, both Ding Ji and Sikkim Xuan were sent flying by one of his strikes. Li Tianyuan exuded a terrifying aura, slowly walking towards the two like a hellish Azure declaring, "A quick victory." Sikkim Xuan was knocked back, unable to believe that the two of them combined couldn't defeat him. He roared fiercely, "How could this be? Why do you still have another immortal artifact?" Li Tianyuan coldly approached, holding 2 sharp immortal artifacts in his hands. Ding Ji saw that the situation was not good. He immediately displayed his boundless true form. Immediately, a giant purple Dharma image appeared behind him. That true form thrust its sword straight at Li Tianyuan's face. He raised the immortal energy in his left hand to block, then used his sword to chop off the Dharma idol's sword. He still refused to give up, continuing to cast the bone-resisting wind dog. Blazing red dog avatar appeared behind him, opening its giant mouth. Just as the dog was about to swallow him, Li Tianyuan used his immortal energy to push straight against its jaws. He stood there calmly while the dog's mouth was fixed, unable to close. Ding Ji was so shocked that his eyeballs almost popped out. He exclaimed in fear, "Ah, what is that thing of yours? How can it be so hard that my dog's head can't bite through it?" The purple avatar took the opportunity to rush in and attack Li Tianyuan from behind. Now, having lost all patience, he severed the dog's head with one strike. Unfortunately, Ding Ji's dog head fell right onto the position where Sikkim Xuan's avatar was attacking. So the dog's head was hit by Sikkim Xuan's avatar. Ding Ji immediately turned to criticize Sikkim Xuan, "You hit my dog's head." I don't know when Xiaoye woke up again. He opened his eyes wide to observe the match, vaguely thinking if this was a battle between beings close to the immortal realm. Every move they made looked very ordinary. But I could feel that within each strike lay the power to destroy the heavens, attacking each other yet neutralizing each other. Looking at the 3 people standing opposite, he had a terrifying thought: if their strength wasn't equal, this land would probably have been destroyed long ago. Li Tianyuan raised the 2 immortal artifacts above his head, loudly declaring, "In the great heaven world, there is nothing it cannot cleave." As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't even look, swinging the 2 immortal artifacts with both hands like a chef-slicing jinger. He split his opponent in half in an instant with a twin sword combination slash. The surging blue pressure made the Dharma idol and the enemy unable to resist. Just 1 month later, the 2 were defeated. Their bodies were thrown backward, mouths wide open. Xiaoye stared, thinking to himself that both opponents were very strong, perhaps the strongest he had ever encountered. Oh, right. Besides him, yes, Li Tianyuan has always been the strongest, hasn't he? It seems he has never lost. Ding Ji and Sikkim Xuan fought for a while and were exhausted. Sikkim Xuan gasped, looking at Ding Ji like a mad dog in front of him with frustration. And yet, at this moment, he was still thinking about fighting you. In his mind, he was questioning the Heavenly Separation Palace Master along with 2 weapons, and they were high-grade immortal artifacts. Could it be that only an immortal can truly defeat him? Ding Ji was furious. He shouted loudly, "Damn it, I was too despicable. I must use my ultimate move." After speaking, he stood with his hands crossed in a cross shape in front of his chest, and shouted, "Wind ball." At this moment, his entire body emitted a fiery red spiritual energy, and he immediately leaped forward to attack Sikkim Xuan. Wind was so strong that Tu Chuan couldn't stand straight, his hair standing on end. I thought he was about to unleash some earth-shattering move, but instead, he urinated, exactly in the posture of a dog pissing against a wall. Tu Chuan was horrified by the sight. His mouth hung open. What the hell is this? Is there such a disgraceful move? Just then, Ding Ji's chaotic brain went into overdrive. He suspected, no, it must be the wind ball technique. No, or maybe the wind ball drank water, ate dog food. Why can't I remember? At this moment, Li Tianyuan couldn't hold back anymore. He slapped him hard on the head. When Ding Ji turned around to see who hit him, his head had already swollen into a lump like a guava. He yelled angrily, "If I could remember this move, you wouldn't be my match." Suddenly, a large, dark brown mountain appeared in front of the three of them. Ding Jie's mind was a complete mess, thinking did I really use that move? It seems the effect isn't like this. It should be more shocking. Li Tanyuan looked at the situation before him. A sun-devouring beast flew out. Si Kongshuan turned pale with fright and exclaimed, that thing, could it be a sun-devouring beast cub? It's recorded in the secret codex. This is a world-destroying savage beast. Every time it appears, the world will be in danger. Dioda must have witnessed it. It was this sun-devouring beast that brought the boy here. You opened your eyes wide in fear. Why did that thing come here? Could the battle between the great emperors just now have attracted it? The sun-devouring beast opened its huge mouth in front of the three of them. Li Tanyuan began to use immortal energy, executing a move. He clenched the immortal energy in his hand, raised it straight to the sky, and shouted, "Dragon swallowing technique." Immediately, a blue dragon with an ancient aura appeared, confronting the sun-devouring venerable. Si Kongshuan sensed the azure dragon's aura and couldn't believe his eyes. Was this real? This immortal artifact also possesses the aura of an azure dragon. Could it be forged from slaying an azure dragon, and countless fresh blood to form this immortal artifact? According to his understanding, the weakest azure dragon is at least a super-tier being. How many super-powerful creatures has this person slain to forge these two immortal artifacts? The azure dragon opened its mouth and lunged rapidly towards the sun-devouring venerable, quickly disappearing without a trace. The sun-devouring venerable looked left and right, searching for the azure dragon. Just then, the azure dragon appeared, and bit the sun-devouring venerable's neck. It bit so hard, yet when it released its grip, the sun-devouring venerable only bled a little. This made Li Tanyuan ponder. He didn't expect the skin of the divine artifact to be this tough. Si Kongshuan had his mouth wide open for a while, moving from one surprise to the next. Truly worthy of being the sun-devouring venerable. Earlier, Ding Jie and I had to fight hard against Li Tanyuan. Now, it seems he is being suppressed. It appears the Heavenly Separation Palace Master has not yet reached the immortal realm. Just then, Ding Jie rushed in like a madman to attack him. He shouted, "Hey, we're not done yet." With his remaining immortal weapon, he was forced to block Ding Jie's surprise attack. Si Kongshuan seized the opportunity. At this moment, Li Tanyuan was dealing with two sides. How could he possibly evade his sudden attack? Isn't this a golden opportunity? Saying that, he concentrated his spiritual power in his palm, and lunged to attack him. One hand had to resist the sun devourer. The other had to fight these two madmen. He frowned and glanced at Ding Jie's head. Unexpectedly, Ding Jie grabbed Si Kongshuan's wrist. He stood blocking in front of Li Tanyuan, ordering Si Kongshuan to retreat, trying to ambush me. Si Kongshuan was severely shocked. His face turned pale, his eyes wide open staring at Ding Chang. Just as his thoughts were still stuck, Ding Jie raised his voice and questioned angrily, "Hey, who are you? Why have you been interfering in the fight between me and that guy since the beginning?" Hearing this, Si Kongshuan pointed at his chest with a look of disbelief, and after a while, he uttered a sound of surprise. Then, he let out a sentence that stunned everyone present. "The two of you teaming up to fight me alone, is that fair?" Si Kongshuan completely could not understand what action of his made the opponent mistake him and Li Tanyuan for joining forces. He was so angry that he stammered, unable to speak. You, damn it." At this moment, Xiao Ye tried to prop himself up with his hands, murmuring to himself, "I have to help him." And facing the sun devourer alone, along with the other two, he couldn't possibly resist. In the blink of an eye, the sun devourer bit down fiercely, tearing the azure dragon in half, and quickly cursed its body. Finally, only a few soft downy hairs fluttered in the wind. Unexpectedly, the fierce gaze of the devouring sun stopped where little Ye was standing. The boy felt pale with fear. As it noticed me, the monster's nostrils, black smoke billowed out. Then it rushed straight towards little Ye. Ding Jie also realized the danger. He raised his hand to signal Ding Jun to stop for the time being. My disciple is in danger. Indeed, the devouring sun was opening its terrifying huge mouth, ready to swallow little Ye's small body. Seeing the terrifying sharp teeth right in front of him, the boy was extremely frightened, feeling as if he was about to be swallowed. Suddenly, a large hand reached out, shooting straight towards the devouring sun. Li Tanyuan used his spiritual power. The next scene left Xiao Ye stunned and unable to react. Li Tanyuan had actively flown straight into the mouth of the devouring sun monster. He'd immediately clamped its jaws shut, as if wanting to chew up the Xiao. All he could do was hope that Li Tanyuan could destroy its oral cavity and escape. After swallowing the man, the devouring sun let out a puffing sound. Si Kongshuan trembled slightly in fear, thinking to himself, as expected of the devouring sun, "Alice Master Tianli, until you reach the realm of immortality, you will never be able to contend with a true towering mountain in this world." Finally, a great threat has been eliminated. It seems Jaihe no longer has the desire to continue attacking. As long as I escape this desolate area, my great path will be smooth. Xiao Ye shed tears of pain, his whole body trembling violently, and he softly called out, "Father." The boy felt extremely regretful. In the past, Dad always protected me, but I treated him coldly because I thought I didn't need him. I had to be strong and independent to bear everything on my own. As a child, you naively thought you would protect your mother and older sister. It didn't matter without a father, you didn't need him. The boy was bullied by other children in the village, who threw stones and mocked him. Don't play with that bastard. Get rid of him. You always told yourself, I don't need a father. Don't need a father. But in moments of extreme pain, you would run to the cliff and scream, I am not a bastard. You knew it was all a lie. Because deep down, you still longed for a father. Little Ye sat hugging his pillow, looking up at the sky and asking, Dad, where on earth are you? The boy's eyes welled up with tears. He looked as pitiful as an abandoned puppy. You can't deny that you knew. From the moment your father suddenly appeared, your heart found peace again. But you didn't dare to face your father like your older sister did, because you were afraid he would abandon your mother and you again. This fear had always plagued the young boy's mind. Wei Wuizhen suddenly soared high, opening his mouth to roar. Little Ye stepped heavily towards the corpse, pulling the sword out of his chest. He thought to himself, Father doesn't need to be a great hero, nor does he need powerful magic. Little Ye gripped the sword hilt and slowly walked towards Fei Wuizhen. He only had one wish in his heart. I just hope Father can stay with us forever. Suddenly, a huge surge of power erupted from Little Ye's body. The entire boy was enveloped in a dazzling, violent red light. His eyes were bloodshot, tears still lingering at the corners of his eyes, and he screamed, echoing through heaven and earth. Get back to me. The boy raised his sword straight to the sky. His eyes were blank and crazed. His whole body seemed enveloped in blazing red flames, murderous aura. An oppressive power spread throughout the space. Dingji was terrified by the power erupting from the boy. He shouted a reminder, hey, disciple, you must be careful. Suddenly, he froze. Ziye gritted his teeth, enduring it, screaming. Right where the boy stood, an earth-shattering explosion occurred, the ground cracked open, and rocks flew everywhere as if torn apart by a fierce wind. The power from the sword became extremely violent, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The boy roared amidst the sky-high sea of red flames. His scream seemed to tear the very heavens apart. Remembering his father, the boy's power erupted even more fiercely. His entire face was covered in bulging veins. He shouted loudly to summon. Both Tu Xuan and Dingjie looked up at the sky. The red spiritual energy beams gradually converged at one point, and the imposing aura suddenly turned blue. Daoyo and Pival and War. The two auras, red and blue, intertwined around Fourth Master's body. Xing Kongtuan frowned. Lightning magic at this level. How dare this kid use it? What is this? He has broken through. What surprised him even more was that Xiaoya had broken through two realms simultaneously. Truly a rare prodigy. Like Xi Kongtuan, Dingji was terrified. The boy still couldn't control the true energy erupting within his body. If he fails, he will explode and die. At this moment, Xiaoya's lightning magic had completely enveloped the body of the sun-devouring venerable. The boy continued to increase the power of Tongqian, and finally, the most explosive power, shattering God right. Tian Yuan looked at the boy with surprise, secretly calling out in his heart, Shoye. The sun-devouring venerable was struck by the lightning magic, struggling incessantly, shaking its head violently. Xiaoya shed tears, her cheeks soaked with them. Before collapsing, she kept calling out, Dad. Unexpectedly, Xiaoya's seemingly dead father suddenly appeared. He used immortal energy to slash directly at the sun devourer. One sword pierced its abdomen, and he broke free. Seeing his figure, Tu Wojuan was utterly terrified. That guy, has he gotten out? Li Tanyuan quickly caught the collapsing Xiaoya. Seeing him, the boy whispered, Dad, you're okay now. Then he threw himself into Li Tanyuan's arms, crying and calling out, Dad. At this moment, he finally remembered what Shi Yehan had told him. Actually, Xiaoya always acts strong, but the child isn't as resilient as everyone thinks. Give him more time, and he will open up to you. He gently stroked his little son's head, telling himself, Dad will never leave you again. Li Tanyuan looked at the boy with astonishment, not expecting him to forcibly use the heaven-piercing god-killing technique. He recalled, if I'm not mistaken, the boy has probably only seen me use it once. I didn't expect him to have such heaven-defying talent in lightning magic. Sun-devouring venerable was still alive. It struggled and roared with its mouth wide open. Li Tanyuan couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of a sun-devouring venerable-level demonic beast. I destroyed, and attacked it from within its body. Yet I still couldn't inflict a fatal blow. Unexpectedly, its belly swelled up, and then it opened its mouth and spat out a round object. The monster threw the object to the ground and quickly flew away. Sig Xuanxuan stared at the egg-shaped object in front of him and exclaimed in surprise. Jikai was beaten so badly that it had to flee. Seeing Li Tanyuan, Dingjie continued to provoke, Hey, do you dare to say your name? So I can call more people to beat you. Li Tanyuan glanced at him and uttered 3 words, Li Tanyuan. As soon as he finished speaking, Dingjie fled. Before leaving, he left a threat, I am not your match now, but I will definitely come back to teach you a lesson. My disciple can stay with you for the time being. Si Baiyuan was speechless when he saw his opponent flee in fear. Just then, when he looked up, Li Tanyuan had appeared right behind him. He quickly raised his hand to signal stop. Stop, if Yuan attacks me, the council hasn't finished speaking. He used one sword strike to decapitate him. Li Tanyuan held his sword. As soon as he struck, he took the opponent's life. After dealing with the enemy, he withdrew his imposing aura, and prepared to sheath his sword. At that moment, the red egg suddenly cracked. He immediately sensed a strange aura, and had to glance over. The crack grew larger, and the egg was almost split in two. Through the large crack, he could see the object inside, which was a skull. This aura greatly astonished Li Tanyuan. Without another word, he swung his saber with full force, shattering the egg into pieces. When the egg was broken, a powerful surge of pressure and a terrifying whirlwind immediately erupted, sweeping over, forcing Xiaoye to struggle to defend himself. The boy covered his face with his hands, and asked in astonishment, how can this broken egg have such terrifying power? Next, a dense black mist appeared, twisting into a black whirlwind that enveloped a set of white bones. Li Tanyuan pondered and speculated, the strange energy I sensed in its body before, could it be from this person? Just a moment later, the skeleton's feet touched the ground, then slowly stood upright. Xiaoye was stunned by the extraordinary sight. Cheek his proof bloomed into a skeleton. Old idea flashed through his mind, could this be the master who was sealed before, now reborn? Purple pupils blazed in the eye sockets, and the skeleton immediately shot forward, aiming for Li Tanyuan. He reacted quickly, unleashing a fatal slash with the dragon's missing saber. The skeleton dodged, causing the sword energy to cleave a nearby mountain in half. He leaped into the air, intending to strike down directly from above him. But Li Tanyuan managed to block it in time with the blade of the dragon's missing saber. He continued to swing the saber at its arm. Strangely, the sharp dragon's missing saber couldn't cut through. Li Tanyuan frowned, thinking to himself, surprisingly tough, the dragon's missing saber can't pierce it. He tried another slash as the dark energy began to spread more intensely. Ulthingain quickly pulled Tsiu Dip straight up into the sky. The two skeletons stood still. The dark energy around them diffused, possessing terrifying corrosive power. It was no different from the deadly mist of the wilderness. Tsiu Dip secretly thanked his father for pulling him away in time. The boy wondered, the corrosive ability is truly too strong. If I had been touched by it just now, would I have been dissolved? The two skeletons slowly stepped forward. Suddenly, they saw something. That was the severed head of King Han. Controlled the dark energy to envelop and lift the head. In an instant, the parts of King Han's body began to corrode. It used the dark energy to strip off the flesh, to cover its legs, then its arms, face, and entire body. In other words, it had stolen King Han's skin, but still couldn't fully recover. Its upper body was still a skeleton, making it doubt if only this much could be restored. That's not right. Xiaoyu was shut mouth at him. Oh my god, it has turned into a human. The skeleton reached out and picked up a piece of cloth from the ground, wrapping it around its waist to cover the sensitive parts. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Chica hastily pushed me out like this. It's a pity the time is not yet right. Li Tanyuan asked calmly. Who are you? The creature with a half-human, half-ghost form replied. I am the son of the desolate god. Li Tanyuan recognized the other party's identity. The son of the desolate god glanced at him with contemptuous eyes and sneered. A mere mortal dares to hear the name of the desolate god without showing any reverence. Li Tanyuan replied in a flat tone, does merely having the word God in your name qualify you for me to bow my head? Han looked up at the sky, his tone filled with nostalgia. Time flies so quickly. It seems the name desolate god has weakened a lot. The transmission to Xiaoye is different from ours. The boy has to cultivate while guarding against the backlash of true energy. Moreover, Xiaoye's foundation is not completely stable, so the palace master has to transmit a part of his true energy to help the boy speed up his cultivation. Fortunately, Xiaoye has mastered the life and death dual art, and his adaptability is stronger than ordinary people, but how far he can go on the path ahead depends on fate. Ning Yu wondered, with us protecting him, what is there to fear? At this moment, Shi Dianhen and Shi Yunan rushed over her, asking in unison, how is it? The door of the room opened. Li Tanyuan led Xiaoye out, confirming, it's fine now. Seeing his mother, the boy's eyes lit up, and he softly called out, Mom. Hidadan asked, worriedly, are you okay? The boy proudly recounted, yes, Dad taught me a new cultivation technique. In fine now, right? She looked up at him. A gentle romantic atmosphere enveloped them. Thinidane spoke up. This experience is not necessarily bad. Finding a way to survive in a desperate situation, Ad will immediately usher in a new transformation. Ulthingain told everyone. Everyone rest for one night. Tomorrow we set off for Kuvintangdang. The Adhinan was full of questions. Why do we have to go to Kuvintangdang? As they passed by Thian, he patted her shoulder, and said softly, I'm going to find Feng Chulit for a moment. Having said that, he immediately left. Seeing the blood stain on Feng's back, the Nan was extremely surprised. She hurriedly asked, "Big brother Feng, are you injured?" He tried to recall his memories and replied, "It was probably when I was fighting Long Tuna and got hit." Feng awkwardly turned around and walked away, saying softly, "It's nothing uncomfortable, we'll go change." He walked in such a hurry that he didn't notice the jade pendant at his waist had fallen off, and it landed in Minth's hand. He stood there watching Sui Feng hastily leave as if fleeing. This action was completely different from Minth's usual calm demeanor. He wondered why Sui Feng was so distant. He even dropped his things. Could it be that he was seriously injured fighting Long Tuna? Then Nan took the jade pendant from Minth's hand, and said, "Go see Sui Feng, brother. After all, I have to thank him for saving me." After saying that, she didn't wait for Minvu to react and hurried away with the jade pendant. Minvu was annoyed, muttering, "No matter what, I was the one who saved her with Sui Feng, yet she didn't even thank me." He felt deeply hurt. Sui Feng returned to his room and began to undress. His body was covered with numerous large and small wounds. Just then, Nan pushed the door open and cheerfully called out, "Sui Feng, big brother, you dropped your jade pendant." Her sudden appearance startled him, leaving him frozen like a statue. His eyes stared intently at her. Nan glared at Feng's body. Her cheeks flushed red. A second later, she immediately turned away, shyly saying, Sorry, I didn't mean to." Feng elegantly redressed himself. He slightly shook his head. "It's nothing." Then he took back the jade pendant, not forgetting to say, "Thank you very much." Nan anxiously turned back to ask, "Feng, big brother, is your injury okay?" He lowered his head, his voice faint. "It's just some unpleasant things from the past." Seeing his sorrowful expression, her heart itched. Nan asked softly, "Feng, big brother, are you really okay? Is there something difficult you can't say? Can you share it with me?" She suddenly remembered. "Big brother Minvu also said that you seem a bit distracted." Sui Feng replied heartbrokenly, "My sister's death anniversary is approaching." Nan looked at him with sympathy. Sensing he needed space, she walked to the door, gently comforting him before leaving. "Big brother Sui Feng, I hope you can suppress your grief. Please allow me to leave first." At the door, she asked hesitantly, "By the way, big brother Sui Feng, last night I vaguely dreamed that someone kidnapped me. Was it you who saved me then?" Sui Feng nodded slightly. Only then did she realize in shock that it wasn't a dream that day. He closed his eyes and explained, "The young master arranged for me to secretly protect you a long time ago." After hearing the explanation, she nodded slightly, her voice as gentle as the spring breeze. Thank you, big brother Sui Feng." In the quiet night sky, Li Tanyuan met Feng Zhuli and got straight to the point. "The purpose of your trip to the wilderness this time? It's for the dragon cultivation orb, right?" He glanced at him and nodded in confirmation. Then, he still activated his spiritual power. A brilliant golden spiritual energy burst forth in his palm, blazing like a flame in the night. Feng Zhuli introduced the golden orb in his hand. The dragon cultivation orb is called the Dragon Evolution 2. It is an important material for refining the elixir of immortality. Li Tanyuan asked curiously, "Elixir of immortality?" He slowly lowered his hand. The Dragon Evolution 2 slowly disappeared. He said in a calm voice, "His Majesty is old, and the desire for the elixir of immortality is completely normal. It just so happens that Lin Xiang proposed he could refine it, which is why we have this meeting." He pursed his lips and smiled faintly. Wanting the dragon cultivation scripture and being able to find it right away, what good luck. Han replied coldly, "Lin Xiang has great ability. The reduction of the mist in the desolate region and the appearance location of the dragon cultivation scripture this time were all defined by Lin Xiang. From what Li Tanyuan knows, this Lin Xiang has always been at odds with your third brother, and at the same time wants to support the fourth prince to become the crown prince. Is that right?" Feng Zhuli tilted his head back to look at the sky and sighed. "The crown prince has made it clear that he hopes you won't meddle in court affairs. His Highness can handle these matters himself." A moment later, Li Tanyuan sat down on a nearby chair, bowing his head. Feng Zhuli looked at him and continued, "The crown prince didn't stop the absurd matter of the elixir of immortality and even let me preside over this action. Do you know why?" He paused. His Majesty also wanted to see if Lin Xiang could really refine the elixir of immortality, and whether it could prolong life. And John replied, "Life and death are predestined. Why should one desperately seek longevity?" Feng Zhuli recalled, "That's right, I also advised His Majesty as such." He just laughed heartily, neither denying nor explaining. Duan spread his arms wide, remarking casually, "Who told him to value that person more than the throne?" Suddenly, he patted his chest, his face showing clear worry as he asked, "Brother, are you really not afraid? The fortune teller told me I wouldn't live past 60. Because I have always been living in fear." Li Tanyuan pondered for a long time, then looked up at the sky and said softly, "I will exhaust the essence of my life. A trade-off to change the future situation. If this is not complete, Feng will take over the position of the successor of Fin Lin. As long as the will exists, I do not fear death." He added, "Now, My wife and children are right beside me. Then, he turned to ask him, and you still haven't decided to make your relationship with Min public? And Shulit closed his eyes, his words as light as smoke. I've said it. Maybe he'll leave when I'm 60, perhaps even die sooner. Although there is some regret, the child is with you. I am completely at ease. Sometimes being an uncle who complains is easier than being a father. The two of them, each, carried their own worries, silently facing each other in the dead of night. The next morning on the heavenly master mountain, a very loud voice echoed. Immortal sir, please step in and bring justice for me. The one speaking was Ding Jie. He knelt before the gate of a building, pleading. Help me punish that person named Li Tenyuan. He took my disciple. I can't defeat him. Immortal sir, you must intervene and help me. Veda, holding a whisk, stood at the gate, silently observing. Ding Jie looked up at Veda and continued. Immortal sir promised to do 3 things for my Dane family. Veda was extremely conflicted. He replied, in all these hundreds and thousands of years, the Ding family has never used your promise. Today, you use it just to punish an individual. You use a promise from the immortal sir just to teach one person a lesson. Ding Jie replied with a beaming face. That's right, why wouldn't he use it? Wei Chu advised him earnestly. Shouldn't this matter be considered more carefully? Ding Jie pointed to his face in confusion. What is there to consider? Now that only I, Ding Ru, remain, I can use this promise as I wish. Wei Chu was helpless against his stubbornness and ignorance, and sighed softly. Then he reported to Immortal Bilao and announced to Ding Jie. Immortal Bilao already knows. Hearing this, Ding Jie was visibly excited. Pray. Then you will teach that Li Tanyuan on my behalf, right? Wei Chu nodded affirmatively. That's right. In the quiet room, the meditation cushion was empty. The candle flickered with a faint yellow light, and the door curtain gently swayed in the light breeze. Another silent room. Elder Xia sat dejectedly on a chair. He didn't notice someone entering the room. The old man bowed his head dejectedly. He let out a sigh. He didn't know if this mission was considered complete. At this moment, a dark, gloomy aura emanated from behind him. He muttered, the appearance was smooth, and there were no new orders. Perhaps it was over. As soon as he looked up, he saw someone standing stunned opposite him. An old Master Xia asked in surprise. Zongteng, why are you here? Being asked so suddenly, Zongteng was too surprised to react. He awkwardly scratched his head and whispered 3 words. I don't know. Then, he spoke up. I remember we were reanalyzing this action. Thinking of Li Tanyuan, old Master Xia let out a heavy sigh. Alas, what a pity. I was planning to take advantage of the current situation to seize the immortal artifact. Unexpectedly, it was ruined by Li Tanyuan. Zongteng asked his father, Father, the immortal artifact is already in Li Tanyuan's hands, what else can we do? Hearing this, the old man's eyes flashed with cunning and calculation, but now it was in his hands. Whether it could be maintained was still an unknown. Next morning, the Lothian guy and family prepared to leave by carriage. Just as he was about to board, old Master had led everyone over and kindly asked, Son-in-law, are you leaving? The old man smiled, sincerely implying, Yanqing, although small, is still an ancient city of 1,000 years. Why not stay one more night so we can show our hospitality as hosts? Hearing this, Minvu turned to wait for his answer. Lothian Guyan flatly refused, no need. Then, he sneered contemptuously. Why has the young master suddenly become a son-in-law? Your attitude wasn't like this the other day. Dong Tang stepped closer to him, expressing his desire. I heard that on this trip to the desolate region, the son-in-law has obtained the immortal artifact. I wonder if you could let us have a look. After all, the appearance of an immortal artifact is something every cultivator in the world yearns for. The people behind him heard this. Their eyes immediately lit up, showing clear anticipation. All looked towards him. At this moment, he understood their purpose. Old Master Xia put on a benevolent appearance and asked for his opinion. Son-in-law, although the immortal artifact is precious, possessing a treasure like this can bring disaster. Why don't you entrust it to the Xia family to keep temporarily? Of course, I will also provide something of equal value. With that said, the old man clapped his hands lightly, and immediately a young man stepped out from behind, holding an object covered with a cloth, with a respectful demeanor. Old Master Xia gently lifted the red silk to reveal the object underneath, astonishing all eyes. That round pearl emitted a red spiritual energy. The old man introduced, this is the body-protecting true essence pearl. It can. Before he could finish, Ming Yu loudly sneered. Keep it temporarily. The Xia family is indeed cunning. He interrupted abruptly made Zongtang furious to the point of blushing. He frowned and shouted, Insolent Junior, we kindly offered help, yet you are so ungrateful. At this moment, a person accompanying the Xia family members spoke up. The immortal artifact has appeared. It should indeed be held by the major aristocratic families to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. The Gu family patriarch stepped forward and pointed directly at him without reservation, asking in a stern voice, Hey, where is Manger? The mother's face was ferocious. Finger trembled as she pointed directly at Xiaoya, her voice as cold as ice. Someone saw my Manger, and that little devil being taken away by the sun devourer. Why is he back? Where is my manger? Totus seemed frightened. The boy looked at her defiantly. Seeing that he said nothing, she became even more agitated. Never stop questioning where the boy is. Did you harm the boy? Lee Tenyuan softly declared a concise sentence. He is dead. The parents looked as if struck by lightning. Their eyes darkened, their faces turned pale without a trace of blood. Next were Lee Chenqian's subordinates. One pointed at him and questioned. In the wilderness, we heard our young master was also pursuing you. The other added, now the young master has left the wilderness and has contacted us. Shouldn't you also give a clear explanation to our Shenzhen city forces? Just like that, the whole group gathered around, surrounding him, loudly accusing you like this. You are the culprit. Mingwu couldn't stand seeing the hall master being threatened like this, so he coldly threatened. This is annoying. Believe it or not, it'll kill all of you. His mother tried to hold him close, gritting her teeth and demanding, what do you mean Mang Ne is dead? If you don't bring Mang Ne back to me, I will kill you. Before she could finish, she was hit by a thunderous slap from Lee Tenyuan. After the blow, he spoke calmly. Mang Ne was arrogant and unruly, acting tyrannically, deserving of death. She clutched her swollen cheek, stuttering and unable to speak. Her father, Du Mang, roared in anger. You harmed my 2 children. I will fight you to the end. It seems you are courting death. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at them, coldly declaring, it's your turn next. At this point, old Master Xia still wanted to maintain a normal attitude, calling him son-in-law again and again, shamelessly thick-skinned. Son-in-law, it seems there are quite a few troublesome things that need explaining. The old man even pretends to be a good person, advising brother Qi to take Bao Chao, and then hand over the immortal artifact. Zhou will help you bear the calamity. After all, we are all one family. Li Tenyuan stepped past the old man, glancing and asking back, you want the immortal artifact? Elder Xia remained silent. Silence was an affirmative answer. Li Tenyuan gently urged his spiritual power. A stream of azure energy began to spread, like faint mist in the void. Something gradually appeared in the palm of his hand. Everyone present widened their eyes, staring intently without blinking. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation, fixed on the stream of immortal energy gradually appearing in Li Tenyuan's palm. The azure aura radiated an ever-increasing pressure. The soul pressure surged like a tide, wave after wave pressing directly into the consciousness, making those with low cultivation unable to resist. Their bodies trembled violently. Then, they gradually knelt down amidst the shaking heaven and earth. Not long after, old Master Xia himself also began to falter. He gritted his teeth and circulated his energy, his spiritual power within his body struggling hard against the heavy pressure like Mount Tag. His whole body trembled intermittently, cold sweat pouring down as if he were bathing. Although Li Chenqian's 2 subordinates tried their best to resist the invisible force, their resistance quickly became futile and they were on the verge of collapse. At this moment, Li Tenyuan coldly asked, are you worthy of making demands? Immediately after, he suddenly increased the pressure. The entire group was completely subdued, kneeling on the ground, gritting their teeth and admitting, this power, this is definitely immortal energy. Li Tenyuan sneered, those who overestimate themselves. Clearly you are not qualified. With that, he withdrew his forces. With his wife and child, they calmly boarded the carriage. The entire crowd remained prostrate on the ground, creating a scene as if paying deep respects. The madam, unable to accept the heartbreaking truth, repeatedly begged her husband, Your Highness, please immediately send people deep into the wilderness. I firmly believe Manger is still alive. Your Highness, with a face hardened by deep hatred, recalled the old humiliation, Shi Bufan stealing his bride. He gritted his teeth. I have not forgotten the disgrace Shi Bufan caused by stealing the bride back then. Now, they have taken the life of my child. I swear your entire clan will suffer terrible consequences, even in death. Meanwhile, Li Chenqian's 2 attendants whispered to each other. The mist in the wilderness has returned to its previous dense state. Further searching is impossible. San, stay here and wait for the young master. I will return to Shenzhen to report. Li Tenyuan's carriage just entered an open area. A group of people in yellow uniforms had been waiting for some time. The old man leading the group clasped his hands in a respectful salute, saying, Mr. Li, it is a great honor for my family for 3 generations to meet you on this trip to Jiangchen. Recently, I have completed an alchemy room in Dongsui Imperial City. I invite you to visit in 10 days. Li Tenyuan glanced at him briefly, replying with a cold, emotionless sound, if I have free time. The old man frowned slightly, his eyes both curious and cautious, asking back, Mr. Li, I heard that you obtained immortal energy from the desolate region. The soul-stirring pressure in the city just now must have come from it. He sighed, immortal energy is too tempting. If you encounter any difficulties, just come to me in Dongsui Imperial City. By the way, I have something I need to ask for your help with. After hearing the old man recount the whole story, Li Tenyuan frowned slightly, his eyes deep. He didn't say another word, just waved his hand to urge the carriage on. After the carriage had gone quite a distance, only his indifferent words echoed in the wind. Perhaps in 15 days, I will pay a visit to the imperial city. Receiving that promise, he was somewhat relieved. Chen Jing clasped his hands in salute. This old man will wait for immortal Li to arrive. Please take care of yourself. The carriage continued to roll steadily. Li Tanyuan stepped inside, facing Xiaoye who was meditating. The boy opened his eyes and looked at his father with some worry, fearing that his father openly displaying immortal energy would make them even more relentless. Li Tanyuan closed his eyes slightly, firmly asserting, it's nothing. No matter how many shrimp soldiers and crab generals there are, they cannot shake a mountain. A reasonable display of strength will force those who overestimate themselves to retreat. They dare not cause trouble. Just as he finished speaking, Cao Zhiu went over and put from behind him about he had finally called with father. This trip to the wilderness was not in vain. The boy smiled brightly and nodded slightly, yes. Suddenly, Sui Feng appeared from behind with a rare tense expression and hurriedly said, young master, it's about Seikun Chuan. Contrary to Sui Feng's urgency, Li Tanyuan remained calm. He said indifferently, I have probed Seikun Chuan's soul, but the keen memories are obscured and unclear. Saying that, he gathered his magic power into his palm, forming a blue ball of light. Within it appeared a scene of Seikun Chuan reporting to a mysterious figure, Exalted One. The items you requested have all been collected by me. Moreover, only I know about the secret chamber. Please rest assured. The Venerable One is a man in black, with his back turned so you couldn't see his face clearly. Feng suddenly discovered that this memory of King Hein seemed to have been forcibly distorted. Thin Yigain patiently explained. This is a kind of thought diversion technique. To know the content of the conversation, we can only find the person in that memory and make direct contact. Feng expressed his doubts. Young master, is Tiu Dip's heavenly soul bone among the items he mentioned? Thin Yigain withdrew his magic power, and the ball of light disappeared. He lowered his voice. Fortunately, I have determined the location of the secret chamber that the King Hein mentioned in the memory. First, we will go there to look for clues. Li Tianyuan's face suddenly became gloomy, and his sword-like eyebrows slightly furrowed. By the way, it's time to wipe out the Yunsheng sect. The carriage suddenly stopped. Everyone inside was surprised by the unexpected event. Nan was the first to stick her head out and asked Minvu, what's wrong? Why did the carriage stop? Minvu frowned and replied, I also feel it's very strange. Feng appeared and offered an opinion. Long-cost senses are extremely sharp. The fact that it suddenly stopped probably signals some danger. However, everyone couldn't understand because the surrounding scenery was suspiciously quiet. Just then, a rustling sound came from the bushes. Minvu pointed in that direction, whispering, there's someone over there. Qiuqi recognized a familiar face and excitedly exclaimed, I know that old man. The little girl quickly jumped out of the car. She ran towards the old man, happily calling out, Grandpa. Feng tried to stop her, but Minvu reassured him, don't worry, we met him when we first arrived in Jianjing. He's just an ordinary person. Qiuqi, with wide, curious eyes, tugged on the old man's sleeve. Her childlike voice rang out, Grandpa, where are you going again? Seeing the adorable little girl, the old man's mood immediately brightened. He replied kindly, little girl, it's you. Seeing the old man getting up, Qiuqi nimbly ran over and used her small hands to support his arm, her eyes sparkling with concern. The old man smiled gently. Low voice mixed with affection, I am waiting for someone. This made the little girl even more confused. Waiting for someone in such a desolate place. Just then, the old man glanced towards the car, and the couple, Li Tianyuan, stepped out together. The old man coldly uttered a sound. He turned to look at her father, extremely curious. Father. It is. Old man, do you know my father? Li Tianyuan slowly approached the two of them. He gently told the little girl, Xiaojie, go back to the car first. The little girl obediently replied. Yes, I'll listen to Dad. The little girl returned to the car but still kept looking back at the two people facing each other. The old man looked straight at Li Tianyuan. He asked coldly, you are Li Tianyuan? He readily replied, that's me. Confirming the target, the old man explained, I was sent by Dingji, a descendant of Ding Re, to remember. Li Tianyuan recalled that the only descendant left was Dingji, and the old man nodded in confirmation. Li Tianyuan also recognized the other party's identity. Celestial Master Mountain. The Immortal of Immortality. It is indeed the Immortal of Immortality from Celestial Master Mountain. Without another word, the old man slightly raised his hand. In the blink of an eye, a fierce surge of magic power erupted like a volcano, spreading all around. Immediately, Li Tianyuan mobilized his magic power to create a heaven-shaking pressure wave, directly confronting the fierce attack of Celestial Master Mountain. Pressure was too terrifying. Su Yifeng and Ming Yu quickly combined their strength, forming a protective shield around the carriage. Ming Yu gritted his teeth resisting until sweat poured down him like a shower. Exclaimed, this pressure is too formidable. Could that old man be an immortal? Can we hold on? Suifan remained slightly calmer but still had to reassure his teammate. Ming Yu, calm down. If the situation worsens, you must immediately take everyone away from here. A blinding white light illuminated the entire sky. Amidst the thick fog, a gloomy atmosphere spread as if countless ghostly shadows were lurking, making the entire space feel heavy and suffocating, as if about to explode. Suddenly, the two gatekeeping disciples of the Nine Cloud Upper Sect's eyes widened in horror, their hearts pounding. Before them, Li Tianyuan was slowly stepping through the gate. Two immediately stood in his way, pointing directly at him and shouting, "Who dares to barge into the Nine Cloud Upper Sect?" Before the words even fell, the chests of both were compressed by his imposing aura to the point of breathlessness, as if about to burst. Their eyes gradually became hazy. Their minds seemed to be invaded by an invisible force. Amidst the crisscrossing flashes of lightning, they were horrified to see Li Tianyuan split into four shadowy figures overlapping each other. As he swept past, both disciples simultaneously spat out fresh blood and collapsed to the ground. From the cliff face, large and small rocks tumbled down with a rumbling sound. Boulders weighing hundreds of pounds crashed down onto the road right in front of Li Tianyuan, but he still advanced calmly. Inside the training ground of the Nine Cloud Sect, disciples were diligently practicing. Li Tianyuan strolled in, his demeanor as carefree as a floating cloud or a gentle breeze. The transcendent aura emanating from him momentarily stunned the man instructing senior brother Li, leaving him speechless with astonishment. A minute later, he finally regained his composure. He knitted his brows tightly, pointed directly at Li Tianyuan's face, and snapped, "Which branch hall are you a disciple of? Don't you understand the sect's rules? How dare you barge in so presumptuously? Get out." The practicing disciples also stopped, whispering amongst themselves. "Who is this reckless fellow? Is he a newly admitted disciple? Senior brother Li hasn't been in a good mood lately. If this guy falls into his hands, we're in for a good show." At this moment, Li Tianyuan stepped onto the steps, moving closer to senior brother Li. He was furious to see that he was completely ignored. He continued to shout, "I told you to retreat. Didn't you hear me?" Now, he was so angry that his face turned pale, gritting out each word slowly. "It seems I have to carry out the punishment on behalf of the sect." After saying that, he gathered spiritual energy in his palm, and a dazzling golden light flashed like fire. Suddenly, his eyes whitened. Just a second later, he clutched his chest, and coughed up blood continuously. As his whole body collapsed to the ground, Li Tianyuan stepped over him. His entire body radiated an oppressive aura that made his opponents breathless. Suddenly, a massive wave of overwhelming power erupted, spreading throughout the space. All the disciples were training simultaneously, causing a strong shock. Their bodies felt as if pressed down by 1,000 pounds, and one by one, they uncontrollably fell to the ground. Some screamed in terror, wondering what was happening. Not long after, the miserable screams suddenly ceased. All of them had collapsed, their breath stopped, and their life force completely dissipated on the mountain top. An elder sensed this terrifying pressure. He quickly flew out. Upon smelling the strong scent of blood, his expression immediately became grave. He narrowed his eyes slightly. "What is this smell of blood?" He thought to himself, something big must have happened to the sect. Muttering, "This is not good," he then vanished like lightning. A minute later, he landed in front of Li Tianyuan. Anger surged within him, and he roared, "Who dares to cause trouble at the Nine Cloud Upper Sect?" As soon as he swung a sword towards Li Tianyuan, he gently leaned aside to evade, while simultaneously increasing his pressure to counter. Very quickly, the sword in his hand began to crack due to the pressure from his aura. Small cracks emitted a faint light. Before he could react, the sword shattered into pieces. He himself also spat out fresh blood and fell to the ground from the heavy counterattack. Just like that, he collapsed face down right in front of Li Tianyuan, completely losing his composure. With great effort, he managed to get up, his body trembling violently, his eyes filled with terror as he looked at him. He cried out in a trembling voice, "Saint Emperor Realm. No, this is the great Emperor Realm. Who are you, sire? Why did you deliberately charge into my Nine Cloud Supreme Sect?" The moment he stood up, Li Tianyuan intensified his oppressive aura. The overwhelming power caused his eyes to widen, blood to stream from his 7 orifices, and then his body exploded. After dealing with this elder, Li Tianyuan continued to stride forward. At this moment, from afar, a group of people appeared in the sky. The leader was Elder Chiu, one of the sect's 4 great masters. He was furious, his teeth clenched, and he roared, "How dare you kill the disciples of the Nine Cloud Supreme Sect? No matter who you are, you must pay the price." After speaking, he ordered those accompanying him to join forces and cast the wind and cloud convergence, 10,000 swords gathering technique. As soon as the command was given, a series of swords shot up into the sky simultaneously, forming a giant vortex in midair. Disciples below cheered enthusiastically, praising him endlessly. He truly lived up to the name of Elder Shu. His mere move could cause the heavens and earth to shake. That's right, Elder Shu is one of the 4 great masters of the sect, a great emperor in the myriad manifestations realm. Elder Shu, a top master of the sect, Once used the immortal cloud sword art to defeat 3 powerful enemies at the Great Emperor realm. Now, he is using this sword art again, combining it with his disciples to control it together, confident that he can eliminate the intruder. A series of sword blades shot out like arrows, combining their power to create a heaven-shaking explosion. Completely satisfied with the result, he leisurely stroked his beard, nodded, and said, facing the immortal cloud sect, "This is the end." The surrounding disciples excitedly shouted, "Elder Chu is mighty, truly worthy of being the spiritual pillar of the sect. Unparalleled prestige." However, their joy did not last long. As the smoke and dust from the explosion gradually cleared, he was still standing there, unharmed. A terrified disciple exclaimed, "Wait, is still a lie." This statement startled Elder Chu, who turned around with a look of horror. "What?" He followed the disciple's gaze and was stunned. "How is this possible? This person actually withstood the full force move just now." Li Tianyuan coldly brushed the dust off his robes, uttering 2 words that sounded utterly ridiculous. Elder Chu was extremely shocked. "He took a concentrated blow from me. Could he be a master of the Star River Great Emperor realm? But his age is too young. This is hard to believe." After some consideration, he decided to probe the opponent first. So, he immediately changed his attitude 180 degrees, appearing amiable and asking, "Who exactly are you? Why are you so determined to oppose our 9-Cloud Supreme sect?" Li Tianyuan pointed at him, increasing his pressure without restraint. Face as cold as ice uttered each word, "Those in high positions cannot feel suffering. Descend immediately." With that, he channeled his magic power, creating a blue whirlwind, rushing straight down from the sky towards Elder Chu's position. As the whirlwind descended, the disciples immediately felt their bodies grow heavy. Their breath choked, and they all collapsed to the ground, screaming in panic. "Ah, what's happening?" The whole group lay sprawled out, their faces pale, desperately crying for help. "It hurts so much, I can't breathe, help." Even Elder Chu had to exert all his strength to resist, causing his whole body to tremble. He couldn't believe it, muttering, "I didn't expect that with just 1 finger, there would be such immense power." In this perilous situation, another stream of magic power appeared, confronting Li Tianyuan. He looked up at the sky, eyes filled with joy. As the sect master, to resist the surging might from Li Tianyuan, the sect master and the others hurriedly cast the immortal cloud seal. Immediately, the 2 sources of power collided violently, a fierce confrontation between heaven and earth. The immortal script hand seal erupted, transforming into a giant, dazzling purple hand that appeared. Beneath that hand were 2 men. As for Li Tianyuan, he just stood there quietly observing. The disciples shouted loudly, "Sect Master! The Sect Master is here!" That's right, the 2 appearing under that hand were the Sect Master and Elder Liu. They looked at the Sect Master like a savior, cheering excitedly. The Sect Master possesses the strength of a Galaxy Realm Great Emperor, just 1 step away from becoming an immortal. This time, that brat is surely dead. Very quickly, Elder Chu hurried to the Sect Master's side and whispered in his ear, "Sect Master, this person might be a Galaxy Realm expert." The statement surprised the Sect Master. A rare expert at the Galaxy Great Emperor level. Is it the Sword Saint or the Heavenly Lay Palace Master? No, he is too young. An expert at this age. He couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it and directly asked Li Tianyuan, "Are you the great prince of the Wuling Divine Dynasty?" Li Tianyuan didn't answer, just raised his eyebrows and stared intently at him. Despite being ignored, the Sect Master continued to talk to himself. "We have no feud with the Wuling Divine Dynasty." Great Prince Li Tianyuan lost his patience and interrupted, "Stop the nonsense. I am not the Great Prince. Today I have come simply to annihilate your 9-Cloud Villa sect." Hearing the word annihilate, how could the Sect Master endure it? He erupted with magical power, causing earth and stones to fly everywhere in the air. "If you have no good intentions, stop right there." He ordered his disciples, "Everyone calm your minds and focus. Form up to fight me and kill this person." Listen to the order. All disciples immediately seize your thoughts, gather your energy, and simultaneously cast the formation. Feeling intent surged straight towards him. At this moment, the Sect Master used his spiritual power to create a formation resembling a rainbow of death. He stood in the center, arrogantly proclaiming, "The heavens have 9 layers. The clouds have 9 turns." This formation uses the power of the mist to transform into 9 types of calamities. The power of tribulation cycles endlessly. Even an immortal could be held back by this formation. Having said this, he glared at Li Tianyuan and coldly declared each word. "Even if you are a Grand Emperor of the Star River Realm, you will only meet your death when encountering this formation. You can only blame yourself for being careless. How dare you charge alone into my 9 heavens upper sect?" As soon as the Sect Master finished speaking, magical power immediately surged out from the disciples sitting on the ground. He then controlled the entire stream of power, causing the entire space to be covered in a purple hue. Surging streams of power rose up, sweeping away soil, rocks, and lush green leaves, creating a scene that was both fierce and mystical. Tianyuan raised his head and calmly asked a question, "Are you comparable to an immortal?" As soon as the words fell, He also began to display his magical power. He uttered a soft phrase, "Then I will also restrain my power and test your strength." With that, he waved his hand, sending a stream of characters straight towards them. The character grew larger, forming a solid shield, blocking all the soil and rocks in front of them. The attack from the French formation was easily blocked. The disciples of the Upper Cloud9 sect were all stunned in horror. Impossible. Attack comparable to an immortal's was neutralized, just like that. Could he be an immortal? Impossible. No one in this world should have successfully broken through to that realm yet. The sect master had poured all his strength into the formation and was exhausted, his face pale, and covered in sweat. He thought to himself, even a master of the galaxy realm couldn't easily block my Nine Heavens cloud net formation. No, that's not right, he must have used some secret technique. With that thought, he loudly declared, "Let me see whether your secret technique, or the power of heaven and earth is more resilient." After speaking, he continued to increase the difficulty of the formation. Magical runes appeared along with immense power. Suddenly he ordered the elders, Elder Liu, Elder Shu, to proceed with the combined spell casting. The two immediately obeyed. "Yes, Sackmaster." And so a resounding attack was launched. The characters pierced through the earth and stone, striking directly at Lothian Igayan's defensive formation as if trying to break through it. This moment, the sect master continued to shout, "Nine Heavens transformation, Cloud Dragon manifest." Quickly, 9 dragons appeared. They opened their mouths and roared, shattering Lothian Igayan's defensive formation. Just as one dragon was about to swallow him, Lothian Igayan exerted his magical power, creating a barrier to block it. Now, the Cloud Formation Supreme Sect has the upper hand. The disciples cheered happily. "That's great. The enemy has been repelled. Worthy of the combined technique of the 3 great Emperor Masters. Indeed, its power is unparalleled. This time, that brat is surely dead." Not long after, the 3 dragons pierced through the barrier of Earthstone, flying over Lothian Igayan. He still stubbornly resisted. He looked at the 3 dragons. One declared clearly, "Is this the power of an immortal? Thanks you for testing me. Now I know my own strength. But fake things are still fake in the end. No matter how similar they are, they can never become real." As he finished speaking, he unleashed a familiar powerful aura. This aura made the 3 dragons wary. They dared not approach him. Lothian Igayan's hand moved slightly. He concentrated his magic power into it and then struck decisively with all his might. With just that one move, the 3 dragons were blown away. The aura formed a vortex that shot straight into the sky, along with lightning bolts that struck directly at the formation of Ku Van Thuong Tong. Rocks and leaves were blasted meters away. The sect master was utterly defeated and knelt on the ground, seemingly seriously injured, clutching one hand. According to Thao, you actually. At this moment, the pressure in his hand had not yet subsided. Li Tianyuan said in a deep voice, "Is this all the power of a celestial being?" As he spoke, a murderous aura emanated slightly from him. His eyes shone with determination. "The inspection is over. Now you can all prepare to die." The heavily injured disciples knelt on the ground, utterly defeated and unwilling to accept it, cursing, "Damn it. How could this be? Even the sect master's group couldn't do anything to him. Damn it, does he take us as whetstones?" Just as everyone fell into despair, an elder spoke up, "Don't be afraid. We still have the sect protecting divine artifact." This statement seemed to wake them from a dream. Saw a glimmer of hope. "That's right." Then he urged the sect master, quickly open the sect protecting divine artifact. At this moment, a sharp object appeared. The white-haired elder continued to persuade the sect master, "Given the current situation, we have no choice but to summon the sect protecting divine artifact." While the sect master was still hesitating, the elder continued to urge, "With the protection of the sect protecting divine artifact, we can definitely kill him." Seeing the sect master's suspicious silence, the disciples looked confused. Wei exclaimed, "Sect master, what are you still hesitating about?" Li Tianyuan coldly interrupted, "He can't do it." As he finished speaking, he extended his hand. The head rolled away. Only then did everyone realize in horror that it was the sect master's head, and they couldn't help but exclaim in terror, "Sect master, what is going on?" The 2 elders' faces turned pale. They exclaimed in shock, "What the hell is going on? How can there be 2 sect masters?" A moment later, the impostor stammered, "You killed Dai Chuan." The 2 elders immediately turned to question him, each asking a question. "If that person's head is indeed the sect master, then who are you?" "That's right. Who are you? Why are you impersonating the sect master?" The impostor avoided the main issue, emphasizing that it was not the time for the 2 elders to investigate the truth or falsehood. Urgent matter now is to repel the enemy and eliminate the danger to the sect. For the 9 Cloud Upper sect, only by gathering the strength of the entire sect can we hope to push him back. Then, he spread his arms wide and solemnly declared, "The sect is in danger. I am willing to use my body as a vessel to absorb the power of the entire sect. Perhaps I can summon the artifact." One elder immediately objected, "Condensing all the power into one person in such a short time, You won't be able to withstand it. But the sect master is. Not bringing it, he accepted with both hands, then decisively ordered the entire sect. Disciples, listen to the order. Transfer your power to me. I want to use the power of the divine artifact to destroy the enemy. The white-haired elder was still hesitating, but was interrupted by the other person. Push back the enemy first, we'll deal with other things later. The elders agreed, and all the disciples simultaneously transferred their power towards the impostor, shouting in unison, 9 heavens connecting to the sky, 9 revolutions returning to 1. Suddenly, the 2 elders turned their heads to look at each other, then also transferred their power towards him, shouting in unison, 9 heavens connecting to the sky, 9 revolutions returning to 1. At this moment, the power of the entire sect converged within the impostor, forming a giant energy sphere hovering above his head. At this moment, the disciples simultaneously trembled and screamed. Ah, what is happening? I can't control myself. The white-haired elder shouted in horror. What are you doing? My cultivation base. The blue-haired elder realized it was too late. As expected, you have ulterior motives. You are an impostor. The impostor didn't bother to explain. Just said lightly, for the survival of the 9 Cloud Supreme sect, I hope you will endure some hardship. Then he laughed sinisterly, haha. Moreover, Sikun Chuan also used this technique to seize the sacred body and cultivation of others. At this time, the disciples had collapsed on the ground, their lives uncertain, while the fake sect master stared intently at the orb in his hand, nodding with satisfaction. Very good, cultivation has improved, keep up the effort. The sect master's shadow spread his arms wide, his eyes firm. Although I have only been his shadow since childhood, I am not reconciled. All matters in the 9 Cloud Supreme sect are handled by me. I am the one who truly cares about this sect. I have strived in my cultivation, advancing step by step. Who says the shadow cannot surpass the original? With that, he raised his hand. Muscles bulged, tearing his robes. His eyes shone brightly, proclaiming loudly, from this moment on, I am the true Sikongchuan. This was originally my name. I am Sikongchuan, the sect master of the 9 Cloud Supreme sect. As he spoke, he controlled his spiritual power, creating a massive vortex in the air. The vortex surged upwards, reaching high into the blue sky. The white-haired elder was utterly astonished by the sight. The divine artifact resonated with him. He truly is for the 9 Cloud Supreme sect. A moment later, a sword, looking like a part of the divine artifact, appeared in his hand. The shadow of Sikongchuan threw his head back and laughed heartily. Ah, I have finally been recognized by the Yunshang sect. Ah. Just as he was immersed in the joy of recognition, Li Tanyuan said coldly, this divine artifact might not be complete. As soon as the words fell, a small sword appeared behind Li Tanyuan, accompanied by something resembling a gun barrel. The impostor aimed the divine artifact at Li Tanyuan, his whole body radiating a purple aura like sil. He declared, so what if it's incomplete? Now that I have absorbed the power of the entire sect, and I even have a divine artifact, you shall die. With that, he began to unleash sharp sword strikes. Fierce pressure erupted, shattering the ground beneath his feet. He was extremely satisfied with this divine artifact, looking at it as if it were a treasure, smiling and saying, truly worthy of being the sect's guardian artifact. No one in this world can stop its attack. Ahaha. The other disciples, though pale from having their spiritual energy drained, couldn't help but rejoice. Is this the power of a divine artifact? I never thought that while still alive, I would witness the sight of a divine artifact killing an enemy. At this moment, he stood looking at the thick smoke ahead, a smile playing on his lips. Now, it's finally over. Quickly, the smoke cleared, and a foot stepped out. It was Li Tanyuan, the one thought to be buried by the divine artifact. As he walked, he said, all right. My self-assessment test of strength is over. He drew his weapon and said in a deep voice, I must also thank you all. Now, the energy of the impostor has dissipated. He coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. Li Tanyuan looked on in disbelief. You are completely unharmed. Could it be that you are truly an immortal? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The cold heavenly origin raised his weapon. A powerful aura erupted, declaring, it's time to end this. Then, he swung his weapon in a slash. The heads of the disciples fell one after another. Sikun Zhuangjia's eyes widened in horror. These disciples were actually killed in one move by him. It was unbelievable. Loosened his hands in despair, the spiritual energy in his hands fell to the ground and quickly shattered into pieces. He was hit by the heavenly origin's aura, causing him to vomit blood again. Sikun Zhuangjia, like a madman, lowered his head and muttered, how could this be? How could this be? Who exactly are you? Why did you destroy my 9 Cloud Supreme sect? Li Tanyuan calmly walked towards him, uttering 4 cold words, Ling Yun cave. Sikun Zhuangjia mumbled softly, cave. Ling Yun, so that's how it is. Then he glanced at the head of Sikun Chuan, the person he was impersonating, and said, in the end, you are all the same. Pretending to be virtuous with your words, but in reality, you are blinded by money. After speaking, he used a palm strike to burn the real sect master's head. and punched himself hard in the face with one hand. As blood flowed to the ground, his head was still bowed, but he opened his mouth and laughed loudly like a madman. Haha, the Ling Yun cave has a secret formation set up by an immortal. Only this face can open it. He paused, his face half destroyed, and declared with certainty, haha, even if the 9-cloud upper sect is destroyed, I won't let you get what you want. Ha ha ha. Li Tanyuan looked at him and said calmly, it was a bit troublesome for me to break the formation. He paused, then sneered, however. Kang Han's face can directly remove the formation. Right. Saying that, he called out softly, like, Tin. Just 1 second later the man appeared behind him. The imposter was utterly terrified when he saw the appearance of the person who had just appeared. This is him. That's right, that is to Kang Han. He clasped his hands in salute to Thinnigan, solemnly calling out, Hall Master. This call was like a thunderbolt. The imposter shouted loudly. Who are you? Thinnigan replied coldly, All Master of Thinlai Hall. Thinnigan finished speaking and walked step by step towards his opponent. The imposter still couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming in horror. Hall Master of Thinlai Hall. You are the Hall Master of Thinlai Hall. You are this young. What did my Cuban thing do wrong? Why are you relentlessly pursuing us? Thinnigan's face darkened like ink. He said word by word, your 9-cloud supreme sect was originally my target. I want you all to vanish into nothingness. At this moment, the imposter realized his true purpose. Could it be that your target is the 10,000 cloud sect? How dare you? How dare you? Before he could finish speaking, Thinnigan kicked him away, sending him tumbling to the ground. He muttered in disbelief, impossible, impossible. And so, he died filled with unwillingness. After dealing with the 9-cloud supreme sect, King Han looked Tin asked Thinnigan. Hall Master, the 9-cloud supreme sect is destroyed, but that divine artifact was not annihilated. Thinnigan glanced at him and asked back, am I the kind of person who destroys everything completely wherever I go? He spread his hands and asked calmly. Didn't you say that the heavenly origin ceremony doesn't matter? Continue moving forward, in order to go to Lingjun Cave. A moment later, the two arrived at Lingjun Cave. Inside was a formation with many heavenly vein soul cores wrapped in transparent spheres. Teo was stunned, his whole body seemed to have lost all strength, standing motionless like a wooden statue. After a moment of silence, the black aura dissipated, leaving only a faint red aura. Thinnigan calmly spoke, the pill refining method is too abnormal. The pharmacology is conflicting. On the surface, it seems effective, but in reality, it hides hidden dangers. If used for a long time, it will surely lead to abnormalities. Only then did everyone completely believe his words. They whispered, so what he said is true. The immortal pill of Elder Heinth indeed has side effects. When the two immortal pills collided, the pill poison was forced out and evaporated into black gas. Elder Heinth stubbornly refused to believe it. He stubbornly argued, criticizing Thinnigan, he is slandering me. Elder Han coldly intervened. Whether it is slander or not, truth was clear before their eyes. Then, Elder Dan clasped his hands and respectfully said to Li Tianyuan, Mr. Li, today's incident was due to my recklessness. The management of the Myriad Elixir Pavilion was lax, causing you trouble. Elder Xuan King's face turned purple with rage, his teeth clenched. Elder Dan, what are you doing? Are you referring to me, the petty person? Elder Dan glanced at him with a cold look and an icy tone. As an alchemist of the Myriad Elixir Pavilion, you actually used poison to harm people. The Xuanlin powder was originally under your management. Do you still dare to say you don't know how it appeared? Afterwards, Elder Dan decisively announced, from today onwards, strip Xuan King of all his titles, expel him from the Myriad Elixir Pavilion, and never recruit him again. Xuan King showed no remorse and he even loudly warned, very well Hyun Kai. You dare to expel me from the Myriad Elixir Pavilion. I hope you don't regret it later. I will find the general to demand justice. With that said, he turned his back and left decisively. But before he could reach the door, he was stopped by Li Tanyuan. He only uttered 2 words, the bet. At this moment, Xuan King completely lost his composure and shouted at him, the bet. You really want to take my life? Before the words were even finished, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. With just one finger, Li Tanyuan took the life of Elder Xuan King. Elder Dan and those present were all shocked, their mouths agape. Elder Xuan King slumped silently to the floor. The entire space was deathly silent. No one dared to utter a sound. Li Tanyuan looked at Elder Dan. The girl next to Elder Dan spoke up fearfully, it seems inviting father was the right decision. Otherwise, with this person's temper, he certainly won't stop until everything is in chaos. Elder Dan shook his head slightly, it's just that Xuan King's greed is bottomless, he brought his own doom. Fortunately, things haven't reached an irredeemable point. Elder Dan called someone to bring up a tray of medicinal herbs. He clasped his hands respectfully, and said to Li Tanyuan, this is the netherworld spirit Kanadharma, 1,000-year-old ginseng, heavenly jade dew, and soul-severing grass that you need, sir. All are of the finest quality. Please accept them. I only hope you can calm your anger. The rare medicinal herbs were neatly displayed. Li Tenyuan nodded in satisfaction. Elder Dan kindly reminded him, Sir, although Xuan King is dead, behind him is the Prime Minister, who holds immense power. I'm afraid this will cause trouble for you in the future. Moreover, the Prime Minister has always been ambitious. He even interfered with the affairs of the Myriad Elixir Pavilion many times today. I don't know how many alchemists he has secretly bought. This person is unfathomable. Speaking of this, he shook his head in frustration. Especially to help His Majesty refine the elixir of immortality, he instigated His Majesty to issue an edict imposing this heavy responsibility on the old man. Li Tianyuan suddenly spoke up. Elixir of immortality. The girl turned her head. Li Tianyuan waved his hand coldly and said indifferently, General Lin, I don't take you seriously. This place is crowded and complicated. Let's change to another place to talk. I need to solve the problem of the minor annihilation pill. The old man hurriedly agreed. Okay, then please invite Mr. Lei and the ladies to the Hangchuan Pavilion to rest. In private space on the Hangchuan Pavilion, Xiaoya was concentrating on cultivation, while Li Tianyuan used the medicinal materials just obtained from the Myriad Elixir Pavilion to refine elixirs. Not long after, an elixir appeared in his palm. He gently placed it in little Ye's mouth. After the boy used the elixir, Li Tianyuan transferred spiritual energy into his body. Little Ye focused on absorbing. Pure green aura enveloped the boy's body. Elder Dan observed, nodding in approval, so that's how it is. Even if the medicinal ingredients are incompatible, through special skills, one can still reach the root and exert miraculous effects. Perhaps the elixir of immortality can too. He bowed. This humble one seeks guidance. Li Tianyuan gently shook his head and interrupted, no need. You can gain your own enlightenment. That is your own destiny. The Yan asked him with worried eyes. Little Ye, the child. He understood what she wanted to ask. He answered decisively, the true energy had been unblocked. Just need to adjust the breath for a moment. It will be fine. Hearing this news, her mood immediately brightened. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him, saying, That's great then. Suddenly the old alchemist knelt before Li Tianyuan and said sincerely, Sir, your divine abilities are vast. Previously, Yan Kai thought he had some expertise in alchemy. But after witnessing your skills, I realize there are always higher mountains. I hope you will accept me as your disciple. Yan Kai is willing to serve by your side and listen to your teachings. Li Tianyuan arrogantly shook his head and refused. The old man was not discouraged. I try to persuade you. Knowing my knowledge is shallow and my aptitude is dull, but this disciple is willing to dedicate all the pill refining methods I've accumulated in my lifetime. All the rare immortal pills, even the foundation of the myriad pill sect. I only ask for 1 or 2 pointers from you. Even though the old man had shown such sincerity, Li Tianyuan remained completely indifferent. Suddenly, Elder Yan Kai raised his voice, his words full of indignation. If the gentleman refuses, Yan Kai's path of tribulation is over, and there is no meaning in living anymore. It's better to end it here. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand, preparing to take his own life, which terrified the girl standing beside him. She quickly shouted to stop him, no. At that moment, Li Tianyuan managed to intervene in time to stop the elder's rash action. Xiaoye, standing nearby, saw the pitiful situation. She pleaded earnestly, Father, please accept him. Jiaoji chimed in, earnestly begging, That's right, Father. Elder Dan is a good person. He took great care of us on the journey. Li Tianyuan turned to look at Yan Kai, facing his resolute and determined gaze. Next he looked at the 4 sparkling eyes full of anticipation from the 3 people beside him, and let out a helpless sigh. Truly, there was no other way with these 3. Finally, Li Tianyuan resigned himself to fate. He waved his hand slightly, Fine then, I accept you as a registered disciple. Hearing the agreement, Yan Kai was overjoyed, and knelt down to perform the grand ceremony. Disciple Yan Kai pays his respects to master. The girl rubbed her temples, muttering in hopelessness. I'm truly at my wit's end with my father. Yan Kai looked worriedly at the girl. She lowered her head, her voice a little tired. I'm sorry. I suddenly feel a bit exhausted. Please allow me to rest first. Xiaojie watched the girl's retreating figure and asked curiously, Mother, is that older sister the Yanhan? The Yanhan shook her head slightly, indicating she didn't know why either. And only Li Tianyuan and Yan Kai remained. He asked directly, She is your older sister, right? Hearing the question, Yan Kai was startled and turned around in a panic. Master, you recognized her. Xiaoji was shocked as if struck by lightning, asking loudly, Is that elder's older sister? But the elder's hair is white, while that sister is so young. Master Tianyuan explained gently, This is not strange. She suffers from a peculiar illness that keeps her appearance eternally young. Unlike the children's surprise, Yan Kai lowered his head and explained, his voice full of bitterness, Master Bai, my sister sleeps soundly almost all year round, only waking up for about a month every 10 years. I have studied the art of alchemy my entire life. My original goal was to refine an elixir that could cure her illness and allow her to live a normal life. Saying this, He laughed self-deprecatingly. How ridiculous. Although I am known as the foremost master of alchemy in the Eastern cultivation world. But he was helpless against his older sister's illness. He could only watch her sink into an endless sleep year after year. Then wake up for a brief reunion, only to fall back into a bitter, long sleep. This disciple is truly too useless. He said that at that time, the two siblings could only look at each other helplessly, and cry. Hearing this, the two children also began to sob. Xiaoji cried and said, "The old man is so pitiful, his sister remains young while he has grown old." Xiaoji nodded in agreement. That's right, if you only get to see your mother for 1 month every 10 years, how can you live? The Indian patted the two children's shoulders to comfort them. Then Yuan asked MK, how long has she been awake this time? Anki replied sadly, Master, it has been more than 20 days. I instructed him to pay close attention to her condition in the coming days. I have obtained some clues about this illness. Anki seemed to see the only glimmer of hope after so many years of despair. Jun asked in a thick voice, Master, are you telling the truth? Can my sister really be saved? Nodded in confirmation, yes, but first I need to find out about someone. He asked curiously, who is it? Well, Nagayan replied in a cold, decisive tone, Formation Master Manhwa. Hanki recounted the information he knew. What this disciple knows. Formation Master Manhwa seems to be at the outer city military camp, helping the Emperor set up some important formation. Master, what do you need Formation Master Manhwa for? Li Tianyuan walked past him, saying, no need to ask too many questions. You all wait here for me, he'll be right back after I leave. Ren Kai clasped his hands and replied, yes, your disciple obeys. Cao Ji and Xiao shouted in unison, Father, go early and come back early. A moment later, Li Tianyuan had reached the city gate. This little boy, to protect his older sister, didn't hesitate to fight a group of thugs with technology, but his small body was still beaten to a pulp. The little girl cried and begged the man to stop hitting her. But he directly took a spoonful of pig slop and offered it. As long as you eat this, it'll tell them to stop. Little girl's hands trembled, unable to do anything else. Seeing this, he continued to spit at the illegitimate child, saying, you are only worthy of eating pig feet. Child. This dog immediately threw the girl aside. Xiaoyi tried to run to save his sister, but was also knocked down by them in one move. The senior disciple named Wang ordered, hurry up and deal with these two illegitimate children. Keeping them is useless. It was still pouring rain. How did on the cold crowd we would call it out, Father? At the same time, the palace master of Tianli Palace, Li Tianyuan, was breaking through to the immortal realm. A terrifying celestial phenomenon is swirling around him. Those from the heavenly light temple below are overjoyed. It seems the temple master is about to succeed. From now on, the heavenly light temple can rule the world. Suddenly, Sui Feng realized something. Something is interfering with the temple master. The heaven and earth shaking roar, Li Tianyuan indeed failed his breakthrough, clutching his chest with his injury. He only uttered one sentence, my child is calling me. Then, ignoring his injury, he immediately flew away, much to the astonishment of his subordinates. At this moment, the henchman had carried the two children to the canyon. He planned to throw them off the cliff, caring nothing for their lives, as long as they got paid. Suddenly, a sharp stop sound echoed, freezing them in place, unable to move. Thean Guyan appeared with a terrifying aura that shocked everyone. In an instant, he sent them flying to admire the chicken snake. He gently held the two children in his arms. Xiao Ji could only maintain a sliver of consciousness, realizing this was her father. Then, the little girl fainted. Thean Guyan was extremely enraged. The blue spiritual light surrounding him thickened and erupted, spreading across the cliff. Due to severe meridian injuries, he still forced himself to use the illusionary image, the teleportation spell. His injuries worsened. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His face was pale, devoid of color. Cold sweat poured down him as if he were bathing. His subordinates finally arrived. They rushed to his side. Young master. Everyone hurriedly took a child. Then Feng was astonished and guessed, could this be the young lady and young master? Tiny One subtly confirmed. When holding the baby boy, then Feng noticed something unusual and reported, young master, it seems the child has a problem. Li Tianyuan only called out the name. Li then quickly understood, and placed his hand on the right eye. A brilliant golden light radiated out. He recited an incantation. The golden pupils became clear, and a golden light enveloped the little leaf. Li then immediately reported, Hall Master, the young master's talent is extremely outstanding, but his meridians and bones are severely damaged. It seems that someone has forcibly taken his heavenly veins and soul bones, the bones of the heavenly spirit. These words made the anger in Li Tianyuan flare up even more fiercely. His face darkened, and he ordered, investigate this clearly immediately. I want to know who exactly dared to lay a hand on my son. Li then clasped his hands and bowed, replying, your subordinate obeys. Looking at the two children, then Feng thought to himself, this is the first time I've seen the young master so furious. The next morning, in a magnificent pavilion, Thun Feng reported the situation. Young master, apart from the lack of a soul bone in the missing child, the physical condition of the two children has stabilized. They just need more rest. Thin Guan silently looked at his two sleeping children on the bed, then sat down at the edge of the bed. Just then, Thun came in to report the investigation details. All master, everything is clear. The two children are named Chi and Tai Dip. The mastermind behind this is Treng Wei, the fourth young master of them Vincent. Used the two children as hostages to force their mother, Diane Han, a former maiden of Tamanseem, to become his concubine. This statement brought back the image of the beautiful green-haired girl in his mind. Interrupting Li Thinigan's thoughts, Thun continued. Furthermore, today is the day Treng Wei is forcing the Yan to marry. The wedding procession has already set off. Unable to hold back any longer, Li Tenyuan stood up. Li Qingfeng, you stay and take care of our child. I will go alone. Qingfeng said worriedly. All master. Understanding their intention to stop him, he said firmly, I will handle this myself. You all prepare for the next phase of the plan. Suddenly, a small hand tugged at his robe. Little Wuji opened her eyes and pleaded earnestly, Father, Wuji begs you. You must save Mother. Mother doesn't want to marry that villain. Li Tinyuan gently stroked the little girl's head and promised softly, you just rest well. When you wake up, our family will be reunited. With that, he stepped out of the room. Meanwhile, in a range of overlapping mountains, the grand wedding procession stopped before the gate of Shi Yanhan's small thatched hut. Zhang Rui, in his bright red wedding attire, was blocked outside, cursing angrily, damn woman. The young master has personally arrived. Yet they won't even open the gate. The man surnamed Wang hurriedly tried to stop him. Young master Zhang calmed down, sending his subordinate to persuade Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui frowned, sapping, hurry up. The bride's wedding dress was laid out on the bed. She dined and sat there, her face melancholic and silent. The man surnamed Wang opened the door, calling softly, Junior sister. She did not respond. Instead, she asked directly, Senior brother Wang, where are Xiaoji and Xiaoya now? Hearing the names of the two children, he feigned deep sorrow, then threatened, Junior sister. People from Qingjun Mountain are too ruthless. If you don't comply, I'm afraid. His face showed a perfect picture of helplessness, truly worthy of a great actor. And he stood up, grandly pretending to advise Yan Han to abandon the two children and flee with him. Now that I have reached the Lin realm, I will take you to join another sect and start a new life with me. She looked straight at him. Brother Wang, please maintain propriety. It took me over 4 years to give birth to my two children. They are my priceless treasures. Their safety is more important than anything else. Words horrified him. Being pregnant for a full 4 years before giving birth. They are not ordinary humans. They must be monsters. Yan Han stepped deeper into the mire. She suddenly stood up, cutting him off. Enough. She lowered her voice. Tell Zhang Rui, as long as my children are safe and sound, I will follow him. Wedding procession had picked up the bride. Sitting in the sedan chair, Yan Han told herself she had to choose the right moment to confront Zhang Rui and force him to hand over Xiaoji and Xiaoyai. She clenched the knife hidden in her hand, determined that even if it meant mutual destruction, she had to ensure the safety of her two children. At this moment, Zhang Rui was still fuming, muttering, damn annoying woman, making me waste so much effort. If it weren't for her heavenly beauty, I would have taken her by force long ago. He crudely added about using the two children to threaten her into obedience. Even planned to give her away to someone else after he got tired of her, or throw her to the wild mountain manor for the beasts to devour. His subordinates chimed in, praising his cruelty. The wedding procession reached a mountain pass and was blocked. A figure was already waiting. Seeing him remain silent, a subordinate rushed forward and threw a punch. In just an instant, Li Tianyuan used one hand to grab the opponent's fist, and he squeezed tightly. That person's hand immediately blew up. All the finger bones were crushed. That person looked at his twisted, bloody arm, his mouth wide open, screaming miserably, ah, my hand. At this moment, Li Tianyuan spoke coldly, I have come to settle accounts with you all. Hearing the familiar voice, Yan Han, who was sitting in the sedan chair, was suddenly startled in surprise. Outside, chaotic screams rang out. She quickly lifted the curtain of the sedan chair to look out. The scene revealed was a battlefield. Dead bodies lay scattered on the ground. Only Li Tianyuan stood proudly amidst the chaos. Sensing the gaze, while Thanigayan turned her head, Han called out in surprise, Thanigayan. He also softly called out the name he hadn't uttered in a long time, Yan Han. She quickly walked over to him, her face a mixture of anger and heartache. She raised her hand, seemingly intending to slap him. That hand stopped abruptly just before reaching his face, then turned into a gentle caress on his cheek. Despite her heart full of indignation, she couldn't bear to hurt him. She took a step back and asked with torment, why have you returned? Don't forget, it was I who broke off our relationship and drove you away years ago. Well, Thanigayan did not answer her reproach. Instead, he went straight to the point, the children are fine. They are currently in the VIP room at the inn in Jinshan. Dinhan lowered his head in silence, then turned and hurried away. After running for a while, she stopped and asked back, "What about your son?" He replied, "We need to settle some debts." Hearing this, she instructed, "Careful," then she darted away like the wind, rushing towards her 2 children. As soon as Yanhan left, Li Tianyuan focused on dealing with Zhang Rui. He walked slowly towards the young master who was lying down. He grabbed Zhang Rui's collar, his cold eyes terrified the latter to the extreme. He pulled Zhang Rui and coldly questioned, "I ask you, who snatched away Li Shui's heavenly soul bone?" Yet Zhang Rui still yelled, "The hell are you to dare to ambush the Thun Van's Sun convoy? Are you looking for death?" These words enraged Li Tianyuan to the extreme. His face darkened. He acted as fast as lightning. He struck Zhang Rui. A mournful scream echoed. Zhang Rui gritted his teeth in endurance, cursing through clenched teeth. "Damn it. I will definitely make you suffer a terrible fate." His foolishness and arrogance continued to ignite Li Tianyuan's rage. Killing intent began to surge in his eyes. Without hesitation, he severed one of Zhang Rui's arms. Zhang Rui screamed in pain and quickly begged, "Stop, stop. I'll tell you. Li Shui's heavenly vein soul bone. Yan Han's son. If I remember correctly, it was probably taken by my 7th junior brother, Zhang Tong. 3 years ago, my 7th junior brother's cultivation suddenly increased dramatically. It must be because of that." Seeing that Li Tianyuan stopped attacking, he continued to provide information. Due to his extraordinary talent, he was accepted as the 11th disciple by the 9 Cloud sect. Zhang Rui took the opportunity to threaten, "You better consider carefully. Qingjun Mountain has powerful forces and deep connections with the 9 Cloud sect. If you retreat now, you might still be safe. Otherwise," Li Tianyuan suddenly stopped and pointed forward, asking sternly, "Look here. Where is this?" Zhang Rui looked up blankly as instructed. His face turned pale with terror. "This place is..." "Exactly, this is the base of Qingjun Mountain." With that, Li Tianyuan dragged Zhang Rui inside. At the same time, at Qingjun Mountain, third young master asked his subordinate, "Where is second young master?" "The training of those Yunhua disciples is not finished yet." The subordinate bowed his head. "Third young master, second young master has gone out to seek trouble." Third young master became furious, wandering around all day. "Go find him immediately." Suddenly a strong gust of wind swept past, startling both of them. That strong wind was the residual energy from Zhang Rui. He was thrown forward violently by Li Tianyuan, hitting the wall with his back, and gently slid to the ground right in front of the third young master. Zhang Shi's face was swollen and covered in blood. He weakly called out, "Third brother." Both of them cried out in horror, "Fourth brother. How did you end up like this?" The third young master glared angrily, and turned to look at his opponent. Following his gaze, Li Tianyuan slowly walked over. His whole body radiated a brilliant blue light. As soon as he approached, he got straight to the point. "Where are my 8 guardians?" "All master," King Feng reports quickly. 4 of the 8 guardians are missing. Li King clasped his hands respectfully. "All master, Qingjun Mountain is 1579 disciples, 323 miscellaneous people, and 372 half-Yunos." The blonde man added, "On all of Qingjun Mountain, except for a few cooks, not a single person is innocent. Many hands are stained with blood." The gray-haired man yawned widely. "Hurry up, I'm so sleepy." All 5 of them merged together. The third young master pointed directly at Li Tianyuan. Him still asked, "Were my disciples severely injured by you?" And Feng replied, "That's right." The blue light continued to spread, becoming more intense. That person continued to question, "What are you villains doing on my Qingjun Mountain?" Li Tianyuan stood tall and declared, "I will raise Qingjun Mountain to the ground." Immediately, the birds on the mountain panicked and scattered. The third young master pointed at his subordinates and ordered, "Quickly mobilize all the band here to resist." Suddenly, an old man with flowing white hair stepped out majestically. His face was full of anger. He shouted loudly, "Who dares to invade my Qingjun Mountain?" Seeing him, the third young master joyfully called out, "Second elder." Before his eyes, a group of people were fighting fiercely. There were muffled explosions, and bright yellow flames blazed. Smoke and dust billowed up. Unexpectedly, several subordinates near the third young master were blasted to the ground, which terrified him. Then Feng, holding a fan, appeared with a dashing manner. Calmly walked forward. Just the aura emanating from him was enough to blow away his soldiers. His gaze was cold and full of killing intent. He waved his fan gently, and the subordinates immediately fell down, spitting fresh blood. Only the second elder remained standing. He commented solemnly, "When the profound energy enters the body, the power of the will moves. So young, yet he has reached the king realm. Truly a genius." After speaking, he ordered everyone to retreat. "This old man will personally fight him." The third young master also hurriedly shouted, "Everyone retreat." He was secretly delighted to witness the second elder's move. This elder has long reached the king realm. If it weren't for being distracted by sect affairs, he would probably already be a Saint Emperor. A golden light surrounded the second elder. Raise your hand, and invite the young man to join my Kinjian mountain. You have just entered the king realm, haven't you? The path of cultivation is arduous. If you fight against my power, which is close to the Saint Emperor level, you will surely die here. Hearing that boastful and arrogant talk, then Feng quietly said, you are mistaken. Second elder raised his eyebrows and questioned, mistaken. Then Feng did not answer but concentrated his power, and a deep sea and mysterious light radiated from his entire body. That is the Great Emperor Mysterious Light. The second elder exclaimed in horror. The Great Emperor Mysterious Light realm. I didn't expect you to be a great emperor. The rest of the crowd were also dumbfounded with shock. Very quickly, the second elder shouted, run. With that, he fled forward. It's not that easy. Then Feng swung his fan to the right. The power from the fan erupted with earth-shattering force. He easily swept away the group of people. The second elder also vomited blood, and was seriously injured. He hurriedly shouted, demanding the old ancestor activate the mountain-protecting divine artifact. Standing amidst the thick smoke and dust, Then Feng wondered. Mountain-protecting divine artifact. He retracted his fan. As he spoke, he wondered if it could withstand even one of my moves. At this moment, the Van Mountain was no longer peaceful for a single second. Screams echoed, chickens flew and dogs barked. The disciples were in an uproar, discussing amongst themselves. The Great Emperor is attacking. Why didn't we provoke the Great Emperor? Have we contacted the Nine Clouds upper sect yet? Third young master rushed to the main door, pleading, Old Ancestor, please activate the mountain-protecting divine artifact of Them Van Mountain. The power of the Great Emperor is too much to bear. The old ancestor sat on his chair and said in a deep voice, the divine artifact has destructive power. Even if we repel the enemy, then Van Mountain's vital energy will be damaged. The old ancestor closed his eyes. He said, but now there was no other way. Then, he stood up decisively, pushed all the half-beasts to the front line, and the disciples of Kingyun Mountain retreated to the back, to avoid being injured by the aftershocks of the divine artifact. Next, he raised his hand, inviting the divine artifact. The subordinates clasped their hands in obedience. At the same time, a crowd was being herded down the stairs, including a blond boy with a miserable face covered in mud. A fierce soldier kicked the boy hard, making him cry out in pain, then shouted, hurry up, don't dawdle. A couple rushed to support the boy, calling out worriedly, Lil Q. Suddenly, a figure appeared. A blue light flashed towards the crowd. They recoiled in horror. A swordsman shouted, don't flinch. Charge for me. At this moment, another person stepped forward, radiating white light all over his body. The soldier in blue shouted, damn it, whoever retreats, it'll chop them dead. So he looked up at him, with extreme fear. He slashed several times, fresh blood splattering everywhere. The couple had fallen, forever gone. Taking advantage of his dominance, he raised his blade and threatened, whoever steps back, it'll kill them. Just then, a foot strode forward. A power mixed with blue and white exploded, knocking the group away. They were flung far, blood spurting from their noses and mouths. Yuan approached. His entire body radiated a terrifying aura of power. The group was suppressed by this force, forced to evade, not daring to confront him directly. Li Yuan knew they were innocent, so he opened an escape route for them to descend the mountain. He said, go down the mountain. Those people clasped their hands in gratitude and quickly left. They ran past the murdered couple. One noticed the little ball sitting stunned beside his parents' bodies. At this moment, Yuan cut his fingertip to let blood flow out. He flicked 2 drops of blood into the mouths of the couple lying on the ground. The man in blue still wouldn't let the little ball go. He looked at the boy and cursed. Damn it, a bunch of bastards without backbone. The little ball trembled and picked up the knife. His eyes looked up at the man in blue. He was still trembling, tears streaming down his cheeks. But his gaze was extremely determined. He had to avenge his parents. Seeing him rush forward with the knife, the man stepped back in fear, stammering, what do you want to do, you scum? The little boy shouted, I want to avenge my parents. With that, he rushed forward. Suddenly, a firm hand held him back. The little ball's eyes widened in shock. The man in green was already sweating profusely out of fear. The person lying down, Xiao Qiu, was being advised by Li Yuan not to let this hatred drag on. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Xiao Qiu was astonished, thinking he had misheard. How could it be his parents' voices? But there was a glimmer of hope. He turned his head. His parents were alive again, sitting up. He was overjoyed. He called out, Dad, Mom. In a flash, he ran to hug them tightly, afraid they would disappear. Xiao Qiu said happily, Mom and Dad, you're okay. That's great. Over here, Li Yuan walked step by step towards the man in green. He retreated in fear, stammering, what are you going to do? Before he could finish his sentence, Li Yuan struck him hard in the stomach. Before the utter astonishment of the man in blue, he was sent to heaven. Let me bear all the grudges and hatreds. The little boy looked at him in amazement, forgetting to cry. Li Tenyuan stood next to the blood-soaked corpse. A moment later, he instructed the little boy's family to quickly go down the mountain. If you stay too long, you will lose your lives. All three bowed respectfully. Thank you, thank you. After speaking, the couple took the little boy down the mountain. Even though they were far away, the boy still looked back at his figure. Only Li Tenyuan stood proudly on the mountain. A loud noise echoed from the mountain top. The shape of the mountain gradually changed, as if being invaded by something. The ancestor of King Yun Mountain stood on the roof of the building, his face sullen, his eyes fixed as if looking directly at the enemy. The old man crossed his arms, concentrating all his power. A yellow light quickly spread throughout his body. The old man declared that King Yun Mountain was facing annihilation, betting the entire 1,000-year foundation of King Yun Mountain. He summoned the divine artifact. As soon as the old man finished speaking, yellow and white light became increasingly dense, then merged together. Gradually, they gathered where the old man stood. An object emerged from the yellow light. It was the divine artifact he mentioned. The old man held the divine artifact in his hand, his expression extremely confident. He placed the divine artifact in position, then opened it, saying arrogantly, "The King Yun divine artifact in hand, so what if you are an emperor?" As he finished speaking, the old man began to activate the divine artifact. The people behind him laughed heartily. They were sure victory was theirs. The old man suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils were only a brilliant yellow, with no visible irises left. Immediately after, a golden light spread across the entire mountain. Thadin Fong and Lython watched with calm expressions, showing no fear. Since the old man unleashed such a powerful move, Lothian Nagayan also had to respond enthusiastically. He spread his hands wide, concentrating a white power, and then shouted, "Long Kui." As soon as he spoke, a large blade appeared in his hand. At the same time, the divine artifact locked onto his position. The old ancestor said, "Bet the entire destiny of Thun Van Mountain." Saying that, the old man shot out an extremely powerful stream of fire from the divine artifact, shouting, "Kill the enemy." The fire flew as fast as a shooting star towards Lothian Nagayan. In just 1 or 2 seconds, it was close to his face. Without any fear, he planted Long Kite on the ground. A stream of green power emanated from Thun Long Kite. Hit his face towards the sky, shouted to slay the mountain, and struck down. A giant blue dragon appeared. It opened its mouth wide as if to swallow everything. Two sources of power, blue and yellow, clashed fiercely. Not long after, the blue power source gained the upper hand, piercing through the yellow light beam, destroying everything in its path. Stones were blasted apart. At this moment, the blue dragon flew straight in front of the old ancestor. The old man had no time to resist, only able to retreat in terror. Li Tinyuan seized the opportunity to attack. Struck down fiercely from above, creating a vertical blue streak of light. That blue power gradually shattered the divine artifact. Very quickly, the divine artifact shattered into pieces. The old ancestor was utterly terrified. This is the power of a great emperor. Before he could finish speaking, he was struck across the face by a sword slash, blood splattering everywhere. Knowing he could not survive and Thun Van Mountain was about to be destroyed, the old man roared, "My Thun Van Mountain." A loud explosion sounded. The mountain top was covered in a deep yellow color, and dust and smoke filled the air. Fun watched and commented calmly, "It seems they couldn't withstand even one move." The next morning, in Dongtu Kingdom, in a city with many magnificent buildings, at the military council office, an urgent voice was heard, "General, something is wrong." A man in gray knelt down and reported, "Thun Van Mountain has been attacked." The general sitting on the chair stood up in shock. He couldn't believe his ears and asked loudly, "What?" Quickly, he walked towards the messenger, and asked urgently, "Who dares to attack Thun Van Mountain right here in Dongtu Kingdom? Prepare the image shifting spell immediately for me." He replied, "Yes, General." The general stood proudly in the room. The general covered his mouth and smiled calculatingly. It started as a small smile, then he couldn't contain himself. He laughed louder and louder. "Very good." He put one hand on his hip, one hand on his head, looking up and laughing heartily. Great, just in time, he was at a loss with Thun Van Mountain. He continued to laugh, extremely pleased. A moment later, the general calmed down. He began to speculate. But how could this be the work of the Heavenly Lightning Palace Master, so much earlier than planned? He paused and continued, "If it's really him, I must hurry there. The minister is truly ruthless." At Thun Van Mountain, the terrifying explosions continued, the mountain shattered, and smoke and dust billowed up to the sky. In the air, a voice echoed, "If not stopped, the entire mountain might be flattened." The figure of Lothian Nagayan and his subordinates hovered high above. Lothian Nagayan was covered in dark energy, and the blue light surrounding him was expanding. Suddenly, a golden object appeared near him. When General Fang arrived, even he was stunned by this fierce devastation. Looking at a barren land, only fragments of boulders remained. He regretted the mountain and sighed, "It's really been leveled." Suddenly 3 red streaks of light flew in the air. Seeing them, Li Tianyuan whispered, "Have they finally arrived?" They were 3 men in red robes, the ones from the 9-cloud upper sect. The youngest, John Tong, was burning with anger and shouted, "Who destroyed our azure cloud mountain?" The middle-aged man with white hair, Shang Yunxing, was the calmest. He stroked his beard and advised his disciple, Tunger, "Calm down, don't let your inner self be disturbed." The other middle-aged man. When General Feng saw the group of Li Tianyuan, he couldn't help but be astonished. Then, he immediately clasped his hands and bowed in greeting. At this moment, Li Tianyuan asked the youngest man, "Are you Zhang Tong?" Without hesitation, Zhang Tong angrily asked back, "So what? You the destroyer of Qingjun Mountain?" Suddenly, a strong suction force abruptly pulled him back. He was astonished, mouth agape. Even though he tried to resist, he couldn't escape. In a flash, Li Tianyuan had gripped his neck tightly. Shan Yunxing she spoke up to defend his disciple, "Hooligan. Quickly release my disciple." General Feng saw him getting furious and quickly intervened, "Brother Shan Yun, you must be gentle and calm. Let's observe the situation first. Moreover, do you even know who he is?" At this moment, Shan Yunxing she didn't seem to hear anything. He shouted loudly, "Get lost. Even the Heavenly King couldn't kill the disciple before me." Despite his screams, General Feng uttered a sentence that shocked him greatly, "He is the Lord of the Heavenly Palace." Now, Shan Yun was silent, his face gloomy, unable to utter a word. General Feng understood his feelings, so he remained silent, letting him calm down on his own. As for Li Tianyuan, Ying just choked Zhang Tong and asked in a low voice, "Did you steal Li Shui's heavenly vein soul bone?" Upon hearing this name, Zhang Tong immediately sneered, "Li Shui. That brat. Ha! Someone of such low status, on what grounds does he dare to possess such a noble heavenly vein soul bone? On what grounds does he have better talent than me?" Fortunately, those useless people from the Hard Eye sect didn't know any better. I took it out, at least, so the talent wouldn't be buried and wasted in that dilapidated mountain shack. He kept talking without noticing the increasingly cold face of Li Tianyuan. After speaking, he asked back, "Now it's my turn to ask you, was my Qingjun Mountain destroyed by you? My senior brothers?" Before he could finish his sentence, Li Tianyuan reached into his stomach and forcibly extracted the heavenly vein soul core. After finishing, he continued to strangle him. Witnessing this, General Feng was horrified. What? To forcibly take the heavenly vein soul core of a disciple right in front of his master. Holding the heavenly vein soul core in his hand, Li Tianyuan muttered, "This is not my son's heavenly vein soul core." Zhang Tong didn't believe it. "What are you saying? Impossible. The plan to forcibly take that kid's heavenly vein soul core was entirely my doing." Hearing this, he threw Zhang Tong away and sneered, "It seems you are just someone being used by others." Li Tianyuan's actions enraged Shan Yunxing. He clasped his hands together. He began to use the cloud-gathering immortal technique to attack Brother Kuai. "I don't care if you are the Heavenly Palace Master or whatever. I will make you die here." Cloud-gathering immortal technique. He held both hands out in front of him, shouting, 10,000 swords exorcise evil." As he spoke, a stream of yellow power shot straight towards Li Tianyuan. This sword strike astonished General Feng. He guessed that this sword strike had probably surpassed the monarch's realm. Despite the immense power, Li Tianyuan controlled it with just one hand. The blue and yellow streams of power collided head-on. Very quickly, the blue color won overwhelmingly. Shan Yunxing was sent flying far away. The other man rushed forward to support his senior brother, anxiously calling out, "Senior brother." After steadying himself, he solemnly admitted, "As expected of the Heavenly Lay Palace Master, my humble skills are inferior. Today, my disciple was harmed. I will remember this, and the entire 9-Cloud Supreme Sect will remember it." Looking towards Li Tianyuan, he issued a warning, "Heavenly Lay Palace, you just wait to bear the wrath of the 9-Cloud Supreme Sect." Just as the two brothers were about to leave, a voice rang out, "Hold on." The one who spoke was General Feng. He smiled conciliatorily, "It's better to make friends than enemies. Everyone here is a subject of the divine continent. Now, with internal strife and external enemies, we should quickly resolve misunderstandings." Hearing this, Shan Yunxing's junior brother retorted, "What misunderstanding is there? Do ye think the 9-Cloud Supreme Sect fears the Heavenly Lay Palace?" General Feng seemed to be plotting something. He lowered his voice humbly, "Of course not." Suddenly, the general's eyes widened, and he shouted, "Heavenly Prison." At this moment, he stood with his hands crossed over his chest, radiating a dazzling golden light. Shan Yunxing's junior brother was furious. "Fang Shili, what are you doing?" He ignored him and continued to push his hands forward, shouting, "Unyielding J-Peak technique." The power of this move was terrifying. The flames gradually burned the two Shan Yunxing brothers. The two screamed miserably in pain. The black-haired man shouted in fear, "Fang Shuli." The flames burned more and more fiercely, incinerating everything. Very quickly, the two brothers were burned to ashes. Only flickering flames remained in the air. Fang Shili watched calmly. After the flames died down, he turned to Li Tianyuan and said, "If I hadn't intervened in time, They would have already called the troops from the Sihim thing. Wait a moment. He pointed at him and said that the lives of these two must be accounted for by him. It has nothing to do with mining to cook. The blonde man, a subordinate of Ulthinigine, pointed at him and shouted, "You scoundrel. Didn't you see we deliberately let them go?" Feng Shulet didn't care. Instead, he talked about Ulthinigine's condition. Your current breath is less than half of what it was before, and you haven't reached the immortal state yet. It seems you failed to break through the realm. He reminded him, once this news gets out, the 10 palaces of evil, the 100 demons, the heavenly pool holy land, forces you have offended in the Wuling divine dynasty will all point their sharp ends at the heavenly lake palace, targeting you. Do you still have the strength to deal with them now? After that, he continued to explain like a teacher, get ready to go. I will help you this time. He promised to delay the transmission of this news. Remember, you owe me a big favor. Does that sound right? The blonde man's anger flared up fiercely. He shouted loudly, I've been annoyed by you for a long time. And you dare to threaten the palace master. Saying that, he was about to rush up and fight Feng Chuli, but Li Tianyuan stopped him with his hand. He was full of confidence. He spoke up, my heavenly light palace is not afraid of any force. Whether we exist or can continue to stand firm or not, it's only a matter of time. Hearing this, Feng Zhuli gave a thumbs up in admiration, truly arrogant, as expected of him. After speaking, he turned to look at the blonde man and called out to the young man, which surprised him, thinking something serious was about to happen, but it turned out to be just a reminder. Talk to me, pay attention. Indeed, his words made him even angrier. He snorted coldly, and said loudly, Old man, be careful that your son doesn't end up without him in S. Before he could finish, his mouth was covered by King Feng's fan. King Feng said with a helpless expression, Don't be so vulgar. Feng Zhuli had quietly disappeared without a word. Next, Sui Feng turned around and respectfully asked his master, Sect Master, what is your plan for the next step? The night has completely fallen, the full moon casts a silver light on the mountains. The Yan Han's parents are walking hand in hand on the trail. One of the two children suddenly speaks up. Mom, I think I saw Dad. The Yan Han's face darkened as she denied it. You are mistaken, there is no such person. Xiao Xid points forward, her voice full of curiosity. But Mom, Dad is standing right there. Indeed, in front of their simple thatched house. Thian Nigine had appeared and had been waiting for some time. The Yanhan narrows her eyes, looking straight at him, her expression clearly unhappy. She firmly tells Zhao Jai, that is not your father. Zhao Ji's eyes wide, stuttering. But Mom, the Yanhan gently but firmly tells the two children to go inside. The two children obediently go in. Leaving the courtyard, only Li Tianyuan and Shi Yanhan remained. As soon as she reached the doorway, Xiaoji was still restless, looking back with a look of both worry and confusion. After the two children disappeared from sight, Yanhan slowly approached Li Tianyuan. Passing by him, she coldly declared Taoji and Xiaoji are not her bloodline. She paused for a moment, and continued. The two of them are only 5 years old, while we have been separated for a decade. As you can see, they cannot be your children. Her words did not change his expression at all. Seeing that he remained silent, she continued, I thank you for saving the children. But please stop wasting your precious time on my children and me. You still have many important matters to attend to. She emphasized once more, I repeat, you do not owe me anything. After she had walked a few steps, Li Tianyuan spoke softly, his voice a little heavy. This is very important to me. She remained silent, walked inside, placed her hand on the door, and slammed it shut. Leaning against the door, she closed her eyes tightly. She stood there for a long time until the sound of the children's mother calling startled her awake. The two children were looking up at her, their eyes full of concern. She sank down, hugged them tightly, and sobbed. Mom is sorry. Because of me, you have suffered disadvantages from childhood to adulthood. This time, the danger you encountered. Even after entering the house, Taoji still had some lingering doubts. The little girl asked her mother, is that man really not our father? Meanwhile, Xiaoda looked at his mother with a determined gaze. The boy declared, Mom, I will strive to become stronger. I will protect you, and my older sister too. Yanhan looked at her two beloved children with emotion. Xiaoya continued clearly, no matter what evil person dares to bully us. Then, the boy clenched his fists and said seriously, Mom, I want to participate in this year's disciple selection of Sinisef. Li Tianyuan still stood silently in the courtyard, gazing at the window from which warm light was shining inside. Suddenly, Sui Fin appeared and reported, Hall Master. The vast majority of the 372 enslaved half-demons have agreed to join the Qianli Hall. The search for the soul has also been completed, and no abnormalities were found. He replied coldly, good. Noticing that the master was still lingering over the Yanhan and her children, Sui Fen gently advised, Hall Master, as the young lady said, the two children are only 5 years old. He paused for a moment, and continued. They really haven't had time to finish speaking. Li Tianyuan interrupted. Even though I failed to break through the realm, That moment of unity between heaven and man, I clearly felt that they are mine bloodline. Just then, Li King also came forward to report. "Oh Master, we just received a report. 2 members of the 100 Ghosts Society have set foot in this area. Other forces have not shown any significant movement for the time being." Regarding the flying sword holy city of Shangrom, Li Tianyuan suddenly signaled to stop talking. "Leave the matter of Shangrom's city to Assam to handle." Hearing his name, Assam, the gray-haired man lying on the branch, let out a long yawn. He rubbed his eyes and replied, "Understood, they'll go right away." Immediately disappeared like a shadow, leaving only the blonde man still squatting on the branch. This person loudly expressed his displeasure. "This guy, since cultivating the master's profound technique, his temper has completely changed. He no longer knows respect or hierarchy. Even speaks to you with this tone. Sui Feng sight, the bitterness of life has 8 sorrows, the suffering within them is hard for others to understand. The master usually doesn't bother with these trivial matters, nor does he care about the squabbles of the 3 attendants." Li Tianyuan turned to instruct Li King, "The whereabouts of Chu Ye's heavenly vein soul core still they. You must continue to follow the traces from the 9 Cloud sect, and investigate. Give me your assessment. I worry that this matter will draw in even more forces, even those old masters who have been in seclusion for many years. We must act with extreme caution." Li King replied sternly, "Understood, Master." Then, he turned to instruct the 3 of them, "From now on, in front of outsiders. Call me young Master. I want to stay at the Heartwood sect for a while. This place happens to have something that can help me quickly recover my injured meridians. Soon I will break through to the immortal realm once again." After saying that, he waved his hand and ordered, "You all go do your duties." The 3 responded in unison. "Yes," immediately. The 3 shadows vanished into thin air. Only Li Tianyuan stood alone under the night sky. He slowly pulled up his sleeve. A dark purple birthmark was clearly visible on his arm. He frowned, looking at it, then turned his head to face the full moon. He murmured to himself, "There's still time." The next morning, a large number of people had gathered in a wide square. Shodi and Xiaoyana were also present in the crowd. Suddenly, Xiaoye discovered something astonishing that made the boy's eyes widen in surprise. "That is Li Tianyuan." Standing there with his arms crossed, Xiaoye thought in astonishment, "It's him." Dothan, Ado propose. Putting his arm around his younger brother's shoulder, he exclaimed while pointing at Li Tianyuan, "Xiaoye, look, it's Dad." Xiaoye immediately denied it. Mom said he wasn't. A moment later, several other figures appeared and drew everyone's attention. Li Tianyuan also looked up at the high platform in surprise. 2 men stood there, one shouting to maintain order. Then, he loudly declared to the crowd, "Simusek does not accept those lacking integrity, does not tolerate the wicked, and does not accept those without great ambition. Come stand behind a supplement. If you wish to become a disciple of Simu sect, all tests must be passed." After speaking, he used magic to create baskets full of stones, then announced the rule that the martial arts arena on the mountainside must be reached before the 3rd quarter of noon. Anyone who fails to arrive on time will be eliminated. A clear shout rang out, and the crowd quickly dispersed, each carrying a basket of stones on their backs and starting to climb the mountain. Xiao Ji exerted all her strength, her face flushed red and her body trembling from overexertion. In just a moment, she fell backward because the basket of stones was too heavy. She called out loudly, "Xiao, it's too heavy. I probably can't continue this trial with you." Xiao gritted his teeth, "Endure," and kept walking. Said to his older sister, "Sister, go home. When I get accepted into the Simu sect, I will come back to find you and Mom." Looking at her little brother's small, retreating back, Xiao called out to Xiao with heartsaddy. On the mountain top, a disciple raised his hand to his forehead, blocking the sun, and spoke up. "Look down there. It's all a bunch of mediocre people." He added, "Among these trial participants there are even children." Surprised, another voice rose full of astonishment, "Senior brother Meiyuan." He pointed towards Li Tianyuan and asked, "Don't you find that person very familiar?" Following the direction, Meiyuan frowned and observed carefully. After a long while, he finally recognized him. "This person, isn't he the stable boy from 10 years ago?" After Li Tianyuan, he crossed his arms over his chest. Looking at him with contempt, Meiyuan was extremely surprised. He didn't expect him to dare to show his face and participate in the trial. "You should quickly report to your superiors. I remember when he left the sect back then he seemed to have caused some trouble." The disciple with orange hair replied, "As you command," and then quickly disappeared. The group had gone far. Zhao Jie was still watching. Suddenly a voice called the little girl, making her turn her head. Zhao Jie saw the person called Sui Feng. The little girl asked, "Are you the one accompanying him?" He didn't answer directly but bent down, smiling kindly. "Shall I take you to watch the trial of the young master and little leaf?" Zhao Jie immediately clenched her fists and excitedly agreed, "Yes, sir." At this moment, everyone was carrying heavy baskets of stones, climbing up the steps. They looked clearly exhausted. One person sighed, carrying such a big rock up the mountain peak. "I'm afraid one would almost be crippled, not to mention the subsequent challenges." Another person slumped onto the ground, looking around like a cunning rogue. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he secretly threw a stone from his basket onto the ground. Unfortunately, this action was seen through by the man in purple. He openly declared him disqualified. The declaration shocked the other man. How was he discovered so quickly? He hurriedly begged, "Please don't. Don't. I want cheat again. I promise I'll try my best." No matter how much he pleaded, the man in purple remained unmoved. He waved his hand slightly, causing the man and the basket to fall backward, rolling down the slope. When Xiaoya looked up, the man had already rolled near him. The man in purple loudly reminded everyone, in the selection for this new sack, tricks are absolutely forbidden. Everything must come from sincerity. Anyone who violates this will be thrown straight down the mountain. Xiaoya's face was already flushed from exertion, sweat soaking him. He opened his eyes wide, looked ahead, and then gritted his teeth, taking heavy steps. On the way up the mountain, the candidates walked in a long line. Only Xiaoya was left quite far behind because the physical strength of a 5-year-old child could not compare to adults. Xiaoya's legs began to tremble. He missed a step and slipped. Fortunately, he managed to grab onto the step above, so he didn't fall down. Xiaoya lay panting on the steps, sweating profusely. The little boy looked like he couldn't hold on any longer. Just when he thought about giving up, Xiaoya took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and forced himself to stand up. He used all his strength, his face flushed red, his whole body trembling, looking truly pitiful. He told himself, "Can I do it?" Suddenly, he opened his eyes. An idea flashed in his mind. Maybe I should stop here. Just as he was about to give up, he saw the figure of Li Tanyuan carrying a basket of stones walking ahead. On a high rock, the three people, Si Feng, Kao Jie, and the blonde man, were observing. Little Chi called out heartbrokenly. Little Ye asked. The blonde man wondered why the young master didn't step in to help the boy. After all, he was just a child, his muscles and bones not fully developed. Si Feng explained that not interfering at this moment was the best way to help him. Hearing this, both the blonde man and Little Ye were confused. They stared wide-eyed at him. Turning to Little Ye, Li Tanyuan asked the boy, "Do you want to give up?" He gritted his teeth, lowered his head, clenched his fists, and his whole body trembled non-stop. A minute later, he shouted loudly, "No way I'm giving up." Little Ye was determined. Even if I have to climb, even if this basket of rocks crushes me to death, I must reach the top. After saying that, he continued to grit his teeth and take heavy steps. Li Tanyuan walked gently ahead. Although he felt very sorry for his young son, he tried to hold back because he knew this was the best way for the boy at this moment. A moment later, many people had climbed to the arena area. Li Tanyuan and Xiaoya also just arrived. An announcement sounded, "Ballot." Xiaoya was panting heavily, clearly exhausted. At the last step, his legs began to wobble, his whole body swayed, and his eyes opened wide. Seeing that he could barely stand, Li Tanyuan stepped forward to support him, leaned against him, and closed his eyes. The two examiners from the Heart's Eye sect looked at Xiaoya and whispered, "Why let such a child participate? He will surely fail. With this condition, how can he pass the next round?" Li Tanyuan spoke up in rebuttal, affirming that the boy could make it through. Seeing him interrupt their words, an angry man stepped forward, pointing directly at him and shouting, "Who do you think you are? You're justice." This statement has reached the limit of his patience. His face darkened, a murderous look flashed in his eyes. Just the aura emanating from him made the other person turn pale with fear. He clutched his chest, his face ashen, cold sweat pouring down. He was terrified, not understanding why. Just a single glance made his heart feel like it was about to burst. A moment later, Xiaoya regained some strength, stood up straight, and said, "I'm fine, I can proceed to the next round." The other man in purple pointed his thumb backward, squinting and saying, "Hurry up and go over there." The man who was just clutching his chest and gasping. After all the contestants gathered on the platform, the man in purple announced loudly, "Congratulations to everyone for completing the first task. This level is to examine your physical body and mind." He paused for a moment, then pointed to a cave on the right, and continued to explain, "The second round is to enter this chaotic heart cave. Whoever can get out within 2 days will qualify for the final round." With that, he shouted, "It officially begins." Quickly, the group entered the cave one after another. When Li Tanyuan and Xiaoya arrived at the door, the man in purple stopped them. "Wait a minute." Nearby, someone commented, "Look, I didn't believe it when they spread the rumors. Never thought you were really just a stable boy." Xiaoya was extremely surprised to hear this. The person who spoke was Senior Brother Wang. Seeing Senior Brother Wang arrive, the man in purple quickly cupped his hands and greeted him. "Senior Brother Wang." Walking closer, Senior Brother Wang immediately recognized Xiaoya. He pointed at the boy and shouted angrily, "You wretched brat, you're still alive." Truly, his mouth moves faster than his brain. After scolding, he noticed Li Tanyuan standing next to Xiaoya. He recognized the resemblance between Li Tanyuan and the child. He stammered, "You two cut." Then he suddenly roared, "So it's you. No wonder Yanhan was pregnant after you left." You are truly wild and shameless, daring to seduce a noble lady. On the cliff, Xiaoji worriedly asked Sui Feng if Xiaoye and her father were in danger. Uncle Sui Feng, you're the one who locked me and Xiao Yai in the pigsty. You drove my mother away. He will surely make things difficult for Xiao Yai. Scolded by the sect leader, Yi Yang didn't dare to cause any more trouble. He could only look at Li Tianyuan with resentment. Suddenly, Li Tianyuan spoke up and admitted. The elixir pill that Yan Han took back then, I really did eat it. Then he opened his eyes and continued, now I will return one pill to you all. Yang replied somewhat reluctantly, return it. What a big tone. That elixir pill is a top-grade 100 refinement pill from our Simu sect. Recalling the arduous refining process, Yi Yang said disdainfully, it takes thousands of spiritual herbs and 100 refinements to complete. Might not even be possible to get one in decades. Can you afford to pay it back? Withdrawing his words, he began to concentrate his spiritual power. A purple light radiated throughout his body. And tell the sect master of Yu Tian say that I can't stand it anymore. Now I will capture this person to seek justice for Sinmu's sect. Tianyuan closed his eyes, not paying the slightest attention to him. He slowly reached into his robe and pulled out a pill, to everyone's astonishment. Bat Shangwei wondered, this color, the density of immortal energy. Could it be a second-grade immortal pill? Li Tianyuan immediately replied. That's right. Yan Han was equally surprised when she heard him. Ignoring him, she sat down opposite her daughter and asked Han, Zhaoji, why are you here? The little girl smiled and replied. Uncle Sui Fen brought me here. At this moment, Ma Chengwei explained loudly. Refining the pill hundreds of times is already extremely difficult. Stronger the elixir you want to refine, the more continuous combination with spiritual herbs is needed. Just one small mistake, and all efforts will be wasted. Repeating this process thousands of times will yield a first-grade immortal pill. Cultivators who use it can directly break through a major realm. He pushed Ye Yang aside, rushed to Li Tianyuan, and continued. And this is the second-grade immortal pill, 100 times more precious than the first-grade immortal pill. In all my years of alchemy, this is the first time I've seen one. How did you obtain this pill? He replied calmly, I refined it myself. Hearing this, Ma Chengjian waved his hand and said loudly, impossible, absolutely impossible. You're talking nonsense. Even Pill Elder, known as an unparalleled genius, only succeeded in refining his first second-grade golden pill at the age of 70. Li Tianyuan tossed the elixir to him and said calmly, believe it or not, it's up to you. Ma Chengjian quickly bowed to catch it, holding the pill in his hand. He smiled with delight. This aura, this emanating immortal energy, is absolutely not fake. This is precisely a second-turn immortal pill. Then, Li Tianyuan calmly said, consider this pill as a repayment to the Heartwood sect. He took out an exquisite jade box from his pocket. As soon as the box was opened, dazzling light burst out. He looked directly at Xie Zhenyi and declared, mother-in-law above, take this as a betrothal gift. The object in the box astonished Xie Zhenyi to the point of gaping. Next, Li Tianyuan uttered his sentence that shocked the entire room. I want to marry Xian Hen with proper ceremony. Everyone in the room was utterly horrified. Ma Chengjian pointed at the pill in the box and stammered, this is a fifth-turn immortal pill. He almost shouted, I have never seen such a strong pill fragrance before. And there's even the phenomenon of purple energy surrounding it. Especially the 5 lines of pill inscriptions, there's no mistake. Ma Chengjian was completely certain. This is indeed the fifth-turn immortal pill recorded in the ancient books. Jian Yi looked at the pill with some hesitation. Suddenly Ma Chengjian shouted, startling her. What are you still doing there? Agree right away. With this 5-turn immortal pill, maybe it can cure Bufan. This statement shocked her. She repeated, cure Bufan. Then what? Yi Yang quickly stopped him. Nonsense. What 5-turn immortal pill? He turned and yelled at Ma Chengjian. Ma Chengjian, have you become stupid from refining pills? You're just talking nonsense. Have you ever seen a real 5-turn immortal pill? Hearing this, Ma Chengjian pondered and replied, I've only seen it in books. How could I have seen a real 5-turn immortal pill? Yi Yang pointed directly at Li Tianyuan, you little brat. He must be using some kind of illusion technique. Someone who is just a stable boy like him. How could he obtain such a rare immortal pill? It must be fake. He continued his attack. As for the second-grade immortal pill, he must have used improper means to deceive, steal, or rob it. After speaking, he turned to Zhu Tianxi, Sect Master, why must you tolerate this brat? Aren't you afraid of losing the Sect Master's dignity? At this moment, Zhu Tianxi was about to reply to Elder Ye. After investigating, Li Tianyuan impatiently interrupted. What nonsense are you talking about? This 5th-grade immortal pill of mine was not given to any of you. Immediately after, he slammed the box shut and handed it directly to Xie Zhenyi, then stated frankly, I have never owed the Sinmi sect anything. On the contrary, the Sinmi sect owes me a great favor. Tianxi frowned and asked back, oh, a favor to whom? Yang couldn't take it anymore. He shouted loudly, extremely arrogant. Extremely arrogant. You are only from a stable boy. Even if you refine several immortal transformation pills, does the Heartwood sect owe a favor to someone like you? Now I will capture you. Saying that, he flew straight towards Li Tanyuan. He still stood proudly in place. From behind him, a dazzling golden power radiated out, pushing both Du Tianxi and Ye Yang far away. Suddenly, a voice echoed throughout the sect. Disciples of the Heartwood sect, come out immediately to welcome. This statement astonished Ye Yang. He strained his neck and shouted, who is it? At the same time, in the Heartwood sect square, a giant sword plunged straight into the ground near the mountain beside it. The curious disciples rushed out to watch, chattering noisily. Someone asked, what's going on? Another person replied, I only saw this iron sword suddenly fall from the sky. A loud laugh echoed behind the mountain. Immediately after, a foot was placed on the hilt of the sword. It was a blue-haired man. Following him were two surats. Seeing him so arrogant, a disciple spoke up and asked, who are you? Get down here quickly. The Heartwood sect is not a place for you to act presumptuously. The blue-haired man, who was Yin Sha, closed his eyes and shouted, insolent. And he gestured with his mouth to his subordinate. In a flash, the servant slapped the disciple right across the face, making him spit blood. From above, Yin Sha ordered his subordinate, bring him here. As the servant was about to drag the disciple away, a voice sounded, making him turn his head in surprise. Sa. The person who spoke was Zhou Tianxi. He led the elders of the Heartwood sect to ask, are you from the Profound Yin sect? Seeing that they didn't answer, he asked again, are you from the Profound Yin sect? Yin Sha replied directly, that's right. After getting the answer, Zhou Tianxi asked politely, you are very young, and you have two servants following you. I don't know who you are among the Yin Sha in the world. Yin Sha flew down and said, as expected of the sect master of the Heartwood sect, you have sharp eyes. Then he landed and stood straight on the head of the beaten disciple. Standing on the disciple's head, he introduced himself, I am young Master Yin Sha. Hearing this, Ye Yang said, the Yin Sha in the world. Two rare geniuses of the Xuan Yin sect have both reached the Marquis realm, and even possess the potential of a great emperor. Now, why has the Yin Sha young master come to our Sin new sect? Isn't it too early for the competition? Yin Sha counted the days on his fingers, and replied, it is indeed not time for the competition. This young master has come today under orders. As he finished speaking, the giant sword suddenly emitted a white light. Gradually, a large circle formed in the sky, emitting 3 beams of light, and small lightning bolts. Zhou Tian was shocked to recognize it, the demon-slaying sword formation. Dunmi couldn't help but exclaim, Huan sect, what are you trying to do? Yin Sha explained softly, the competition is approaching. My master fears that the Sin Mu sect does not have disciples of sufficient caliber, so you will flee in desperation. Therefore, I was sent here to set up this formation to urge you on. Hearing this, the disciples of the Sin Nu sect became extremely angry. Yin Sha paid no attention to everyone's attitude. Hun's blatant mockery is just encouragement for you. Losing is not scary. But being a coward is a bit embarrassing. The disciple whose head was stepped on couldn't help but speak up, you are not allowed to insult the Sin Nu sect. These words provoked Yin Sha. He narrowed his eyes and said, oh, then let me insult you to see. With that, he stepped down lightly. The disciple's head was driven into the ground, his whole body lying prone, looking extremely humiliated. Seeing his disciple being humiliated, Xie Zhenyi angrily pointed at him, insolent. I have never seen anyone as arrogant as you. Let go of my 6th disciple. Otherwise. Before she could finish her sentence, Yin Sha interrupted with a contemptuous tone, who? You've met one today. Next, he raised his face, pointed at himself with his thumb, saying, why have I been able to be arrogant for so long, and I still haven't seen any of you make a move against me? Isn't this defying the power of the Profound Sound sect? He keeps attacking. In this world, the strong are revered. Do you dare to officially confront the Profound Sound sect? Do you dare to touch me? Hearing this, the people from the Heart Eye sect could only lower their heads in silence. Then, Yin Sha made a provocative suggestion, how about this? I'll give you a chance to train. Send out any disciple you like. As long as you can defeat my 2 servants, I will take charge of dismantling this magic array in an instant. Young disciple with green hair excitedly shouted, let me try. Then he bravely rushed forward. Before he could even unleash his move, he was hit by a fatal punch from that servant, so strong that blood flowed from his 7 orifices. The servant showed no mercy, following up with another powerful blow that sent the disciple crashing down. Witnessing their fellow disciple being humiliated, the remaining disciples became enraged. Roaring loudly, we fight them, death with honor is better than living in shame, kill him, stand aside. Wang Heng gritted his teeth, listening to the muffled, damp, booming sounds of the battle. He exclaimed in anger, damn it. If it weren't for that heavenly origin demon sealing my cultivation, I would have charged up and fought the Yin Sha young master to the death. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. That's right. Wang Heng turned to Ma Chengyan and said confidently, Elder Ma, Give me that second-grade immortal pill. Ma Chen was shocked and cried out, "Are you crazy? That is the treasure of our sect." Wang Heng immediately explained, in the face of the assassination's humiliation. "We cannot appear we. Currently, I am the most suitable person to take action. Feed him, and restore the reputation of the Sini sect. Moreover, my sect still possesses a fifth-turn immortal pill, which is a sect-stabilizing treasure." Hearing this, Ma Chen fell into deep thought. He muttered, "Is this the only way to save the Sani sect's honor?" Noticing Ma Chen's wavering, Wang Heng rejoiced inwardly. Excellent. His wavering. This is the greatest opportunity to obtain the second-turn immortal pill. Later, I will find a way to seize that fifth-turn immortal pill as well. As long as I succeed, my status in the Sinu sect will be firmly established. Looking down upon the entire divine continent will only be a matter of time. Meanwhile, the disciples were still struggling with the two servants. One after another, people were knocked down. One was hit in the hip, another was punched straight in the face, and another strong elder was just forced to the ground. Hinsha looked at the scene and sneered, "Come on, call out the young lady you've worked so hard to cultivate. Maybe she won't lose so miserably." Elder Xia couldn't hold back anymore. She drew her sword and angrily declared, "Outrageous. Let me fight you." Hinsha didn't take her seriously and replied, "Oh, Elder Xia wants to fight. Then my masters also have the right to participate in the upcoming competition." Noticing her impulsiveness, Tianxi quickly raised his hand to stop him. He reassured, "His right. This is a competition between disciples. Neither we nor the elders of the profound Yin sect are allowed to interfere." Elder Xia trembled with anger. Uttering, the bandits cloaked themselves in hypocrisy. In her heart, a painful thought arose. If only she had let the extraordinary take over the Heartwood sect from the beginning. Would the situation be as tragic as it is today? Just then, another disciple desperately rushed towards Yinsha. But with just a light kick, the disciple was sent flying. Seeing the disciples of the Heartwood sect fall one after another, Yinsha sneered. "Can your level be so low? I want to see what kind of foundation these rebels of the Heartwood sect actually possess." As he finished speaking, Yinsha shouted, "Divine Eye Technique." His eyes flashed with a mysterious blue light. Ying witnessed this, and exclaimed in shock, "Divine Eye Technique." Didn't expect young Master Yinsha to have such astonishing talent to successfully cultivate this supreme divine eye technique that can see through a person's foundation. No wonder he is called the one with the potential of a great emperor. My Heartwood sect cannot compare. The assassination swept through the foundation of every disciple. The result for all was two words, useless. It was the Tiny One's turn. The assassination seemed puzzled. Why doesn't this person have it? Not even the most basic foundation is displayed. He insulted you, Humph. The most useless among the useless. Only the MC-ing heart of your sect still retains this thing. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. When he looked over, Han Yan and Xiao Jie, a samurai appeared. He whispered, "This is it." Then he exclaimed in surprise, "Could this be the legendary immortal spirit body?" The elders heard it, and were all shocked, shouting in unison, "Immortal spirit body." Immediately the assassination began calculating in his mind. He smiled brightly, "Wonderful. With this child as the furnace, Xuan Yin sect will definitely produce an ember." Seeing the greedy eyes of the assassination that seemed to swallow her whole, Xiaojie fearfully nestled into her mother's arms, calling out, "Mom." Yinsha turned to Henyang and asked, "Your cultivation is sealed. Are you the former saintess of Simni sect?" Seeing Henyang remain silent, he continued, "Indeed, extraordinary aptitude. And take both of you back. From now on, you will live in the Xuanian sect to satisfy the needs of the senior and junior brothers." Just then, Yinsha's eyes lit up as he sensed a fierce aura. He muttered to himself, "This powerful breath cannot possibly come from those trash from this Immu sect. Who is it?" At the same time, Ma Chenjian handed the second-turn immortal pill to Wang Heng. The pill immediately attracted Yinsha's attention. He was astonished. "What kind of pill is that?" Holding the pill in his hand, Wang Heng couldn't suppress his arrogance. He muttered, "That kid from the Xuanian sect. Wait until I swallow this second-turn immortal pill. I will show you the might of the top disciple of the Heartwood sect." Wang Heng. Yinsha shouted loudly, "Seize it for me." A stream of purple energy, filled with small energy fragments, shot straight towards Wang Heng. Just as he was about to put the elixir into his mouth, the stream of energy locked it in place. A loud roar echoed, stopping. Yinsha rushed forward as fast as lightning, landing a strong kick that sent Wang Heng tumbling backward, the glowing elixir flying out of his hand. Yinsha easily snatched the second-grade immortal elixir. He looked at the treasure he had just seized with satisfaction. He cursed Wang Heng angrily. "You idiot. If you wanted to take the second-grade immortal elixir, you should have swallowed it immediately. Why the hesitation? Now look, everything's been stolen." Ma Chenjian witnessed the scene and cried out in pain, "Oh, my treasure." Wang Heng was currently being stepped on the face by Yinsha, experiencing ultimate humiliation. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Damn it. It's all because of that useless person in the horse carriage." If my cultivation wasn't sealed and my limbs weren't slow, I wouldn't have failed and the second great immortal pill wouldn't have been snatched. Insha was extremely pleased at this moment. He loudly declared, "Wonderful, wonderful. A second great immortal pill and an immortal spirit body." After a moment, he turned to Ju Tianxi and said solemnly, "These two treasures will be temporarily kept by our profound yin sect. After the competition ends, we will decide the next course of action." Looking at Wang Hang lying at Yinsha's feet, he suddenly thought, the source of that ominous aura isn't from this Wang Hang. Could I have sensed it wrong? He quickly dismissed the doubt. Get it, this Heartwood sect doesn't have any experts. He ordered his servant to lead away the immortal spirit body, and the former saintess. Dajani roared and entered. "How dare you?" At that moment, Yinsha felt that terrifying murderous aura. It was that murderous aura again. He realized that streaks of cyan light began to spread like flying silk ribbons towards him. At this moment, Li Tainyuan was extremely furious. His face darkened. A servant, carrying the characteristic bronze mace as a weapon, advanced straight towards the mother and son. An Yan suddenly let out a choked sound. The servant suddenly knelt down on the ground. No matter how hard he tried to brace himself, he couldn't move anymore. At this moment, Yinsha confirmed that the source of the murderous aura was from this area. He ordered the remaining bronze mace servant, "You, go up." Hearing the order, the servant immediately rushed straight towards Han Yan. Xiaojunyi worriedly shouted, "Yan Han, be careful." She drew her sword and rushed over to help. The servant was extremely fast. He leaped up, raising his weapon to attack Han Yan, when suddenly, a rough hand grabbed his bronze mace. Li Tanyuan snorted coldly, holding the weapon tightly, preventing the servant from pulling it out. Now, Yinsha had completely confirmed it. The killing intent piercing his heart came from this person with no foundation. Just then, the servant with the bronze mace, who was kneeling on the ground, managed to get up. He quickly rushed forward to attack Li Tanyuan. A burst of dazzling golden light erupted, enveloping the entire combat area, making it impossible for people to see clearly what was happening. Yinsha stood outside, his expression like he was watching an interesting play. He waved his hand, his tone full of contempt. "Clown, Senziva overestimated you. Do you know that the bronze maces, in the hands of these two lieutenants were specially forged to counter body refining techniques? Not dodging or evading, but daring to take a direct blow. Truly seeking death." Gradually, the pale and yellow light faded and disappeared, revealing a shocking scene. Li Tanyuan stood firm, his hands tightly gripping the bronze rods of the two servants. Witnessing the scene before him, Yinsha couldn't help but be stunned, and he provoked, "Oh, so that's how it is." Meanwhile, the blue aura around him grew denser. Li Tanyuan commented, "Good material, they'll take it." As he finished speaking, he retrieved the two weapons and simultaneously threw off Zaza's two subordinates. Feeling the situation was unstable, Yinsha immediately shouted, "Activate the annihilation formation." Two subordinates quickly took their positions. A purple energy, accompanied by incomprehensible ancient characters, emanated from them. The strange purple energy gradually enveloped Li Tanyuan, and in an instant, it emitted a dazzling light, covering a large area. Yu Tian was terrified to realize, concentric incantation. Jin curiously asked the sect master, "What kind of trick is this? Your subordinate has never seen it before." He explained, "This is a special forbidden spell of the Xuan Yin sect. Those afflicted by the spell will lose their five senses, and their consciousness will gradually be separated. Finally, only an empty shell remains. Ordinary people cannot activate this forbidden spell. It requires 10 Tom, creatures specially refined by the Xuan Yin sect using secret methods, who have no five senses, to use it. For others, just chanting the spell is enough to lose their sanity." Seeing him surrounded like that, Shi Yanan couldn't help but feel anxious. Tao Jie also asked her in great alarm, "Mom, is Dad going to be okay?" Without waiting for her to answer, Li Tanyuan turned his head back to reassure his daughter, "Dad is fine." Seeing that Li Tanyuan could still speak, Yinsha was extremely shocked and blurted out, "Impossible. You clearly took the Tungsten curse. Even a great emperor cannot be completely unaffected." Li Tanyuan looked at him calmly and replied, "This level is not even 1/10,000th of what I have experienced." Hearing this, Yinsha was suspicious. Could it be that there is an even stronger curse on you? He didn't answer but looked at the two objects that are called bronze maces in his hands, commenting, "The material is good, it's just a pity that the structure is too flimsy." Saying that, he squeezed tightly with his hand, watching Li Tanyuan easily distort the two weapons. Yinsha was terrified, his mouth wide open, his eyes almost bulging out. At this moment, the purple energy from the two bronze maces still kept pouring out. Suddenly, the two subordinates spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and were knocked far away. Seeing the two bronze maces being destroyed like that, Yinsha roared, "Buy 2 bronze maces. These were bestowed by the master, representing my status and position." Chou Thian looked at Lothian Nagayan, sweat pouring down his face. He thought, has he neutralized the backlash from the life-bound magic weapon? Unexpectedly, he could ignore the sympathy curse, and even crush the bronze mace specially refined by the Xuanyan sect with his bare hands. If Luthien Yikayan hasn't reached the king realm, he must have cultivated a special body refining technique. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be horrified. He had underestimated him 5 or 7 times. In just 10 years, his cultivation could reach this level. Truly a genius, an absolute rare genius. At this moment, Msat had not yet recovered. He held his head, and looked at the remains of his 2 subordinates. Then he pointed at Luthien Yikayan and roared, "I want you to die," utterly annihilated. No matter how enraged Msat was, Luthien Yikayan remained unconcerned. "Look at your fist," he casually said. "This is fine for now. Yinsha's attack has led to boiling blood." He concentrated his blue energy, laughed loudly. "You have angered me." As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted, unleashing the demon sealing sword formation. He immediately set up a sword formation. From the giant sword, countless transparent swords appeared, pointing directly at Li Tanyuan. "Max," he pointed at you and ordered, "destroy the enemy in the formation." Thousands of swords shot towards you, but Li Tanyuan stood still without any reaction. Xie Junyi exclaimed worriedly, "It's over. Young Master Yinsha's demon sealing sword formation has locked onto Li Tanyuan." Yinsha sneered, "As long as the demon sealing sword formation identifies you as the enemy, it will attack relentlessly until you vanish, unless the formation is destroyed. Aren't you very skilled? Let me see how you withstand the next attack." Li Tanyuan stood in the middle of the formation and replied humbly, "Just a little trick." Then he threw the bronze fragments to Sui Feng, and instructed him to use this to forge weapons. Sui Feng accepted and replied, "Understood." Yu Tianxi was almost questioning his existence, wondering if something had just flashed by. He then turned his head to look around, thinking to himself, could there be a hidden master from the Xuanyan sect? Impossible. At this moment, Yinsha kept roaring, "Sword formation, kill, 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 kill." Li Tanyuan was no longer patient enough to play with him. He said, "Breaking this formation is extremely simple." With that, he lightly waved his hand, and leisurely walked towards the giant sword. Looking up at it, he said, "If the sword in the formation is gone, the French formation will naturally collapse." Hearing him say that, Yinsha sneered, "You're not joking about destroying the main sword in the formation, are you?" After a pause, he looked at him with half an eye, continuing in a contemptuous tone, "I admit you have ability, but this sword is the core of the formation. There must be a limit to joking." Without waiting for him to finish, Li Tanyuan gently touched and broke the sword. Watching the giant sword being shattered into pieces by him, Yinsha's eyes widened and he exclaimed. After the main sword shattered, thousands of swords in the formation gradually disappeared as if they had never appeared. Xie Junyi couldn't believe his eyes. "Is this real?" Seeing this, Xiaoji jumped up and cheered happily. "That is so amazing." Suddenly, Yinsha burst into maniacal laughter, holding a talisman in his hand, and said maliciously, "I didn't expect you to be so eager to seek death." Then he bluntly declared, "He forced me to use my real trump card, the Baila beast. This demonic beast. Even I cannot completely control it. If it goes berserk, it will surely cause a bloody massacre. Today, I alone will destroy the entire Tsimu sect." Du Tianzi was terrified. Cold sweat broke out. He stammered, repeating, calling the image of the demonic beast. Yi Ying said fearfully, "The Baila beast has the ability to appraise all things in heaven and earth, but it is extremely ferocious, possessing the power of the Saint Emperor realm, and can even rival a great emperor. It's over, it's all ruined. I didn't expect the Xuanyan sect to possess such a fierce beast. We absolutely cannot let him summon the Baila beast." Du Tianzi hurriedly stopped him. "Young Master Yinsha, please be merciful. I am now willing to offer half of the sect's resources. Please calm your anger." At this moment, Yinsha's reason was completely consumed by rage. He glanced at him and laughed loudly. "It's too late to beg now. Men of the Ximu sect will become slaves, and the women will become prostitutes. You are not qualified to beg me. Go to hell." Yi Ying angrily cursed him, "You are too arrogant." Then he told the disciples, "Hurry up and take the disciples to escape while the demon sword formation is broken." Yinsha raised his hand to the sky like a madman, laughing loudly and shouting, "Feel the pain. Regret it. This time, no one can protect you. The entire Ximu sect will be buried with you." As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant golden light spread across the sky. From the light came a soft meowing sound. A paw full of claws emerged from the ground right in front of Li Tanyuan. Someone screamed in horror, "Oh my god." Not long after, the entire body of the Baila beast appeared, its eyes flashing with brilliant orange light, and it let out a loud roar. Yang worriedly sighed, "It's really over. The Ximu sect is completely finished. If it weren't for Li Tanyuan, how could this Ximu sect have encountered this disaster?" Zhenyi remained calm and told him, "Stop lamenting, hurry up and lead the disciples to retreat, save as many as you can." Yinsha continued to laugh loudly, and ordered the Baila beast, calling its name. Yinsha ordered, "Meow meow, slaughter them for me." Surprisingly, the Baila beast only extended one paw forward and looked silently at Li Tanyuan. Li Tianyuan also stared blankly at it. The Baila beast looked at him and sweated profusely. Seeing that the Baila beast didn't move, Yinsha urged, "Meow meow, what are you standing there for? Kill him quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, the Baila beast forced a smile and said, "I'm sorry for the trouble. Let's run, let's run." With that, it burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Watching the Baila beast disappear like that, everyone was stunned with their mouths wide open. Yi Yang asked doubtfully, could that not be the Baila beast? But just an ordinary cat. Yinsha asked in horror, "Li Tianyuan, who on earth are you? Why did meow meow?" Before he could finish, Li Tianyuan lightly stepped on his toes and flew over, kicking him hard. The kick was so strong that it made Yinsha spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. He asked in fear, What do you want to do? I am a disciple of the Xuanian sect. If you dare to kill me, the Xuanian sect will not let you go, nor will they let the Simu sect go." Hearing this, his face darkened, and he replied, "Don't worry, I won't kill you for now." Then he kicked him far away and instructed, "Remember to bring all the people from the Xuanian sect here. It's best to mobilize the entire sect." Yinsha escaped dozens of meters away. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Very well. I won't let you off. I will definitely make your Simu sect to be buried." The tiny one specifically instructed him again, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not killing you so you can go back and call more people here." After a pause, he continued, "Stop talking nonsense and get lost." With that, he flicked a small stone that flew straight into Yinsha's face, making him spit out blood again. Watching Yinsha retreat in distress, Hu Tansi regained his composure. Chinyan immediately questioned loudly, pointing at the enemy who had just left. "Li Tianyuan, the second-grade immortal pill is still in his hand. Why didn't you take it back?" Wang Heng also chimed in, his eyes full of greed. "That's right. If I get the second-grade immortal pill, my cultivation will definitely have a chance to break through. Only then will I have the strength to deal with the Yinsha of the Xuanian sect in the upcoming competition." Yi Yang also couldn't help but attack, "You are clearly helping the enemy, and you foolishly talk about mobilizing the entire force of the Xuanian sect." Hearing these unfair accusations, Li Tianyuan replied faintly, "The immortal pill has been given to you. If you don't know how to protect it, what does it have to do with me?" Seeing everyone unanimously turn against him and blame him, Xia Zhengyi could no longer bear it and spoke up in defense. "What are you doing? He just saved us." Suddenly, Hu Tainsi turned around and praised Li Tianyuan. "You managed to repel young Master Yinsha. Well done. From today onwards, I officially appoint you as the head disciple of the sect." Wang Heng immediately objected loudly. "Sect Master, the head disciple should be me." Hu Tainsi ignored him and continued to Li Tianyuan, "You have witnessed how great the threat of the Xuanian sect is to the Simu sect. Just one young Master Yinsha was able to suppress our sect." Then, his voice turned threatening. "So I hope you can hand over the Teju Heart Sutra. This matter concerns the survival of the sect. I cannot help but use a few tricks." He paused, then emphasized, "You wouldn't want to see your daughter captured and become a cauldron for cultivation, would you?" Hearing these threats, Li Tianyuan coldly warned, "Playing with fire, you will eventually burn yourself." Then, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed on the mountain top. Li Tianyuan chuckled, appearing at the right time. Suddenly, a majestic voice echoed from the golden light, spreading throughout the space. "Simu sect master, along with the elders and important disciples, come to me immediately." Nu Tansi and the elders were stunned and horrified. "The voice is the Grand Elder." A disciple asked in surprise, "What? The Grand Elder is still alive? He hadn't passed away?" "Is." Hu Tansi raised his hand to signal the elders, then said solemnly, "Let's go, elders. Follow me to the back mountain to pay respects." After speaking, he glanced meaningfully at Li Tianyuan, then invited, "Why don't you come along too?" Meanwhile, on a nearby cliff, several men who were monitoring the situation suddenly became chaotic. A man's sword suddenly cracked, terrifying him. Not long after, the whole group knelt on the ground, spitting out fresh blood. One of them asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Why are we suddenly seriously injured?" A moment later, Hu Tansi and the group arrived at the back mountain of the Simu sect. Before them was the Grand Elder sitting in meditation, his body enveloped in brilliant golden light. He opened his eyes and slowly said, "You're here. I have cultivated for 10 years and finally broke through to the mid-stage Saint Emperor realm." Hu Tansi and the elders immediately clasped their hands in salute, saying in unison, "Greetings to the Grand Elder upon his emergence." Ma Chengen exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect the Grand Elder to still be alive. The Simu sect has hope again." Hu Tansi thought about the Baila beast. It seems that the Baila beast summoned by young Master Yinsha sensed the elder's presence and retreated. Yi Yang scorned in his heart. As expected, Zhou Tansi is overthinking. That Li Tianyuan is nothing formidable. I suspect the Grand Elder secretly took action to break the formation. First, the Grand Elder asked Zhou Tansi about the sect situation. "Have there been any major incidents in the Simu sect over the past decade?" He replied, "This story is quite long." Hearing this, The Grand Elder closed his eyes. Then let's put it aside for now. I have an urgent matter that I need you to do immediately. The four of them replied in unison. The Grand Elder instructed. We will do our best to serve you. He said slowly. Finally Tiny one who used to work as a stable boy in the Sinmi sect. Hearing this, the three of them exclaimed in horror. What? They couldn't believe their eyes. At this moment Zhou Tianxi pointed at Li Tanyuan, who was slowly approaching, and said, Grand Elder, is the Li Tanyuan you mentioned him? Upon seeing him, the Grand Elder quickly flew closer. He said, as expected. Zhou Tianxi took the opportunity to start complaining. Grand Elder, the Taiji Heart Sutra of our sect is in his hands. Please look into it. Before he could finish, Yi Ying interrupted loudly. Grand Elder, this person stole the sect's secret techniques and elixirs, and behaved extremely arrogantly, killing disciples of the Sinni sect. He completely disregards the Sinni sect. Please capture him. Absolutely no forgiveness. Seeing the two of them confusing right and wrong, blaming everything on Li Tanyuan, Xie Zhenyi said indignantly, Grand Elder, although he has faults, he was the one who saved the Sinni sect just now. But Yi Ying interrupted her. It wasn't him. It must be the Grand Elder who secretly took action. Xie Zhenyi was extremely angry. She didn't know what to say, only managing to utter one word. While the two were arguing, they didn't notice that the Grand Elder's face had darkened. He slowly walked towards Li Tanyuan. Watching him walk towards him, each elder had their own thoughts. Yi Ying smiled sinisterly, thinking, as expected, the Grand Elder has a grudge against Li Tanyuan. A great battle is coming. Xie Zhenyi rubbed her itching temples, thinking, Li Tanyuan, bear the consequences yourself. The earth-shattering thing was that when the Grand Elder approached him, both of his knees suddenly bent. Then he bowed his head and prostrated before him. I respectfully ask my master above to accept this request from your disciple. At this moment, Ma Chengan, Yi Ying, and Xie Zhenyi were so shocked that their mouths fell open. Their eyes seemed to bulge out. Oh my god. I'm not seeing things, am I? Impossible. Li Tanyuan also shook his head in refusal, saying, I am not your master. Grand Elder insisted, please, master, you must accept me as a disciple. Whichever way Li Tanyuan turned, he would run over there and beg him submissively. Please accept me as a disciple. Thus, a cycle repeated itself. The Grand Elder lost all dignity, rolling on the ground begging him. Master, accept me as your disciple. Zhou Tianxi was shocked to the core. He couldn't understand what was going on. The highly respected Grand Elder repeatedly kowtowed just because he wanted the stable boy from before to accept him as a disciple. Despite his rolling on the ground, Li Tanyuan firmly shook his head. Your aptitude is too poor. I don't want to accept you. Hearing his words, Zhou Tianxi was horrified, holding his head and crying out, he even says the Grand Elder's aptitude is too poor and doesn't want to accept him. Yi Ying still had covered. He pointed at his own face and said to Ma Chengan, come here and slap me. Am I dreaming? Also couldn't believe it. She exclaimed in surprise. This is too absurd. At the same time, Ma Chengan slapped Yi Ying so hard that he coughed up blood. Yang cried out, it's really not a dream. The Grand Elder sighed dejectedly and said, I know my aptitude is low, unworthy of being the master's disciple, but I still have an excessive request. After a pause, he kowtowed to him and continued, since my time, the Sinmu sect has declined. To revitalize the sect, I beg the master to choose 8 disciples of the Sinmu sect to teach for 1 month. With that, he looked up at him. The tiny one didn't yield at all and turned his face away. So he crawled to his feet and bargained 5 people, teach for half a month. Seeing that he still didn't react, he said with teary eyes, Master, after all, it was I who taught Yan Han how to refine the 100 refinements pill, which saved her life. Can't you grant this old man this small wish? Seeing that he dared to bring up the past, he frowned and replied, I cured your hidden illness and corrected the Taiji Heart Sutra, saving you from dying from Kai deviation. The debt between us was settled long ago. Then he asked him, where is that jade piece? The Grand Elder immediately pointed towards the forbidden area and said, it's still in the forbidden area. Suddenly, Li Tanyuan made the final decision. 3 people, 5 days. Hearing this, he said excitedly, I will go get the jade tomorrow. And then he said submissively to him, as for the chosen ones, the one with the highest talent in our sect is naturally the saintess. She is one, and there are 2 left. Master can choose whomever you find pleasing. At this moment, Zhou Tianxi quietly reported to the Grand Elder, Grand Elder, the whereabouts of our sect's lost Taiji Heart Sutra have not yet been found. The Grand Elder turned his head and asked again, his eyes still showing shock, I was too emotional just now and didn't hear clearly what you said. A moment of silence enveloped the 4 people, and the atmosphere became suffocating. How should they speak? The Grand Elder tried to recall his memory, then exclaimed in surprise. You mean the Taiji Heart Sutra? A moment later, embarrassment appeared on his face as he forced a smile and explained, it has been on me all this time. I was in a hurry to enter seclusion back then, so I brought it with me. I didn't expect 10 years to pass so quickly. Yu Tansy was extremely shocked, only managing to utter a sound of surprise. The tiny one had finished his business, and reminded him, "It's time, I need to pick someone up." Before leaving, he didn't forget to instruct, "Remember to prepare things for me." The Grand Elder clasped his hands and bowed before him, respectfully replying, "We bid farewell to the esteemed sir." As soon as he disappeared from sight, Yu Tansy dared to ask, "Grand Elder, what kind of divine figure is Li Tiny One? Why do even you have to show such respect, even repeatedly kowtowing?" He didn't answer directly but sternly warned Yu Tansy, "Everything I showed today must absolutely not be revealed to outsiders. And what happened during this period must not fall into the hands of outsiders." Then, his eyes filled with murderous intent, looking straight at Yu Tansy and warning otherwise. The extremely strong oppressive aura emanated from the Grand Elder. Yu Tansy thought in horror. This is the power of a Saint Emperor realm expert. This terrifying presence is completely different from the gentle aura just now. Yin quickly assured, absolutely not revealing anything they saw or heard today to the outside world. Then, he turned to them and said, "Only teach the 3 people within 5 days. This is the greatest opportunity I have secured for the sect." Yu Tansy clasped his hands and expressed, "Grand Elder, this Imi sect is on the verge of danger. The Xuanian sect is eyeing us like a tiger watching its prey. Eastern Wasteland is plagued by demonic beasts, and the danger of annihilation is always lurking. Now that you have reached the mid-stage Saint Emperor realm, please take charge of the overall situation of the Imi sect and consolidate the faith of our disciples." He closed his eyes, looking tired, and instructed, "I will go to the forbidden area later. You must seize this golden opportunity. No matter what the esteemed sir asks, you must agree to his requests." The 4 of them affirmed in unison, "Yes." Suddenly, "Do you know the truth that the Teji Heart Sutra passed down from ancient times is only an incomplete book?" Hearing this, Yu Tansy was extremely stunned. "It's just an incomplete version." The Grand Elder continued to explain. "The sect master and the supreme elders of all generations have devoted themselves to studying this flawed technique. But each generation would leave behind some insights to supplement the Teji Heart technique. Nevertheless, no one achieved perfection. In the process of accumulation over generations, the shortcomings of the Teji Heart technique were also magnified. By the time I cultivated it, it was very difficult to turn back." "Wait a moment," he emphasized. "It was on that very day that the senior rectified it, simultaneously correcting and perfecting the errors and the annotations of the ancestors of the Heart Eye sect through the generations." Then he looked up at the high sky, unable to help but exclaim, "Truly an outstanding talent favored by heaven." From that moment on, the sect truly possessed the original Teji Heart technique. His words stunned the sect master and the elders to the extreme. Insha clenched his fists in rage, slamming them hard on the table, causing the wine in the bowls to splash everywhere. He gulped down the wine, grinding his teeth, thinking, "My subordinate has been murdered, the demonic sword array has been destroyed, even Meow Meow has been taken away and left me." Finishing the bowl of wine, Insha wiped his chin with his hand. "If I return with such great losses, how will I explain myself to the sect? If I return empty-handed like this, my title of Insha will surely be revoked." Suddenly, he remembered that he still had a second-grade immortal pill. He then took out the pill to admire it, secretly feeling fortunate. "Fortunately, I still have a second-grade immortal pill. If I bring it back to the sect, I can certainly atone for my crimes with merit." He was lost in thought, unaware that 2 strangers had been observing him the whole time. Thinking of Li Tanyuan, Insha's hatred reached his bones. He muttered to himself, "I must take revenge on the Heartwood sect. I must skin that brat alive." Suddenly, a hand slapped hard on Insha's shoulder, startling him. The person spoke. "Little brother, the treasure in your hand is truly marvelous." Insha looked up in a daze. The person repeated, "Little brother, the treasure in your hand is truly valuable." Only then did he realize he had been immobilized, and couldn't move. The person uttered one word, "Fragrant." The fat man next to him also moved closer, his eyes squinting with a smile. Insha loudly questioned, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" The one who placed his hand on Insha's shoulder introduced himself as a member of the 100 Ghosts gang, bearing the title Gluttonous Ghost. The fat man next to him also introduced himself, "I'm also from the 100 Ghosts gang. I am Starving Ghost." Hearing the names of the 2, Insha was terrified. He trembled, thinking, "The 100 Ghosts gang. How could I run into them here? They are a group of monsters, half human, half beast, with unfathomably high cultivation, especially the evil ghosts and vengeful ghosts among them. They are highly likely to be peerless masters of the great Emperor realm, not to mention the legendary Ghost King, Shinshyu, behind them." Thinking this, Insha quickly forced a flattering smile, "So you 2 are the Ghostbait brothers of the 100 Ghosts gang. May I ask what guidance you have for me?" Gluttonous Ghost gave a thumbs up to himself, and said frankly, "We came to help you fulfill your wish." Starving Ghost added, "That's right, exactly. Aren't you planning to level the Heartwood sect? We've come to assist you. After all, we were planning to go to the Heartwood sect anyway." Hearing what the two said, Yin Xiao began to weigh the pros and cons. He looked at them cautiously. Ghost big brothers, are you really willing to help me? Yes. Gluttonous Ghost replied concisely, of course, but we don't work for free. This pill will be our remuneration. This statement made Yin Xiao hesitate. He awkwardly suggested, regarding this, if you two want remuneration, I can pay in other forms. I am young Master Yin Xia of the profound Yin sect. My sect possesses many rare medicinal herbs. Hearing Yin Xiao's intention to refuse, the expressions of the two began to soar. Gluttonous Ghost stomped his foot on the table and pressed. You refuse to agree. Seeing this, Yin Xia quickly covered up. Ghost big brothers, I currently bear great responsibility, and I must rely on this pill. Only then will I have the courage to return to the profound Yin sect. Return to your hometown. Starving Ghost lost all patience and shouted, stop rambling. With that, the ghost bit down hard on Yin Xia's hand. He screamed in agony, sweating profusely. Ah, my hand. Gluttonous Ghost saw this and quickly reached into Starving Ghost's mouth, scolding, you brat. He took the pill, which was covered in Starving Ghost's saliva, and muttered, you are so filthy, now I'm not interested in tasting this immortal pill anymore. Starving Ghost, with blood dripping from his mouth, grinned and made a suggestion, then take it to the evil ghost. If he's happy, he'll reward us with many delicious foods. At this moment, Gluttonous Ghost lifted Yin Xia's face and said contemptuously, lost and wait for news of the Heartwood sect's destruction. Yin Xia, with a severed arm, fearfully obeyed, yes, yes. Then, the two coldly left, leaving Yin Xia alone in terror. Right at the exit of the Chaos Heart Cave, Li Tanyuan stood on a high rock, his gaze calmly observing the training situation of the disciples below. Suddenly, a disciple recognized him. He pointed towards Li Tanyuan and whispered, hey, look, brothers, it's him. Another person was shocked. Why is he completely fine? Wasn't he taken away by the sect master for investigation? Someone else chimed in, isn't he the top disciple now? He met the Supreme Elder this time. Could it be that he received special recognition? Seeing her father safe on the cliff, Xiaojie exclaimed happily, winking at him and saying to the Yanhan, father is fine, mother, father. Before the little girl could finish her sentence, the Yanhan gently stroked her head. She knelt down in front of Xiaojie, looking at her with loving eyes. Xiaojie, you love your father very much, so do you? The little girl obediently replied, yes. The Yanhan explained gently, but we cannot continue to be with father. Otherwise, it will affect father's cultivation path, as he has greater responsibilities to fulfill. Although her heart itched endlessly, Xiaojie was very understanding and replied, the heartbroken expression on the little girl's face made anyone who witnessed it itch. The Yanhan painfully hugged her daughter. Spring, I'm sorry, my child. Just then, Equani called her, Yanhan. She replied softly, yes. Seeing the elder woman approach, Duchi politely greeted her, grandmother. Equani said to the Yanhan, the situation has changed now. Li Tanyuan's status is different from before. You should stay in the sect and not rush back to Van Kui Pi. Take the time to visit your father and Igoknan first. The Yanhan stated frankly, given the Supreme Elder's personality, he probably wants to beg for his guidance for the new disciples, right? Her accurate guess made Hequan's eyes widen in surprise. Yanhan bowed her head, expressing her firm intention, I will visit father briefly, and then take Xiaojie back to Van Kui Pi. Thean Nigayan still stood high up, closing his eyes to calm his mind. Suddenly, Chao Thean too stepped up from behind, questioning why he didn't make it clear from the beginning. The Supreme Elder's mind technique is not in your hands. Thean Nigayan glanced at Chao Thean too, his tone full of contempt. Did I say it? Would you believe me? Chao Thean too said with a straight face, even so, you didn't need to declare war on the Shoanam sect. He didn't even look directly at him, calmly replying, daring to have designs on my daughter. Shouldn't I eliminate future troubles and eradicate them completely? This reason is indeed irrefutable. Chao Thean could only hum in acceptance, secretly marveling in his heart. No wonder he is the one the Supreme Elder wants to take as a disciple. Too arrogant. Not long after, Lothian Igayan turned his head to look at him and issued a warning. Advise you one thing. There are some things you absolutely should not casually touch. Chao Thean didn't understand, and asked back, what do you mean? I don't know if his pretending or genuinely doesn't understand. Li Tanyuan just glared, not saying a word. Zhou Tansi turned and walked down. He didn't forget to instruct, the same test will arrive shortly. You should take this opportunity to select the remaining 2 disciples. After Zhou Tansi left, Sui Feng landed beside him. Reporting, young master, they have all come out. At this moment, the participants of the trial began to emerge. Xiao Yai, the youngest boy, came out last, quietly observing the situation. A disciple pointed at the group that had just exited the cave and said, Senior brother Mei Yuan, everyone who passed the Heart Chaos trial is present. Mei Yuan looked at them and spoke as congratulations. Congratulations to all of you for passing the second test of the Heart of Mu sect. From today onwards, you are qualified to become outer disciples of our sect. The 3 of them, Li Tanyuan, stood on the cliff, watching Xiaoye. Blonde man, Mingyu, smiled teasingly at him. Sect master. This child is truly excellent. Firm belief, will to advance. His spirit is completely unmoved. At this moment, Mei Yuan continued his speech. Later, you will be assigned to the Miscellaneous Service Department, the department responsible for material affairs. A month later, if you pass the aptitude test, you will have the chance to become official disciples. Suddenly, Tiaoye turned his head, searching for Li Tanyuan's figure. The boy secretly wondered, why didn't he follow? Suddenly, a strange power struck. Sui Feng exclaimed in surprise, Young master, there are 3 demonic beasts. These 3 demonic beasts began to charge and attack the disciples. Terrified disciples guessed, could it be that demonic beasts from the eastern desolate forest dared to charge right into the heart of the wood sect? The sharp claw of a demonic beast stabbed a disciple who couldn't dodge in time. Mei Yuan and the bald fellow disciple hurriedly joined forces to fight back. Mei Yuan gritted his teeth, sweating profusely. He thought in shock, the attack power is too strong. I don't know how long I can hold on. Another monster suddenly rushed over, leaving him no time to react. Mei Yuan shouted in despair, it's over. Suddenly, a transparent sword of purple color pierced the monster's neck. The person who made the move was the young lady of Xinmu sect, Shi Yuanyuan. It's the young lady. The young lady is here. The disciples cheered happily. Shi Yuanyuan descended with a middle-aged woman. She said loudly, Aunt Hai, the strength of these beasts is not ordinary. We must join forces. Okay. She ordered the disciples, you guys hold off the other 2. We'll deal with this one, and come to support immediately. The disciples answered in unison, yes. Very quickly, a monster knocked over 2 disciples. Seeing the monster about to charge, Mei Yuan shouted loudly, Wang Heng. Senior brother Wang Heng, quickly protect them. Block the other one. Just passed the trial without knowing any cultivation techniques. Hearing this, Wang Heng flew towards the demonic beast, muttering, so troublesome. As soon as he got close, he was knocked back by the demonic beast. Wang Heng retreated, mumbling, not a match for the demonic beast. No need to risk my life for those who are not yet officially members of the Xinmu sect. With that, he fled, leaving behind the words, I'll go report to the sect master and the elders. Tell them to deal with these demonic creatures. Wei Yuan saw this and loudly called out to Wang Heng, senior brother, then scornfully said, what a coward. The 3 of them, Li Tanyuan, silently watched the battle. A moment later, Sui Feng said to the blonde man, Ming Yu, make him move. As both were about to act, Li Tanyuan raised his hand to stop him. Sui Feng called out in surprise. Young Master Mingwu spoke with concern. Facing the demonic beast, Xiaoye cannot protect himself. Li Tanyuan said calmly, I want the boy to experience death once. At this moment, the demonic beast had noticed Xiaoye. It swung its claws fiercely towards the boy. Shouted hurriedly. Suddenly, the boy remembered Li Tanyuan's instructions. Remember this incantation, and use it in times of crisis. He looked left and right, searching for his figure. Thinking to himself, he must be nearby. On the cliff, Sui Feng asked doubtfully, Young master, could it be that you want to? Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Get ready to use the sympathetic link to connect me and Shun Mai. Hearing this, Sui Feng quickly volunteered, Young master, let me do it. No need, Li Tanyuan raised his hand to stop him. He said lightly, I will do it myself. Then, Sui Feng said to Ming Yu, let's start. Ming Yu closed his eyes and replied. Right after that, Sui Feng and Ming Yu took up their positions as protectors. Prepare for him to use the same body technique. On Xiaoye's side, the boy was struggling to withstand the fierce and violent attacks of the demonic beast. You're young and have not cultivated profound techniques. How can you confront a monster that even Wang Heng cannot deal with? Soon, he was hit and thrown far away. The young lady and the disciples saw it and exclaimed in horror, this is not good. Now, its flaw was only a few inches away from Xiaoye. Looking at its sharp claw gleaming with cold light, the boy was extremely terrified. A moment later, the claw pierced through Xiaoye's chest. The boy's pupils contracted. Unbelievable, is my life really going to end here? Then he slowly closed his eyes, and the question echoed in his mind, is this what death feels like? Xiaoye recalled the time he was isolated and bullied by his friends just because he lacked a father figure. They ganged up and threw stones at him, injuring him. Not only that, but they also hurled insults. Don't play with this fatherless kid, beat him to death. Thus, his life was filled with hardship and humiliation. Every time he went out, he was bullied. He couldn't hold back and rushed in to fight them. The little girl spoke up to defend him. Don't bully Xiaoye. Seeing their friend being attacked, they became agitated and shouted, how dare you hit the boss? Take them both down. And then the whole group continued to attack both siblings with stones. Then she grabbed his hand, running at full speed while saying, Xiaoye, let's run. Watching the 2 sisters run away, the other children threatened, you two better watch out. Tomorrow we'll call my dad to beat you to death. At Yunki Peak, the scenery was peaceful, covered in lush greenery. Inside the quiet house, she had already prepared the meal. After the two children sat down, she said, "Time to eat." Seeing only the bowls and chopsticks for the two of them, Xiaoji asked, "What about Mom?" The yin replied, "Mom already ate." As soon as she finished speaking, the truth was revealed. Her stomach started growling. Betraying her, Xiaoji quickly offered her bowl of rice to her mother and said, "I'm not that hungry, Mom. Please eat it for me." Just then, a bag of rations was thrown straight at the door. The delivery man stood with his arms crossed, saying to her with a contemptuous tone, "Sorry, this month's rations are late." "Wait a minute," the man sneered, "but raising two bastards, you shameless woman, you deserve to starve to death." Ziya heard this. She rushed out to hit the delivery man. The boy shouted angrily, "You can't talk about my mother like that." The man yelled, "Do you want to die?" So he threw a punch that sent the boy flying. When the boy was knocked to the ground, the man didn't want to let go. He continued to rush over to deliver another kick. The Indian quickly hugged her son, using her body to shield him from the attack. Not only that, the man also growled a warning to the mother and son. Be sensible. Otherwise, I won't even give you this little bit of food." After the man left, Taoji hurried over to ask, "Mom, are you okay?" The Yanhen still had a wound on her face, but smiled to comfort the little girl. "It's okay." The bully excitedly reported to Senior Brother Wang. "Senior Brother Wang, I completed the mission as you instructed, taking the opportunity to beat them up." Han gave the bully a thumbs up and added, "All right, it's time to leave." Xiaoyu overheard the conversation. The boy was filled with hatred, but he felt weak and couldn't do anything to them. Returning to the present, Zhao Ye vaguely pondered, was that the legendary synchronized mind just now? Boy still remembered promising himself back then, "I must become strong, I will never let others bully us. I will protect Mom and sister in place of Dad." At this moment, the boy felt a sharp pain spreading throughout his body. He mumbled, it hurts so much. Am I really going to die?" In the end, I still didn't become strong enough. I still couldn't protect Mom and big sister. Little Ya doesn't want to die. He screamed, "Mom, big sister, save me." The boy shouted, "Save me," for the second time. Li Tianyuan appeared right next to Xian and Xiao Jie. His eyes suddenly lit up. The boy saw Li Tianyuan walking towards him, surrounded by a blue aura. The boy's eyes slowly closed. He wished he had dared to acknowledge his father back then. The boy unconsciously called out "Father," while in reality, he had fallen unconscious right in front of everyone. The disciples' eyes widened in astonishment. Before them was the image of Li Tianyuan, who had appeared at some point. He held little Ye tightly, using his own body to block the fatal blow from the demonic beast. He gently transferred true energy into little Ye's body. Then he squeezed the demonic beast's claw tightly, then threw it backward, his eyes cold as if looking at something insignificant. Gradually, it was enveloped and destroyed by the blue true Kai. Not long after, the demonic beast completely vanished. The disciples exclaimed in surprise. So powerful, taking a direct hit without any damage. I never expected him to rush out and take the blow for that child. Through an observation artifact. You observed Li Tianyuan and Xiao Yi. He exclaimed excitedly, they have truly experienced life and death. Thinking of Xiao Yi, he praised endlessly. At this age, overcoming a near-death experience that ordinary people might never achieve in a lifetime. If the celestial meridian and soul bone are complete, then the immortal path is boundless. Suddenly, Sui Feng reminded them, the hall master instructed us to set up an illusion, making Xiao Ye believe he was severely injured, and then use sympathetic magic to transfer the sensation of death onto Xiao Ye. After a pause, he continued. In fact, the one who truly died once was the hall master. Seeing Sui Feng's panicked expression, Mingyu comforted him greatly. What are you afraid of? The hall master is immortal. His power is unparalleled, and he always keeps his promises. He passionately expressed his determination. We still have to follow the hall master to complete the great cause of the heavenly separation hall. Moreover, weren't we all personally taught by the hall master? Are you worried that he will fail? Seeing him speak so eloquently, Sui Feng couldn't help but mock. Oh, I never thought I'd be lectured by the most incompetent one among the Jun. Hearing this, Mingyu became furious. He roared, don't call me that. One day, I will surpass all 7 of you. Demonic beast roared fiercely, grabbing a disciple of the Heartwood sect. A sharp light flashed across the sky, and suddenly the sword abruptly pierced through the beast's back, causing it to collapse to the ground. From behind the mountain, she quietly recited an incantation, and Yingkai toy cold moon chattering. As soon as she finished speaking, purple true energy coiled around the demonic beast, crushing it into pieces. Junye withdrew her sword, which spun once, and returned to her hand. Shi Dainhen and Xiaoji rushed over. Give felt confused about what had just happened. Could be that the ferocious beast from the eastern desolate forest has appeared in the Heartwood sect. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as Li Tianyuan slowly approached, holding Xiao Yi in his arms. He handed Xiaoye to Shi Yuan, saying Xiaoye was safe. She asked, worriedly, your child? Li Tianyuan held his chest with one hand, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, and replied, it's nothing. Looking at you, how could it be nothing? Han's heart was heavy. When the little girl's eye fell into his arms, his hand still tightly grasped the corner of Li Tianyuan's robe. Jia Zhenyi shouted loudly, quickly treating the child's injuries. At this moment, the current saintess and the middle-aged woman were fiercely fighting the remaining demonic beasts. Cultivation energy erupted powerfully. Not long after, the two had defeated the demonic beast. After finishing, the saintess glanced at the Yin Han and Li Tianyuan's group. She rushed over and exclaimed, Mother, older sister. She then asked the Yin Han, have returned to Yun Qifang. Are these two children Xiao Jie and Xiao Yi? The Yin Han pointed at the Nukaknon and introduced her to Xiao Jie. She said, this is your Bittermalanth Nukaknon. The little girl politely greeted her, greetings, little Anne. Nukaknon smiled, patted the girl's head, and praised, you are such an adorable child. Middle-aged woman walking beside her spoke coldly, Saintess, please maintain propriety. Be mindful of your status and do not casually interact with others. Hearing her say that, Xia Zhenyi indignantly retorted, Elder, I don't think even the Saintess has the right to speak restricted. She frowned and replied uncomfortably, you can speak, but you are not allowed to talk to the sinner. Especially that shameless culprit. After saying that, the elder turned to instruct the Ngaknon, Saintess, you should regard her as a role model to warn yourself and encourage yourself to move forward. Absolutely do not follow the wrong path. The Ngaknon slightly bowed her head and replied, I understand. These words were no different from a direct slap in Xia Zhenyi's face. Xia Zhenyi gritted her teeth, clenching them, and angrily blurted out, you. Not stopping there, she moved closer to the Yin Han, pointing her finger directly at her two children. Her tone was harsh. If I were in your shoes, these two heathens should have been killed and discarded right from birth. Keeping them only wastes food. She continued to insult the woman. Humph. My biggest regret as an elder is that I once intended to support and protect you. Seeing you makes my eyes burn. With that, she raised her hand, preparing to slap her. Shi Yan Han, how could you let an outsider, someone who just insulted your children and is about to attack you? She raised her hand and blocked the blow decisively, showing no mercy. However, she became even louder in her reprimand. You dare to fight back. Yan Han didn't want to argue pointlessly. She gently persuaded her, for your own safety, please stop provoking any further. Consider it saving a life. He is here. Your life is truly in danger. Even after being warned like this, she still didn't listen. She aggressively raised her hand, intending to slap you again, and shouted, you wicked creature. However, her slap hadn't even reached the Yan Han yet. She had to take this first slap. The blow was so fast that she couldn't tell who had struck her. Her face swelled up and became distorted. She screamed, whoa. As soon as she spoke, she received a second slap, hitting her cheekbone. Those continuous slaps drove her mad. She immediately drew her sword, pointed it at him, and yelled, I will chop you to death. Chow Thianti had just arrived. Witnessing this chaotic scene, he turned pale with fear. He hurriedly shouted, stop. But it was too late. The powerful surge of true energy erupting from Li Tianyuan shattered her sword, and sent her body flying backward with a painful groan. After struggling to regain her balance, she still maintained her arrogant attitude and continued to utter harsh words. What are you? Are you trying to protect this lowly woman, Xia Han? How can Li Tianyuan tolerate someone touching his wife and child? Her aura grew stronger and stronger. Without even needing to strike, she was already severely injured. At this moment, she collapsed to the ground, completely drained of the strength to continue insulting others. And Zhu Tianxi rushed over to stop his intent to kill. Li Tianyuan, stop. Can't this be resolved calmly? Wan Heng followed closely behind, also speaking up, Sect Master. When Yang Nan heard everyone's conversation, she couldn't help but be amazed. The pressure from Ulthan Yigan had not diminished at all, and he said calmly, I don't have the time or energy to sit there and lecture her on principles. So, he used a direct method to warn her. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of his true energy broke her arm, twisting her body grotesquely, as if wringing out a towel. Just looking at it was enough to see the extreme pain. Then, he gave a final warning, from now on, never appear in front of me again. At this moment, she looked miserable and pitifully weak. In an instant, she seemed to have a hallucination, seeing a head full of sharp fangs, blood-red eyes staring straight at her, as if about to swallow her whole. Chu Thind was speechless. He stammered, Ulthan you still. Nangfnum pretended to speak up and criticize him. How could you act like this? Despite your merits in eliminating the demon beast, we will let this slide this time. But be more careful next time. Having said that, she waved her hand and called him over via telepathy, brother-in-law. She winked and gave him an oak sign, while simultaneously transmitting telepathically. No brother-in-law has been generous enough to spare my life. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. I will cover this up for you. He just responded perfunctorily, and left. Not only did he not follow her instructions, but he also walked over, patted her shoulder arrogantly, and declared that man sect can do nothing to me. Then Thinmagain turned to Chuthint and asked, besides Nangfinan, have the remaining chosen ones for instruction been finalized? He pointed towards Manhwa, who was standing next to Vinghen, and said, that guy. Wanheng mistakenly thought he was choosing him. Lian loudly objected, what? You want to teach me a lesson? He paused for a moment, then continued loudly, who are you? What right do you have to teach me? That disciple beside him saw his misunderstanding, and Ben whispered an explanation. Wanheng senior brother, it seems you are mistaken. He is probably just referring to Mei Yuan senior brother. Mei Yuan was also extremely surprised, pointed at himself and asked, me. Wanheng was equally surprised. He pointed at Mei Yuan and asked back, him. Then he angrily shouted, what do you mean? You think him not as good as Mei Yuan? Nodded frankly and replied, not as good. It could be said that Wanheng was making a ridiculous spectacle in front of him. Even a disciple beside him, not understanding the situation, whispered to him, Wanheng senior brother, you look a bit like a clown right now. After choosing the code, and pointed to the unconscious Xiao Yan Xian's arms and said, the last one is this child. Wanheng asked in surprise. That kid. Du Tianzi disagreed with this choice. He spoke up, Li Tian Yuan, the Supreme Elder, speaking of which. He remembered the Supreme Elder's warning look, so he couldn't finish his sentence. He changed the subject. The Supreme Elder has entrusted you with the important task of selecting a disciple for this new sect to teach. Why do you treat this matter as a joke? Mei Yuan is acceptable, but you chose a child. And Jialing asked back, the child has passed this new sect test, so isn't he considered a disciple of this new sect? These words were irrefutable, so Zhu Tianzi had to admit it. Another disciple gathered his courage and voiced his opinion. The boy has passed 2 rounds of the Sinmu Sect's tests. Although he hasn't officially cultivated the techniques, he is indeed one of the Sinmu Sect's people. The tiny one didn't have time to listen to their nonsense. He turned around and said decisively, all right, stop the nonsense. Tomorrow morning, those I have chosen, come to this location. Now get out. He Yang was so angry. Just as he was about to rush up to demand justice for himself, Zhu Tianzi raised his hand to stop him and said, let's go. Yang loudly questioned the sect master, Zhu Tianzi. After all, you are the sect master of Simu sect. How can you tolerate being insulted like this without any reaction? He didn't answer Yang, but just solemnly replied, let's see what result his teaching will bring. At this time, Li Tianyuan walked to the side of the demonic beast. Seeing him observing the demonic beast for quite some time, Sui Feng spoke up, young master. This high-level demonic beast gives me a strange premonition. He paused, then continued. Instead of saying it has evolved to a higher level, it's more like it has mutated. Not long after, Li Tianyuan looked towards the eastern desolate forest and said, let's go to the eastern desolate forest to check it out. Who knows, we might run into old friends. Not long after, in the eastern desolate forest, a surge of true energy suddenly erupted, gradually spreading upwards. At this moment, the gluttonous ghost and the starving ghost were observing a herd of demonic beasts running in chaos within an array. The rhythmic music made them increasingly excited. That music was played by the gluttonous ghost. The starving ghost quickly stabbed a demonic beast in the head. Then he laughed loudly, opening his mouth and swallowing the entire demonic beast whole without needing to dismember it. The Tanyuan's group had arrived without anyone noticing. Standing silently on the treetop, Sui Fen whispered, the 100 Ghost Legion. Ming Yu next to him exclaimed in surprise, Li King just reported that 2 people were coming, and they arrived this quickly. As he spoke, he pointed towards them, and speculated, it seems the 3 demonic beasts that attack the Heart Eye sect are closely related to them. Feng immediately asked Li Tianyuan, should we take action now? He raised his hand to signal a halt and said, let me meet them first. From the position of the 100 ghosts, the gluttonous ghost looked suspicious and asked his companion, the starving ghost, you keep eating voraciously like this, aren't you worried about your health? The starving ghost replied with an innocent, almost smug smile, I am not picky about anything. I can swallow everything. On the contrary, gluttonous ghost, you are the one who is too selective. Look at you. Your body is getting thinner and thinner. The gluttonous ghost pursed his lips slightly, his voice deep and soft. I only swallow what I truly crave. Only the most exquisite delicacies catch my eye. I cannot just eat indiscriminately. What's the point of eating things that don't taste good? Alright then. The gathering is almost complete. Let's launch a probing attack on the Heartwood sect first. As soon as he finished speaking, the hungry ghost continued to use its characteristic sound to control the 7 demonic beasts. However, at that moment, an invisible, terrifying pressure suddenly descended. The little girl nodded in agreement and quickly ran to the kitchen. Then she said to the Yan Han, take care of your father for a moment, Mom will be right back. The Yan Han quickly helped Bufan sit on the chair and said, Father, please sit down. Dao and Shadia agreed in unison, Grandpa. He looked at the 2 horrible children. walked closer and asked, Ian Han, are these two little ones your sons? His breath reeked of strong alcohol, making the two children unable to bear it and cover their noses. The two children thought to themselves, this smell of alcohol is terrible. Suddenly, Bufan's eyes lit up. He unexpectedly grabbed Xiaoya's hand, holding the boy's hand for a long time, as if realizing something, causing his eyebrows to furrow. After that, he let go of Xiaoya's hand and held his head, looking extremely dejected. The old man gave a desperate smile and mold and was ambushed, destroying all my meridians, while he is still too young and has flawed roots. Speaking of which, he glanced at the Ianhin and shouted loudly, and you, Duvi has been sealed into a crepple. His words stunned her. The Ianhin frowned, her eyes wide open. She couldn't believe what came out of his mouth. Itfam sat there looking more than 10 years older, mumbling incessantly, my whole family is truly the same, from old to young, all useless. After speaking, he continued to laugh wildly like a madman. At this moment, Kun Nini solemnly presented a 5th grade immortal pill, signaling to Itfam. Itfam brother, this is a 5th grade immortal pill. Please try it, perhaps it can heal your injuries. However, he replied dejectedly, it's useless. The one who struck me was extremely vicious. Not only were my meridians destroyed, but more than half were lost. Even the most precious immortal pill cannot save me now. At the same time, when Nangting Nan had finished brewing the medicine soup, she brought the bowl of detoxifying soup in front of her father. Father, please drink some of the soup. He angrily knocked over the soup bowl and shouted, what are you drinking? I'm still quite sober. That sudden action left Thingok completely stunned. She never expected her father to change this much. Itfam leaned back against the table and spoke loudly. I heard the competition of the Xuan Yin sect is about to take place. As is said, why don't you surrender early and submit to the Xuan Yin sect? How can your TMC sect be their match? Kanini still had a glimmer of hope and asked, well Thingok, is there really no other way? He looked straight ahead and affirmed, it's useless. How can someone whose will to live is dead be saved? Hearing this, he laughed loudly as if finding empathy. You're right, I am exactly that kind of person. Dying is better for the family. Well Thingok directed a contemptuous tone at him. Your current state is truly worse than death. So what if your meridians are crippled? Now you can't even walk steadily or cook for yourself. All you do is complain and blame yourself. Yet you haven't found the culprit. Has your mind been completely ruined? After being questioned so much, he still didn't answer. Instead, he picked up the wine jar and took a long gulp. He then slammed the jar onto the ground, and Li Tianyuan continued to press him with questions. With so many years of cultivation experience, have you ever once taught your daughter about cultivation? Or at least passed on knowledge to any disciple of the Simu sect? Hearing these words, he buried his face in the table, his voice hoarse. I once harbored the great ambition of reviving the sect, but out before he could finish, Li Tianyuan swept another nearby wine jar away. Besides causing more trouble for the family and wasting resources, what else have you accomplished? Seeing her father being severely criticized, Yu Nuong could no longer remain silent. She loudly stopped Li Tianyuan, brother, you are not allowed to speak about my father like that. He clasped his hands behind his back, looking stern. You all can indulge him, but I won't. Then he bent down, and continued speaking to the old man. You only think of yourself. Have you ever thought about your wife and children? You are truly a coward and selfish. Suddenly realizing something was wrong. Fine, they'll treat him. However, on this point, I have no right to blame you either. After speaking, Li Tianyuan turned and walked to the door, announcing to everyone, I'm going out for a moment. At the same time, 3 disciples were walking in the courtyard. One asked the other, Senior brother, do we really have to go ask for that 5th grade immortal pill? The other person showed the token and responds, this is the sect master's order, does Elder Xia dare not obey? The questioner looked puzzled, but after all, that was a renowned extraordinary master. Years ago, he single-handedly leveled the demon realm with one sword, making the demonic cult unable to raise their heads. Another person interjected, he is just a cripple now, what is there to worry about? 3 people were engrossed in discussion without realizing that Li Tianyuan had already stood in front of them. The dark-faced man glared and shouted, get lost. A disciple angrily retorted, who are you to dare tell us to get lost? We came here to demand that Elder Xia hand over the 5th turn immortal pill. Seeing the person in front of him looked familiar. The person next to him quickly stopped him. Senior brother, he is the newly promoted disciple. The senior brother did not flinch but pointed directly at Li Tianyuan's face, roaring, it was you who stole senior brother Wang Hen's position as the chief disciple. I will take my senior brother's place to teach you a lesson immediately. His finger pointed at Li Tianyuan, who was bent backward. The disciple knelt on the ground, crying out in pain. Li Tianyuan walked past him calmly. Repeat what you just said, get lost, say one more word, I will break another one of your fingers. He was unwilling and presented the token. This is the sect master's order, are you trying to rebel? And the result was that all 10 of his fingers were broken. The man's face turned pale with pain. He screamed in agony. My fingers, despite the tragic screams, He coldly walked away. Not long after, Li Tinyuan and Sui Feng stood on a tall branch. Sui Feng handed him an object, and said, "Young master, this is the weapon crafted for Xiaoya from 2 pieces of bronze, exactly as you requested." Thin Guyan unwrapped the covering. Inside was an extremely exquisite sword. He picked up the sword, testing its weight. At this moment, Ti Feng expressed his doubts. "But young master, Tu Dip doesn't have a celestial meridian soul bone. Even if she passes the life and death gate, true energy still cannot circulate throughout her body." Before he could finish speaking, Thin Guyan interrupted. "I have a way." Suddenly, he took out the celestial meridian soul bone, glowing brightly in his hand. Ti Feng exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the celestial meridian soul bone taken from the bronze puppet?" Then, Thin Guyan merged it with the sword just forged from the bronze puppet. The celestial meridian soul bone slowly merged into the sword. A stream of blue light enveloped the entire weapon. Ti Feng finally understood his master's intention. "Young master, so you are trying to build a temporary path for Tu Dip's true energy. Later, if her original celestial meridian soul bone is found, when the time is right, I'm afraid this weapon will be upgraded to a spiritual artifact." And put the sword away, and replied calmly, "Although this heavenly vein soul bone is not Xiaoya's, it is still a top-grade item, very suitable for forging a weapon to carry with Shu Yi." At that moment, 2 figures appeared below. Sui Feng reported to Li Tinyuan, "Young master, they have arrived." A person in black robes descended before the starving ghost and the gluttonous ghost, bowing and saying, "Greetings, ghost envoys. We don't know why the 2 great ghost envoys have graced us with your presence. What are your orders?" The gluttonous ghost replied, "What else could it be?" The starving ghost asked the other person, "Do we need to ask about that jade piece?" The gluttonous ghost replied, "Just follow the procedure." The person in black whispered to the other. He then asked, "My 2 ghost messengers, is there something difficult to say?" Gluttonous ghost spoke up, "This time we've come to remind someone to look for an item at Sin Yusak." Saying that, he took out a piece of paper with a drawing of a jade pendant on it. That was the sky-tearing jade. The 2 of them, Li Tinyuan, watched the exchange between the 3 from above in silence. Gluttonous ghost threw the paper to the man in black and said, "It seems to be called the spirit jade." He paused for a moment, seemingly unsure how to explain, so he waved his hand at the man in black. "In short, just find the item that looks like the one in the drawing." The man in black was a little worried and replied, "My lord ghost messengers, Sinyu sect is currently facing a great disaster. Soon, Shuanian sect will arrive, and Sim sect will surely be occupied. We hope the 2 lords will step in to help resolve this crisis. Only then can we ensure the retrieval of the magic treasure. Otherwise, I fear it will fall into the hands of Shuanian sect, causing more trouble." Gluttonous ghost found his reasoning quite reasonable and agreed, all right. We will settle things for you." The man in black clapped his hands in thanks. "Thank you, Lord Ghost Messenger." After the man in black left, the starving ghost asked the gluttonous ghost in confusion, "Gluttonous ghost, why did you agree with him? Do we really have to step in and help?" The gluttonous ghost replied, "The vengeful spirit is here. I don't care what great disaster befalls the Heartwood sect. We need to figure out how to get past the evil spirit first." The starving ghost understood and replied, "That's true." A second later, he looked up at the sky and sighed, "When the king of hell fights, the little ghosts suffer." On the treetop, Sui Feng said to Li Tinyuan, "Just as the young master predicted, it is him." Then Sui Feng asked him, "Young master, should we take care of him while we're at it?" He shook his head. "The traitor of the Heartwood sect should be dealt with by the sect members themselves." The light flickered, a hand opened silently. Bufan remained motionless in that posture, staring intently at his palm. Jimmy asked worriedly, "Bufan, you haven't closed your eyes yet?" Unexpectedly, he spoke to his wife in an extremely gentle voice, startling her. "Johnny." It had been a long time since she heard that affectionate call. A moment of nostalgia mixed with surprise arose. He raised his hand to his forehead, sighing with embarrassment. "I was accustomed to the cheers, but now all that has vanished, replaced by pity mixed with contempt. I can't stand it. Only wine can help me temporarily forget this agony." He muttered on, with a hint of self-mockery. "That kid has a point. After all, I still have breath, and my mind is still working." These words stunned Shijanie. Then he turned to look at his wife with sincere eyes. "Honey, for all these years, all the burdens in this house have fallen on your shoulders. I have never fulfilled my responsibilities. I apologize to you." Return of her husband deeply moved Connie. She quickly embraced him. "I have been waiting for this moment of your awakening for so long." The next morning, in the Thief family courtyard, Thayadifum sat upright on a chair, without the drunken appearance of the previous night. This change made the Yinhin and Thiangxinam look at each other in astonishment, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. They broke the silence. "Father, what's wrong?" He replied sternly, "It's time to straighten myself out and regain my spirit. From now on, I will completely give up drinking." Seeing Ulthin Nagain in the courtyard, he said, "It was also because of that young man that I gained this clarity." His 2 daughters looked at their son-in-law entering the courtyard with surprise. Thuditfam presented 2 books. In Hin Manhwa, these are the cultivation experiences as summarized and wrote down all night. Then he puffed out his chest confidently, saying that in the future, if there was anything he didn't understand during his cultivation, he should come and ask his father. Lee Tenyuan stepped forward. Shi Bufan was a little surprised. Taking a book, Shi Yuanyuan added a sentence that almost made Shi Bufan ashamed. Yes, father, I think my husband's guidance is more than enough. He almost burst into tears, realizing he had truly become useless. In contrast to Yuanyuan, Shi Dianhan hugged the book tightly, happily encouraging his father. Father, I will cherish this effort of yours. Shi Bufan silently watched her. Lee Tenyuan took advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, and secretly put something into the teacup. He offered the teacup to Shi Bufan. Father-in-law, please have some tea. He felt very honored to be invited to drink tea by his son-in-law, so he raised the cup and drank without hesitation. As soon as he took a sip, he felt a strange change in his body, as if his meridians were being mended. Shi Bufan exclaimed in amazement, the injuries in my meridians are completely healed. He raised the teacup, intending to ask loudly, but immediately turned to look at Lee Tenyuan and caught his subtle look of acknowledgement. He immediately clasped his hands, intending to kneel down, for this kindness of rebirth. Please accept one bow from Shi Bufan. Lee Tenyuan quickly used his spiritual power to stop him, helping him up. How could I let you kneel before your son? He said earnestly, but if you truly want to start over, you must absolutely not neglect yourself. He took out a piece of paper and handed it to him. Your meridians have just recovered. You need time to adapt. Just cultivate according to the instructions on this paper. It will help you stabilize quickly. He paused and instructed. For now, just calm your mind and recuperate. Wait until everything is truly stable, then take that 5 revolving immoral pill. At that time, you will return to your peak state. Shi Bufan was extremely grateful, clutching the paper tightly, and said sincerely, son-in-law, I don't know how to thank you. Lee Tenyuan replied frankly, no need for thanks. In 5 days, I will have another big gift for father. Shi Bufan was surprised, a big gift. Immediately explained, the person who destroyed father's meridians. Shouldn't we settle the score? Hearing this, he asked excitedly, do you know who harmed me? He didn't answer. Just patted his shoulder and affirmed, just wait and see. That person will reveal themselves. While the whole family was happy that Shi Bufan had given up his drunkenness, and was determined to change, Shi Dianhan pulled Lee Tenyuan aside. Tenyuan, come here for a moment. On the other side, Titchener was still happy. He patted Shi Bufan and said loudly, Bufan, that's great. Lee Tenyuan and Shi Dianhan separated to talk privately. She spoke up, before Xiaoya was taken away by Zhang Rui, the boy's heavenly meridian soul bone was still intact. At that time, I was preparing to leave the Sinisek, so I checked on her health. If the Yanhan said that, it meant that Tuite Deep's heavenly marrow soul bone was extracted by that person, while she was imprisoned. Yanhan confidently asserted, only during this period. She hesitated for a moment, her expression slightly puzzled. But Tiu Chi and Tiu Deep were always together, and neither of them knew. Even that Tiu Deep had lost her heavenly marrow soul bone, the boy didn't know. After a moment of thought, he concluded that the perpetrator had calculated extremely deeply. Not only did they deceive Truong Dong and the Quan Van Upper Sect, but they also completed everything secretly. He continued, it can now be confirmed that this person, or organization definitely has a connection with the Quan Van Upper Sect. Perhaps we should act sooner than expected. They Denhun asked, in your opinion, is it that person? After all, Tiu Deep is his descendant. Lee Tenyuan was extremely furious at this moment. A huge pressure emanated, and the surrounding green true key fluctuated violently as if showing his anger. If it were him, things would be much less complicated. The next morning, a horrific scene unfolded. A person stood on the steps. Below was a little girl tied tightly to a pillar. Sharp nails had pierced the poor girl's body. At the same time, at the entrance of the Heartwood Sect's chaotic mind cave, the 4 master and disciples of Lee Tenyuan were concentrating on training. While Yu Nuanyuan and Mei Yuan had already started practicing, Lee Tenyuan stood opposite Xiao Yai. He handed the boy a sword made of bronze and instructed him, from now on, the staff must not leave your body. Xiao Yai reached out, egg. But as soon as Lee Tenyuan let go, the boy couldn't hold it. The tip of the sword dragged on the floor. Xiao Yai gritted his teeth and pulled the sword up. But it was still very difficult. The boy cried out loudly, it's too heavy. Lee Tenyuan immediately transferred a stream of spiritual energy into the boy's forehead, and instructed, use this cultivation technique to build your foundation first. Not long after, little Ye felt the stream of true energy running through his body. It was a marvelous feeling. The boy exclaimed in surprise, it's truly miraculous. Suddenly, I feel this bronze sword is like a part of my body, even though it's still very heavy. Lee Tenyuan looked at the boy and ordered, continue cultivating as usual. Little Ye wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked straight into his eyes, and replied, yes. Suddenly he concentrated a stream of true energy in his palm and struck hard towards the boy. A second later, the boy was knocked down flat. Not understanding why he did that, Little Ye loudly questioned, "What are you doing?" He calmly replied, "Helping you temper yourself." The boy pointed to the Ngaknon and Manangayan who were cultivating in the corner and said, "Humph, isn't cultivating the same as them?" The kid looked annoyed, but Li Tenyuan remained completely calm. "Your case is different." Then he waved his hand slightly, and a stream of green true energy appeared again. It struck the boy directly, making him grit his teeth to resist. He thought to himself, "Is he really not kidding me?" The scene opens in the majestic main hall of the Sinmu sect. The disciple sent to retrieve the 5-turn immortal pill is kneeling in the middle of the hall. In a miserable state, bruised and battered, he reported with a trembling voice, "Sect Master," that Li Tenyuan not only defied the sect master's order but also wantonly broke all 10 fingers of this disciple. "I implore you to severely punish him to restore justice for this disciple." Yi Yang roared in anger upon hearing this, truly lawless. Wen Heng, unable to contain his anger, immediately rushed out, shouting as he ran, "Sect Master, your disciple will gather the elite disciples of the sect. We must capture Li Tenyuan." Just as he was about to step across the threshold, Jiu Tianxi stopped him with a calm voice. "Wait a moment." Then he walked calmly, ordering everyone to follow him. Looking at Jiu Tianxi's retreating figure, Yi Yang thought to himself, "Jiu Tianxi, with the current turmoil in the sect, he certainly won't be able to hold his position as sect master for long. Let's see who will respect his orders later." Outside the cave, after a short period of cultivation, Mei Yuan felt a distinct change in his body. He murmured to himself, "It's truly a light and relaxed feeling I've never experienced before. It seems the cultivation technique Li Tenyuan taught is absolutely extraordinary." Suddenly, he looked up and saw a group of people rushing towards him. He was inwardly surprised. Wen Heng is leading the group. His hands clenched into fists, veins bulging on his face, looking extremely ferocious. Han gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Li Tenyuan, how dare you look down on me? Today I will gather the elite disciples and surround and kill you." With that thought, he kicked out, lunged straight towards Li Tenyuan, and roared, "Li Tenyuan, die." Seeing Wen Heng make a move, Mei Yuan quickly stepped out to stop him. "Senior brother Wen Heng, please stop." As soon as Mei Yuan blocked Wen Heng's palm strike, Wen Heng was immediately sent flying back a long distance. The disciples behind were wide-eyed in astonishment, their faces pale, cold sweat pouring out. Impossible. Senior brother Wen Heng was actually repelled by one palm strike from Mei Yuan. There was clearly a whole realm difference between them. Wen Heng, being thrown back, felt extremely humiliated. He tried to explain it away as his own carelessness, and continued to charge into battle with Mei Yuan. Thus, the two engaged in an uncompromising fight. With just a light punch, Mei Yuan knocked Wen Heng back for the second time. Mei Yuan himself couldn't believe it. He exclaimed in shock, "Surprisingly, I didn't expect I could repel Wen Heng." He realized that his realm hadn't advanced at all. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. Isn't it thanks to Li Tenyuan's guidance? Thinking this, he clasped his hands respectfully, bowed his head, and said to Li Tenyuan, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance." The other disciples were extremely astonished. They really didn't expect that after only 2 days of his teaching, Mei Yuan could change so drastically. It was truly a miracle. Li Tenyuan turned his back to Mei Yuan and calmly replied, "The realm is a measure of strength, but it is not the absolute measure." After a pause, a man from the water country looked at Mei Yuan and said, "I only agree to the exchange condition, teaching you for 5 days. There is no master-disciple relationship between us. Let Tianxi step forward." He sensed the aura Mei Yuan just revealed, which was somewhat similar to the Teja heart technique. To resolve the doubt in his heart, he asked directly, Li Tenyuan, did you teach Mei Yuan the Teja heart technique?" His words shocked Mei Yuan and the surrounding disciples. Li Tenyuan clasped his hands behind his back, closed his eyes, and said arrogantly, "I modified it from the beginning based on his condition. Others practicing it won't have the same effect as him." Hearing this, Yi Yang loudly questioned, "How dare you pass on the secret technique of my sect?" He replied coldly, "He is from the Sinyu sect, right? And what's wrong with him learning it? It's precisely because of your habit of concealing, and not fully teaching that the later generations are not as good as the previous ones." His words stunned Mei Yuan. After a pause, he looked at Zhu Tianxi and Ye Ying meaningfully and loudly asserted that a cultivation technique is just a cultivation technique. Whether it is strong or not depends on the individual. Wen Heng on this side could no longer suppress his anger and shouted curses at Li Tenyuan. "Damn you, you scoundrel. Not only did you steal my position as the top disciple, but you also taught the sect's secret arts to Mei Yuan. You made me lose all face in front of the crowd." Li Tenyuan heard it like a dog barking in his ear. He uttered a single, cold sentence. "Indeed, you are a piece of trash, only knowing how to bother others." Being called trash made Wen Heng extremely angry. He completely lost his composure and screamed madly, "You also murdered my junior brother. I will not rest until you are dead." Li Tenyuan turned his emotionless face to look at him, looking at someone who was already dead. He spoke coldly, "Then die." Saying that, he unleashed a powerful, imposing blue spiritual energy. That energy struck Wang Heng directly in the chest. The terrifying power made his chest feel crushed, his heart squeezed. He froze, unable to utter a word. Not long after, he trembled. He could no longer stand and had to support himself with his hands on the ground. A soft groan escaped his lips. His eyes rolled back, and blood poured from his nose and mouth. His body was covered in bulging veins, looking terrifying. Just like that, he collapsed to the ground, completely breathless. Seeing this, Ye Ying's face turned purple with rage. He roared madly. Did you kill Wang Heng? I frankly admit it. Didn't he relentlessly pursue me, wanting to fight to the death? I was just fulfilling his wish. Ye Ying was so angry he stammered, "You brute." His index finger pointed directly at Lothian Nguyen. Before he could finish his sentence, his index finger, pointing towards you, was pressed down and bent backward by some invisible force. A second later, he looked at his finger and screamed in pain. You, however, remained indifferent, and warned him softly, "I'm getting more and more impatient now. Say one more word, and another finger will be broken." At this moment, Deepan's face turned pale, sweat pouring down like a stream. He said in horror, "You." As soon as he spoke, he received a sharp look from you. And then another finger was broken. Deepan was in extreme pain. A disciple standing nearby witnessed this scene, trembling all over in fear. Only then did Lothian to loudly reprimand you, Lothian Nguyen. You didn't hold back and directly exposed me, so what should I call you? Sect master of Simu sect, or a spy from the 100 Ghosts organization? Li Tangyuan looked straight at Zhu Tianxi, his voice full of sarcasm. You are the spy that the 100 Ghosts planted in Simu sect, aren't you? Gritted his teeth in anger, but dared not offer any rebuttal. Seeing the other party remain silent, he continued his attack. Destruction of Shibufan's meridians back then was also your doing, wasn't it? All the disciples of Simu sect were extremely shocked. Zhu Tianxi's face turned pale, and he retorted that you were slandering him. He loudly refuted, while strongly arguing that as the sect master of Simu sect, how could he be a spy? Every decision in the sect is made by me. Could that be the action of a mole? This justification was indeed very weighty, and the disciples were completely convinced. Some murmured, "Yes, that's ridiculous." Others chimed in, "How could the sect master of one sect be a spy for another organization?" Some even suggested that Li Tanyuan had become arrogant after defeating the Xuanyin sect. Ye Ying sternly warned Li Tanyuan that any accusation must have clear evidence. Although Ye Ying disliked Zhu Tianxi, he inwardly thought, no matter how much I dislike Zhu Tianxi, being unjustly accused like this is not good. Li Tanyuan calmly replied, "Evidence." Immediately, a voice suddenly rang out, "The evidence is right here." The disciples' mouths dropped open in astonishment once again. Shi Dianhen and Shi Yuanyuan walked over leisurely. Shi Yuanyuan explained, "While everyone was busy, I went to Zhu Tianxi's room and found this demon clan badge and demon clan decree." Looking at the items she was holding, the disciples were stunned and exclaimed in unison, "What?" At this moment, Zhu Tianxi began to panic, cold sweat pouring down. He told himself, he used a secret technique to conceal it. How could outsiders from the 100 Ghosts sect detect it? Li Tanyuan seemed to read the doubt in his heart. Lian replied, "That's right, how could the secret concealment technique be broken?" He paused for a moment. Then continued, "Unfortunately, I just happened to be able to break the heavenly human code." He stepped forward, confidently adding, "And even more unfortunately, he had already managed to teach me." Li Tanyuan secretly praised her. Quietly, Yi Ying could no longer cover it up. He questioned, "Hey Tensai, aren't you going to explain?" Zhu Tianxi frankly accepted the truth. He snorted coldly, "Is there still a need to continue messing with you people?" Saying that, he rushed straight towards the Ngok Noan Quat. "Give me back my things immediately." But Phim rushed out to intercept and attack Cho Thian-tu. Two engaged in a fierce battle. Cho Thian-tu struck but Phim's back with a palm strike. He immediately stomped his foot on the ground, kicking back. Cho Thian-tu blocked the kick with his hand, then retaliated with another palm strike. The clash of their internal energies created a dramatic battle. Cho Thian-tu exclaimed in surprise, "But Pham." At this moment, but Pham looked at him with eyes full of hatred, angrily replying, "It is indeed you." He explained, "This special internal energy, and the previous moment, I will never forget." Deepan saw him and joyfully shouted, but Pham, senior brother." Cho Thian-tu was extremely indignant, saying, "You have recovered your cultivation base already. I should have been more ruthless back then." The truth revealed, Hakwani could not suppress his rage, drew his sword and rushed towards Cho Thian-tu. The sword was only a short distance from his face. Shu Thin gripped the blade with both hands. His whole body radiated a yellow, inner energy. Then, he easily pushed Hakwani back with a blast of energy, making her step back. Just then, an arm reached out to support her. Hakwani happily looked at Thibetfim. He said to her with a dignified tone, "Hakwani, you step back. I'll deal with this guy." Hakwani blushed looking at her majestic husband. The two embraced like lovers reunited after a long time. Then Nan couldn't stand it and spoke up, "Father, Mother, what time is it?" Please stop being so sentimental, okay? The Idefum declared decisively, Shuthant, it's time we ended our feud. Withdrawing his words, he rushed quickly towards his opponent. Seeing the two fighting, the Grand Elder intended to intervene and help. Unexpectedly, Li Tianyuan stood in front of him, startling him. Just let him handle it. The Grand Elder asked in confusion. After all, Shi Bufan has only just recovered his cultivation, while Zhu Tianci has been cultivating for over 20 years. I'm afraid. Li Tianyuan interrupted impatiently. Yes, just watch. Zhu Tianci recalled the grievances of his youth and said indignantly, Shi Bufan. Ever since I set foot in the Mu sect, I have been suppressed by you everywhere. Everyone thinks I am inferior to you. He Yang, who was unintentionally dragged in, was called out by Zhu Tianci. Suddenly Zhu Tianci turned to Shi Bufan and asked, do you know why that Yi Yang always confronts me everywhere? Saying this, he shouted indignantly, isn't it because he thinks he stole the position of sect master from you? Zhao Thian fought while screaming as if pouring out his heart. But do you know? I have always been hiding. And I am always stronger than you. The fact that I could destroy your meridians back then was enough to prove that I am far superior to you. They Bafam said coldly, it was just a despicable sneak attack. After saying that, he gathered all his power and unleashed a very strong palm strike towards Chethian II. With a muffled groan, They Bafam crossed his hands and flew high into the air, raising his hands towards the sky. Hold on, your inner demons are too heavy. You deserve to be taught a lesson by my son-in-law. With those words, he brought both hands straight down, a surging stream of internal energy aimed directly at Chethian II. They Bafam's yellow internal energy seemed overwhelmingly powerful, suppressing Chethian II's weak purple stream of power. Not long after, a loud explosion shook the heavens. They Bafam continued to unleash the Mu Vu Lok Van Thien, the power erupting brilliantly like fire. Zhao Thian II could not resist, and was struck until he vomited blood. He was thrown violently backward. He fell to the ground, unable to believe his eyes. He asked, I don't know how your meridians were covered. But how could your cultivation advance so quickly? Shi Bufan promised again, it's all thanks to my good son-in-law. Hearing this, Zhu Tianci looked towards Li Tianyuan. He finally understood that the 5-turn spirit pill was prepared by him for you. He lowered his head dejectedly. He bitterly accepted, fine. So everything was within his calculations. At this moment, Shi Bufan approached, saying in a deep voice, Zhu Tianci, it's time for you to pay. Suddenly he laughed loudly, do you think my 100 Ghost sect is easy to bully? He pulled out a small flute from his sleeve. Before playing, he looked at everyone here mockingly. I originally intended to give the Heartwood sect a way out. After all, I have invested a lot of effort here. But now, as long as I play this flute, my army of 100 demons will attack. Then, no one can escape. The warning terrified Yi Yang. The army of 100 demons. Ma Kangjian beside him also panicked. He can't deal with the army of 100 demons. Just as Shi Bufan was about to continue the attack, a voice suddenly rang out, stop. Zhu Tianci began to play the flute. The disciples cried out in fear, it's over. The Supreme Elder's face changed, but only Li Tianyuan remained completely calm. After playing the flute, Zhu Tianci looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. But due to his injuries, he kept coughing incessantly. 1 minute passed, then 2 minutes. After a long while, everything remained silent. A sense of confusion rose in Zhu Tianci's heart. Why haven't they arrived yet? At the same time, in a forest, the hungry ghost and the gluttonous ghost received the signal from his flute. The hungry ghost gnawed fiercely on a large chicken leg, sneering as he spoke to the gluttonous ghost. They're calling that person. The gluttonous ghost bowed and gnawed on a face, coldly replying, not free. I won't get involved in this. After a long time, still no reinforcements appeared. Shi Bufan then questioned Zhu Tianci. Zhu Tianci, where is the 100 demon army you boasted about? He himself didn't know, so what could he say to Shi Bufan? Seeing his inexplicable silence, Ifum understood. He spoke sarcastically, it seems even the 100 demons don't care about you. Zhu Tianci lowered his head in despair, then suddenly said, you know what? Becoming the sect master allows one to hold countless secrets, such as the power to activate the divine artifact of the Heartwood sect. Hearing this, Thai Bitfum immediately asked curiously, the divine artifact of the Heartwood sect. Zhu Tianci tried to stand up straight and continued, the sect master is the only one capable of wielding this divine artifact. Saying that, he immediately clasped his hands. I order you to mobilize. Soon, a stream of purple internal energy enveloped his body, and a mighty gun appeared in his hand. Zhu Tianci gripped the gun tightly, raised it straight ahead, aiming directly at Thai Bitfum. The Supreme Elder clearly saw the item and had to admit, it is indeed the divine artifact of our Heartwood sect. Zhu Tianci held 2 guns in his hands, smiling confidently and contemptuously at everyone. Do you think the years I spent as the sect master were in vain? Since I dare to stand here today, I am naturally certain of victory. It be that I placed all my hopes on the whereabouts of the 100 Ghosts army. After saying that, Zhu Tianci pulled the trigger. A heaven-shaking power shot straight towards Shi Bufan from the divine artifact. Quickly dodged to the left, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. The place hit by that power immediately exploded. Witnessing this scene, Shi Bufan was extremely shocked and couldn't help but exclaim, "It truly is a divine artifact, its power is terrifying." Shu Tianxi sneered coldly. "So what if the 100 ghosts don't come? I have the divine artifact of the Heartwood sect in my hand. From today onwards, I can establish my own sect." Then, he pointed the guns at the disciples and declared, "I will give all of you a chance to submit. Follow me to establish a new sect, and everything will still go smoothly." Paused for a moment and continued, "Otherwise, only the path of death awaits you." A disciple stammered in fear. At this, Ma Qingyan spoke up. "The divine artifact possesses immense power. I'm afraid we cannot resist it." Seeing the crowd fall silent, he sneered contemptuously. "No one answers. Then you'll kill a chicken to scare the monkeys, so you can witness the might of the divine artifact with your own eyes." Then, Shu Tianxi turned and aimed his gun at Li Tianyuan, loudly accusing Li Tianyuan. "All of today's events were caused by you. Originally, the Sin sect would obediently hand over resources. I would still be the sect master and successfully restrain the development of the sect, completing the mission assigned by the 100 Ghosts clan. So that's why the sect has been declining for the past few years." Yi Yang angrily cursed, "Despicable. It was indeed this guy who caused the Sin sect to gradually decline." Shu Tianxi confidently declared, "Li Tianyuan, today I will show you what realm my true cultivation has reached. Even if he wants to destroy the Xuanyan sect with a single move, I am not afraid." Li Tianyuan responded with a faint, disdainful smile. At this moment, Shi Bufan jumped out and stood in front of him. He advised, "Son-in-law, it's too dangerous. Please step back first." Facing a divine artifact is no joke, Shi Bufan asserted. Even an emperor might not be able to withstand the power of a divine artifact. Yu cracked his knuckles, shouting loudly, "Damn it, let me step up and fight for the hall master." Unexpectedly, Li Tianyuan stepped forward and patted Shi Bufan's shoulder. Then he stood opposite Shu Tianxi with a slight smile. "If he specifically named me, then I will also make a move." Seeing that he missed the opportunity to show off, Ming Yu sighed, thinking to himself, "It seems the hall master is preparing to take action personally." Missed another chance to show off in front of everyone. The Grand Elder also restrained him, no matter how much of a genius the esteemed sir is. Facing the divine artifact, "I'm afraid it will be difficult to accomplish anything." The old man was so angry that his veins bulged. He glanced at Shu Tianxi, and said softly to Li Tianyuan, "You have saved Sin sect many times. This traitor should be dealt with by the supreme elder of the sect himself. Even if it costs me my life, I must protect the integrity of Sin sect." As the old man was about to leave, Ming Wu firmly held his shoulder. He loudly advised, "Old man, don't bother my young master. It's just a divine artifact, as if you've never seen one before." The supreme elder then turned to look at Ming Wu with a puzzled expression. The old man spoke, "Young man." Suddenly the old man felt a change in his body. He couldn't move, completely immobilized. Lao looked at Min Wu, thinking for a moment, could this young man's cultivation be higher than mine? Very quickly, Lothian Ningayan approached Chu Thian, pointed his gun at him and said, "Facing a divine artifact, your courage is commendable. But before you die, I have one question. When did you discover my identity?" This question had been burning in his heart since Lothian Ningayan exposed him. He answered frankly, "From the first time you intervened to stop a Kwani." He recalled that at that time, he had discovered a very faint trace of demonic power hidden in Chu Thian's cultivation technique. Chu Thian couldn't believe it, and asked loudly, "How did you realize it?" He gritted his teeth and said, "You normally couldn't have noticed this trace of demonic power. Moreover, the restriction is it cannot be broken." As if remembering something, his eyes flashed. Shu Tianxi pointed at him, stammering, "Could it be that you are also?" Li Tianyuan leaped up, challenging him, "You try and guess." Then, he gently used a spell to knock Shu Tianxi away. Shu Tianxi cursed, "Damn it." He aimed both guns at him, shouting, "Li Tianyuan, today I will rely on the power of the guns in my hands to destroy you." As soon as the guns fired, he easily dodged the spot where the bullets hit. A deafening explosion echoed. Then, Bifan put his hands on his forehead, gritting his teeth and saying, "It's over." Seeing the place where Li Tianyuan was standing engulfed in white smoke, Xiaoya called out fearfully, "Mom, Dad." Although Li Dianhan was very worried, he still had to reassure the boy. "Don't worry." Uncle Thintu laughed loudly, issuing a contemptuous order. "What is your status is not important. All will become souls under my divine weapon." Not as he wished. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed. Lothianikayan still stood there stunned, unaffected. He drew a sword, stood tall, looking coldly at Chu Thian as if looking at a dead man. Batfame looked at the weapon in Lothianikayan's hand. He exclaimed in surprise, "Could that be an immortal weapon?" Both Hakwani and Deeping stared at each other in astonishment. Dong then exclaimed in surprise, "An immortal weapon." Batfame explained seriously, This is the only thing that can contend with a divine weapon. According to my knowledge, divine weapons are bestowed by heaven, while immortal weapons are forged by humans. Unlike divine artifacts, immortal artifacts are cultivated by being stained with the blood of masters and absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Their origin might just be an ordinary object. Only through continuous evolution via slaughter and being stained with the blood of masters can it be refined into an immortal artifact. The Grand Elder spoke. Just as immortal pills are divided from 1st to 9th grade, immortal artifacts are also divided from 1st to 9th rank. Although I cannot discern the rank of the immortal artifact in your hand, sir, I can be certain that this immortal artifact has slain no less than 10,000 masters to possess such a formidable aura as it does now. Seeing Ming Yu still resting his hand on his shoulder, with no sign of putting it down, the old man cursed inwardly. How much longer does he intend to keep his hand on my shoulder? Thing Kok No one exclaimed excitedly. Seems there is hope to resist. Thidedfim asked curiously, who is my son-in-law's helper? He casually repaired my meridians and carries such an immortal artifact with him. His cultivation level is unfathomable. Someone like this cannot be an unknown nobody. He must be the overlord of some region. At this moment, Li Tainuan and Chu Tansi were locked in fierce combat. Li Tainuan swung his immortal energy horizontally, releasing a massive surge of power. He lightly floated near Chu Tansi and struck downwards. Chu Tansi resisted while exclaiming loudly, "Immortal energy. I didn't expect you to have so many backup tricks." Suddenly, he thought of something. Wait a minute. And then he directly asked the question lingering in his mind. Could it be that the leveling of the Van Mountain was your doing? Li Tainuan smirked at him. Chu Tansi asked fearfully, "Who are you?" He kicked him hard and said, "Why should I tell you?" As he spoke, he unleashed his sword energy. His metal weapon seemed to triple, dazzling the eyes. Thin Guy decisively sent his palm force towards Chu Thin. He tried his best to use his true energy to resist, but he seemed very weak. A loud explosion sounded, and Chu Thin was knocked back. Thin Guy took the opportunity to strike a sword towards his head. Just as he was about to strike down, the Supreme Elder stopped him. "Sir, you must not destroy the divine artifacts. Otherwise, the Timansi sect will also be annihilated." Immediately, Thin Guy instantly urged his immortal energy, creating whirlwinds of true energy. With a slight wave of his hand, the two divine artifacts in Chu Thin's hands were immediately swept up by the true energy, flying up and hovering, spinning in the air. Completely lost his control, Jiu Tianxi staggered, collapsed to the ground, spat out a large mouthful of blood. In defeat, he bowed his head. Accepting the cruel truth, it seems fate has chosen to stand with you. He paused, his voice heavy with sadness. After all, I am merely an avatar of the latent demon. From the moment I was implanted into the heart of Muzong, my fate was sealed as a pawn that could be discarded at any time. Li Tainuan interrupted coldly, his voice full of sarcasm. You are recounting meaningless things. I don't have much time to listen to your reminiscence. In this world, everyone has a different background. In the end, there is only one rule: the victor is king, the loser is a bandit. After speaking decisively, he turned to instruct Shi Bufan. The rest is up to you to handle. Zhang is still unwilling to give up. He tried his best to suppress his hatred. I have worked hard for so long. I cannot accept defeat. All the achievements I have gained today are due to hard training. Yet, everything has been destroyed by you. I don't want to be a pawn for others forever. I want to control my own destiny. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked up at the sky and roared loudly, and a violent surge of spiritual energy suddenly erupted from his whole body. Quanini, he exclaimed in shock, not expecting him to still possess such terrifying power. While everyone around was in a panic, Thean Guyan remained calm. He urged Thean to go crazy and push his spiritual power, shouting in despair, "No one can kill me." He laughed maniacally. Thean's entire body was enveloped in increasingly intense purple spiritual energy. He said firmly, "Unless I destroy myself." At the same time, in a remote cave, faint pink rays shot out from the deep darkness. Inside, a lonely old man, the potential demon of 100 demons, leaned against the rock wall, propping himself up with a broken staff. A clone in the heart of the wood sect is dead, he rasped. A masked demon approached and respectfully asked, "May I know who struck the blow, Lord?" Potential demon grimaced, his tone revealing deep regret. "These clones are like my own flesh and blood to me. I can sense their life and death, but I cannot intervene further." He hesitated, then said, "Retrieve the 100 demon command token he carried. Only then can I trace back everything he experienced." The demon replied readily, "This is not difficult. Send the gluttonous demon and the starving demon. They are near the heart of the wood sect. Tell them to take the jade of the heavenly monkey while they are at it." He speculated, they might find clues about the clone's death. Just then, a blue glowing sphere suddenly vibrated abnormally. The demon exclaimed in surprise, "Lord Demon God, the orb of light is moving incessantly," repeatedly uttering the name, Kaitayan Yu, Kaitayan Yu. Demon praised, "Temku, this is truly a treasure." Immediately, Temku turned around and shouted, Do not be disrespectful to Lord Demon God. He sternly declared. Lord Demon God is a great existence. Even more powerful than humans, the demon of ceremony, and even the demon king. He is a god beyond this world. Have you clearly heard Lord Demon God's command? Hurry and bring the jade of Kitayan here. The demon quickly replied, yes. Then he swiftly left the cave, leaving Tim Quo alone. He muttered to himself, why are there 2 suns in the sky? Why have 3 moons appeared? What exactly is a divine artifact? And what is the meaning of my existence? Only the great demon lord can answer all those questions for me. He secretly resolved, I will definitely help your highness find the Kitayan jade. At this moment, Li Tianyuan was tightly holding the Kitayan jade in his palm. Sui Feng curiously looked at him and asked, young master, is this the item you mentioned that can help you recover? Li Tianyuan lowered his head to look at the jade, and softly hummed in affirmation. Immediately after, he crushed the jade. Sui Feng was stunned and asked in surprise, young master, what are you doing? Li Tianyuan did not answer, focusing on absorbing the energy from the item. Sui Feng muttered to himself, is the Kitayan jade used like this? Li Tianyuan explained, there is more than one of these jades. Previously, my meridians were severely damaged. It was thanks to this that I was able to recover. Perhaps it, and I have a special connection. I recall my mother's words when I was young. Little Tian, I hope this jade can keep you safe. Fodi Fong looked worried. Then young master, have your injuries completely recovered? I feel your breath is still a bit chaotic. The tiny one looked at his palm and answered honestly, to be honest, I'm not sure either. Except for the slight turmoil in my kai, and blood after the failed breakthrough to the next realm, I don't feel uncomfortable anywhere. But I haven't reached the state of a complete and mortal breakthrough. Just then, Mingwu appeared, carrying his characteristic arrogance. So that's it, All Master. You took action yourself several times. It turns out it was to check your own condition. Li Tianyuan closed his eyes and nodded slightly, confirming Mingwu's guess. Mingwu eagerly continued, Sect Master, in your opinion, have you entered a completely new realm? For example, semi-immortal or victorious immortal? He Fong also chimed in. That's not impossible. Suddenly, Thainfnan's panicked voice rang out from outside the door. Brother-in-law, something big has happened. Thurl burst in, loudly announcing that the envoy from Nathang Kingdom had come to Timimsi sect to demand an explanation for the matter concerning Hein's sect. She panted, continuing, moreover, the crown prince of Ningtu Kingdom is also following, and is about to reach the summit. While Thin Nguyen remained calm. He nodded, they're here, are they? Then I should go out and meet them. Seeing his composed demeanor, Nathan Nun wailed miserably, what should we do? What should we do? I'm scared to death. Thin Yin gently advised her husband. It's nothing, let's go. As soon as they stepped inside, Xiao Ji exclaimed happily, the space is so huge. Thin Hak Non curiously observed everything around. She asked Lathian Guyan loudly, the inside is completely different from the outside. From the outside, this is just an ordinary carriage. Mother-in-law, how did you do this? He explained, he used space stones to arrange the surroundings, combined with an array formation, and that's it. Ngok Non then noticed the space stone cleverly placed in a corner. Ignoring her astonishment, Lathian Nigayan turned to Thian Han. In Han, I will first remove a part of the seal on you. At least so you can use a portion of your cultivation. She looked at him in surprise. Li Tianyuan said solemnly, this trip to Jiangchen will surely have many unexpected events. You should have some ability to protect yourself. Some things are about to begin. Only when the car completely disappeared did the blue-haired girl hiding in the bushes dare to stand up straight. She breathed a light sigh. She was almost discovered. Then she returned to her place, calmly opened and closed the door. As soon as she turned around, her heart skipped a beat. A man was kneeling in front of her, respectfully calling out, Miss. The girl patted her chest to calm her nerves. Is that Uncle Tan? Don't appear so suddenly next time, you scared me to death. He bowed his head, and reported, Miss has been traveling in Senu sect for too long. Old master and elder brother are very worried about you. The girl stroked her blue hair, showing she understood. And Uncle Tan, continue. Your elder brother wishes for the young lady to visit Jiangchen. She was about to leave, but stopped upon hearing that. The girl frowned, and muttered. It's not impossible to treat someone whose meridians have been completely destroyed, but to make them suddenly recover is something ordinary people can hardly do. Then she asked Tianshu if he was the 10,000 spirit blood from years ago. Tianshu couldn't hide his surprise. 10,000 spirit blood. The girl chuckled, the Heartwood sect is quite interesting, but the most interesting moment was these past few days. It's better to say, that person himself is the most interesting. Saying that, she laughed meaningfully. With a tug, the girl grabbed the edge of her robe, and pulled slightly. In a flash, the girl changed into a new set of clothes. She ordered Tianshu to go to Jiangchen. Tianshu thought to himself, his mind filled with questions. Oh my god, it's so confusing. The previous sentence, and the next one are completely unrelated. Is there something wrong with the young lady's mind? Back at Long Q Sand, Li Tianyuan was concentrating all his mind on healing Shi Yunhan. He channeled his inner energy into his palm, and a pure blue light emanated, making Xiao Jie, who was standing beside him, open her eyes in astonishment. That powerful inner energy flowed into Shi Yunhan's chest. She seemed to endure extreme pain. Her face turned pale. The pain was so intense that she couldn't help but let out a soft groan. Just a moment later, the inner energy circulated throughout her body. The blocked meridians seemed to have been partially cleared. Seeing her mother so weak and pale, Xiao Ji anxiously asked, "Mother, are you all right?" She weakly replied, "I'm fine." Immediately after, Shi Yunhan tried to circulate her inner energy. A weak stream of inner force appeared in her palm. Then Hinan happily exclaimed, Sister can use her true power now." Well, Thin Nguyen gently said, "Currently, only a part has been removed. There's still another part sealed. Please give me more time." Thayanin looked at him, her eyes full of hope, and softly replied, "Okay." Well, Thin Nguyen looked at Tudip sitting quietly in a corner, thinking to himself that it was time to teach the boy a proper cultivation technique. Then he turned to ask Tuche, "Do you want to start cultivating?" The little girl readily replied, "I don't need to. Having father protect me is enough." Saying that, little girl nestled into his arms. He stroked her head, thinking, she has the immortal spirit body. Perhaps Tuche has her own destiny. Just then, a voice sounded from outside the door, "Young master, we have arrived at Jianxing." The carriage stopped, and Tuche pulled the curtain up to look outside. She exclaimed in surprise at the grand gate. Before her eyes, a man was whipping an old man repeatedly. He shouted, "You wretched old man. How dare you block my way and startle my horse?" With that, he whipped the old man a few more times. The old man tried to explain in pain. "Young master, I truly didn't mean to." The surrounding crowd witnessed the event and gathered to discuss. Someone sighed, "Whoa, this king gate is so wide." He insisted on riding right next to the old man. When the old man moved away, he said it startled his horse. A man next to her whispered a reminder, "Speak softly. Can't you see the guards surrounding him? Who would dare provoke him?" The man struck harder and harder. The old man cried out miserably, Someone help." The man became even angrier, cursing the old man as a stingy bastard. "How dare you dodge? Guards, tie his hands and feet for me. This young master wants to beat him to death. I even want to pull his tendons. Let's see if he still dares to block my way." Two guards responded in unison and slowly approached the old man. Suddenly a childish voice rang out, "Don't bully the elderly." The man was startled and turned his head. Seeing that the person speaking was just a little girl, the surrounding crowd was even more horrified. Someone quickly said, "Whose child is this? Hurry up and take her away. This is no joke." He glared at the little girl, then threw a bag of money directly in front of her. He arrogantly said, "This young master is short of a maid. This money is considered your selling price." Hearing this, the little girl's face turned purple with anger. She pointed directly at his face. He shouted, "I refuse to be your servant." He immediately ordered his subordinates, "You cannot follow her orders. Go. Capture her. Servants are not allowed to talk back to their masters. Take her." And the old man away wielding a whip, his face darkened with anger. "Whip her 10 times, 20 times to teach her some manners." And what Ham is still called. He swung the whip fiercely towards Xiao Jie, but strangely, the whip did not touch the little girl. Instead, it whipped straight towards his subordinates. Xiao Jie was astonished. Who? It was then that he noticed Meng Yu sitting in the carriage, holding a whip, with a nonchalant expression. Looking at the whip in Meng Yu's hand, Xiao Jie immediately identified the culprit. He strode forward aggressively, shouting loudly, "How dare you strike my young master's people? You must be tired of living." Approaching Long Ko Sa, she couldn't help but praise Hun. "What a fine horse." Pointed at the horse, tall and broad. Min Vu snorted disdainfully. "What? You little brat are truly vicious. You want the horse, and you want me to cut off 2 fingers. Min Vu's words angered Komang. He pointed at Min Vu and ordered his subordinates, "Go, chop off his limbs for me." The subordinates obeyed and immediately rushed towards Min Vu. But in the blink of an eye, they were all knocked away. At this moment, Tiuchi helped the old man up and asked worriedly, "Grandpa, are you okay?" The old man, with a bruised face, replied, "You're fine, thank you very much, little girl." Min Vu calmly whipped the subordinates she brought. Then, he jumped off his horse and walked leisurely towards Komang. Komang was so scared that she fell to the ground, stammering, You don't mess around. I am the second young master of Kujia. If you touch me, Master Dinjai will not let you go." Suddenly, Komang threw a hidden weapon. An arrow shot straight at Minva's face. Komang laughed triumphantly, "Hahaha, fighting against this young master. You are still too young." But surprisingly, the arrow missed the target. Fu held the arrow in his mouth, mocking, "Give it back to you." Then he forcefully shot the arrow back, embedding it in Komang's shoulder. Fresh blood spurted out. He clutched his shoulder in pain and rolled on the ground, his face pale. He glared as a warning. I will definitely kill you. Before he could finish his sentence, Minvu bent down and asked coldly, what exactly will you do? The wise man adapts to the times. Yumeng immediately changed his words, his face contorted. I must respect the elderly and love the young. Hearing this, Minvu nodded in praise. Child is obedient. With that, he turned and walked towards Longgushi. Xiaojie also bid farewell to the old man. Grandpa, remember to be careful next time. If you meet bad people, you must stay far away. The subordinates hurriedly helped the injured Yumeng up, anxiously asking, young master, are you alright? Yumeng angrily shouted, a bunch of useless people, what do I keep you for? While scolding, he saw a dark shadow fall over the carriage, and the horse stood right in front of him. Yumeng asked in confusion, I've already spared you, what else do you want? Yu didn't answer, just curled his lips and said, hate you're blocking the way. Yumeng couldn't contain his anger and shouted, the gate is so wide, 5 carriages can enter at the same time without any problem. Why do you insist on going straight for me? Mingyu remained indifferent. I don't care. I just want to go this way. Are you moving or not? If you don't move, I'll go right through you. Soon as he finished speaking, Mingyu used his whip to smash the axle of Yumeng's carriage, then said coldly, if you don't block the way, don't blame me for your demise. Yumeng's group was terrified and quickly moved aside, watching the carriage speed past. The surrounding crowd anonymously gave a thumbs up to praise Mingyu's actions, and he quickly responded with an enthusiastic like. Watching the carriage disappear, Yumeng gritted his teeth and ordered, investigate for me who exactly they are. A subordinate stammered, young master, we can't beat them, investigating clearly is useless too. Chang slapped him hard in the face, and roared, if we can't beat them, can't my father deal with them? If my father can't handle them, then there's my maternal grandfather, and I even have my eldest brother as my trump card. The subordinate then realized his own foolishness. He quickly bowed his head to admit his mistake, young master is right. Yumeng grabbed his collar and ordered, go immediately inform my master. Tell him to come to Junction right away. Subordinate hurriedly replied, yes. Yumeng was so angry his face turned red, muttering to himself, Yumeng, I will take revenge. I have never taken action myself before. Whoever dares to anger me, I will make their entire family die. This is the family tradition of the Go family. Not long after, the ornate carriage arrived at the Schiff family mansion. In the car, Xiaoji asked Li Tianyuan, that old man was so pitiful. I couldn't help myself and went out. He gently taught the little girl, if you want to defend the weak, you must have corresponding abilities. Otherwise, you will harm others and yourself. Xiaoji nestled into his arms and smiled brightly, I view that. Tad is my strongest backing. Hearing this, he looked at the little girl and smiled mysteriously. Then Li Tianyuan gently stroked Xiaoji's head. At this moment, the little girl remembered that Mingwu had helped her. She turned back to say thank you, Uncle Mingwu. Mingwu looked at the little girl and smiled, his lips curling up in a very generous manner. Inside the manor courtyard, people were coming and going busily. Li Tianyuan and Shi Yanhan were walking in together. Shi Yanhan whispered to him, Inigayan, my maternal grandfather's family, and mine are not very close. Especially after I was no longer the saintess, the two families rarely interacted. Here, if there are any unpleasant words, please don't take them to heart. Anyway, our visit to the Xia family is just a detour. We prioritize your matters. He nodded gently in agreement. At this moment, a young man approached, cupping his hands and greeting. You are from the Sinu sect. The elders are all busy. Cannot come out to greet you. Please do not take offense. Then, Yanhan introduced the young man in front of him to him. This is his eldest son. The Shayun we met earlier is the second son. They also have a younger sister named Xia King. Xia, he explained further. Me has always wanted to know what's so special about the saintess of Tamam Si sect. None, and Yin have both arrived. Why don't we wait for them, and then we can all go to the arena together. Suddenly his eyes lit up when he heard a voice. This is Simang. Angrily complaining to her mother, Mom, he must get revenge for me. Tell Grandpa that no matter what, he must find him. She gritted her teeth. How dare they hurt my manger. Mom will definitely ask your grandpa to find those people. Surah, I swear I won't let them go. I must skin them alive. At this moment, Timing saw Tiuchi. Tiuchi is so angry. It's exactly that person who intended to hit me. Almost at the same time, Simang also pointed directly at the little girl. It's that little slut. Then he pointed towards Tiuchi and said to his mother, Mom, they are the ones who hurt me. Seeing her face burning with anger, he anxiously called out, Third aunt. She looked towards Lthinigan's group with disdain. It turns out to be someone from the same sect. Why are you begging all the way here? Haven't you been wiped out by the Shawnee sect yet? Tianhun stepped in front of her. He said softly, Third aunt, thank you for your concern. The Samu sect is still doing very well. At this moment, Shi Yunyo whispered to Li Tianyuan, brother-in-law. Back then, our father stole her marriage. Mother told us that only then did third aunt successfully marry into the Gu clan. If it weren't for our father's marriage snatching back then, how could she have married into the Gu clan as she wished? I didn't expect that later on she would become increasingly cruel and ruthless towards our family. Yan spoke up. I didn't expect this young man to be our cousin, but we shouldn't tolerate him openly assaulting people in the street. So young yet so vicious and cruel. Now, a minor injury should serve as a lesson. I hope third aunt manages her well, otherwise, she will harm others and herself in the future. She sneered disdainfully. This girl is truly glib-tongued, just like that Slichiji. Does she dare to scold my son? Saying that, she pointed at Lil Ji Kuai. That girl, you said Manger was about to hit you, right? Why didn't the child hit others but hit you? Why don't you look for the reason within yourself? How did your parents teach you? Seeing her sister being bullied, little Ye quickly stood in front of little Jai. Li Tanyuan slowly approached and said, so that's the logic. He looked at him with half an eye. You're just some nobody. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Tanyuan slapped her hard. She didn't understand why she was beaten. You're so angry, aren't you? Before he could finish his sentence, he interrupted. Why didn't I hit others, but hit you? Why don't you look for the reason within yourself? These words made her so angry she was fuming. She raised her voice and ordered her subordinates, where are you? Surround them for me. At this moment, Mingyu came in from outside and reported. Young master, I have parked the car. You people haven't experienced much of the world. I specifically found a secluded place. Seeing Mingyu, Du Meng showed a hint of fear. He quickly said to his mother, Mom, let's put this aside for now. Wait for Dad to arrive and then we'll figure it out. She looked at Gumeng, her mind filled with questions. Why is he suddenly so sensible? Doesn't seem like her son. He pulled his mother away, saying, Mom, let's go first and then we'll figure it out. Mingyu looked at their retreating figures in confusion, wondering what was going on. Watching the group leave, Thayanin said, this time, she will definitely come looking for trouble. Althinigan looked at her and smiled teasingly. She was not to be outdone. Weren't the words you just said also looking for trouble? The Yanin replied frankly, and just telling the truth. If San continues to cause a scene, Ed will not have a good ending. The Yang's broke out in a sweat and exclaimed, you two really don't care about anyone else. He said to everyone, the third aunt has left. Everyone, follow me to pay respects to your maternal grandfather. We can stop by the arena on the way. My two younger sisters, want to meet and get acquainted with you too. He clasped his hands politely and said, please don't refuse. Looking at Althinigan's family following the Yangxinan, he was confused. Earlier, she avoided them as if she had nothing to do with them. Now they are so close and intimate. At the arena, a match was underway, extremely dramatic. The two fought evenly matched, neither willing to yield to the other. The girl with the phoenix body manifested behind her, frowning slightly. She charged forward, and a loud explosion rang out, blowing the man away. The audience below cheered loudly. Miss Xia King's luminous phoenix body has reached great accomplishment. It seems that this time, Hugh among the younger generation can be her match. Indeed, it has increased the prestige of the Xia family. This time, the old madam specially arranged this sparring match during the birthday banquet. It seems she wants the young lady to show off her talents. Xia King stood in the middle of the arena, saying gently to the man who was just defeated, Sir, you were careless. He clasped his hands. The young lady's progress is swift. Now that the luminous phoenix body has reached great accomplishment, I am no match for her. Suddenly Jia He waved his hand, calling out, King her. Xia King quickly flew towards Xia He, calling out loudly, Big brother. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Xia King pointed to the two sisters, Shi Yanhan, and asked, are you from the same sect? Xia He said, Kinger, haven't you met them before? They are your older cousins, Yanhan and Yuan. Hearing this, the surrounding disciples were extremely excited. They didn't expect that the former saintess of the Senu sect, Shi Yanhan, was so beautiful. I heard that after she had an accident, she never showed up again. I didn't expect to see her while she was still alive. And so lucky. At this moment, Shadi noticed Li Tanyuan. And who is this? Shi Yanhan replied with a smile, he is my husband. The disciples were struck as if by lightning. What? So they whispered amongst themselves. We thought something happened to her, maybe a cultivation error, which is why the position of saintess was passed to her younger sister. It turns out she broke the celibacy vow. Ha ha ha. Not only that, but they also confidently said, she's truly blind. Who would choose someone like that? Is not as handsome as me. Taking also left and the tears streamed down her face. Ha, a former saintess, are you? Aren't you that fool? At this moment, the Ingok known gritted her teeth in anger. She yelled at Hathan and the disciples. Shut your mouths. Hathan did not flinch, her voice challenging the Ingok known. She sneered, Humph, your lies have been exposed. Are you ashamed now? Dare to have a match. The loser has to bark like a dog 3 times. The Ingok known immediately replied confidently, A match then, and not afraid of you. The two girls stood facing each other, ready to start. Then Gaknon turned to point at Hathan, and called out, Lathiangayan, brother-in-law. Go up and show them your strength. Lathiangayan coldly brushed her off, and not participating. She turned back to look at him, surprised. The Ha family has caused trouble like this. Aren't you going to take this opportunity to suppress their arrogance? You're serious. The match was arranged by you must finish it yourself. Immediately, the surrounding disciples burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, is this the master you mentioned? 'Tis just a useless person hiding behind women. Then Yunun ran to Li Tainyuan, pointed at herself and argued, it's me. But she possesses the Luan Phoenix sacred body. Before she could finish, he interrupted, I have taught you for 5 days. Can't you even defeat this kind of trash? Xia King sneered provocatively. You were so loud just now. Now that it's time for a real fight, are you scared and running away? Feeling slighted, Yunun immediately rushed towards Xia King and declared loudly, I'm here, am not afraid of you. Xia King was full of excitement and jumped into the middle, shouting, let's fight. The two girls faced each other, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. Thun struck first, she sprang forward towards the Ngaknon, her whole body blazing with a brilliant yellow true kai, her fighting spirit soaring. Yuchi called out worriedly, Antai, be careful. Standing nearby, Tiu Deep whispered, don't worry, I don't think Antai will lose. Tri was surprised, oh. The boy explained, the actual true kai of the other person and Antai has a huge gap. Perhaps the match will end before noon. Tri was curious, really. In the battle, both sides exchanged moves. At first glance, it seemed balanced. Unexpectedly, Thingaknon clenched her fist tightly and punched with all her might. Athun staggered, taking the punch to her abdomen. She staggered back, clutching her stomach, her face contorted in pain. She cursed inwardly, damn it, she deliberately pretended to be weak to make me careless. It's the I. Gaknon was also stunned by the power of the evil mirror fist, wondering, is it this strong? Jacking flew high into the air. But after thinking, while high up, she shouted, Luofeng's sacred body fully unleashed. Meteor strike. Then, she charged straight down. Disciples cheered excitedly. This is the strongest move the young lady has mastered. The Heart Eye sect will surely lose. However, the unexpected happened. Jia King's strongest move did not bring victory. The two streams of power collided, creating a huge explosion. Ngaknon still stood proudly in place, while Jia King was knocked back a few steps. In utter astonishment, the Ngaknon unleashed another palm strike, which Xia King could not withstand and fell to the ground. The disciples were extremely shocked, mouths agape, unable to believe that their young lady had lost. One exclaimed, it is rumored that the Heart Eye sect has two great ultimate skills. Cultivation of the Supreme Heart Technique and the Saintess Sacred Body. The Supreme Heart Technique is extremely difficult to cultivate, to succeed. As for the Saintess Physique, it can only be inherited. The very low probability. Unexpectedly, Thingaknon achieved the Sacred Body. Others sighed, oh my god, too reckless. The Yanhan, who was watching the match, was also extremely surprised. She whispered, the myriad origin flowing body. He has helped Ngaknon activate the true Saintess Physique. Nodded slightly, her comprehension is very good, but she lacks actual combat experience. If she wants to go further, I can continue to spoil her. It's best to follow me to the desolate region for life and death combat training. Athen still couldn't accept the reality. Mumbling continuously, I lost. Thingaknon took a moment to regain her composure. Then, she cheered happily, I won. Watching her jump for joy, Athen snorted coldly, it was just luck. I will definitely prove that I am not inferior to the Saintess of the Sinmu sect. Then, she turned to her master, Master, I want to continue my solitary confinement. Without waiting for the tiny one to speak, Athen asked angrily, what else is there? He coldly reminded her, what about the 3 barks? These words reminded the disciples. Right, they had made a bet earlier. Athen's face turned purple with anger. She pointed at him and shouted, you. Haha quickly intervened. Young Master Lai. That was just a rash bet between children. Before Haha could finish speaking, he coldly interrupted, does the family mean to go back on their word? Being refuted made Haha extremely embarrassed. He stayed up late just to get close to you. Xia King secretly drew a dagger for self-defense. Suddenly, she rushed up to attack Li Tainyuan, yelling, you lunatic. How can I endure this humiliation from you? Suddenly, a hand grabbed her wrist holding the dagger. Yu tightened his grip on Xia King's wrist and said menacingly, hey, you confront me as soon as you arrive, and now you dare to attack my young master. He twisted her wrist back, turning the blade towards her face. Xia he cried out anxiously. Let go of Kinger quickly. Ming Yu didn't answer. He glanced at Xia he and released an immense pressure. Xia he tried to step forward to stop him, but was completely suppressed by Ming Yu's powerful aura, unable to move. He thought in horror, this power is too terrifying. This person's cultivation is truly frightening. Could it be that she ran away with her younger cousin and third aunt before because of this person? Mingyu threatened Jia King. 3 barks like a dog. Will you bark or not? Or let me cut a few lines on your face to prove my words. He gently cut a small scratch on her cheek. Fearing disfigurement, Jia King panicked and quickly barked 3 times. Woof woof woof. The disciples were so astonished they couldn't believe their eyes. Hearing this, Mingyu smiled contentedly, patted her head, and said, knowing how to keep a promise is what makes a good child. Humiliated, Jia King angrily pushed his hand away, loudly declared, I won't let you all go, and quickly ran away. Mingyu smiled, watching Jia King flee for her life. Li Tenyuan asked Jia He, who is that person? Jia He replied, that's the newly arrived woodmaster, quite skilled, very formidable. He hummed in acknowledgement, showing he understood. At the same time, at the Xia residence, a middle-aged man reported to Old Master Xia. Father, I'm afraid General Fang Jiu from the hunting army can only arrive tomorrow. Currently, Qingjun Mountain is still needed. Old Master Xia took a sip of tea. Qingjun Mountain. I told Xia Yun to go inform both Sanyu sect and Qingjun Mountain. Why hasn't he returned yet? Haven't the people from Sanyu sect arrived? Elder John Mian stroked his beard. I don't know what Yuner is doing that's causing such a delay. Hope nothing untoward has happened. While the two were talking, a servant entered to report. Greetings, old Grandmaster, young Master Xia Yun has returned. After the report, Xia Yun entered the room looking disheveled and exhausted. The middle-aged man, Xia Yun's father, rushed over worriedly. How did you end up like this? Xia Yun sighed and explained. My flying sword suddenly shattered. Luckily, I reacted in time, otherwise I would have fallen to my death. His father looked incredulous and exclaimed. He spent a lot of money to forge that flying sword. How could it shatter for no reason? Faced with the questioning, Xia Yun could only lower his head and sigh. He was serious. Let's put this aside for now, father. Grandfather, something big has happened. Then Van Mountain has disappeared. Both elders were extremely shocked. Father hurriedly asked, explain clearly what you mean by disappeared. Xia Yun affirmed it really disappeared. I deliberately flew around several times to confirm. Worried, I rushed back. Old Master Xia said sternly. The people living on the Van Mountain are closely related to me. If it weren't for an earth-shattering event, there wouldn't be no news leaking out at all. The father suggested, Father, the Sinyu sect is near the Van Mountain. Why don't we ask them? Perhaps they know the situation. The old man replied, fine, receive the guests. Not long after, the two walked out to the main hall. Elder Xia sat in the main seat, continuously praising, good, very good. Jia suddenly called out, Father. Then he pointed to the group of Li Tainyuan, and introduced, the people from Sinyu sect have arrived. Elder Xia frowned and asked, why are you all here? Yan Han explained on their behalf, Mother, Xie Junyi is busy with sect affairs, so she truly cannot come in person. He sent us to wish you a happy birthday. When the work at Sinyu sect is finished, Mother will personally come to visit. I hope you can forgive he is. Commanded with a voice full of disdain. No matter what, you shouldn't have sent a few young brats, especially him. Wasn't he supposed to be in prison? How dare you show your face here? This insult made Shi Yuanyuan misunderstand that he was being questioned about his past. She quickly pulled his hand to stop him. Brother-in-law, please bear with it. That's the rescue of the nose. Jiajun waved his hand. Fine, by the way, I'll ask you all something. Qingjun Mountain is near the center of New sect. What is the current situation? Do you know anything? Li Tainyuan replied in a serious and cold voice, Qingjun Mountain has been destroyed by me. Both Xia family father and son and Shi Yuanyuan were stunned. Xiang thought he was making a ridiculous joke and immediately frowned. What kind of joke are you making? Who exactly are you? Jia he quickly explained. Father, he is the husband of Yan Han's cousin. Hearing this, Xia Xiang became even more arrogant, insulting the couple. What an idiot. And you, the second daughter, Xie Jinyi, also went to Changyuan's sect and Shangdong City on your own. Why didn't you choose such a good place? Choosing such a useless man again. Watching Xia Xiang's back as he left with disdain, Shi Yuanyuan angrily raised her finger to challenge him from behind. Jia he maintained a friendly demeanor, offering a polite smile. Xia he, please follow me inside. While walking, Shi Yuanyuan curiously asked Li Tanyuan, aren't you too upset at all? He slightly closed his eyes and replied, I didn't care in the first place. Why should I be angry? Everyone then entered the birthday celebration hall. Fan Han elegantly spoke up. Greetings, Grandpa. At present the gift mother prepared. Shi Yuanyuan carried a box and stepped forward. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted the ceremony. The elder is arriving. The group of elders walked straight past the Xianhan group who were paying their respects. He walked straight in. He didn't even bother to greet Elder Xia. Elder Xia had to personally stand up and humble himself to welcome the arrival of Elder Dan. It was a great honor. Elder Dan laughed heartily. Brother Xia, you are too polite. This small gift is nothing. With that, he instructed his servants to present the gifts. The box was opened, revealing a jade dragon white lotus. The entire hall erupted in astonishment. Elder Dan presented the jade dragon white lotus to congratulate Elder Shea's father on his birthday. Everyone was astonished by the jade dragon white lotus. It is said that this flower blooms only once every 1,000 years. Using it can consolidate the great realm, and it is not inferior to a first-grade immortal pill. Another guest exclaimed. A figure like Elder Dan, even without a gift, his mere presence is a great gesture of respect. The person next to him added, in recent years, the Xia family has indeed become increasingly powerful. The eldest son of Elder Xia, Xia Zongting, is not only the head of the family but also a king-level master. His 3 children. The eldest son, Xia He, is now a rare high-level alchemist. The second son, Cheyun, reached the realm below Marquis at a young age. Not to mention the youngest daughter, Xia King, who possesses the Phoenix Pure Bai. That person shook his head. As for Elder Xia's third daughter, Xia Baioi, she married into the Go family. You should know that. The Go family's Gyushu is about to break through to the Great Realm, and who knows if there's even an emperor hidden there. At this moment, a young man interjected, but what about the second daughter, Xia Jenny, who married Shi Buhufan of the Isani sect? Speaking of Xia Jenny, the older man shook his head with regret. 20 years ago, how brilliant was Shi Bufan. But he suddenly encountered an accident. After that, their daughter, Shi Yanhan, was also famous throughout the region. Countless geniuses fought for her. He sighed, but later, for some unknown reason, her position as the Holy Maiden was replaced. The Sanu sect also declined from then on. A moment later, Xia clasped his hands. I wish you longevity as vast as the East Sea, and may you be as happy every year as today. Here are various elixirs. This is the 5 refinement spirit pill. It includes the marrow restoring pill, the wind walking pill, and the Kai boosting pill. He paused, offering another bottle, and gently explained. This is the 10 refinement pill that I have painstakingly succeeded in refining recently. Just in time for your birthday celebration. I hope you will kindly accept it. Jia Shani accepted the elixirs, full of praise. Very good, very good. Elder Dan looked at Xia Heat and couldn't help but exclaim. To refine the 10 refinement pill at such a young age is truly admirable. The crowd buzzed, refining the 10 refinement pill at this age. Xia will surely become a great pill master in the future, and is even recognized by Elder Dan. His future is so bright. At this moment, Xia Di curiously asked Li Yunyuan. And, it seems like what they're saying isn't as good as your pills, right? He patted the little girl's head. Old Dan glanced at the father and daughter. Xia Yun also presented a longevity scripture, saying happily, Grandpa, this is a longevity scripture I accidentally obtained. I wish you good health and longevity. Guests were even more astonished. It was a longevity scripture. Longevity scriptures are rarer than cultivation methods, Taoist methods, and divine abilities. They can regulate the entire body's Kai and blood, making the aging Kai and blood of a cultivator full of vitality. It is truly something that extends one's lifespan. Old Master Xia accepted it, smiling. You are thoughtful. Li Tenyuan frowned, looking at the longevity scripture in the old man's hand, and murmured, this longevity scripture. Xia Zongting turned to ask his eldest son, where's Kinger? He leaned in and whispered to his father. At this moment, the 2 sisters, Xi Yanhan, stood in the middle of the hall. Of the boss. The Yanhan took out a red round neck shirt with exquisite patterns. Wishing you all the best, Grandpa, she said softly. This is a shirt that Mother personally made. Every shoe character hides a small formation, which helps clear the mind, dispel negative energy, and keep warm. The old man nodded slightly, his reaction indifferent. Suddenly, a harsh voice rang out, how mediocre. No wonder Xia Zhenyi didn't dare to come in person. This birthday gift is truly worthless. This man in purple was the young master of the Xia family. These words angered the Inkaknon. She turned around and shouted. The shirt was personally sewn by my mother, stitch by stitch, containing all her dedication. The young master looked indifferent. His contempt made the Inkaknon grit her teeth. Then, he called a servant to bring up the offering. This 10,000-year longevity pill is presented to my father-in-law. Wishes to the spring and autumn elder, this gift surprised everyone. These longevity pills are almost equivalent to 100 refinement pills. And there are so many of them. As expected of the Gu family, they are truly generous. The longevity star also praised. Good. Last time I ate the longevity pill you gave me, I feel younger and younger now. Yehan touched his robe with one hand, and covered his mouth with the other, smiling. Father, look at the gift the honored guest brought for you. And look at whose gift that is. She continued to mock the 2 sisters. I say, my dear niece, if the Heartwood sect doesn't even have this little bit of strength, your mother could have told me beforehand. As your aunt, I could have lent you some spirit stones or pills. You wouldn't have to bring out such a meager birthday gift to be left by others. Having said that, she suddenly threw the robe off the Yinan's hand, shouting, are you deliberately trying to humiliate my father? The two sisters were furious, just as the Anfinon was about to retort. But Ingen stopped her. She explained gently, "The gift lies in the sentiment. Our gift has been presented. If it is not welcome, we shall take our leave." At this moment, Dang stepped in to mediate. All right. But he still pointed at the Inhin, blaming her. "But you should also look at what your third sister gave. Then look at what your gift is. Your third sister's temperament is hot, so we can't blame her." Suddenly, a cold voice cut through the noise. "If you want to die sooner, then eat more." The crowd turned to look at Ulthingain. He continued asking, "Does your back often feel itchy?" Ding touched his back in surprise. Ulthingain explained, "That is the position where the toxic gas in the body is increasing. Soon it will invade your brain. By then, you will only be a puppet, controlled by others." Hearing this, the young mistress angrily shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Get out of here." But Li Tanyuan turned to him. "Me too." This made the old master extremely shocked. Li Tanyuan picked up the longevity pill and asked, "You've eaten the longevity pill before, haven't you?" He glanced at the old master and Shihia. "The itch on the back of the neck is just a symptom. Recently you both felt a surge in your internal energy, but the Yuming acupoint is a bit painful. This light pain must have spread to the Lingxiu acupoint." These words hit the nail on the head for both of them. Both were stunned, wondering, how did he know? However, the young mistress stubbornly retorted, "Where is the toxic gas? It's clearly benevolent energy emanating. You dare say my longevity pill has a problem? Since Elder Dan is also here, I invite him to test it." Elder Dan stepped forward solemnly. "Very well. Let me try." The young mistress approached Li Tanyuan and coldly declared, "If Elder Dan confirms the pill has no problem, I will cut off your tongue." Li Tanyuan remained still, his attitude calm. On the other side, Elder Dan began the process of testing the pill. After a moment, he confirmed that it was indeed as this young brother said. Hearing this, everyone in the room changed color in astonishment. "What?" Elder Dan continued, "However, what exactly this toxic gas is, and whether it is harmful still needs further consideration." Saying that, he held up a longevity pill and asked Elder Shia, "Could you allow me to borrow a longevity pill for further thorough research?" Elder Shia calmly agreed, "Please." Third uncle was shocked and tried to dissuade him. "Elder Dan, you must consider it very carefully. How could my good grandchild harm his father and brother?" Elder Dan explained his point of view. Every medicine carries a 3-part toxicity. If the medicine is this effective, then a little accompanying toxicity or side effect is acceptable. The tiny one turned his back and sarcastically sneered, "You even need to study such a trivial thing. This title of Elder Dan is truly not commensurate with your fame." Those present in the hall were immediately indignant, and criticized him in unison. "You are so arrogant, daring to insult the elder. Even if the elder is generous enough to forgive you, the great powers he once saved will not let you live." Shenzhen scornfully mocked, "You wretched thing, even the elder hath dared to assert that the longevity pill has problems. On what grounds are you speaking so loudly?" He provoked, "Or can you present any pill superior to mine?" Then Yu Nuanyuan couldn't hold back. She replied loudly, "What's there to be proud of? I, a person from the Heartwood sect, have the 100 refinement pill. Its quality is in no way inferior to your longevity pill. Moreover, my brother-in-law once successfully refined the 5-turn immortal pill." Miss Shenzhen clearly didn't believe it. He crossed his arms, sneering contemptuously. You think mentioning the Heartwood sect can scare me? And a 5-turn immortal pill too?" His wife chimed in, wanting to use the Heartwood sect to show off. In the eyes of Gulao, the Heartwood sect is nothing. Perhaps only organizations of the caliber of the Heavenly Palace are worthy of Gulao's attention. The guests at the banquet also clamored in criticism. "This young girl is truly ambitious, speaking without thinking. How can a 5-turn immortal pill even exist? Let alone a 1-turn immortal pill. I haven't even seen a 100 refining pill." Elder Shan continues to belittle him. "This mere brat. You had better have the immortal pill. Otherwise, for the crime of insulting the elders, your death will be miserable." Li Tanyuan immediately asked back, "What if I can take it out?" Gu Xiantun was stunned, then stepped closer, full of challenge. "If you can do it, I will willingly let you slap me 10 times right in front of everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Tanyuan quickly swung his hand and slapped down. This action stunned everyone to the extreme. What is he doing? Being slapped unexpectedly made him lose all face. He angrily shouted, "You are so vicious." Li Tanyuan calmly finished the remaining 9 slaps, while explaining, "I hit first to prevent you from going back on your word." After 10 consecutive slaps, Elder's face was swollen like a steamed bun. Holding his face with one hand, he pointed directly at the young man with the other, roaring and ordering his subordinates. "Where are you? Seize him for me. I want to chop him into pieces." Thingkoknan muttered irritably, as expected, they are from the same group. Their personalities are no different. The tiny one silently reached into his robe, then threw out a pill, and said, "I have a 2nd-grade immortal pill here that has been contaminated with saliva." The elder was extremely shocked when he saw the immortal pill. Just then, The group of people started to move to arrest him. The elder suddenly shouted loudly, "Stop!" He quickly rushed towards Li Tianyuan, catching the elixir falling to the ground. Everyone was extremely shocked. "Elder Dan, Elder Xia, please get up." Looking at Elder Dan lying on the ground, he asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Elder Dan sat up and sternly ordered, "No one is allowed to move." As he held the elixir, he stood frozen, looking at Li Tianyuan and asking back, "What's wrong?" Elder Dan shook his head and murmured, "Second-grade immortal elixir this pure. I had to go through countless hardships, and only managed to refine the first one by chance when I was 70 years old. Across this divine continent, how many people can refine this immortal elixir? Not to mention how young you are." Mr. and Mrs. Gishankun were so astonished their mouths hung open. This really be a second-grade immortal pill? At this moment, Elder Dan curiously asked him, "I wonder where you learned your craft, young friend. Who was the master who refined this second-grade immortal pill?" He continued, "This old man has a few things he wishes to ask your master for guidance. I hope you can be generous enough to enlighten me." Everyone in the hall started whispering excitedly. This person must have a master backing him up. How could there be such a young alchemist who could refine a second-grade immortal pill? It's true. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. So he has someone supporting him. How lucky. Elder Dan began to persuade. Then, "Young friend, can you sell this pill to me? I am willing to pay 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, along with 5 rare herbs, whose quality is no less than the Jade Dragon White Lotus." Suddenly, another person raised their hand. "Little brother, I also want to buy this one." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 others turned to advise him, "Don't compete with the old man. He has saved many people. In his hands, the Dan will exert better value." The other person was still regretful, "But I really want that second-grade immortal pill." Immediately after, another man stepped out and introduced himself, "Little brother, I am Deuce Emma from the Leaf Face sect. The Leaf Face sect is willing to exchange the second-grade immortal pill. 100 top-grade 7th refining spirit pills, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, and 3 honorable promises from the Leaf Face sect." This price stunned everyone. 100 top-grade 7th refining spirit pills, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. This amount is enough to buy an entire city. Everyone gasped. Don't forget, there are also 3 promises from the Leaf Face sect. The Leaf Face sect is not weak, obtaining those 3 promises. Almost free to act throughout the divine land. Then I also want the 2 of you, father and son, to turn pale. Hesitantly, Elder Xia said. Suddenly, Miss Shine raised her voice and offered a price of 300,000 high-grade spirit stones. Seeing that he was unmoved, he continued to raise the price, still not enough. Then I'll raise it to 500,000. The crowd was once again extremely shocked. He said to him, "I'll also give you a chance to resolve the feud with my Gu family." Then he started to threaten, "Give me the second-grade immortal pill. Let the 10 slaps just now go. Otherwise, you will suffer the full force of revenge from the Gu family." Elder Dan closed his eyes, shook his head and sighed. 2. I don't have the financial means. Little friend, give it to him. Otherwise, you will offend the Gu family. Keeping your life is more important. Then Igain remained silent for a moment. Then he spoke. "I never said I wanted to sell it." Then he said to the elder, "The second-grade immortal pill is not something too precious. If you want to study it, just take it. Seeing your good attitude. If there are any difficult problems, I will consider and instruct you a little more." Everyone present was extremely astonished, pointing at him and exclaiming, "What? Instructing the elder? He is too arrogant, but giving away the entire second-grade immortal pill is indeed too generous. Could it be that he wants to curry favor with the elder? But demanding to instruct the elder is truly absurd." The elder nodded and said, "I always fail when refining the heaven refining pills. Even if I succeed, the purity is far inferior to the pill in your hand. However, you probably can't answer this question either. I intended to find Master Li to discuss it." Suddenly he asked back, "Do you have any pills on you?" Elder Dan touched it for a moment, then took out the elixir, and handed it to him. Li Tianyuan poured out the elixir to examine it, then clenched them tightly, and began to use his spiritual power. Elder Dan's eyes widened in astonishment, and he exclaimed, "This technique of controlling the universe in one's hand must be something only an alchemy grandmaster can perform." He thought to himself, "Moreover, without powerful true energy to support it, it would be impossible to reach this level." After a while he opened his palm, and the elixir had turned from yellow to red. Not only that, but patterns also appeared. Elder Dan couldn't believe his eyes. The grade had increased by several levels, almost reaching the level of a first-turn immortal elixir. He confusedly asked himself, "Impossible. How can an elixir blend and upgrade?" He explained, "When each elixir is refined, its metasil power is fixed. Even as 2 elixirs of the same type are fused, it will break the existing metasil power, causing the quality of the elixir to decline. That's why the immortal pills are so hard to refine. But you can fuse and upgrade them." Li Tianyuan threw the upgraded immortal pill to the pill elder and said, Others can't do it. It doesn't mean I can. You can only refine them one by one, while I can refine a large batch at once. Take this pill back and study it carefully. Whether you can comprehend anything depends on yourself. Afterwards, the pill elder turned to ask Thingok known. Miss, is what you just said about the 5-turn immoral pill true? Thingok known, with a sulky face, affirmed, of course it's true. Everyone was completely stunned. At this moment, Thai Sima spoke with a fluttering tone. Brother, I wonder if you have an engagement yet. I have a cousin who just turned 18, exquisitely beautiful. Those present were immediately flustered. Oh, that's certainly a different approach. Recruiting him is much better than buying elixirs. Under Xiao Ye's astonished gaze, many people quickly recommended their relatives. They rushed to say, little brother, I have a niece. Please consider her. Or how about my daughter? What do you think of my wife here? We don't need any betrothal gifts. The Yanhan approached Lothian Nigayan and declared firmly, my husband already has a family. Please stop wasting your time with matchmaking. The old man also regrets it, what a pity. You still have an unmarried older sister. He whispered to him, little friend, why don't you consider taking another concubine? Ngaknan pouted and mumbled, isn't his sister already over 70 or 80 years old? Lothian Nigayan turned and walked towards the door, saying to the Yanhan, Yanhan, let's go. Old man came out at this moment extremely excited. He smiled and instructed, calling him son-in-law. His attitude had changed 180 degrees compared to the beginning. Theonigayan glanced over, not paying attention. Son-in-law, he said. Actually, giving you this pill is not impossible. It just means you guys are too good at flattering. Having said that, he continued to walk forward. However, it was clear that the people here would not let him leave easily. 3 masked men stood blocking his way. Geshantum threatened from behind, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it and dared to harm the reputation of my Go family. Today, if you can walk out of here unharmed, I will change my surname to yours. With that, he ordered his subordinates to attack. As the group rushed forward, Elder Dan stood in front of Li Tinyone. He turned to Geshantum and said, Mr. Ge, these people are my friends. Please show some respect, and don't cause unnecessary trouble. His initial words were polite, but immediately followed by a clear warning. Even though I am this old man, my friends everywhere still show me respect. I hope Mr. Gu can show some consideration for this old man. Your Excellency understands that escalating the matter will not be beneficial, and Elder Dan has already provided him with a way out. He remains stubborn, he is truly out of touch. So he replied with a grim face, Humph, then I will show respect to Elder Dan. Elder Dan clasped his hands in thanks. Thank you very much. After that, he said to Li Tianyuan, but young friend, please don't leave in a hurry. There is a big event tonight. Please stay and keep me company for a while. Since Elder Dan had asked, he readily agreed. Very well. Elder Dan smiled gracefully and asked Elder Xia. Elder Xia, my friends will stay to discuss important matters. You don't mind, do you? Elder Xia replied without hesitation. Everything is as Elder Dan wishes. At the same time, elsewhere, a hand fiercely struck the martial arts dummy, accompanied by an angry shout, damn it. That person was Xia King. She gritted her teeth and resentfully exclaimed, why can't I defeat the Saintess of Ximu Sai? Yu Meng had appeared behind her without her noticing. He put his hands on his hips and said, cousin, I have a way to help you vent this anger. These words immediately caught her attention. Xia King raised her eyebrows and asked Yu Meng, cousin, what method are you talking about? Yu Meng frowned tightly, and my face darkened with anger. This group of people has annoyed me as soon as they entered the city. I must let them know my tricks. After saying that, he turned to look at Master Mu and said, this matter will have to trouble Master Mu to lend a hand. As soon as she left the door, the Ngaknan wondered. Mother-in-law, didn't you say you didn't want to get involved in things that don't concern you? I see you seem to be confronting Gurat today. Li Tinyuan paused for a moment and then frankly replied to his sister-in-law, because I hate Gurat. Gurat will be the target I must eliminate in the future. Li Ngaknan didn't expect him to answer so bluntly. She was stunned. The Yanhan reminded him, the Ngayan. We promised Elder Dan we would attend the banquet at the Jixian Pavilion tonight. He nodded in agreement. Okay, you all go ahead first. I still have some matters to settle. Listening to him, the 2 sisters, and the 2 children left first. Only Li Thiem Ngayan remained, watching their retreating figures silently. When the 4 disappeared from sight, Lathan appeared. Report. Hall Master, the longevity scripture you gave me has been copied by your subordinate for research. Lathan opened the longevity scripture to look. Upon clearly seeing the content, he was astonished and his mouth dropped open. Hall Master, this longevity scripture seems to be. Before he could finish, Li Thien Ngayan guessed his intention. You guessed correctly. This is the modified cultivation technique of the demon race. Afterwards he gave Lythan a 10,000 longevity pill and instructed, go and investigate how many factions possess this type of longevity scripture and 10,000 longevity pill. As he said this, his expression became serious. These 2 things combine, The cultivator who takes the pill will gradually turn into a puppet without realizing it. It seems there is someone behind this, planning something deep, intending to use this method to control small and medium forces. Back to the two sisters, the Yen Hen and Thang Gok Non. Thang Gok Non yawned and said, I don't know why, but I'm so sleepy. I'm going back to my room for a nap. I'll come later tonight. The Yen Hen nodded. Thang Gok Non immediately returned to her room. The Yen Hen's parents were strolling in the street. On the bustling street, Taoji saw the old man who was once whipped but humane. It's that old man. Recognizing the acquaintance, the little girl happily ran over to call out, Grandpa, Grandpa. The old man also recognized the little girl. Little girl, it's you. The little girl curiously asked, Grandpa, what are you doing sitting here? Are you going to the restroom? The old man clutched his stomach and said breathlessly, No, I'm too hungry to walk anymore. Little girl, do you have anything to eat? The little girl scratched her head and replied apologetically, I didn't bring any. And the little girl smiled, because she thought of something. But I'm about to have food. So the little girl asked the Yin Han, Mom, can I bring this old man along? With her mother's consent, the little girl smiled and helped the old man up. Let's go, sir, I'll take you to a feast. Meanwhile, the Angok known was deeply asleep. The scent slowly drifted into her room, and in her sleep, she inhaled that kind of fragrance. The door was gently opened by a person in black. He wrapped the Angok known in a black blanket, picked her up, then carried her out of the room and slammed the door shut. At the Jushen pavilion, the banquet was lively. The host glanced at the Yen Han's mother and child, raised his eyebrows, and muttered, Why did they bring such a dirty old man? This is outrageous. He looked unhappily at the three of them, and the old man who was eating and drinking happily. The old man cordially invited Li Tianyuan to take a seat. Little friend, please come this way. As soon as he sat down, Tianhan anxiously asked, Why has you none arrived yet? He replied to her softly, Someone intends to kidnap her. Hearing this, Tianhan turned pale. What? Seeing her panic, he reassured her, Don't worry, she will be fine. Just then, on the street, the man in black was carrying the unconscious Yunnan while fleeing. Suddenly a large rock flew over and hit him hard in the chest. He stopped in pain, unable to move further. A hand gently opened the paper fan. Sui Feng slowly approached and said, An unknown person, a Dharma protector. One of the four great masters of the Nine Cloud Upper Sect. I never expected him to do something as dirty as kidnapping Sui Feng. Sui Feng gently fanned himself with a refined appearance, looking like a scholar. A nameless person holding the jade-like body leaped onto the roof. Sui Feng remained calmly in place, but just a moment later, he quickly flew up, chasing after the nameless person. The two, one fleeing and one pursuing, were like a cat playing with a mouse. Suddenly, the nameless person drew a hidden weapon and shot it straight towards Sui Feng. Sui Feng lightly waved his fan, and a burst of power sent the hidden weapon flying back. The hidden weapon struck her roof tile and shattered. The nameless person, holding the jade-like body, landed on the ground. Sui Feng probed his magical power and realized the nameless person's ability was to transform into an illusionary object, changing from invisible to visible. Sui Feng immediately set up an enchantment surrounding the nameless person, leaving him no escape. The nameless person took another step and hit the invisible wall of the enchantment, forcing him to stop abruptly. He stood still, looking around, surprised to find himself surrounded. From outside the barrier, not even a cat noticed anything unusual. Sui Feng and an unknown person stood facing each other. A moment later, Sui Feng spoke. You originally intended to steal the Luanfeng sacred body, but on the night of the action, you discovered the myriad origin flowing body of the Saintess of Simu Sect. So you changed your plan, taking advantage of Xia King's request to kidnap Shi Yuanyuan and offer her to the sect master of Jiao Yunshan's own. I guess I'm not wrong. An unknown person threw Shi Yuanyuan onto the roof and said, Since you know who I am, you should also know my strength. Shi Yuanyuan has been safely placed on the roof. Sui Feng replied, Of course I know, you have just stepped into the great emperor realm. The unknown person removed his mask and asked coldly, I won't kill the unknown. Who exactly are you? Sui Feng gently introduced himself. I am Sui Feng, one of the 8 steeds of Kindly Hall. The name Kindly Hall was not unfamiliar to the unknown person. He frowned in confusion. My 9 Cloud sect of the Heavenly Mile Palace has no feud with the Heavenly Mile Palace. Why not reconcile here? Sui Feng shook his head, refusing to disclose information. My palace master has some private matters with your sect master. You don't need to know the other details. He opened his eyes. His gaze was stern, announcing one thing. Moreover, from the moment you learned my name, I never intended to let you leave here alive. These words immediately angered Mu Wuming. He roared, his imposing aura bursting forth, tearing his clothes and revealing a strong, white body with bulging muscles. He declared loudly, then I will see if the 8 beauties of the Heavenly Mile are worthy of their reputation. Seeing Wuming begin to display his magic power, Sui Feng merely observed indifferently. As soon as he threw a punch towards him, Thin Lei Batun gently leaned aside. easily dodging it. The eyebrows of the nameless one furrowed tightly. He clenched his hand into a fist. Purple energy burst fiercely from his palm. He swung his fist forward, and the energy shot straight towards Tifong along the direction of his hand. Counter. Tifong lightly spun his fan, creating a solid defensive barrier. Unexpectedly, a nameless one appeared behind Tifong, as if having eyes in the back of his head. Tifong swung his fan, the tip piercing through the illusion of the nameless one. That illusion released an extremely strong stream of purple magic power, even though it was incomplete. This power was not easy to deal with. The purple magic power turned into a raging vortex. The tip of the vortex was sharp. Not just one. A series of vortices appeared, surrounding Tifong. A nameless one stood in midair, controlling the vortices to tighten around the target. Just in time, he clapped his palms together and shouted, 10,000 spells be destroyed. The vortices simultaneously rushed toward Sui Feng, causing a massive explosion. Rocks and dust flew everywhere, and the purple death energy spread, even reaching where the Ngok Minon was hiding on the roof. Fortunately, she was protected by Sui Feng's green magic. Not long after, the smoke and dust cleared, revealing a large empty space. Sui Feng was nowhere to be seen. A nameless figure landed lightly on the ground, but suddenly a fan flew from behind him. It shocked him greatly. He thought Sui Feng had perished in the explosion. The fan circled once and returned to its owner's hand. Sui Feng stood straight, fanning himself. His expression was extremely handsome and dashing. The nameless figure then asked solemnly, the Heavenly Palace people, you wander around so much. Why reveal your identity? Only today do I get to meet the title the outside world bestows upon you. Sui Feng. Calmly listening, you are the leader of the 3 prodigies of the 1,000 miles, the Azure Robe Young Master, Sui Feng. Sui Feng seemed surprised. Oh, there's such a title. He replied, but could not deny the strength of an unknown person. You are indeed worthy of being one of the top 3 masters of the 9 Clouds sect. Must get serious now. With that, Sui Feng spread his arms, unleashing the technique, ethereal shadow of heaven's end. A massive green aura erupted from him. Very quickly, dozens of illusions appeared and multiplied, surrounding Mu Wuming. Next, one illusion leaked down to attack. He raised his fist towards the illusion. He couldn't hit it. His fist passed right through. Then, Sui Feng withdrew the illusion that had just attacked. Merging with the illusion behind him, another illusion continues to charge towards Wuming. The previous scene repeats. He punches through the illusion. And that illusion merges with the group behind. The young man in green stands still, controlling the illusions to attack Wuming from all directions. It seems he is starting to not know how to deal with these illusions, because even if he strikes, he cannot hit them. It seems he is starting to run out of strength. The illusions continuously strike him. Wuming grits his teeth and endures. He concentrates all his remaining strength. He lifts his face to the sky and lets out a tragic roar. This roar causes the surrounding illusions of Sui Feng to gradually dissipate. Wuming struggles to his knees on the ground. Tifong landed gently, and calmly heard him admit defeat. Well done, the reputation of thin line but ton is indeed not wrong. Dying at your hands is not an injustice. Saying this, he coldly issued his final provocation. However, you will not find the sect master. Tifong closed his eyes and replied, you don't need to worry about that. With that, Tifong swung his fan, beheading an unknown person. Then Ningxian fell from the roof. Tifong quickly caught her, holding her in a princess carry. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, looking curiously at the strange man before her. Who are you? Tifong used his magic power and whispered, it's all right. Sleep a little longer. His magic power put her into a deep sleep. The unknown person's body was gradually burned away by the red flames. Disappeared into thin air. Outside the barrier, the two were observing. The blue-haired girl asked the old man, Uncle Tian, if it's you, what are your chances of winning? After thinking for a while, he replied, 90. Why do you answer one thing when asked another? The girl frowned, and explained, I mean the person who just won the match. He replied again, 60. Hearing this, the girl looked at him suspiciously. Oh, you think highly of him. He explained. We are looking from outside the barrier, so we can't see clearly. But both of these people are great emperor level. If not, they are at least profound light realm. He defeated an unknown person, who has been famous for a long time in just an instant. What his true strength is, you can tell just by looking. Saying that, he stroked his beard and pondered deeply. The blue-haired girl also frowned. She looked into the distance and said faintly, why does this person look a bit like the person from the Yuan-Ki sect? After clearly recounting the events to ease the Indian's worries, he gently concluded, that's the main point. At this moment, he stood on the grand stage and announced loudly, esteemed guests, today is my grandfather's birthday. He has always cherished talented people. All of you here are outstanding youths of Ningtum Nation. Usually scattered far and wide, today you have gathered here. I want to take this opportunity to organize a competition, so we can all improve together. Hearing this, the guests at the birthday banquet started murmuring. A man stroked his beard, and said, is this meant to be a contest to see whose young people are more capable? Someone else said, doesn't everyone know that family wants to use this opportunity to show off the strength of their younger generation? Another person added, it's rare for everyone to have a chance to gather like this. Competition is also a good thing. At another table, someone said, speaking of outstanding young people, we must mention the 7 sons of Them Van Mountain. Especially the 7th son, Truong Dong, was even accepted as a disciple by Van Thuong sect. Someone looked out the door regretfully and said, but this time, Them Van Mountain is absent. It's really strange. Haha continued to announce, of course, there will be winners and losers in the competition. The person who performs the best this time will be rewarded with a pill. He paused for a moment, letting everyone guess. In the expectant eyes of everyone, he announced the precious reward, the peerless divine elixir. Hearing such a precious reward, those present gasped in astonishment. The entire hall became noisy. Unexpectedly it was the peerless divine elixir. I heard that only by drinking it can one act freely in the wilderness. But the wilderness is currently plagued by monsters, so even Saint Emperor Realm Masters dare not enter casually. A man said loudly. However, you must know that the wilderness is a land of infinite possibilities, and countless unexplored treasures. If one can find some ancient divine weapons in the wilderness, it will surely shock the entire divine continent. Suddenly, Xia King appeared and called Xia He, Big Brother. She confidently pointed at herself, and said that since this competition was organized by the Xia family, it would be best for her to take the lead. With that, she stepped onto the stage. Xia He was proud of his capable younger sister, patted her shoulder encouragingly. All right, you go first. Then he stepped off the stage. Ah King was Lithuanian. She loudly challenged, esteemed guests, since childhood, this humble girl has admired the great reputation of the saintess of the Heartwood sect. This junior requests a challenge against the saintess of Sinew sect. I wonder if you dare to grant my request. Gu Mangshui looked at Li Tanyuan and Tian Han with disdain, seemingly certain that they would be humiliated in front of so many people. Seeing no one respond, Huthan continued to provoke, what's wrong? No reaction. Ha ha ha. It's just a small spar. You don't even dare to answer. Is that all the fame of a saintess is worth? Saying this, she put her hands on her hips. It's just a spar. Elder sister Yu Nu must have gone somewhere. Elder sister Yanhan, don't you agree? Suddenly, Thai Dianhan stood up. Everyone around was surprised and stared at her. She spoke up again. Yu Nu was not present. Then, let this former saintess accept the challenge. And she did not hesitate. You even dared to commit kidnapping. It's time to teach you a lesson. Seeing that her mother was about to step up to fight, Tiu Deep said worriedly. You are not her match. Let me go. I've seen her moves before, I can at least handle her a bit. The Yin Han was immersed in the happiness of her son's concern. She looked at the boy indulgently, then gently patted his head. Ziya's eyes widened as she watched her, then she slowly stepped onto the stage. While Theaningayan crossed his arms, eyes still closed, confidently asserting, don't worry, the mother of the two knows her limits. Witnessing her stepping up to fight, everyone present was extremely surprised. Is that the Yin Han? I heard her cultivation has been sealed. Then why go up to the ring? Athan is the phoenix saint body. How can someone without cultivation fight a saint body? The Yin Han and his them stood facing each other. The people below held their breath watching. Then smiled, her eyes full of calculation. Let's see if I can deal with you. With that, she leaped up, shouting, Sister Yin Han, I'll have to offend you then. The twin children shouted worriedly. Be careful. As soon as she struck towards the Yin Han, she lightly flew up, dodging the blow. Then couldn't believe it. An ordinary person would have a 90 chance of not dodging it. She exclaimed in surprise, dodged it. The Yin Han looked at her coldly. She swung her hand and slapped Ethan hard across the face. What was surprising was that Ethan, who possessed the Lukfeng's sacred body, couldn't avoid the attack from someone whose cultivation was sealed. Ethan was knocked sideways, struggling to keep her balance. She touched her swollen cheek, which was as big as a gava, and asked in disbelief, You hit us. How could that be? Below, everyone was also shocked. They asked each other, did Miss Them make a mistake? On the stage, the two girls looked at their opponent coldly. Then gathered her strength and threw a punch towards the Yin Han, continuing her attack. She shouted confidently, Humph, could it be that I'm going to be defeated by a cripple like you? Observe the match. Seeing that Ethan had used all her strength, he muttered, Thane is getting serious. I wonder if the Yin Han can dodge it. The Yin Han stood still, looking quickly at the fist in front of her. The strange thing was that Ethan's raised fist suddenly dropped. It's like she's paralyzed, completely drained of strength. The Yin Han just needs to stand still, no need to make a move. Just exuding her aura makes her left arm powerless. 3 of them, Hajang and his 2 grandchildren, stared with their mouths agape. This is, Huthan stared intently at the Yin Han, unable to comprehend what was happening. As if sensing her thoughts, the Yin Han spoke, her left arm limp. How could she endure this humiliation? So she focused her strength into her right arm and continued her attack. Her eyes, filled with hatred for the Yin Han, she gritted her teeth and cursed, damn it. Just as her fist reached her face, the Yanhan turned her palm upwards, gently controlling her wrist. She stated calmly, "The right hand is not proficient." At this moment, Ethan's right hand trembled violently. She gritted her teeth and strained, wanting to control her hand but unable to. It seemed an invisible force was controlling her, truly infuriating her. Ethan exerted herself to the point where veins popped on her face, and she shouted loudly, "Phoenix, strike." Before she could finish speaking, the Linian struck her head with one hand and lectured at her. Creating a move to boost one's own momentum is useless. It only serves as a reminder to the opponent. With that, she used her spiritual power to strike directly at Ethan's chest, forcing her to retreat. Udip watched her use spiritual power with her mouth agape in astonishment. "Is Mom that powerful?" Unexpectedly, Lithanigine spoke up, saying, "Back then, the mother of you two became famous not just based on her looks." Speaking of this, he was extremely proud of his beautiful wife. Ethan stood in place, gritting her teeth and cursing, "Damn it." The Linen appeared in front of Hathan in a flash, surprising her greatly. He asked coldly, "If you let your guard down before the fight is over, you still have a lot to learn." Saying that, she used her long legs to kick her. Yaking stared at the Yanhan's leg in fear. Just as her leg was about to land on his head, it stopped abruptly. Yaking closed her eyes tightly in fear, not daring to move. When the Yanhan retracted her leg, she was kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. The Yanhan stepped down from the stage. The people present discussed loudly, if that kick had hit her head, it would have been disastrous. Where is Miss Jazz Phoenix's sacred body? Why didn't it activate? Only then did they realize that this was likely the Yanhan's signature move, striking fast to win fast. Quickly subduing the opponent, before they could unleash their skills. Unexpectedly, even with her cultivation sealed, she could still defeat Miss Xia so easily. Someone exclaimed, unsure if it was because the Yanhan was too strong or Miss Xia was too weak. In any case, the gap between them was too large. Failing the plan, she turned around, and shouted angrily, "What a useless thing." At this moment, Hyaking was still immersed in defeat. Her whole body exuded the powerful Phoenix holy body spiritual energy, but it was no longer useful. She had lost. Hyaking angrily said to herself, "My Phoenix holy body has failed twice. Unforgivable." Her hands clenched into fists. Watching Xiaonan step down from the stage, she suddenly felt an extremely strong pressure that made her break out in a cold sweat. That pressure came from Li Tenyuan. When he sensed her intention to sneak attack his wife, he angrily used his pressure to intimidate her. One look from him radiating pressure made her feel suffocated. Xiaoqing stood still like a statue, thinking to herself, "There is something extremely terrifying. I can't move." At this moment, Jie came in front of Shi Yanhan, cupped her hands, and said politely, "Thank you, Kaozan Yanhan, for holding back." "General Fang, what mistake did I make?" Fang Zhuli ordered an explanation. "He spared you out of respect for me, otherwise he would have wiped out your entire family. Why did you act rashly and attack his daughter? Isn't that courting death?" Then, General Fang commanded in a resolute tone, "Resistance is futile. Liu Feng harmed 2 innocent children of Dongsui Kingdom, damaged the army's prestige, and even used official duties to settle personal scores. Today, all military ranks are revoked, and you are permanently barred from the army." Liu Feng looked at General Feng in despair, completely unable to believe the verdict she just heard. Hu Johnson was utterly shocked. What is going on? Danger was dismissed. Even Feng Zhuli has no intention of punishing Li Tanyuan at all. He silently questioned, "Who is this Li Tanyuan? What is his background?" Feng Zhuli looked at him, pondering in his heart, thinking he had found another weakness. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be an untouchable inverse scale. Li Tanyuan approached Shi Yuanyuan and Xiaoye, threw a bag to the boy, and instructed, "Later, you and Yuanyuan will go into the desolate area together." Then, he turned to call Shi Yanhan, "Yanhan." She nodded slightly, yes. Just then, purple mist began to thin and dissipate. The Li Tanyuan family and Shi Yuanyuan stood silently, observing the scene unfolding before them. Suddenly, Li Tanyuan strode alone into the mist. Everyone present stared in astonishment at his retreating figure. They didn't expect him to dare to venture into the fog alone. Xiaohe watched worriedly, softly calling out, "Father." A man shouted loudly, "Oh, I didn't expect this guy to dare to go first." Not wanting to let Li Tanyuan snatch the opportunity, everyone immediately rushed in. They urged each other, "Can't let him get it first. I must have the immortal energy. Charge." Witnessing the crowd scrambling into the mist, Old Master Shea was so worried he couldn't sit still. He exclaimed in alarm, warning loudly, "The fog hasn't completely dissipated yet. You can't enter." However, ignoring his warning, everyone continued to rush forward. Suddenly, as a man just touched the purple mist, his fingers immediately emitted black smoke, seemingly being severely corroded. The person screamed in agony. The person right behind heard the terrifying scream and froze in place. The crowd behind couldn't see the situation clearly, so they kept shouting, pushing, and shoving the person in front. The person being pushed cried out in extreme fear, "Don't push, don't push." Immediately, the person who rushed into the fog continued to scream miserably, terrifying those behind him until they turned pale. At this moment, large blisters appeared on the victim's face, and his flesh began to melt, but he seemed paralyzed. Unable to move, only able to cry for help, help me. Not long after, he collapsed face down on the ground. The person behind stared at the horrific scene, and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand. Only then did he look down at his hand in horror. Fang Zhuli, standing behind, shouted loudly, still not using your protective energy. This word startled the panicked man, who hurriedly activated his true energy to protect his body, but the true energy seemed not strong enough. In an instant, his hand was almost completely corroded. The man screamed in extreme fear. Oh. Suddenly, a brilliant golden sword shot towards him. Those behind all saw the strikingly bright yellow sword amidst the purple mist. Fang Zhuli immediately ordered the soldiers, control the situation, and treat the wounded. When he looked up, he saw a group of people flying on swords. They were wearing golden robes. The sword-riding posture was extremely majestic. Fang Zhuli recognized the leader and clasped his hands, saying, "It's the son of the sword saint of Chenshan City, Li Chenqian, young hero Lai." As soon as he finished speaking, the group landed on the ground. Li Chenqian clasped his hands, showing respect to Fang Zhuli. "General Fang, long time no see. You are still as imposing as ever." Those around were extremely surprised, not expecting that the city of Thuongdong would also send someone. Their sword saint city lord is reputed to be the #1 master below the immortal level. Another person immediately objected. "I don't agree with that assessment. I acknowledge the sword saint is very strong, but to say he is the #1 below an immortal needs further consideration." Another person chimed in, "That's right. His Highness Prince Wu Langthankan has reached the realm of Heavenly Emperor Star Descent, only one step away from an immortal. In addition, there are the elders of Kanagayan sect with extraordinary strength, the Holy Master of Theantri Holy Palace, the sect master of Ku Van Thuong sect. Masters in the world are countless. There has never been an opportunity to compete, so how can one casually conclude who is the strongest below an immortal?" A young man crossed his arms, smiling arrogantly. "Ha, in my opinion, the #1 under heaven must be the palace master of the Heavenly Separation Palace. In just a few short years, this person has built such a powerful force. Who knows if it's not some old monster who has been in seclusion for countless years, and has just returned to the martial world. Moreover, has anyone ever heard of him being defeated?" This statement made the others ponder. One person asked curiously, "Has the Holy Master of the Heavenly Pool Holy Land ever been defeated?" Another person replied, "He has never fought, so no one dares to assert who is truly the #1 under heaven." The last one nodded in agreement. "That's true." Suddenly, Li Chenqian clasped his hands behind his back, leisurely walking past the three people who were discussing, causing them to pay attention. The other three immediately looked dejected, scared pale. Could it be that he'd overheard everything they just said? He walked up to Elder Xia, respectfully cupping his hands. "Elder Xia, I have taken the liberty of coming uninvited this time. I hope Elder Xia can be magnanimous and forgive me." Elder Xia chuckled and replied, Shangdong is also within the territory of Dong Sui Kingdom. This operation received support from Shandong. It is truly a great honor. The Sword Saint's reputation is too great. The gift for this trip is probably not worth mentioning, so this old man dares not invite you." Li Chenqian waved his hand. Responding politely, "Elder Xia, you are too polite. You are Yun Han's maternal grandfather, so I also regard you as my own." With those words, he opened an exquisite box. Inside was a rare first-grade immortal pill, and he said, "This time, I have come to congratulate Elder Grandmaster on his birthday. This junior has specially come to present a first-grade immortal pill. I wish Elder Grandmaster eternal youth and longevity." Seeing the precious birthday gift, Elder Grandmaster smiled contentedly and thanked him. "What a generous gift. This old man thanks you profusely. I wonder if Sword Saint Senior has come as well." Li Chenqian slightly opened his eyes and replied, "My father is currently in seclusion cultivating. His whereabouts are uncertain. This junior does not know where my father is." The crowd, witnessing the birthday gift, was so astonished that their mouths hung open. Truly worthy of the reputation of the Eastern Merchant City, so generous. In a way, a whole first-grade immortal pill. Someone spoke up. "Although the first-grade immortal pill is good, it feels a bit boring." Another person interjected. "That's right, we saw the second-grade immortal pill yesterday. Having seen something better, we are no longer interested in this thing." One person added, shaking his head. "Anyway, it's not for us." Li Chenqian clearly heard the gossip. He turned his head and shot a cold glance at the crowd, immediately silencing them, not daring to say another word. Suddenly, he saw Shi Yanhan and happily ran up to her, calling out, "Yanhan." He reached out his hand, wanting to hold her hand, and began to express his affection. "I miss you so much." As he raised his hand, he saw these hands were so large and rough, which made him extremely confused. Are these the hands of a girl? When he stopped looking up, he saw Minvu's tall face looking at him. The Yan Hen stood behind, silent. At this moment, Lithuakin's face had turned purple with fear. Could it be that I just held a man's hand? Minvu forcefully pushed his hand away, shouting, "Hey, hey, hey." Minvu waved his hand continuously. With a look of disgust, his face contorted. He pointed at Lithuakin and snapped, "You filthy thing. Stay away from me." Lithuakin gritted his teeth in anger, but could not refute because he was the one who had taken the initiative to hold the other person's hand. Then, he turned to the Yin Han behind him. "Yin Han, I heard that the danger from your Xuan Yin sect has been resolved by Them Van Mountain. Initially, I intended to lend a hand. With my father's reputation, as the Sword Saint, I could surely repel the Xuan Yin sect easily." After speaking, he turned to Minvu with curiosity and asked, "What is your relationship within him?" Minvu replied in a mocking and sarcastic tone, "Why should I tell you? What right do you have to demand I tell you? You keep saying my father, as if you're a child clinging to his father's skirt." Then ignored Minvu and focused on expressing himself to the Yin. "It's been a long time. You are still as beautiful as ever. My feelings for you remain deep and unchanged." And puffed out his chest confidently and continued, "As long as you agree, I will immediately propose. With my father's intervention, no matter how much Demem Seething wants to restrict you, you will have to show respect to Thengning and reconsider." Minvu chuckled, his tone full of provocation. "What pretense of grandeur is this? Without your father, what are you?" This remark made Lda turn purple with anger. His whole body trembled violently, and both his hands clenched into tight fists. He tried to suppress it to maintain his image, coldly asking back, "May I ask who you are?" Minvu immediately interrupted, "Your father, your grandfather." Lichenkian's subordinates were extremely angry. They gripped their swords, ready to draw them for battle. However, Minvu still stood with his hands on his hips, continuing to tell Lichenkian's men, "Look in the mirror and examine your own character. 1 part arrogance, 2 parts contempt, 3 parts boasting, 4 parts self-satisfaction. Wherever you go, you always mention your father. Your father, why don't you mention your grandfather, who is me? In your heart, don't you know clearly that because of your poor ability, you can only rely on your father's reputation? Weak and useless thing." Li Chenkin gritted his teeth, word by word. "If you continue to speak disrespectfully, don't blame me for cutting off your tongue." Hearing this, Minvu immediately stuck out her tongue to tease him right in front of him. "Come on. Here's my tongue, come and cut it off." The Yin Han lowered her head, speaking politely but firmly, "Young Master Li, I am already someone's wife. I have already given birth to children. You don't need to do this. I hope you won't bother me anymore in the future." Hearing these words, Li Chenqian was stunned, his face turned pale, unable to believe his eyes. Ming Yu stared at him intently, worried that he would do something harmful to the Yin Han. It took a long time for Li Chenqian to react. He turned and pointed at the twins, stammering, "This, could they be?" She affirmed, "They are indeed my children." This answer completely stunned Li Chenqian. Just then, old Master Xia announced, "Everyone, get ready. The fog is starting to clear." Li Chenqian was unwilling to accept it. He patted his chest and vowed, "Yin Han, even if you have children, it's fine. Wait for me to return from the desolate region." Having said that, he stepped into the desolate area of Manhwa, standing empty-handed, and mockingly shouted, "Go, hurry up and get out." That idiot jumped again. Manhwa's words made Li Chenqian so angry that he gritted his teeth. He turned his head and gave Manhwa a sharp glare. But Manhwa raised a finger, up to challenge him. "What are you looking at? Never seen a handsome guy before." Li Chenqian had never suffered such humiliation before. He was trembling with anger provoked by Manhwa. He pointed at 2 subordinates and signaled to San Kiao Sen, "The 2 of you stay behind to protect Yan Han. You follow me to the desert." Hearing the order, the subordinates responded in unison, "Yes." Manhwa pointed at Li Chenqian. Annoyed, he said, "Do I need your protection?" Suddenly, he saw Sui Feng leaning against a tree, fanning himself with a hand in front of his chest, looking as elegant as a scholar. Julie rode his horse closer to Manhwa and asked curiously, "Your young master and Sui Feng are both not here, and you dare to be so brazen?" He turned his head sharply and glanced at him, sneering, "Li Chenqian, that kind of rotten egg, what kind of coward dares to look down on the madam?" Fang Zhuli rode past Manhwa and said that this trip to the wilderness would require more care. Manhwa closed his eyes confidently and waved his hand, replying, "Simple enough." Before leaving, General Fang glanced at Manhwa with a meaningful look. Then he ordered the soldiers, all soldiers, form into teams and enter the wilderness. Xia held his sword, his whole body radiating golden spiritual energy. The boy muttered, "No problem. I should be able to enter the wilderness." Audi saw her younger brother about to rush into the forbidden area. The little girl said worriedly, "Claudia, you can go. You and everyone else must be very careful inside. An and I will wait for everyone outside." The boy nodded in agreement to his sister. Even if we don't get any opportunities this time, it's a good chance to train." Mingyu suddenly patted Xiaoye's shoulder, startling the boy. He praised, "Well done, you have the spirit of a true warrior." Nuan waved goodbye to Xian. "Sister Han, we're going in now." At this moment, she politely said to Mingyu, Mingyu puffed out his chest and confidently asserted, "Madam, rest assured, my strength is formidable." She quietly watched everyone enter the forbidden area one by one. He frowned and said irritably, "Mom, Dad, I want to go into the forbidden area too." At this moment, the Gu couple, who were still heartbroken while hugging their eldest son, were stunned by their youngest son's words. Both husband and wife turned pale looking at him. Madam spoke up to stop him. "Mang Ni, don't go." She put one hand on her hip and pointed at the subordinates behind her, confidently saying, "Don't worry. I have prepared a pile of elixirs, even a supreme divine elixir. Moreover, I have many masters following me. It will be fine." After that, Q Mang led his subordinates into the wilderness. As he walked, he thought to himself, I didn't expect Big Brother to be such a good-for-nothing." He held a glowing vial in his hand. Eyes revealed clear calculation, confident that with so many people rushing in to snatch the immortal artifact, it would surely be chaotic then. "I will take advantage of the chaos to use the poison I stole from Master to kill all those people. Who knows? Maybe you'll get a share of the immortal artifact." Madame Go asked her husband, "Elder, shall we go in too?" He looked at his wife and reassured her, "Don't worry too much. Your father, and everyone else are there. They will take care of Mang Nei. Nothing will happen." Then, he looked towards his eldest son lying on the stretcher. He said softly, "Take Feng Ni for treatment. I also have to report this matter to the clan members. Old grudges and new hatreds will be settled together. I must completely destroy the Musak." Suddenly, he saw a flash of light in the sky. That light landed right in front of him. The immense power sent dust and rocks flying everywhere. Ding Ji emerged from the smoke and dust. He roared angrily, "Where is my disciple?" Recognizing him, Gao Xiantun clasped his hands respectfully, "So it is Senior Ding Ji." As soon as Ding Ji grabbed Ge Feng's wrist and squeezed hard, he screamed in pain, his face turning pale. Twisted Ge Feng's broken arm behind his back, causing him so much pain that his eyes bulged. Ding Ji looked at him with suspicion. After observing for a while, he concluded that you were not his disciple. Then he violently threw him far away. Gao Xiantun was so shocked to see his son thrown away like a ball that his eyes almost popped out. Madame Gu rushed over to help Ge Feng up, while Gao Xiantun pointed at the wilderness and said, "Mr. Ding, Manger has entered the wilderness." Hearing this, he shouted, "Disciple, I'm coming." Then he ran towards the wilderness in a hurry. After he disappeared, Madame Gu questioned her husband. "Xiantun, how did you find such a master for Manger? He's crazy. He made Fenger's injuries even worse. Sooner or later, he will corrupt Manger." Hearing this, he turned pale with anger. After a long time, he turned back and said to her, "What do you know? Jia's ancestor once did a favor for the immortal of longevity on Tianxi Mountain." This name made her extremely surprised. "Isn't that immortal of longevity one of the 5 immortals?" He continued. "The immortal of longevity promised Ding 3 wishes. Ding Jia is now the only descendant of Ding Jia. If Mei Ni can inherit it, we will have a connection with the immortal of longevity. Later, even the head of the family will have to treat us with respect." In a cave, a strong purple true energy emanated from the cave entrance, forming faint rays of light like ribbons. Inside, a man was sitting cross-legged cultivating. He was Sekong Chuan, the sect master of the 9 Cloud Upper sect. Suddenly, his closed eyes opened. He said to the silhouette appearing at the cave entrance, "You've arrived. We have reached a critical moment for a breakthrough." He asked Dharma Protector Mo, "Have you found the holy Bai I need?" An unknown man in black stared intently at him. After a while he finally spoke, "Not yet." Zhu Chuan frowned, his eyes showing dissatisfaction. This was not the answer he expected. So he reprimanded him, "Then what are you doing here?" "I must quickly absorb a powerful special physique to enhance my own strength. If things go smoothly, in less than 3 years, I will be the first immortal of the 9 Clouds Upper sect. If it can also obtain the immortal energy in the barren region along the way, the probability of the 9 Clouds Upper sect obtaining the opportunity of the 10,000 people Grand Assembly will be even greater." Niu Wuming asked him why he didn't absorb the Heavenly Vein Soul Nation. He replied, "Didn't the Divine Envoy take away the Heavenly Vein Soul Bone a few days ago? That's why I traded it for cultivation treasures for myself." Speaking of this, he realized the problem. "That's not right. How do you know about the Heavenly Vein Soul Bone? You only know that I obtained the treasure, but you don't know what I used to trade for it." A nameless person coldly stepped into the cave. Si Kongquan asked him, "A nameless person? Have you been monitoring me all this time?" At this moment, Li Tainuan tore off the mask of the nameless person, and he said, "I'm not that bored." Seeing Li Tainuan's true appearance, Si Kongquan was extremely shocked. He exclaimed, "What? The killing formation I set up couldn't even distinguish the disguise of Yuan Yu Li Tainuan." Standing with his hands behind his back, his eyes were cold. Li advised, "Stop wasting time being amazed. I only care about the heavenly vein soul bone. As soon as the words fell, a giant, transparent purple hand, condensed from immortal clouds, suddenly appeared and slammed straight down towards Li Tianyuan's position. That hand was controlled by Si Kongchuan and fiercely pressed down onto the ground. What was astonishing was that this powerful force quickly dissipated into smoke, while Li Tianyuan remained standing in place, as solid as a rock, without the slightest waver. Seeing that his opponent was unharmed, Si Kongchuan exclaimed in shock, "You took my full immortal cloud palm strike and are still intact." Li Tianyuan calmly looked at him and declared, "Fine then. It will be the same result when I transcend the soul and search for your spirit anyway." After speaking, he suddenly attacked, launching a strike that startled Si Kongchuan into defense. The two rushed into battle against each other, one attacking, and the other defending. It could be said they were evenly matched, and the battle grew increasingly fierce. Mighty streams of true Kai, and the oppressive aura of the great emperors overwhelmed the space. After a brief exchange, Si Kongchuan assessed, "Indeed, you are also a great emperor realm master. If I had known this earlier, I shouldn't have probed. I used my full strength in that last move." Li Tianyuan coldly interrupted, not giving him a chance to say more nonsense. "I don't have enough patience to listen to meaningless words." With that, he unleashed a powerful kick, sending Si Kongchuan flying back. Pushed back by Li Tianyuan's power, Si Kongchuan quickly clasped his hands together, and a massive purple energy ball appeared between them. Then he roared, "Immeasurable true body." Afterward, he struck out with a palm force towards his opponent. Li Tianyuan easily countered that palm force with just one hand. At the same time, behind Sima Chuan, a giant, translucent purple avatar appeared, holding a sword with imposing might. Sima Chuan's face darkened, his eyebrows tightly furrowed. He coldly said, "State your name. This is your last chance." Li Tianyuan stared intently at him, only responding with a contemptuous glance, not uttering a word. This was purely to provoke Sima Chuan. He immediately unleashed his magical power. The giant purple avatar behind him held a sword pointing straight up to the sky. From that earth-shattering source of power, streaks of purple light shot up into the sky, piercing through the pitch-black hole above their heads. Sima Chuan raised his hand holding the horsetail whisk. The flying strands moved towards Li Tianyuan as if to ensnare him. The sword-wielding avatar prepared to strike down. But instead of the earth-shattering blow that was expected, Sima Chuan unexpectedly shot out a series of sealing talismans, sticking them onto Li Tianyuan, rendering him immobile. The giant hands of the avatar clenched around him. His entire body was trapped within a purple sphere with considerable sealing power. Si Kongchuan controlled his being, confidently declaring that you had fallen into the heavenly mechanism cage is set up. Attacking me here is no different from walking right into your own death. As he spoke, he poured more power into the cage. Yet, in just a fleeting second, the cage shattered. Li Tianyuan stood tall amidst the remaining purple smoke, completely unharmed. Si Kongchuan focused his spiritual energy into his palm. With a shout, the heart demon realm spiritual energy swirled in his palm and slowly rose into the air. Controlled by purple tendrils like long silk ribbons, he then poured more power into controlling the heart demon realm to attack Li Tianyuan. He stood outside, confidently explaining, "You are immobilized by my formation. Moreover, my heart demon realm treasure will cause you to sink into your inner demons, unable to break free. Meanwhile, the desolate mist will continuously erode your body. But what if we are in the same realm? Wait until you lose all your strategies, then I can decide your fate. Shut up right here, invincible great emperor." With those words, he channeled more spiritual energy into the mind demon realm, intending to control Li Tianyuan's mind. At this moment, the mind demon realm gradually entered Li Tianyuan's consciousness. He stood there, amidst the purple formation's might. Suddenly he opened his eyes. A voice called out Xiao Tian in his hand. That was when he was little. He was standing in a vast open field. His mother waved her hand, calling him, "Don't hesitate anymore." She smiled, holding up a small object, beckoning him. Li Tianyuan called out with wide eyes, "Mom." Suddenly, a cold iron collar tightened around his neck, making it impossible for him to breathe. His eyes began to turn purple. Li Tianyuan gritted his teeth and used his hands to loosen the ring. A moment later, his eyes snapped open. He was now tightly bound to a tree. He turned to the right. The scene before him shattered his heart. His mother was tied to the base of a tree, her whole body pierced with small darts. At this moment, she was unconscious. A group of men in black slowly approached, cursing him. "Evil creature. Evil creature." Then, many small throwing knives whizzed towards him. He continued, "Your aura feels familiar to me. It seems to come from another deity." As soon as he finished speaking, the son of the desolate god raised his hand, concentrating immense pressure. Daoga suddenly felt a strong force pulling his hand. This made his eyes widen in surprise. The son of the desolate god proposed, "Follow me, and I will not destroy you." Realizing his intention, Li Tianyuan quickly pulled his son behind him. He said coldly, "I don't know why Chiki sent me out at this time. You are indeed an excellent material that will greatly help my recovery. Immediately, a stream of dark, extremely powerful true ki rushed straight towards him. Li Tianyuan gripped the dragon's flaw, drawing a beautiful arc with his sword. A powerful blue sword energy erupted from the blade, instantly shattering the dark energy. Son of the Emperor God was not flustered when his move was easily neutralized. He stood still, watching Li Tianyuan fly towards him, aiming the sword straight at him. When the tip of the sword was only about 5 centimeters from his face, the son of the Emperor God snatched the blade precisely, and exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect the sword could injure my divine bone." Before he could finish declaring, "Your sword is very good. It suits me extremely well. I want to seize it." Li Tianyuan questioned sternly, "Can you hold on tight?" Son of the Emperor God intensified his dark energy to hold onto the dragon's flaw, but was immediately struck by a blow. In just a moment, Li Tianyuan yanked the sword hard. The son of the desolate god knelt down on one leg, bowing down in a miserable state. Li Tianyuan shouted loudly. The myriad troops were unstoppable, and he used all his strength to push the sword forward. To resist, he released the aura of the desolate god, causing a stream of pitch-black true energy to envelop the son of the desolate god's entire body. He tried to save face, claiming he had just awakened and was still weak, refusing to submit. He continued to generate streams of black energy in his palms, shouting, "Black energy, rise." Streams of black energy, like ribbons, began to surround the father and son, Li Tianyuan. Although he himself was unaffected, Li Tianyuan worried about Xiao Ye and immediately used his true energy to protect the boy. A layer of solid blue true energy enveloped Xiao Ye like a sturdy barrier. The sword was snatched away in front of Xiao Ye. Boy quickly ran closer to Li Tianyuan. Li Tianyuan watched his son and shouted, and at the same time, a blue flame burst into flames in his palm. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the sword as the center, forming a large sphere of light surrounding Xiao Dai. The dark energy outside was still spreading everywhere. Xiao Dai called out worriedly, "Father." He glanced at her, instructed, "Next, I might not be able to pay attention to you. Just stand still there, Jianyu will completely protect you." As for the son of the desolate god, he continued to gather his true energy. The dark energy spread wider, and an object shaped like a gun appeared in his hand. The son of the desolate god proudly raised it toward Xiao Dai, who turned pale. She had never seen such a weapon. Could it be a divine artifact? The son of the desolate god aimed the gun at Li Tianyuan. Ying also quickly focused his might onto his weapon, ready for battle. One of his eyes emitted a light. The desolate god's son said contemptuously, "Brat, you don't even have time to cry." Then, he pulled the trigger. A stream of black energy shot towards Li Tianyuan. He raised his saber to block, shouting, "Slash," and cut, shattering that stream of energy. The stream of energy was deflected by him, hitting a nearby mountain. In just a brief second, it eroded and melted the entire large mountain. The power was truly terrifying. Li Tianyuan spun his saber, continuously deflecting streams of energy towards the mountains, causing them to collapse rapidly. Just like that, a series of mountains shattered one after another. Suddenly Xiao Ye shouted in alarm, "Sir, be careful on the right." Li Tianyuan reacted extremely quickly. He immediately leaned aside to dodge. Meanwhile, he was secretly amazed by his son's ability. He didn't expect Xiao Ye's vision could keep up with his movements, and the desolate god's son. This journey to the desolate territory truly helped him mature a lot. The unfortunate mountains hit by the stream of energy immediately shattered. Desolate god continued to unleash his ultimate technique, the desolate god's beast. The ground split open, creating a wide, deep chasm with a brilliant red light, like erupting lava spewing up from the earth. A series of pitch-black hands emerged, reaching out towards Li Tianyuan with the intention of grabbing him. However, he had prepared a countermeasure. Li Tianyuan concentrated all his might into the blade, causing a blue aura to radiate and envelop it. When he felt the power reach its peak, he unleashed a powerful slash towards the rising hands. At the same time, he shouted loudly. Blue pressure immediately enveloped the desolate god's dark aura, and headed straight towards his opponent. Swift as lightning, Li Tianyuan took the opportunity to slip through the energy flow, suddenly appearing in front of the desolate god, causing him extreme shock. As Li Tianyuan swung his blade to strike, the desolate god hurriedly raised his skeletal arm to block. The blade turned flexibly and suddenly changed direction, stabbing straight into his lower abdomen. Huang Shen reacted in time, dodging to the left in the nick of time. Otherwise, there would have been a large hole in his body. At close range, he swung his weapon to counterattack. However, Li Tianyuan was faster, using his blade to suppress him, preventing him from using his weapon. "I admit you are immune to the threat of divine artifacts, but a mortal like you dares to dream of defeating someone with divine blood like me. It's truly an illusion." "Is it an illusion, or not? We'll have to try to find out." Before Huang Shen could gloat, Li Tianyuan's blade quickly cut off one of his ribs. Huang Shen was utterly horrified, unable to believe his eyes. "How is this possible?" Li Tianyuan maintained a cold expression and declared decisively, "Oh, you with divine blood, let me see if you bleed." Huang Shen stubbornly deceived himself. "Mortal, I must admit you are very strong. Do you want me to bleed? Suddenly, the might of Li Tianyuan erupted with terrifying power, creating a sky-shattering, earth-rumbling explosion. To how the hell did with what's in that about? The boy exclaimed in amazement. Is that all of father's power? Li Tianyuan continued to unleash his sword energy. He spun the energy in his hand, then clenched his blade tighter and struck down with full force. The blue pressure pierced through the opponent's black true energy. A flash of golden light appeared, and the black energy gradually dissipated. The clatter, the gun in Huang Shen's hand fell to the ground. Huang Shen was pierced through the body by the slash. He looked at Li Tianyuan with eyes full of hatred and unwillingness to accept defeat by a mortal. His divine weapon began to shatter into countless small red pieces. It looks like precious gems, the desolate god said coldly. I didn't expect that even with a divine artifact, I still couldn't defeat him. A red color enveloped the space. The surrounding mountains exploded. Rocks flew everywhere. The desolate god, with a final curiosity, asked him, Mortal, what is your name? Li Tianyuan confidently replied with 3 words, Li Tianyuan. Before closing his eyes, he whispered, I remember. Then the desolate god was completely buried by the rubble. A moment later, Li Tianyuan stood on the peak of a mountain. He still used his might to recall the shocking mountain sword. The sword spun in mid-air, and then brought Xiaoye flying towards him. The father and son floated into the air, leaving the land that was about to turn into ashes. Xiaoye looked up at the giant mountain in front of him suddenly collapsing. The innocent little head didn't understand what was happening. The boy asked his father, why did this mountain collapse? Li Tianyuan explained, the source divine artifact of this mountain was cut down by me, so the entire mountain collapsed along with it. Xiaoye listened attentively. The boy felt his horizons broaden. This was completely beyond his expectations. He didn't expect the divine artifact to be the origin of the mountain. Could this mountain have been the residence of some sect before? He spoke to his son like an adult, frankly sharing his speculation. In my opinion, all things in the world have the potential to become divine artifacts. Hey, the more you talk, Dad, the more confused I get. Li Tianyuan continued to explain. There is another possibility. All things in the world are composed of divine artifacts. Rivers, mountains, and rocks are just external manifestations. The father and son continued to fly away. Ida was still puttering. The boy kept asking questions. The world is composed of divine artifacts. If that's true, it's truly shocking. What are those divine artifacts? Are they things left behind by the gods? Son, to be honest, all of this is just my speculation. However, I have fought against divine artifacts many times. Their forms are incredibly diverse, not something humans can create. This is what troubles me the most. I once tried to study and create models. But what it created only had the appearance of a divine artifact, its power incomparable. Their strength was only enough to drill a small hole in a wooden board. Tianyuan looked straight ahead, continuing to explain to his son, as for the divine artifacts that sects have reinforced and enhanced, their power will be even greater. For example, the divine artifacts of Sinni sect and Qingjun Mountain are even stronger than the divine artifact held by the son of the desolate god. This deduction made the young boy wonder, Father, if the divine artifacts are the source of rivers and mountains, why didn't the Heartwood sect collapse after my father destroyed the divine artifact? He shook his head slightly. Because I never destroyed the Heartwood sect's divine artifact. I only broke it. Xiaoye recalled the appearance when the divine artifact disappeared, still unable to understand, so the boy asked. But the appearance when the divine artifact of the desolate god's son disappeared. Exactly the same as when the Heartwood sect's divine artifact disappeared. Strange characters appeared, only differing in color. He frowned and replied to his son. The special characters that appeared when the divine artifact disappeared, I once saw them in ancient books. They are called numbers. Numbers, what are those? Li Tianyuan continued to explain things that Xiaoye found hard to grasp. Those numbers are 0 and 1 respectively. Came up with those be the numbers we usually use, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The boy still had questions. If they carry the same meaning, why are they represented by these strange characters? My son indeed has a myriad of questions. Li Tianyuan promised him. If you want to learn more, next time I'll bring ancient books for you to see. That sounds very interesting. Xiaoye showed interest in it, saying, yes, I'm very curious. Are these numbers the foundation that constitutes this world? Do they even affect the way we cultivate? Suddenly, he saw 3 figures rushing towards him. Humph! Everyone quickly landed on the ground. Seeing Xiaoye was safe and sound, a woman flew towards the boy, saying emotionally, you're okay. That's great. Seeing Li Tianyuan, she was very surprised and asked curiously, brother-in-law, did you find Xiaoye? He nodded in response. She bent down to examine Xiaoye's small body. Seeing that the boy was not seriously injured, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Otherwise, I don't know how to explain it to my sister. After confirming Xiaoye was fine, she asked him, brother-in-law, how did you meet Xiaoye? Oh, right. What exactly were you doing when you secretly entered the wilderness area? He answered briefly. Did a few things, killed a person, and then met Xiaoye. Simi Fang reported. Sir, after you left, Jian Hedi, Long Tujing brought his troops over. Then, another sun-devouring venerable crawled out from the depths of the mountain and took Xiaoye away. After comparison, the sun-devouring venerable who took Xiaoye away should be Chikai. Li Tanyuan nodded in confirmation. That's right, I met Chikai. Has retreated deep into the wilderness area. Its next move is temporarily unclear. Suddenly, he remembered something. His face darkened. What about Long Tujing? Vain Goknan replied in a daze. Brother-in-law, that giant dragon is too ferocious. Sui Feng, Ming Yu, and General Feng's troops had to join forces to temporarily restrain it. Sui Feng added, luckily the dragon Tunin didn't target us. After Qi flew away, it left a while later. Only then did Goknan suddenly remember an important detail. Moreover, every time that dragon Tunin breathed, it sucked away all our true energy. Almost completely drained. Luckily, Brother Sui Feng gave me a supreme divine elixir, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to hold on. Well, Thienigayan looked up at the sky and muttered, Long Tune Fang Julai. After speaking, he ordered everyone to leave the barren area immediately. Suddenly, Tu Deep felt a pain that pierced his bones. The boy couldn't help but let out a soft groan, and then his whole body staggered as if about to collapse. Thing Gognan rushed over worriedly and asked, Tu Deep, what's wrong with you? Sui Feng immediately checked on Tu Deep and exclaimed in surprise, has Tu Deep reached the peak of the true man realm already? What's even stranger is the surge of true energy and violence inside the boy's body. This is absolutely not the true energy that a true immortal possesses. Li Tanyuan explained, Shuya was forcibly infused with a large amount of true energy. That's why he temporarily broke through to the Lingxi realm, for. Hearing this, all three of them exclaimed in shock, what? Li Tanyuan ignored their surprise and urged, let's get out of the desolate region first. Some things cannot be delayed longer than expected. At the same time, in another area of the desolate region, the desolate god Sun was flying away as if fleeing. What was more surprising was that he was intercepted by Li Chenqian. The two looked at each other with eyes full of hostility and vigilance. Li Chenqian unleashed spiritual energy to attack the desolate god Sun, shouting, which evil moon is this? This bomb strike created a huge explosion, and at the same time, phantom power transformed into 5 illusory figures, each like a swirling gust of wind. Where is the illusion? Li Chenqian waved his hand, spiritual power condensed into a dazzling, swirling column of light. It shot straight towards the son of the desolate god. His eyes flashed with divine might, and he roared, turn back. A black smoke shaped like countless skulls slowly condensed into a human form. Greatly astonished Li Chenqian. As soon as he unleashed his spiritual power, Li Chenqian felt something was wrong. Before the Tao power could even touch his opponent, it was completely neutralized, guided by the son of the desolate god. The situation before him terrified Li Chenqian even more, and he shouted to question him. Who exactly are you? No, what exactly are you? The son of the desolate god spoke coldly. Compared to Li Tanyuan, you are far inferior. The subordinate standing behind him. Furious that his young master was insulted, he gripped his sword with one hand, roared loudly, and charged forward. How dare you be disrespectful to the young master? As he spoke, he unleashed his spiritual power and sword technique to attack his opponent. Just as the sword was about to strike the face of the desolate god Sun, it was suppressed by a black aura. With just a slight wave of his arm, the sword was deformed and bent. At the same time, the controller's arm suffered the same backlash as the sword, twisted at an odd angle, causing him such pain that he almost fainted on the spot. A black aura swept past, and the man's arm was severed from his body. This situation could only be dealt with using an array formation. Li Chenqian immediately ordered his remaining 3 subordinates, form the array, obey the young master's command. Quickly set up the formation. Numerous swords appeared behind Li Chenqian. He raised his hand to control the array formation, and spiritual patterns brightly illuminated all directions. Sword and gathered from the center like a tide. Only a shout echoed through heaven and earth. The Hupo's sword slashed at demons and devils. As the words finished, a sword shadow broke through the air. Blade turned into a dragon, striking down like divine thunder to subdue demons. The flying swords followed a trajectory towards the son of the desolate god, but he didn't move at all. He stood still like a statue. A second later, all those swords shattered into pieces. One person exclaimed in horror, what? The attack from all 5 of us, putting in our full strength, yet he wasn't harmed at all. The son of the desolate god looked at them with contempt. Isn't that all? We'll borrow your lives for a moment. As he spoke, he exuded a dark, demonic aura. Even with a protective formation around Li Cheng, it couldn't withstand the son of the desolate god. His whole body was covered in cold sweat, his face ashen like a dead man. Fear filled his heart. What was this? This horror penetrated to the bone marrow. He absolutely could not be his opponent. Absolutely not. At this moment, A loyal subordinate used all his strength to strike a blow towards Li Chenqian, pushing him out of the area invaded by the black aura. He shouted, "Young master, run." As soon as the words left his mouth, his entire body was corroded by the black aura, riddled with holes. Before closing his eyes, he still did not forget to urge Li Chenqian, "Young master, run quickly." Very quickly, his subordinate was completely absorbed by the desolate god's son. The skeletal body of the desolate god's son gradually recovered a little. 3 remained. One stayed to deal with it, and the other 2 escorted Li Chenqian away. The one who stayed ordered the other 2, escort the young master away. Following his command, the 2 immediately took Li Chenqian away. The one who stayed used all his strength to attack. Li Chenqian anxiously looked back and called out to the man. Very quickly the man rushed in front of the opponent. The son of the desolate god grabbed his head with one hand and blood slowly flowed out from his eyes, nose, and mouth. In just 1 minute, he crushed the man's head. After absorbing another person, his body continued to recover. In this situation, the 3 of them could not escape. One subordinate charged forward to deal with the son of the desolate god. The man shouted loudly, "Right subordinate, the young master is counting on you. I will hold back that monster." After speaking, he spat his vital essence blood onto the sword, muttering, "I will use my entire life's cultivation to protect the young master and destroy him." This blow erupted with astonishing power, forming a giant sword. Li Chenqian cried out in pain, "Left subordinate." Another sword flew towards the son of the desolate god. As expected, he waved his hand, and the sword shattered into pieces. That wave of his hand also cut the left subordinate in half. He flew in front of the 2 fleeing people. The remaining subordinate chose to sacrifice himself to protect the young master. He pushed Li Chenqian away and said, "Young master, take care." Then, he rushed to hug his leg, shouting, "Monster, die with me." Black energy slowly invaded his body, and the black energy gradually expanded. Waves of black surged one after another. Li Chenqian knelt on the cold ground, his eyes vacant. He punched the ground hard, shouting unwillingly, "Talent 1, Talent 2, Right 1, Right 2, all because of me. You all died for a useless person like me." Suddenly, a voice startled him. "Indeed, you are useless." The son of the desolate god had approached him, without him noticing. Li Chenqian turned pale with fear and stammered, "Buju." Before he could finish his sentence, his throat was choked by the withered hand of the son of the desolate god, causing him to cough up blood. He curiously asked Li Chenqian, "I'm very curious. What's so special about you that those people would risk their lives to protect you?" After thinking for a while, he couldn't find any advantages. He shook his head and muttered, "Ordinary, it means nothing." Li Chenqian's veins bulged as he was choked. He tried to say each word. "My father is the Sword Saint, he will definitely avenge me." Although he didn't know who the Sword Saint was, he guessed this name belonged to a master. Li Chenqian said coldly, "My father is the strongest person in this world." Hearing this, the desolate god's son became even more curious. He decided to spare his opponent and ordered, "Take me to see him." Li Chenqian slowly stood up, looked at him, and asked, "Are you scared now? Do you want to find my father?" The desolate god's son didn't hide anything. The 4 people just now, they absorbed them all, and it only recovered a part of my injury. The flesh and blood of a master can restore my body to its original state and recover my true power. Li Cheng's face turned pale as he heard this. He was terrified, sweating and stammering, You want to absorb my father." In the quiet night, 2 orbs of light, one blood red, and one poisonous purple hovered near the bright moon, emitting flickering spiritual light. Xiaoyao was cultivating in his room when suddenly Li Tainuan entered. Standing in front of the boy, he said calmly, "You forcibly executed the heaven-piercing god-killing technique. This caused Dingji's true energy to move and accumulate inside your body. Now that true energy has invaded and dispersed throughout your internal organs." He continued, "I had intended to wait until you had further stabilized your foundation before teaching you, but given the current situation, I can no longer delay." Without any hesitation, he immediately used his 2 fingertips to channel his spiritual power directly into his son, a stream of blue true energy enveloping and permeating Xiao Ye's body. While the red true energy inside him was chaotic, Xiao Ye closed his eyes to receive it, simultaneously listening to the instructions. "The cultivation method I pass on to you is the 9-9 primordial art, which is also the main method I practice." After explaining, he began to guide the boy in channeling the vital energy. Emerge and thoroughly absorb that chaotic stream of true energy as his own. Xiao Ye closed his eyes, looking inward at his qi, feeling the red true energy surge more intensely. A golden silhouette flashed in his mind. Li Tainuan opened the acupoints on his son's chest and shouted loudly, "First cycle, guide the killing energy to return to the meridians." A stream of fiery red spiritual energy erupted, winding along the meridians throughout his body, like a crimson stake passing through the marrow, causing his body to shake violently. Under the strong pressure of the heaven and earth spiritual objects, Ziya vomited blood, but he continued to open up, shouting, "Second transformation, invisible killing form." The father and son sat inside a yellow circle. The blue true energy of Li Tianyuan was transmitted in, all harmonizing the chaotic true energy within his son's body. The boy's whole body seemed to be burned by an invisible flame. He placed his hand on Xiaoya's head, casting in yin-yang formation. Third transformation, shocking origin. The scattered true energy was then guided out, floating in the space like flowing red silk ribbons. The boy's small body lay amidst that powerful true energy. A moment later, Xiaoya looked up at Li Tianyuan. Joyfully, Dad, I feel much more comfortable. He nodded, good. Continue practicing this cultivation method from now on. True energy of all things in the world can gradually transform into what you can use. With your current condition, you only need to cultivate to the 10th level to master this true energy flow, and use it at will. Xiaoya asked curiously, Dad, is this cultivation technique called the 9-9 primordial art? So, are there a total of 9,981 levels? And patiently explained, the number 99 signifies infinity. As for how many levels one can cultivate to, it entirely depends on one's own destiny and effort. This reminded him of Sui Feng. Just as Sui Feng has cultivated to the 69th level, Xiaoya was extremely surprised by this information. He then asked, what about Uncle Mingwu? And shook his head. He has no affinity for cultivation. The father and son were talking in the room, completely unaware that Mingwu was standing outside the door and heard everything. Immediately, he went to find Sui Feng, his eyes full of scrutiny. You've already cultivated the seed technique to the 69th level. So, who is stronger now, you or Osum? Sui Feng humbly replied ambiguously, after all, I can't be stronger than the Hall Master. This answer made Mingwu's blood boil. He frowned, looked at Sui Feng, and said softly, it's this time already, what's the point of being humble? Then, Mingwu glanced at the father and daughter in the room and couldn't help but exclaim, however, Xiaoya's talent is truly astonishing, reaching the 3rd level in such a short time. Sui Feng continued. Defeng maintained the protective spell while watching the two figures silently exchanging internal energy in front of him. His face clearly showed worry. This person's strength is perhaps the strongest I have ever faced. Hearing this, Ming turned sharply and asked, stronger than the Hall Master? Defeng's face turned pale. His brows furrowed slightly. He whispered in a heavy tone, perhaps so. In that space, the internal energies of an old man and a young man were surging and clashing incessantly. It seemed both wanted to use their pressure to subdue the other, clearly determining the winner. The Yin, full of worry, watched his every move. The innocent yet anxious voice of Tuchi echoed in the tense atmosphere, Dad, are you safe? The Yin raised his eyebrows to observe. Even she could not predict the outcome of this confrontation. A terrifying pressure suddenly spread everywhere. The surrounding earth and stones were swept away into a blinding dust. In the center of the storm, the two figures stood facing each other in silence. Li Tianyuan slightly frowned, looking at the other party. Although his complexion was pale, his eyes shone with unbelievable resilience, making the person opposite him inwardly astonished. Even this immortal elder himself could not help but be surprised by such determination. He cleared his throat, pondered for a moment, and said, so that's how it is, he admitted, unable to deny. You are one of the few who can push me into this state. After a brief pause, the immortal elder sincerely advised, I asked the Heavenly Separation Hall Master to stop. As he finished speaking, the old man slowly retracted his internal energy. Li Tianyuan also simultaneously stopped his movements. The immortal elder looked at him with admiration. Indeed, worthy of the Heavenly Separation Hall Master. You have reached the 4th realm of the Great Emperor realm, the realm of essence heaven. The entire space became so still as if frozen. It seemed even the wind held its breath. The immortal without aging couldn't help but speak first. Immediately, Li Tianyuan used his magic power to move a set of table and chairs from the carriage to the ground, then respectfully invited the old man to sit down for a talk. Witnessing this scene, Zhongveng was extremely shocked, his eyes wide with astonishment. What the heck is going on? The two of them were just fighting to the death. How come they are now sitting down and talking like old friends meeting after a long time? He absolutely could not comprehend what these two were thinking. Li Tianyuan asked, Immortal without aging, what guidance do you have for me? He called lightly and humbly replied, the title Immortal without aging is just flattery from the world. Could it be that this old man cannot age? The palace master can just politely call me an old immortal. I asked back curiously. I have never revealed my sect, how could you determine my identity? The immortal of immortality recalled that recently several people attempted to break through the tribulation stage to become immortal, but only one truly succeeded. The rest all failed. Among them was the palace master of Tianli. I have had contact with people from Tianli. Their cultivation techniques are similar to yours, so I venture to guess. The old man reminisced a bit about the past. It is also fate to say so. The first person I met who used this cultivation technique was a long time ago. And that person also had the surname Lai. Li Tianyuan exclaimed. My maternal grandfather. The immortal of immortality continued. Until the thing covering your face was broken, I could be even more certain that you are the descendant of the old acquaintance, Li Tianli. That's interesting. The fact that you didn't hide it but taught the entire peerless cultivation method explains why the heavenly separation palace rose so quickly. Something few people can do. Immortal Leia explained calmly, cultivation methods are just dead things. Living people are the ones who control them. This old immortal once knew my maternal grandfather. But surely you didn't just want to chat about family matters with me, did you? Immortal Bilao was surprised that you got straight to the point like that. Explained slowly, every major realm has 4 stages, early stage, middle stage, high stage, and peak. But for the great Emperor realm, he'll only know of 3 realms, profound light, myriad manifestations, and galaxy. He shook his head, denying it. Actually, that's not the case. The great Emperor realm also has a corresponding 4th realm. That is your current realm, the celestial heaven realm, the realm close to immortality. Most immortals break through from the lower heaven realm, so very few people know about this realm. Back then, when I was about to become an immortal, I also sensed this realm, and I was one of the few immortals who broke through from the sky-reaching realm. This explanation resolved the long-standing doubt in Li Tianyuan's heart, the sky-reaching realm. No wonder I sensed the call of the rain at that time. It was because I had reached this realm. You speak frankly. No wonder I don't feel uncomfortable in my body, and recently I even vaguely sense fate. The ageless immortal nodded in affirmation. Therefore, you did not fail in your breakthrough. Instead, you have surpassed ordinary immortals. He looked up at the blue butterfly fluttering in the air and said gently, feel this realm. After you have completely mastered it, it's not too late to become an immortal. I'm afraid by then, this old man will be surpassed by you. Li Tianyuan sincerely thanks you. Thank you, immortal elder, for enlightening me. The ageless immortal stroked his beard and smiled. Don't rush to thank me. Becoming an immortal will become increasingly difficult later on. I am unintentionally slowing down your progress towards immortality. The old man suddenly asked, during your tribulation, did you precisely count how many bolts of heavenly lightning there were? He answered without hesitation, 28 bolts. The ageless immortal spoke slowly. Do you know that the earliest immortals did not have to endure heavenly lightning? Li Tianyuan still didn't understand. So where did the heavenly lightning come from? He said solemnly, I'm afraid you have already guessed. After cultivators become immortals, they add a portion of their power to the heavenly tribulation to prevent the next ones from becoming immortals. 28 bolts of heavenly lightning. That is, since ancient times, there have been at least 28 immortals in this world. He asked the old immortal, I want to ask you one question. The ageless immortal looked magnanimous. I will answer what I know. He asked with some worry. With my current strength, what will happen if I face the twin immortals of the Great Void? The ageless immortal stroked his beard and said, the twin immortals of the Great Void, the two of them broke through to immortality together, which is no different from cheating. They share the pressure of the heavenly lightning. For, when they join forces, they are strong, but when separated, they are weak. With your current strength, facing just one of them, you might not necessarily lose. He nodded and replied, I understand. The exchange is over. The ageless immortal stood up, leaning on his knee, and declared, all right, since we've talked, it's time for me to leave. Seeing him about to leave, Li Tianyuan wondered, didn't you promise Ding Jie you would teach me a lesson? The immortal shrugged. Casually, I only agreed to the promise. I didn't say I definitely had to fulfill it. The immortal's gaze lingered on Xiao Jai. He asked curiously, spirit body, aren't you going to train the child yourself? Li Tianyuan looked at his daughter with loving eyes and shook his head. My dear, my killing intent is too heavy. The cultivation technique is also not suitable for Wu Chei. If I teach her, she can only reach my level at best, which will limit her potential. The old man nodded. Oh. At this moment, Zhao Ji jumped off the carriage and ran towards the two of them, questioning the immortal in a loud voice. Sir, so you are the bad guy. Why are you bullying the ageless immortal? She smiled helplessly. I sincerely apologize, little girl. I'm sorry, little lady. Then, the old man gave Xiao Ji a token. You've helped me twice. This old man has nothing to thank you with. I'll give this to you. The little girl didn't dare to accept it without permission. She looked up, seeking permission from Li Tianyuan. He looked at his daughter and nodded in agreement. With her father's permission, Xiao Ji took the token from the old man. Lear said thank you, sir. Before the little girl could finish her sentence, the old man stepped away, smiling and saying, this old man bids farewell here. After a few steps, he asked Li Tianyuan, what about those other two? He replied softly, I was just about to shake them off too. The old man only left 2 words, and leaving. As Li Tianyuan and his father slowly approached the carriage, 2 figures suddenly emerged from the grass by the roadside. The girl tilted her head and asked the man beside her curiously, Uncle Tan, did you overhear what they were saying? The man stroked his beard and replied, ever since that old man appeared, I couldn't hear what they were saying clearly. His cultivation level has probably surpassed even the great Emperor Star Descent realm. Hearing this, the girl exclaimed in surprise, that's strong. Suddenly, the girl's eyes widened. Li Tianyuan had appeared right in front of her without her noticing. He bent down and stared intently, causing the girl to scream in fear. Li Tianyuan just stood there, silently watching the old man and the young girl hiding behind the bushes, eavesdropping. The other two felt guilty and dared not speak. Finally, the girl was the first to break the awkward silence. Raise your hand and say hello. Yes, hello. Li Tianyuan said coldly, you have followed from Simi sect until now, it's time for us to part ways. Girl cried out in horror, what? You always knew we were following you. He didn't answer, turned around and ordered Sui Feng, see our guests out for me. The girl spoke awkwardly, hey, considering we've been following for so long, we must have some feelings, right? Let us follow a little further. Li Tianyuan didn't answer, and continued walking. Just as the girl was about to follow, Sui Feng raised his hand to stop her. Gentlemen, it's time to leave. Seeing that she couldn't change his mind, the girl sighed and reluctantly admitted, okay. I actually had something to ask you. Afterwards, Sui Feng also followed the Li Tianyuan, leaving an old man and a young girl standing dumbfounded. Suddenly, the girl called Sui Feng back. Hey, wait a minute. I think I've met you before. Her name is Yuan, right? Sui Feng felt like he was struck by lightning. Right after that, the girl said a name. I remember now. Yuan Tuyan. This name seemed to touch the deep-seated anger in Sui Feng's heart. A murderous look flashed in his eyes, and without hesitation, he struck out a palm towards the girl. Just as Sui Feng was about to strike the girl's face, another powerful hand suddenly gripped his wrist tightly. Sui Feng and the older man simultaneously released powerful pressure, creating two colliding waves of force. One a cold blue wave, a deep emerald stream, a fierce confrontation in the air. Having just escaped danger, the girl showed no fear but clenched her fists tightly, excitedly shouting, reacting so intensely, it seems I haven't mistaken the person. You are the young master of the divine physician Yuan, Lord Yuan of the Wuling divine dynasty. Sui Feng's usual composure vanished. He gritted his teeth, delivering each word as a warning to the two, absolutely not to mention this person in front of him. Taking advantage of the moment the elder was momentarily distracted, Sui Feng immediately launched a powerful strike towards the talkative girl. The girl was hit, staggered, and not lightly injured. Miss. Just as the confrontation reached its peak, Li Tianyuan suddenly spoke, let's go. Seizing the opportunity while Sui Feng was distracted by Li Tianyuan's words, the elder forcefully pushed him away, embracing the girl, and swiftly departing. Even while in the other's arms, the girl showed no fear and even shouted back, hey, next time I need your help with something, I'll treat you to a grand feast. The elder sweated coldly upon hearing this, quietly reminding her, Miss, please be quiet for a moment. When only the two of them were left, Li Tianyuan turned and instructed, Sui Feng, this trip to the Nine Cloud Upper Sect this time, you don't need to follow anymore. He was stunned, hurried forward, and said, young master. But Li Tianyuan didn't let him finish. He just gently patted his shoulder and continued. You should continue with your own business first. Having followed Li Tianyuan for a long time, Sui Feng understood his decisive nature, that what he said was final, so he had to accept it. Yes, then the two returned to the carriage. Before the carriage set off, Sui Feng turned to instruct Mingwu to take good care of the young master. You must pay attention, Don. Before he could finish his sentence, Mingwu had already lost his patience. He pointed directly at Sui Feng's face, arguing fiercely, what, only you are capable. Do I need to be reminded so much? Sui Feng did not hesitate at all. The sentence hit Manhwa's sore spot, the weakest link in the Tun group. Manhwa was so angry he wanted to explode. He uttered a curse, but couldn't refute it, because it was the truth. After teasing him, Tifeng turned and laughed. As Lthinigayan was about to get into the car, Manhwa curiously asked, hey, young master, who was that elder just now? The Yang Fanon also turned her head, wondering, that's right, brother-in-law, who was that person? Lthinigayan lifted the carriage curtain and replied indifferently, someone from Thin's Mountain. Manhwa rubbed his chin and muttered, Thin's Mountain. Immediately, a terrifying name flashed in his mind. Could it be the Immortal of Immortality? As soon as this name was mentioned, his expression changed instantly, and fear was unmistakable. Lthinigayan also exclaimed in surprise, the Immortal of Immortality. The Immortal of Immortality from the 5 Immortals of Arrogance. Below the 9 Cloud Sect mountain was a bustling town called Sangvin Town. At this moment, Lthinigayan's convoy had entered. Manhwa, who was driving the carriage. I can clearly feel the atmosphere here is extremely bleak. The passers-by all have pale faces, bowing their heads to the ground, shuffling forward like soulless chefs. He reported, Hall Master. We have arrived at Changyun. Inside the carriage, Zhao Ye is concentrating on cultivation. Li Tianyuan held her hand, saying with a look of apology, Han, Zhao Ye needs continuous cultivation. I'm sorry to trouble you to guard for our child. She smiled and reassured him, it's okay, you must be careful too. Feeling bored, Xiaoji poked her head out of the carriage window to look at the scenery. Xiaoji curiously asked, Dad, why do all the people here look so strange? Then Yun Wanyuan shuddered. She felt a cold current run down her spine and said gloomily, "It's true, this place feels very heavy with death energy." Just then, a little girl hugged the man's leg tightly, crying and begging, "Dad, don't go, I don't want you to leave me." Although his heart was heavy, the man pushed his daughter away forcefully, ordering her not to follow. Despite his eyes filled with reluctance to leave, he gently instructed his daughter to be good and stay home with her grandmother. After speaking, he decisively turned and walked away, leaving behind the little girl's heartbreaking cries, "Dad, Dad." Taoji suddenly jumped out of the car. He helped the little girl up and gently asked, "Miss, are you okay?" The little girl sobbed while crying, "I don't want my dad to go. If he goes, he'll never come back." Then, Yu didn't know when she had gotten out of the car. She sat down, wiped the little girl's tears, and softly asked, "Little sister, can you tell us what happened?" Crying, the little girl recounted that the immortals, every month, the immortals would come here. Brought the people from Zhen to Mount Bao to work for the immortal. Everyone here worships the immortal. They are obedient and willing to do whatever is asked. At first, everyone thought this was a great opportunity. They happily followed the immortal up the mountain. But the scary thing was that more and more people went, and no one ever returned. Each time, they only brought back immortal fruits and nectar as rewards. But I don't need immortal fruits. I just want my father to stay with me. After saying that, the little girl burst into tears. The Nguknon comforted her and offered, "Then let me take you to find your father." The little girl was overjoyed, seeing hope, and thanked her, "Thank you, sister." Jaawi went over, holding Nguknon's hand, pointing forward, and excitedly said, "Father, let's go follow them and see." At a crowded spot, a woman's sobbing voice pleaded miserably, "Immortal, my husband is really sick. I wouldn't dare lie. Can you please let him postpone it until next time?" As soon as she finished speaking, the self-proclaimed immortal slapped her hard. He then sternly warned, "The list is set. Don't talk about sickness, even if he's about to die, he must come." The girl refused to back down. She collapsed to her knees, begging, "Exalted immortal, I beg you, please have mercy." Responding to her plea, he showed no mercy and drew his sword, slashing straight at her arm. The girl clutched her bleeding arm, her face pale, crying out in pain. He looked at the girl trembling on the ground, and said contemptuously, "How dare a lowly creature like you touch my immortal robes?" After speaking, he ordered his subordinates, "You two, go drag this brat's husband over here." The men watching sighed sadly, "There's no escape, no avoiding it." Advancing only caused more injuries. It solved nothing. After dealing with the girl, the immortal shouted loudly, "Next person up to register." The person who stepped up was the father of the little girl just now. Just as he was about to register, he heard his daughter call out, "Father." He thought he misheard, and turned his head in surprise. It was indeed his daughter, being led by a beautiful girl. Immediately, the immortal shouted loudly, "Noise, disrupting the order. Who dares to offend the immortal's might?" Kill immediately. The father was terrified and immediately knelt down to beg the high immortal, "Please spare my life." All the surrounding people turned pale and whispered, "It's over. Someone is about to die again." Without hesitation, that person drew his sword and swung it straight towards the little girl. Suddenly, a wave of extreme pressure descended. The terrified immortal looked up. "What is this? Such terrifying power." Mingyu appeared, using only 2 fingers to clamp the sword blade. The pressure emanating made his opponent flinch. He raised an eyebrow, looking at the one showing off in front of him, and sneered coldly, "What is this thing? So weak and powerless. Are you okay?" The immortal was still in shock from Mengyu's power. His eyes widened, mouth agape. "How is this possible? Why attack? Even a strong expert of the Dang realm couldn't block it so easily." He asked loudly, "Mengyu, who exactly are you? How dare you interfere in the affairs of our 9-cloud upper sect?" Mengyu just slightly curled his lips, then swung his hand and slapped him hard, right on the face of the self-proclaimed immortal. With just one blow, he collapsed to the ground, screaming miserably in pain. Mingyu casually sat on his back and asked, "Weren't you very imposing just now?" And he reached out, grabbed his hair, and shook his head. He asked, nonchalantly, "So you know pain too?" Li Tianyuan stepped forward and cut a small slit on his finger. Then he dripped blood onto the wound of the girl who was just slashed. And in an instant, the wound healed completely, leaving no scar. That immortal pulled out his sword. The blade glowed with a cold light. His eyes were bloodshot like a wild beast, fiercely locking onto Mengyu. His face darkened. With murderous intent blazing, he roared, "How dare you!" He immediately cast the cloud-breaking sword technique. The sword flew straight into the sky, emitting a powerful purple magical aura. In just a moment, it dispersed into countless sword energies, all aimed directly at the crowd of innocent people. The sword energies rushed down. The people panicked and fled, but couldn't escape. They cried out for help in despair. "Stop, save us." Mingyu frowned tightly. His anger began to erupt. Without hesitation, Mingyu mobilized his divine power, condensing it into a radiant golden sphere that emitted a dazzling golden light. He roared loudly, "Hey, Are you attacking without rules? As he spoke, Mingyu launched the golden sphere straight at the descending flying swords. Astonishing power immediately completely suppressed the cloud-breaking sword technique. While the enemy was still squinting from dizziness, Mingyu leisurely approached and grabbed the man by his long hair with one hand, causing him to cry out in agony. Next, Mingyu forcefully slammed his opponent's head onto the ground. At the same time, the blonde man hastily pulled out a jade talisman to call for help. He threw the jade talisman into the air and shouted, "A powerful enemy has invaded, quickly send reinforcements." But before the message could be sent, the jade talisman unexpectedly exploded. The man's face changed color, his hair was singed and smoking, and his eyes were wide with disbelief, as if he couldn't accept the truth. How could this be? How could the sex jade talisman explode? He slumped to the ground in despair. His whole body was trembling non-stop. At this moment, Li Tainyuan led Zhaoji past. He glanced at Ming Wu and reminded him softly, "Stop messing around." Ming Wu just grunted and casually stepped over the blonde-haired man. The two accomplices of the defeated party questioned him in a panic. "Who are you people?" Li Tainyuan remained silent, only coldly sweeping his eyes over them. At the same time, he released an extremely strong wave of pressure that made the other two so scared that their legs couldn't stand firm. Then, an explosion echoed. Zhaoji tried to turn her head to look, but Ming Wu quickly stood in front of her, blocking her view. Just as the group was about to leave, a man from the village pleaded, "Immortal sirs, please leave here quickly. You don't know. There are countless masters in the Nine Clouds upper sect. Take advantage of the time before they react and retreat." Mingyu crossed his arms and retorted. The eyes didn't blink, full of arrogance, asking back, telling us to run away. "On the contrary, I want to ask you, being bullied and enslaved like this, why don't you find another place to live?" The man shook his head sadly, his tone filled with resignation. "We can't leave. The area of villages within 100 miles around here has been bound by the immortal techniques of the Nine Clouds upper sect. We are destined to stay here for generations. Anyone who dares to leave will have their entire family hunted down and killed." Hearing this, everyone looked dejected and bowed their heads to the ground. Despair was evident on every face. Ding Hak Nam was furious upon hearing this. She loudly expressed her indignation. "I never expected an immortal sect that claims to be noble could act so despicable." While everyone was talking, Lothian had already gone some distance. He turned back and instructed, "Wait for me here." The Ingaknan curiously asked him, "Where are you going?" Bin Vu was already accustomed to his actions. He gently reassured her, "Rest assured and move on. The dark clouds over their heads will soon dissipate." A moment later, Lothian walked alone up the long, towering steps. He called out, "Lathan." Li then immediately appeared behind him, cupped his hands, bowed, and paid his respects. "Sect Master, all the half-demon slaves and innocent people within the range of Kuvan Thuong Tong have been secretly protected and are safe." He nodded and replied concisely, "Good." And he looked straight ahead, his eyes revealing a fierce glint. He coldly emphasized each word. "Next, arrange people to guard the key roads. Do not let anyone from the Nine Cloud upper sect escape." Li King hurriedly accepted the order. "Yes, Palace Master, please allow me to accompany you." Li Tanyuan refused. "Li allow the fallen immortal to follow." Withdrawing his words, he stared intently at the area of the Nine Cloud upper sect, his gaze extremely resolute. "This time, I want to test my true strength." Thus, Li Tanyuan advanced alone straight into the Nine Cloud upper sect, which was enveloped by a formation of thunder and fury. Thunder roared deafeningly, and lightning bolts constantly streaked across the sky as if trying to tear space apart. At the same time, inside the Nine Cloud upper sect, lightning continuously struck down. Ikenhun and the Kunat Mfinchu Tromit Kuku Ray Kele Hang Nilan Visitor to Mediva East Try. Pivotal do ten and fiddle Panu Kang Sianage, Nialil Ivan Nes Foidi, Kumain Id Nessi at 10. Within a condensate event Havlad beat, the Lord he hizzy, Q and Chahaning. On me, earing by a lune, Divin the Hung Thing Nimang. Hib Kim Yanagi, Film Hit Him and Ankings at Flai. John no Bilai Thin Ancient, Cat. Sub Adnamit Loy. It is a Knivinache and Imtkatit bed. Tini Khan Kisi Hit and the Levante Tips he. Jakes Jang Idian. Thing the Kai and Trung Hanging. Ifeng Chuan asked curiously, "With such a large number of heavenly vein soul cores, what does the Cloud Ascending sect want to do? It seems the young master's heavenly vein soul core must also be here." Suddenly, Li Tanyuan's eyebrows furrowed tightly. Sekong Chuan called out loudly. The hall master was startled. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, looked straight at the heavenly vein soul core in front of him, and calmly declared, "It's not here." Hearing this, Sekong Chuan was extremely astonished and quickly asked again, "How is that possible?" He immediately affirmed, "I didn't sense it wrong. There is no heavenly vein soul core of Chunmai here." So he asked further, "Hall Master, the formation here is extremely mysterious. Could there be a secret area that we haven't discovered?" Li Tanyuan asserted, "This formation is essentially for protection. It has absolutely no concealing effect. Hearing this, Sikong Chuan was so surprised that his eyes widened. Loudly asking, "Sect Master, then what should we do next?" He explained, "I want to take advantage of this grand formation to trace the operational trajectory of those involved in the formation. Hopefully, we will have some gains." Immediately after, Li Tianyuan recited an incantation. Ancient characters appeared in the air. He raised his hand, stopping the chant Heavenly Soul Shaking, Earth Reversing Universe. Then he clenched his fist and shouted, "Manifest." Spiritual energy and smoke immediately dissipated. Within it appeared an image of Sikong Chuan exchanging words with a masked person. The mysterious person instructed him, "You must seize the time to cultivate. The situation in the eastern imperial city of the Sui Kingdom has been arranged. By then, there will be no shortage of opportunities for you to show off and contribute." Seen in this scene, Sikong Chuan, standing with Li Tianyuan, muttered, "Huan King Dong Sui Guo, could it be?" The image quickly vanished. Sikong Chuan asked him, "Huan King Dong Sui Guo, isn't that just a wisp of spiritual energy floating in the air?" Li Tianyuan closed his eyes slightly, exuded pressure, and simultaneously calculated with his fingers. A moment later, he spoke in surprise, could this not be a random bad event?" Sikong Chuan asked curiously, "It's not a bad thing." "Sect Master, do you mean the young master losing his heavenly vein soul bone is not a bad thing?" He replied calmly, "It's hard to say. But just now, I sensed from the heavenly secrets that it is a good omen." Mist and smoke still lingered over the ruins before the main gate of Shangzhongju Yuan, which had been destroyed. Hundreds of lives, including captured civilians and those called half-demon slaves with slave brands clearly imprinted on their skin, trembled as they gathered. Thinigan, with a cold and imposing demeanor, did not use divine power to move but slowly stepped out of the ruins. His trusted subordinate, Ulthun, quickly stepped forward, bowing his head. "All Master, the task is complete. All civilians and imprisoned half-heroes have been rescued." Thinigan only glanced at the crowd, who were fearful yet full of hope. His voice echoed like a verdict. "The Kuvin Thangding has been destroyed. The chains binding you are gone. From now on, you are completely free. Go follow your own will." This declaration was like a downpour in the desert. Joy erupted, overcoming all fear, bringing tears even to the eyes of the men. They cheered in unison, their cries of gratitude to the immortal mixed with calls for their homeland, for their loved ones. In the midst of this, a middle-aged man with a haggard appearance stepped forward. He was one few, representing the people of Chongyun town, kneeling to express their gratitude for saving their lives. However, unconcealable anxiety caused him to reveal a horrifying secret. "Immortal, you are unaware, this land still lies entirely within the range of an ancient formation. Invisible and solid barrier is trapping us here for generations. Moreover, the allies of Jiaoyun Shengzhen will surely hunt down those you have freed." Li Tianyuan listened in silence, gently closing his eyes. Without further explanation, he raised his sleeve. Instantly, a dull shattering sound echoed in the air. Not of matter, but the cracking of the seal that had bound this land for generations. In the distance, on the mountain top, Mingwu, another subordinate, was chewing on grass, smiling proudly. Truly worthy of the electric master. Maximum efficiency indeed. At the same time, giant cracks appeared on the mountain. The stone tablet engraved with the name of the Nine Cloud Upper Sect broke and crumbled into dust. The sky suddenly became clearer and more expansive than ever before, as if opening up a new future. A clear sound echoed, reminding everyone that the restriction had vanished. "You are now free to come and go." Just then, a young girl from the half-demon slave group, named Yu, stepped forward. "Beg the High Immortal. After being freed, we half-demon slaves have no place to rely on, nor do we know where to go to avoid pursuit. He take us in. Give us a place to stay." Li Tianyuan used his magic to lift the girl up. His eyes were fixed on the black metal soul-binding collar tightly gripping her neck. He said softly, "Before me, there is no need to kneel. I will dissolve the soul-binding collars on your bodies." The entire group, including Yuno, was stunned in amaze. Dissolving the soul-binding collar. Isn't this impossible? Li Tianyuan placed his hand on the slave collar around Yan Yu's neck. A stream of pure white light, like jade, flowed into the dark object. The soul-binding collar did not shatter, but slowly melted under the purifying light. In an instant, the slave's shackles completely disappeared, falling to the ground as a pile of metal dust. With her neck freed, she was so moved that tears streamed down her face. "It's done, it's really done. You are our reborn benefactor." She bowed her head once more. "This servant, Inmigite, sincerely wishes to submit. May the esteemed immortal accept us into the heavenly lay palace." Carrying the widely renowned name, the other half-demons immediately knelt down, unanimously expressing their loyalty, while Thinigan raised his hand, signaling everyone to stand up. His expression became solemn. "The first rule upon entering the heavenly lay palace is to absolutely not kneel to anyone, and from now on, you are not allowed to call me master. Furthermore, to join the heavenly lay palace, you must undergo soul searching and spirit examination. This is a mandatory condition to ensure purity and safety for the palace. You must decide for yourselves. The group of half-demons looked at each other, then nodded resolutely in unison. We are willing to undergo soul-searching and wish to join the Heavenly Light Palace. He turned to Luthen. You should start the work of sorting and verification. Before finishing his words, Li Tianyuan's eyes turned cold. The Nine Cloud Supreme Sect has been destroyed. Their allied forces will not remain silent. Be prepared to respond and always be vigilant. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, Li Tianyuan quickly reunited with his daughter, Xiao Che, and Ming Yu. Excited, hugged him, her eyes full of pride. Seeing Li Tianyuan return safely from the Nine Cloud Supreme Sect, the crowd of villagers was still confused and skeptical. He came down the mountain unharmed. Could it be that the Nine Cloud Supreme Sect was really destroyed? Or is he deceiving us? Tao Chai was angry and wanted to explain to her father. But suddenly, a scream rang out. The scene of the half-demon slaves and villagers being freed, still holding the chains, tumbling down from the mountain caused a terrible misunderstanding. The crowd at the foot of the mountain panicked, screaming, half-demons, too many half-demons. It must be the people from the Cloud Sect sent us around and kill us. Rud. However, shortly after, a man noticed something unusual. Wait, look, those people are the ones they took up the mountain. In an instant, the panicked screams were replaced by sobs of reunion. Tight embraces, heart-wrenching cries of brother, father, proved that what Li Tianyuan said was true. Pure, your father thought you were dead. A father hugged his long-lost son, tears streaming down. The son quickly pointed at Li Tianyuan. Father, it was this celestial master who single-handedly destroyed the entire Cloud Sect, broke the immortal formation, and saved all of us. Villagers' attitudes changed 180 degrees, and they quickly knelt down. Don King shouted, thank you, Immortal, for saving the people of Chongyun Town. Li Tianyuan remained cold. The restriction here has been lifted. You are free to go. Although they were free, their faces still showed confusion. Where should we go? How do we deal with the allies of the evil sect? At this moment, a man suddenly made a bold suggestion. Immortal, please be generous. Can we join the Heavenly Lyre Hall like the half-demons? The name Heavenly Lyre Hall once again caused a huge stir. The crowd whispered with admiration and longing. Heavenly Lyre Hall, a transcendent power. Do they need ordinary people like us? Li Tianyuan's expression didn't change, only repeating the single condition. Fine. But you must go through soul cleansing. The name soul cleansing made many people turn pale with fear, but after a moment of hesitation, gratitude, and the need to seek protection prevailed. This life was saved by the Celestial Master. I have nothing to hide. I agree to soul cleansing, one person declared, and a series of voices responded in agreement. We are also willing. Li Tianyuan nodded, and ordered Li Cheng to start making arrangements. However, a few people still hesitated and retreated. Did not dare to accept the strict trial from the Heavenly Gate. Although there were still many doubts and anxieties about the nature of the Super Soul, everyone present decisively agreed. Replacing the worry clearly visible on every face, Mingyu spoke to reassure them, his tone mixed with coldness. You do not need to be afraid. Super Soul is not scary at all. If everyone abides by the rules and stays in their lane, everything will be safe and sound. He paused, then curled his lips into a meaningful half-smile. But if anyone harbors dark intentions or ill will, then, he. Unlike Ming was rambling, Li Tianyuan did not waste time. Raised his hands and declared firmly, if everyone agrees, then let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the Super Soul formation. A golden formation immediately appeared above the crowd. Powerful spiritual energy beams from the formation shone directly onto each person, as if trying to penetrate the depths of their minds. Among those affected, some felt light and relaxed. But there were also quite a few people writhing in extreme pain, sweating profusely. Their pale faces immediately caught Minfa's attention, especially a man who was trembling violently. He glanced over and let out a soft sound of interest. His curiosity was piqued. Minfu immediately unleashed his spiritual power to follow and see what the man had witnessed to be so terrified. Soon, a series of horrifying memories appeared in Minfa's mind, images of the man being brutally tortured and tormented by members of the Nine Cloud Supreme Sect. The relentless sword strikes. The man knelt and begged pitifully, please, spare my life, let me go. Now, a blond man ordered him. Keep a close watch on these mortals. Report any unusual signs immediately. After receiving the secret order, his mind completely changed, and he followed their instructions to mercilessly slaughter innocent mortals. After watching the scene, Minfa's face immediately darkened. He spoke in a cold voice, so that's how it is. You are the spy planted by the Nine Cloud Supreme Sect. You even took advantage of the chaos to rape other people's wives and children, and then killed everyone to cover your tracks. No wonder you were so afraid of the soul sealing array. Middle-aged man in the crowd heard those words and was so indignant that his body trembled violently. He pointed directly at the traitor's face and shouted loudly. You once said that my nephew's whole family was captured by Chiu Yun Shangzong. Could it be you? Was it all caused by you? Saying this, he couldn't bear the excitement, and coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. The people around were extremely indignant, unanimously condemning and cursing the spy. "I didn't expect you to be such a despicable person. Why would you want to harm your own brothers? We thought all the previous incidents were done by Jiu Yunshan Zong. I never expected that if it weren't for the Immortal's soul-revealing technique, we would have been completely deceived." The entire crowd, who had been tricked by the man, were grinding their teeth in anger. Suddenly, a short, fat man holding a sword rushed out with the intention of sneak attacking Li Tanyuan. He shouted as he rushed forward, "Die!" Li Tanyuan remained standing still, calm and motionless. But immediately, the sword in the fat man's hand clattered to the ground. He hadn't even managed to touch a single hair of Minvu. Standing near Pohai, Minvu burst into a contemptuous laugh. "Damn it. Do you really think that after single-handedly wiping out the 9-cloud upper sect, Thin Nigan, I would be ambushed by a cheap trick like yours?" As soon as the words fell, the pressure Thin Nigan emitted suddenly intensified mouthful. Under that terrifying pressure, the fat man collapsed to the ground, trembling like a dry twig. His face contorted and twisted under the unbearable pressure. Then he exploded and was annihilated on the spot. His accomplices, witnessing that tragic end, were terrified and hurriedly shouted to each other, "Run, scatter and run." Minvu moved swiftly, blocking their escape route. He spoke in a cold voice, "Still want to run?" In just a brief moment, those who were trying to escape exploded into pieces before Minvu could even make a move. He just stared in astonishment at the scene. He frowned, blaming Lithinigayan, as least leave me some glory. Lithinigayan paid no attention to the teasing, turned to the crowd, and ordered, "Continue." Thus, the soul superposition array was deployed again. At this moment, a girl stepped forward and said respectfully, "Hall Master, can you take action directly? If this soul superposition technique has any flaws, won't it harm innocent people?" As soon as she finished speaking, she realized her words were a bit much and quickly explained with concern, "Xiao Nu is just worried and doesn't doubt your decision at all." Lithinigayan replied in a calm tone, "Everyone who enters my heavenly separation hall does so voluntarily. I have never forced anyone. As for whether the soul superposition has flaws, no matter how sophisticated the soul-searching technique is, any method that interferes with memory will have shortcomings. If we discover hidden memories or any abnormal signs, we will monitor and pay special attention. Once information about the mole is identified, absolutely no mercy is needed." After clearly explaining, he told the girl, "From this moment on, you are a member of the Heavenly Lake Palace. You don't need to be reserved or afraid when speaking to me." The girl let out a soft sound, looking at him with sparkling eyes, her face flushed with shyness mixed with admiration. Minvu then teased her again. "Hee, look at that expression, another one has fallen into the net." A moment later, Lythun respectfully reported, "Palace Master, the Super Soul Array is complete. No further issues were found." He nodded, "Good. Lythun, take them to arrange their accommodations and begin training." He then replied, "Understood, Your Excellency." Back in the car, the two girls, Thangok Noam and Tiu Chi, were fast asleep. Lithinigayan approached the Yan Han. Standing near where Tiu Deep was concentrating on cultivation, she looked up and asked him softly, "Little Deep, does he know what you mean?" He shook his head slightly. Then the Yan Han asked again, "What is your next plan?" He looked at his wife, his voice full of tenderness. "When we reach the eastern imperial city of Tumut, Li has already given some instructions. It's better to go and explore. Besides treating Tiu Deep, the seal on her body must also be completely removed. In the eastern imperial city of Tu, I still have an old friend who specializes in formations." Yan Han rested her head on his chest and reminded him softly, "You must also pay attention to your own safety." Lithinigayan's eyes were filled with love for her. He gently patted her hand to reassure her. Thus the couple embraced in absolute silence. As for Dai Fong, he stood motionless before an old tree. He sadly looked down at the tombstone at the base of the tree and whispered, "I've come to visit you." On the stone tablet, the name at Bint Trin was clearly engraved. He confided in her, "I was rescued by the young master. In recent years, I have followed the young master. Everything has been very good, so you don't need to worry." As he spoke these words, his mind couldn't help but recall painful memories, the scene of him being tightly bound in a dark room, his face covered in blood and injuries. In a fateful moment, Lithinigayan opened the door and walked in. At that time he extended his hand and said, "Come with me." At that very moment, he only thought for a second before deciding to go with him. And that decision completely changed his life. Emerging from his memories, he proudly told her, "Big sister, you didn't expect this, did you? I have now reached the great emperor realm. No one can bully me anymore." As he spoke, he carefully wiped the dust off the stone tablet. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed. Huifon's eyes widened. "Who is it?" An iron chain shot out with terrifying speed. Huifon merely tilted his body slightly, and the iron chain grazed past his rope, leaving a gust of cold wind whistling past his ear. Man in a black cloak landed softly on the ground. He raised his head and said, "You finally showed up. I've been waiting for you here for 7 years. No, to be precise, 8 years. I knew you would definitely return to this place." Tui Fom saw the appearance of the person opposite him, and his face immediately turned as cold as ice. He ground out every word through his teeth, his voice deep and demonic. "A soul reaper." The soul reaper roared. The black, shimmering chain coiled into a vortex of death in midair, emitting an angry hiss. The man spoke coldly, his hoarse voice carrying killing intent. "If I don't take a life now, how can I complete the next mission?" In a flash, Sui Feng quickly used the ethereal shadow heaven technique. Immediately, a series of illusory figures appeared around him, incredibly lifelike. Sui Feng and the illusions attacked simultaneously, forming a fierce whirlwind assault towards the opponent. The Soul Reaper's eyes widened in astonishment. He thought to himself that he truly had to look at this person differently. He never expected Sui Feng's power to have broken through to the Great Realm, a level he couldn't have imagined before. Sui Feng remained silent, but the aura emanating from his body surged continuously, becoming more and more powerful. The two opposing forces collided violently. A loud grunt echoed, shaking the entire space. The Soul Reaper gritted his teeth. The chain formed sharp whips, tearing through the air with whistling sounds. But then, suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief. As if unable to believe the sight before him. What the hell is this? The chain, which was his treasured weapon, had been shattered into pieces by Sui Feng's imposing aura. Sui Feng tried to exert more force, increasing his power, sending the vengeful ghost flying far away with immense force. As he struggled to regain his footing on the ground, he turned his head to stare intently at Sui Feng, his eyes filled with extreme doubt and astonishment. If he wasn't mistaken, the thing glittering in Sui Feng's hand was a celestial weapon. Sui Feng explained indifferently, "This sword is named Nylon Reverse Scale. It was forged from the reverse scales on a celestial dragon's neck, combined with 1,000-year-old cold iron personally refined by young Master Hue or someone else." With a few sharp words, Sui Feng drew his sword and attacked without mercy. A cold glint flashed, and hot fresh blood splattered onto the ground. The moment Sui Feng landed, the Grim Reaper collapsed. He sheathed his sword, his eyes as cold as millennia of ice and snow, and declared, "I am no longer the person I used to be." However, just then, the Grim Reaper's hands suddenly twitched. He struggled to stand up. His tongue lolled out, blood still dripping down his arm to the ground. As fast as a black lightning bolt, he frantically lunged towards Sui Feng. Sui Feng turned his head in surprise to look at his opponent. The Grim Reaper wasn't dead yet. At the same time, in the eastern imperial city of the Sui Kingdom, the Tiny One's luxurious carriage began to roll through the city gates. The magnificent, exquisitely crafted carriage attracted the curious gazes of the passers-by. What were they whispering about? Such a magnificent carriage. Which noble family does it belong to? I don't know. Even in the mansions of the top officials and nobles, I've never seen anything like it. Could it be a great prince from some distant land? Inside the carriage, Zhao Ye was closing his eyes, meditating and cultivating. A blazing red aura emanated from his entire body, completely different from the usual calm blue color seen during the Heaven Origin ceremony. Seeing her son, Shi Yanhan couldn't help but show a worried expression. These past few days, Zhao Ye has frequently been in pain. She was afraid that something might go wrong during the cultivation of the 9-9 Origin art, this extremely difficult cultivation technique. During her mother's worry, Xiao Jie was also extremely frightened. The little girl timidly pulled on Zhenyan's sleeve and asked in a soft voice, "Father, is Xiao Ye okay?" He gently stroked his daughter's head. "Chihanin, it's alright, my daughter. For your little brother, this is actually a good thing." Xiao blinked her eyes at her father, asking back in confusion. "Good news." Li Tianyuan didn't explain further. He suddenly placed 2 fingers on Xiao Ye's forehead, carefully probing his meridians and the state of his true energy. Then, he turned to Xianhan. "Xiao Ye's cultivation path is particularly unusual. Thanks to the bronze bell I personally forged for the boy, he was able to build a path for his true energy. However, due to his outstanding talent, the blood energy entering his body strengthened too quickly. Coupled with the fusion of special true energy from elixirs or other unique items, caused the true energy in his body to become mixed. That's why his cultivation hasn't been smooth." He paused briefly, gently holding her hand, and comforted her in a low voice. "You don't need to worry too much. After entering the city, I will find some blood key spiritual herbs, and it should be able to soothe Xiao Ye's symptoms." Just then, Ming Ye's voice sounded from outside the carriage. "Young master, we have arrived at the Myriad Elixir Pavilion." The carriage stopped in front of the Myriad Elixir Pavilion. Suddenly the loud shout rang out. "Get out of the way, get out of the way, don't block my young master's path." A pair of sequin shoes slowly stepped forward. The newcomer was dressed in yellow silk robes, lightly fanning himself with a paper fan. He looked down at the woman standing in front of him. The old woman spoke helplessly. "Young master, in what way have we offended you? Why did you overturn our stall?" He raised his shoes with an extremely arrogant expression. "These shabby stalls are obstructing my view, making it impossible to see the shine of the new shoes." Upon recognizing the person who had just appeared, the expressions of the surrounding people all changed, revealing fear. They whispered to each other, "This disaster is out again. Quickly hide far away. If he notices you, it will be big trouble." That's right, that's right. Suddenly, a heavy ingot of gold flew straight into the face of a young man, causing him to bleed from the nose. The thrower was the young man dressed in yellow. The arrogant man shouted loudly, "What are you looking at? I am handsome, rich, and have many admirers." Then he repeatedly kicked the young man hard. While kicking, he shouted, "Remember to control your mouth well. This money is for medical expenses. Is it enough? Is it enough?" The young man clutched his head in pain, screaming for mercy, "Enough, enough. I was wrong, someone saved my life." The surrounding people, despite having good intentions to help, lacked the strength and courage. They trembled in fear. After beating the young man half to death, the man threw a few taels of gold for medical expenses, then wiped his hands with a cloth, saying leisurely, "Young master here hates people gossiping behind my back the most." Seeing the people standing nearby, the man sneered provocatively, "What, you all want money for medicine too?" Hearing this, the crowd turned and fled in panic. After driving the crowd away, the man's mood immediately improved greatly. He laughed heartily and exclaimed, "Paha, so refreshing." Opening his eyes, the man saw a carriage slowly approaching. He didn't yield the way but arrogantly stood blocking the street, ordering, "Stop the carriage." Mingyu pouted, fiddled with his ear, and said with annoyance, "You're blocking my way, do you want your carriage smashed?" The man in yellow robes walked around the carriage for a while, his eyes revealing greed. Then he concluded, "Superior materials, high defensive capability, and spatial formation. Both soundproof and comfortable. I'd like it. From today on, it belongs to me." Saying that, the man walked straight in front of Mingyu and declared bluntly, "Little one, I like your carriage. Aim your price." Mingyu was so angry he could have burst into smoke. He couldn't believe if this man's mind was problematic or not. Gritting his teeth, he spat out every word, "You idiot. Get lost." The man not only didn't leave but also acted nonchalant, asking back with extreme arrogance, "You know who I am, and still dare to be so arrogant." Minvu glanced at the man with contempt, as if looking at an idiot. He pointed a finger at the man's face and sneered, "Oh, did I call your name? Why should I know who you are?" The man pulled out a handful of gold coins, and threw them into the air. With a smug look, he began his self-introduction, "I am Kyan Data, son of Kyan Superda, the richest man in Dong Sui Kingdom, nicknamed the Spendthrift by the world. The carriage you own is the greatest honor for you." With that, the arrogant man threw a gold bar directly at Minvu's face, asking loudly, "Is this amount enough for you to give up the carriage?" Minvu coldly waved his hand, throwing the gold bar back at Tynded's face. Immediately, an invisible force pressed him to his knees. Henchmen standing nearby were too shocked to react. Minvu frowned, his tone sharp. "There are things you are not allowed to casually dream about, and even less allowed to demand with your hands." Tynded knelt on the ground, his eyes bloodshot with indignation. He pointed directly at Minvu and roared, "You hit me. You dare to hit me. Even my father has never touched a single hair on me. Today you dare to hit me. Do you believe I can crush you to death with money?" Then he ordered his subordinates, "Men, charge him." Hearing the order, 3 bodyguards rushed in to attack Minvu. 3 loud slaps echoed in his ears. Minvu slapped each of them across the face and sent them flying into the wall. He still couldn't see the situation clearly and continued to order, "Hit them hard for me." Before he could finish speaking, his subordinates had already fallen around him. A second later, Tyndedea reacted. His subordinates were all down. Who else could hear his order? He looked in horror at the men groaning on the ground. Now he knew fear. He trembled violently, and stammered, "You dare to hit me? I want you to compensate me. I will definitely make you pay until you are ruined." Minvu shrugged, generously patted his shoulder, and said, "All right, I'll compensate you." Tynded's face turned pale. Before he could utter a sound, Minvu gave him a heavy punch, sending his body flying far like a ball. Minvu leisurely approached, arrogantly pointing at his hand, beginning this speech of mind, "A slap born of heaven and earth, containing the dampness of rainwater, gathering the essence of the sun and moon, being hit by it can clear one's mind, and prolong life. Tell me." Minvu moved closer, "Isn't this valuable slap worth 1.8 million? Kyan Data clutched his swollen, bun-like cheek and roared through gritted teeth, "Minvu, art, too slow." With that, he continued to slap relentlessly, "What do you? Didn't I already give it to you? Don't act innocent after getting a bargain. Surely this slap of mine isn't worth less than your worthless gold bar." The slaps rained down like the sky falling, quickly turning the man's face into a swollen pig's head. Minvu slapped and pressed, "Is it enough? Is it enough? Say it, say it." With no answer, Minvu slapped even more enthusiastically. Then he finished with a shove, sending Kyan Data flying. Kyan Data lay sprawled on the ground, his face swollen like a pig's head, tears streaming down as he gasped, You have to let me speak. Stop cutting me off. He staggered to his feet, his tone cold, enunciating every word. My father has never hit me like this. Mingwu crossed his arms over his chest, and replied arrogantly. Oh, I hit even harder than your father. Then you can choose to call me grandpa. At this moment, Tang Data regained his composure and declared dramatically. It's time for you to see my trump card. As he finished speaking, he pointed to the sky and shouted twice, meow, meow. As soon as the words left his mouth, a strong gust of wind arose. The passers-by couldn't withstand the pressure and fell to the ground one after another, shouting, what's wrong? Help. Soldiers ran over and asked, what's going on? Suddenly, Tang Data froze. Before him was a black smoke with two glowing eyes. How strange. Two soldiers stammered to each other. What is this? A demon. Not long after, the black mist condensed, turning into a giant black cat. Tang Dada stood before the cat, laughing triumphantly. This is the Bela beast, a super powerful magical beast that Xiaola paid a huge sum to subdue. Ha ha ha, scared now, aren't you? Will make you regret messing with this Tang Dada. Just then, the carriage curtain opened slightly. Lithian Ninghayan stepped out coldly. He spoke softly. What's all the noise? The moment he appeared, the aggressive Bela beast suddenly trembled. Its eyes widened, and its whole body broke out in a cold sweat. Tang Dada didn't notice the Bela beast's fear at all. He just pointed at Minvu and loudly accused, meow meow, this guy just hit me. I want you to beat him into a pig's head. Now the nearby crowd whispered to each other. I didn't expect Clan Data to have such a powerful demonic beast as a follower. It's truly a case of a dog relies on its master, a chicken relies on its coup, and he relies on his cat's power. When Clan Data heard this, he pointed at the two of them. He shouted, shut your mouths for me. You want to be buried, don't you? Whoever among you is too talkative, this young master will deal with you. Then he ordered the Bela beasts. Meow meow, charge. The Bela beast behind him broke out in a cold sweat. Li Tangyuan walked over leisurely, an invisible pressure emanating powerfully, scaring it out of its wits. It cried out in its heart, oh my god. Why did I run into this great master? Fine Data still shouted loudly, meow meow, take care of him. After work, I will prepare food and drinks for you. Also, arrange for servants to bathe you. Hit him now. Don't you see he's not reacting? And Data turned back and saw, oh my, what is this? This cat was so scared it froze. He gently touched it, called softly, meow, meow, why aren't you moving? Ming Yu reached out and grabbed Kind Data's head, warning in a cold voice, beat him until his head is like a pig's, you little dog. It seems you haven't been beaten enough. He looked at Ming Yu fearfully and stammered, it wasn't me, I didn't mean to. Ming Yu continued slapping his face, while Kind Data cried and begged for mercy. I was wrong. Stop hitting me, Grandpa, I won't dare again. More surprisingly, Bilithus saw its master kneeling down. It immediately followed suit, knelt on the ground, and cried out, I was wrong, please spare me. Ian Dada's jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes. His fierce beast apologized. He loudly called out, Mao Mao. Li Tanyuan said to Ming Wu, don't waste any more time. Listen to me. Ming Wu delivered a final blow to Kind Data, sending his body flying far away like a ball. Han Yi sneered, nephew, learn to be humble. Otherwise, you might end up looking like a pig's head any day. Seeing his two subordinates struggling to get up, he angrily shouted, what are you standing there for? Go. Just like that, the two subordinates helped him leave, shouting as they went, you just wait. Next time, it's not certain who will end up with a pig's head. As Li Tanyuan carriage sped down the street, everyone looked up in awe. Their faces were filled with terror, and they couldn't stop exclaiming. Who is the person in that carriage that made that ferocious beast so scared? I don't know, never seen them before. This person has an overbearing aura, they are definitely not simple. Seeing the beast following him, Minvu couldn't help but ask, what are you following us for? It lowered its head, sighing deeply with sorrow. Life is not easy. Meow Meow has to work for a living. Minvu teased, hey, great master, why are the powerful figures of the great emperor level usually hiding in caves? Why are you wandering the world looking for a job? It replied dejectedly, it was hard for me to trick that foolish servant into serving me, but you ruined it all. Minvu was displeased and warned it coldly. It's because your strength is weak, and you blame young master. It pointed its paw at its own face and complained, do you know how hard it is to earn a living peacefully in this era? Originally, and it was very peaceful at the Xuanhian sect, respected by that foolish rich man, with all kinds of resources. Otherwise, I would have to go out and kill, which is so dangerous. But they messed with this great master, who made me worry about my livelihood again. Saying this, a few crocodile tears fell. It didn't forget to glance at Lithian Ninghayan with an accusing look. Nanva's face turned pale with anger. He glared at it and questioned in a commanding tone, if I remember correctly, you bullied the weak, feared the strong, and abandoned them when the situation became unstable, didn't you? I blame yes. Haleb Beast immediately retorted. How can you blame me for this? This is called being timely. Just like those other blind people who would have died in the wilderness. The fact that he survived proves him smart. Looking at Lothian, it was as if it saw a savior, trying to act cute to persuade him. Oh, in this day and age, if you don't eat, you'll die. Why don't you take me in? Big shot. Next, it showed off its strengths. Look, my strong claws, my soft fur, my expressive eyes. Number one choice for the position in the house. I can even replace you. Dare to say treasure. Feel the cultivation. Li Tianyuan is straight on it. You are too weak. These words made the Baila Beast furious. It vehemently denied, the dignified Baila Beast, and we. Before it could finish speaking, it was shaken by the invisible pressure emanating from Li Tianyuan, causing its whole body to tremble. It immediately changed its attitude. So, it lay on the ground crying and throwing a tantrum. Its Manhwa is too weak, sob. Just as it was immersed in misery, Manhwa spoke up, stop. Ding you shrink a little. You scared the person. Look. The Baila Beast glanced at the frightened common people and readily agreed, oh, alright. Saying that, it transformed into an extremely adorable kitten. Vu looked at the scene before him, his eyes wide open, and he exclaimed, it can really shrink. The little girl saw the cub and couldn't help but exclaim, Daddy, it's so cute. Then she moved closer to observe the beast. A person and a beast faced each other. Then the beast realized this was a good opportunity. It immediately threw itself into Xiaojia's arms, acting cute, which made the little girl extremely happy. It thought contentedly, now I can rely on someone. As long as I protect this little girl well, my life will surely be carefree. I'm so smart. Lying in Xiaojia's arms, the beast said to Li Tianyuan. After all, I am a hegemon of a region. I can't speak for other things, but protecting this little girl is definitely not a problem. The little girl looked up with sparkling eyes and asked, Dad, can he keep it? Li Tianyuan couldn't bear to refuse his beloved daughter. He sighed and reluctantly agreed. Alright, although its strength is poor, it's acceptable as your pet. With his consent, the little girl happily said, Thank you, Dad. Then, Li Tianyuan conjured a sphere full of spiritual energy, and threw it towards the Baila Beast. It held the sphere in its paws and curiously asked him, My One, what are you doing? He replied with a reassuring tone. To guard against betrayal. It asked fearfully, What happens if I betray you? Li Tianyuan just curled his lips into a cold smile. That smile made the Baila Beast's fur stand on end. At the same time, at a street corner, a man ordered his subordinate. Hurry and report to the Lord, that person has returned. Not long after, a carriage slowly arrived at the Myriad Elixir Pavilion. Li Tianyuan got off the carriage, and instructed his wife and children. Wait for me here. With that, he walked into the Myriad Elixir Pavilion alone. Unlike the deserted scene outside, it was very lively inside. Li Tianyuan walked slowly. The sales girl looked up at him in surprise. She stood up and asked, Do you need anything? If you're buying medicine, please go to the right. If you're looking for an alchemist, it's to the left. Li Tianyuan replied. He replied, I'm looking for Elder Dan. She replied, He's very busy. If you really have something urgent, you can go upstairs to see him. Following the direction she pointed, he looked up to the second floor, gave her a bag of money, and said, Help me prepare the netherworld spirit Ganadarma, 1,000-year blood ginseng, 9 heavens jade, and soul-severing grass. Hearing this, she couldn't help but ask in surprise, blood ginseng, and Lingji combined with Qthan Nangful enhanced Kayan blood. But the soul-severing grass is incompatible with them, and is highly toxic. What do you want to buy it for? At this moment, a man stepped forward and answered in place of Ulthan Gayan. The sarcastic tone, of course, it's to get to know the young lady of the Pill Elder. He continued to say to the girl, Lately, quite a few people have been coming to Vinstia under the guise of seeking the Pill Elder, but in reality, they have ulterior motives and unpredictable intentions. Then he looked at Ulthan Gayan with contempt, and sneered. I despise the kind of rich young masters like you the most. You only want to spend money to get a beauty smile. These medicinal ingredients could be life-saving medicine for others. They are not your toys. He handed the money to the sales girl. Miss, I want to refine the marrow-nurturing pill. We'll take the soul-severing grass. The girl looked blankly at the 2 men in front of her. The girl pushed Ulthan Gayan's money bag away, politely refusing. I'm sorry. Precious medicinal herbs must still be sold to those who truly need them. Li Tianyuan stepped in front of her, slowly saying, using soul-severing grass combined with marrow-mending pill. Taken for a long time, it will be extremely dangerous. What you are doing is harming him. That guy even mocked you. As expected, you are a useless piece of trash. You don't even know the formula for the marrow-mending pill. Yet you dare to show off here. Get lost. The people present whispered amongst themselves. Dead the marrow-mending pill refined from soul-severing grass is a poison. How could that be? That's right, is speaking nonsense. Li Tianyuan closed his eyes and shook his head slightly. Good words are hard to persuade someone determined to court death. Hearing this, the man became furious, and pointed directly at his face, cursing, "How dare you call me someone courting death?" Everyone heard that. I hope everyone will uphold justice for me and kick him out. Suddenly, the medicine girl spoke up. Wait a minute, if you say it's poison, then you must also be knowledgeable about alchemy. And tell me, if the marrow-mending pill doesn't use soul-severing grass, what medicinal ingredient should be used? He replied, it should use yin-yang grass. The girl frowned in confusion. Yin-yang grass? It grows where yin and yang intersect, and is effective in counteracting stagnation, but using it for the marrow-mending pill. Just then, an old man jumped out from somewhere and questioned him. Yin-yang grass is not allowed. This humble one is the steward of the Myriad Elixirs Hall. We have already had someone try it a long time ago. The yin energy in the yin-yang grass medicinal ingredient, after becoming a pill, will actually cause the patient's meridians to become even more blocked. One person crossed his arms over his chest and arrogantly declared, "That's right. On this point, all the alchemists of the Myriad Elixirs Hall know." Another person chimed in. "I thought you were some kind of master. Turns out you're just talking nonsense." Li Tanyuan replied coldly and decisively, "It's simply because you haven't used the correct method." The old man, who looked middle-aged, looked up and questioned him. "Then tell me, how exactly should the yin-yang herb be refined?" He slowly explained, "The yin-yang herb contains the cycle of the two vital energies of life and death. If you refine it directly with harmonious energy, the fierce flames will activate the death energy. Conversely, it must be refined with wine, because its essence of water energy is what can awaken the life energy." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the hall burst into mocking laughter. That's ridiculous. What alchemy furnace uses wine? Is it this young master drunk and looking for entertainment? This is the Myriad Elixir Pavilion. This is not a pharmacy where you can speak nonsense casually. The old man frowned and looked straight at him, his tone serious. Medicinal materials are the core foundation of elixirs, and they absolutely must not be fabricated casually. You were just talking nonsense and deliberately deceiving everyone. As a deterrent, if you want to buy anything at the Myriad Elixir Pavilion in the future, the price will be increased tenfold. Li Tanyuan just shook his head slightly, his attitude still indifferent. Believe it or not, it's up to you. A man in a purple robe immediately pointed at his face and shouted, "You brat, get out immediately. The Myriad Elixir Pavilion does not welcome you. Don't stand here obstructing our business." These words received the agreement of everyone in the market. Clamored in agreement. That's right, having no knowledge yet acting knowledgeable. Truly shameless. Li Tanyuan ignored all the criticisms, slammed the money bag onto the counter and told the girl in charge, "I want to buy medicinal herbs." The crowd there took a loud, disdainful breath. The girl was stunned, her eyes wide as she stared at him. Speechless. "You," another person interjected, "Miss, you've seen it too. This person is deliberately causing trouble. I still need to refine the marrow-nourishing pill. Sell me this soul-severing grass." The girl regained her stern look, declaring, "The profession of refining pills concerns human lives. The matter of the soul-severing grass and yin-yang grass must be made clear, otherwise the consequences will be immeasurable." After a moment of thought, the girl turned and said to Li Tanyuan, "Young master has affirmed his stance. Why don't you demonstrate your actual ability? It's also for everyone to witness firsthand how to use water to refine pills." Another old man immediately chimed in, "That's right, let's see if it's true or not." "We'll know once we try." Li Tanyuan didn't object. He calmly approached the jar containing the liquid and gently lifted it up. Then, he glanced at everyone in the hall and confidently declared, "Then I will enlighten you about the water pill refining method." This name was completely unfamiliar to those present. They whispered in confusion, "What is the water pill refining method? Does he really want to use water to refine pills? If so, how can the temperature be sufficient? Let's see what he washes with." Next, Li Tanyuan handed the girl a piece of paper and requested all of the necessary medicinal herbs. The girl read the list aloud. Top-grade yin-yang grass, extreme yin lotus, dark orchid mushroom. What? Hearing these ingredients, the whole hall started to stir. Is he trying to refine the marrow cleansing pill? They're all extremely toxic and yin cold ingredients. Are you trying to murder someone? That's right, that's right. The girl who had been silent suddenly shouted loudly. Quiet down, she warned the crowd. The alchemy area is protected according to the rules of the Myriad Pills sect. Anyone who disturbs before the pill is formed will be expelled. Everyone, please maintain order and watch. Afterwards, the girl turned to Li Tanyuan. Young master alchemist, the ingredients you need will be ready shortly. Not long after, the girl brought up the ingredients, and Li Tanyuan waved his hand. Put all the ingredients into the furnace and start refining. Ying Yanping poured out the liquid. Gently he explained, the water pill method takes water as its foundation, used to nourish all things. The ingredients were quickly soaked in the liquid. Li Tanyuan used his vast true essence to envelop them, extracting the essence of all things, and purifying the impurities. Soon, that stream of true essence appeared in all sorts of brilliant colors. The girl was so astonished that her eyes widened. So powerful. This person's true power is indeed immense. I'm afraid it has reached the true strength of the peak Marquis realm. Someone standing nearby whispered. You only just realized that now. Could be that everything he said was true. A moment later, the streams of color converged and blended together, forming a brilliant golden light. Li Tianyuan continued to recite the incantation. Heavenly flowers gather dew. The red furnace generates itself. He pointed his finger towards the golden light and shouted, gather. A dazzling beam of light suddenly erupted throughout the room. Everyone quickly covered their eyes and cried out. My eyes, what is happening? I can't see anything anymore. The girl was also extremely terrified. Impossible, the temperature is this high. How can this be achieved with the water pill method? Only a month later, it is completely transformed into a purple, shining, perfect pill with intricate patterns. It has been refined. Li Tianyuan took it into his hand. Looking at the pill in his hand, everyone was stunned. Has it really been refined? Color, these medicinal patterns, it is indeed a top-grade marrow cleansing pill. However, some people were still skeptical. A man spoke up. Is what you say true just because you say it is? Who knows if this is a fake pill or not? Li Tianyuan calmly replied, true or false? Well, no, once we try. This statement made the skeptical man hesitate a little. What if so many poisons are involved, and someone dies? A human life is not a joke. Another man stepped forward in front of Li Tianyuan. His voice was cold. My left meridian was congenially deficient. Moreover, the marrow cleansing pill is too expensive. I cannot afford it. Anyway, this is a gamble, let me be the test subject. He nodded in agreement. Okay, then handed the pill to him. Receiving the pill, the man did not hesitate, immediately put it in his mouth and swallowed it. In the blink of an eye, the veins on his body bulged, cold sweat poured out as if he was bathing. His whole body was in intense pain, and he couldn't help but scream loudly. He writhed on the ground in extreme agony, terrifying those who witnessed it. They asked each other, what's wrong with him? Could it be that the poison has taken effect? At this moment, another man pointed directly at Li Tianyuan and shouted as expected, this guy has no good intentions. The person who publicly harms others. Guards, quickly arrest him for me. As he finished speaking, his subordinates quickly surrounded Li Tianyuan. Immediately, the girl signaled them to stop. Wait a minute. Look at his arm. At this moment, everyone noticed the man's dislocated left arm. It was stiffening up, and in just a moment, he could move his arm. The man sat up, looking at his hand in utter astonishment, stuttering in disbelief. So I have been cured. Then he stood up straight, respectfully clasping his hands to thank Li Tianyuan. Thank you so much for the medicine. I am extremely grateful. Tianyuan didn't answer, just turned to the girl and asked, did you see clearly? The girl realized she had wrongly accused him, sincerely apologized. The truth is clear, undeniable. We misunderstood the young master. At this moment, everyone in the hall stared with wide eyes in amazement. A buzz of discussion erupted. He recovered so quickly. Was this possible? Is this life or death pill refining method real? Without a word, the whole crowd rushed towards Li Tianyuan. Eagerly asked, young master, do you have any more elixirs? We wish to trade with you. That's right. We also desperately need the marrow replenishing pills. We beg the young master to be generous. Could you perhaps sell the pill refining method to us? At this moment, Li Tianyuan became extremely furious. A powerful aura erupted from his entire body, suppressing the crowd to the point where their bodies trembled uncontrollably, unable to take another step. The girl then asked him, if the young master's elixir is correct, what will be the consequence of continuing to use the medicine according to the original refining method? He replied coldly, the meridians will be eroded, the body sealed, and eventually, one will become a soulless husk. These words greatly shocked everyone. I didn't expect the consequences to be this severe. What? How could this be? The person who provided this refining method is truly committing a heinous crime. Suddenly, a majestic voice rang out. The bold schwanking elder led a group of people in. The man who had just ordered his subordinates to surround Li Tianyuan hurriedly bowed, paying respects to Elder Schwanking. He looked at Li Tianyuan with fierce eyes and shouted loudly, who are you? How dare you spread rumors to confuse the masses here? Method for refining the marrow mending pill was collected by Prime Minister Lin and bestowed upon the Myriad Elixir Pavilion, verified by countless grandmasters. How can it be slandered by someone? Without Li Tianyuan having to speak, everyone hurriedly explained, Elder, but he really did refine the marrow mending pill. That's right. We witnessed with our own eyes that this person's arm has been healed. Elder Schwanking did not believe it, and contemptuously ordered, didn't he deliberately create a dazzling light just now? Who knows if he used the trick of great escape with a stolen body to sacrifice this person and deceive others? Li Tianyuan spoke up, asking the girl to present the pill refining method for his inspection. Elder Schwanking immediately rushed forward, unleashing chains to surround him, and shouted sternly, who are you to cause trouble in the Myriad Elixir workshop? Surrender immediately. The chains enveloped Li Tianyuan's body from head to toe. He remained still, allowing the opponent to use his techniques. Each time Elder Xuan King attacked, the number of chains doubled. However, soon his face turned pale. Cold sweat streamed down, and it seemed his strength was almost depleted. He was secretly astonished. This young man, so young, how could his inner power be so profound? Could it be someone from an opposing force deliberately making things difficult for the Prime Minister? Just then, a man stepped forward to intervene. Elder, please stop. This young man's strength is too profound to fathom. I fear he possesses the power of a great emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Tanyuan used only one hand to easily shatter all the chains. Seeing this, the girl became extremely worried, and exclaimed, "It's not good." She quickly stood in the middle and loudly persuaded both sides. "I beg you all, the Myriad Elixir Pavilion values the way of alchemy. If there are doubts, please settle them through an alchemy competition. Do not resort to fighting." Afterward, the girl turned to Li Tanyuan and said, "Young master, the alchemy method you need, I will bring it immediately." Having said that, she glanced at Elder Xuan King. He snorted coldly. "Very well, if you insist that the method is problematic, then this old man will use an alchemy debate to deal with you." Li Tanyuan nodded calmly in agreement. "Good." Not long after, the girl brought the alchemy method to him and said respectfully, "Please take a look, young master. If you can point out any flaws in this method, it will be a blessing for everyone." Li Tanyuan began to flip through the book. Elder Xuanqi looked skeptical and sneered. The combination of stone bone grass and mystic jade marrow, with 100 spirit fruit assisting in the fusion, and the human soul flower's dosage strictly controlled. As for the alchemy fire, it is naturally controlled by an experienced alchemist. Could it be as terrible as you say? Li Tanyuan finished reading quickly. He closed the book and casually tossed it towards Elder Xuanqing. Proud buzzed with shock and exclaimed, "Really? Could this pill formula really have a mistake? Oh no, my young master is still taking this kind of pill. What should we do?" Elder Xuanqing's face turned purple with anger. He pointed directly at Li Tanyuan and loudly scolded him. You are talking nonsense. Blatant slander." Then he loudly explained to everyone. Stonebone grass and the mystic jade taper combined, with the aid of the 100 spirit fruit, the human soul flower was meticulously controlled, and the pill fire was controlled by an experienced alchemist. How could it be ruined as you say? I think you are just deliberately nitpicking and deceiving public opinion. However, what he said made some people confused. They nodded. This matter seemed reasonable. The girl remembered what the old alchemist had told her. Although these pill refining formulas are effective, some of the medicinal ingredients used are quite confusing. She began to have doubts. Could it be that he was right? Elder Xuan King sternly declared, "Furthermore, I also need to verify whether your Tuk Mai Dan is effective to avoid you passing off fakes as genuine." Saying that, he pointed at the man whose hand had just been healed by Li Tanyuan, and ordered, "You, come here, I want to use the pill testing machine. Let me draw some blood to check." Very quickly, the Kylan-shaped pill testing machine was brought out. Looked at Li Tanyuan with contemptuous eyes, thinking to himself, "Humph, this kid doesn't know his own limits." Next, the subordinate of the man who was healed dripped blood onto the machine. The drop of blood fell onto the Kylan's tongue, and its eyes immediately lit up. Its whole body emitted fire. It opened its mouth and roared, then quickly rushed straight towards the crowd. The girl screamed and ran away. Li Tanyuan just glanced at it briefly. The oppressive aura emanating from his gaze instantly froze the Kylan in place. Another man rushed forward, struck the Kylan with a palm, and shouted, "Be careful." The Kylan immediately shattered into many pieces. 2. Subordinates rushed over anxiously to help the girl who had fallen to the ground. "Miss, are you alright?" The girl shook her head and replied, "I'm fine." The man breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. If anything had happened to you, we would have a hard time explaining it to the old master." Everyone in the room was terrified, frozen in place, pale-faced, mouths agape in shock. Elder Xuan King pointed at Li Tanyuan. Continued to curse, "You scoundrel. What you concocted here is not a common pill. It's clearly a soul-snitching pill that drives people to madness." His subordinate also spoke up, accusing him, "I didn't expect you, an alchemy grandmaster, to actually create such a terrifying poison pill, and publicly slander the alchemy methods of the Myriad Pills Pavilion. What is your ultimate goal?" "Man," the one who was cured, anxiously pleaded with Elder Xuan King, "what is happening? Am I going to die? Elder Xuan King, save me." Public opinion began to shift in his favor, murmuring, "Is it really a poison pill? But clearly, the other person's hand is healed just now. What young master? It's indeed a fake." Elder Xuan King pushed the injured man aside. Regarding the matter of the female patient, he ordered, "Listen to my command. Quickly activate the Myriad Elixir Pavilion formation to suppress him immediately." As soon as the order was given, the formation immediately started. A stream of purple spiritual energy enveloped the entire room. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, and she shouted loudly to stop him. Elder Xuanqing, "Wait a moment," he said coldly. "Miss Yan, please step aside. We are protecting the reputation of the Myriad Elixir Pavilion. I hope you will not interfere." The girl thought to herself, it seems I have to find someone with the authority to intervene. After thinking, she turned and left. Li Tianyuan shook his head slightly, his voice filled with emotion. Indeed, even in the Myriad Elixir Pavilion, not everyone is a pure alchemist like Yan Kai. Elder Xuan King immediately denied it. What nonsense are you talking about? You are slandering the alchemy methods of the Myriad Elixir Pavilion, using poisonous elixirs to deceive. The evidence is clear, what else is there to deny? Li Tianyuan gave a thumbs up. Full of sarcasm, the evidence is solid. That's right. As soon as he finished speaking, his subordinate was suddenly engulfed in flames, screaming in pain. He cried out in fear, save me. The flames grew larger and larger. Elder Xuan King pointed at him and shouted, you brat, how dare you? Quickly suppress this person. Don't let him harm others. Following his order, the subordinates continued to cast the formation. A stream of purple spiritual energy formed chains that tightly bound Li Tianyuan. He sneered, in the formation of the Myriad Elixir Pavilion. Even if you are in Great Emperor, don't even think about escaping. Li Tianyuan stood there motionless. He spoke mockingly, this restraint technique from Yang Ming is the lowest level. It seems he wasn't very dedicated in helping the Myriad Elixir Pavilion set up the formation. Li Tianyuan walked away lightly. He seemed them extremely surprised. How is that possible? Why can you still move? Look at the person being burned by the fire. Start explaining. Fondaluland however, colorless and odorless. It ignites upon contact with fire, directly corroding the heart and marrow. You just said a flame ignited on your index fingertip. You secretly arranged to put it in, didn't you? Saying that, he glanced at Elder Xuan King with a meaningful look. A second later, he and his subordinates simultaneously spat blood. Man loudly refuted, slandering. There's absolutely no way we did that. Another person added. Elder Xuan King's judgment cannot be wrong. Does that kid dare to have a duel with us? The crowd watching this show unanimously urged him. Elder Xuan King, don't be afraid of him, have a duel with him. That's right. Whether the ability is high or low. Checking will make it clear. If you dare to compete, then we will believe you. Elder Xuan King appeared anxious and flustered. This matter, the medicinal herbs needed for the alchemy competition are very precious. If it's for someone like this. Just then, a generous man spoke up. Everyone step aside. I will cover the cost of these medicinal herbs. The person who just spoke was none other than Kian Data, who had been beaten until his face was swollen like a pig's head. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Who is this pig's head? This isn't this young Master Kian. How did he end up like this? Kian Data pointed at the two people whispering and cursed. What's with all the chatter? Shut up. Next. He said to Elder Xuan King. Elder Xuan King. Right. Don't worry about the medicinal herbs. Just show off your full capabilities. His excuse was shattered. Elder Xuan King was a bit awkward. He hadn't finished speaking about this matter when Kian Data loudly declared, since it's a bet, there must naturally be a reward. In my opinion, the reward should be life. The heavenly origin lightly uttered two words. The audience witnessing the event were all extremely agitated, their faces showing the utmost astonishment. Such a huge bet. Did he really write it down? He continued, his voice full of challenge. If you alchemists have no sense of honor, then let me help you save face. Let's begin. At this moment, Kian Data leaned close to Elder Xuan King's ear, and whispered, he dared to send a servant to hit me. This young master must see him dead. As long as you can do it, I will offer countless reaches. This promise further solidified his determination. He thought, I have been in the cultivation world for so long. What is there to fear from a junior? Moreover, I still have a secret treasure. After that, he readily agreed. I understand, young Master Kian. Rest assured, that brat will have a hard time escaping today. Elder Xuan King pointed directly at him and declared, if you want to bet your life, I will follow you to the end. For the honor of the Myriad Elixir Pavilion, I will use elixir fire to incinerate your soul right here. As soon as he finished speaking, he spread his arms wide and called out loudly, I have a strategy to win. But I need the help of my fellow alchemists. In return, after this is over, I am willing to pass on my hard-earned experience in the way of alchemy. Fine. Duojuan nodded in admiration. Excellent. Elder Xuan King is indeed a top alchemist of the Myriad Elixir Pavilion. He truly is responsible and possesses great spirit. He didn't say much. He threw 2 heavy bags of silver directly onto the ground and promised, as long as you help him win, I will give you a much greater reward. The audience started to buzz, then hands were raised one after another, cheering, he'll join. With money backing him, what's there to fear from this kid? We will support Elder Xuan King. Elder Xuan King solemnly declared, thank you all fellow cultivators for your support. With your help, I will definitely defeat this person. Man inquired, Elder, do you mean to use? He nodded, that's right, your unity and strength are necessary. Taking this opportunity, I also want to prove my strength so that the world knows not only the Elder but also forgets about us. Deep down he felt immensely fortunate. Fortunately, Prime Minister Lin had foreseen the situation and early on gave me a magic treasure. Today it is the time for me to make a name for myself in the world. Elder Xuan King stepped forward and began chanting a mysterious incantation. Sun, moon, stars, transform all things. Treasure cauldron, awaken. Help me subdue this demon. As the incantation ended, a magnificent treasure cauldron appeared. The audience gasped in shock. Is this, perhaps, the legendary heaven-piercing immortal cauldron? Elder Xuan King stood tall, laughing proudly. Haha, it is indeed it. This is the heaven-piercing immortal cauldron, an immortal artifact exclusively for alchemy. This treasure cauldron, even if you are an alchemy grandmaster, you cannot compare to me. An old man stroked his beard, shook his head slightly, and sighed. Alas, what a pity. He affirmed that standing next to him, with the immortal alchemy cauldron in hand, Elder Xuan King already possessed the ability to contend with a grandmaster. Elder Xuan King's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's. His voice was hoarse, deep as a Ashura. I wonder if you'll still be so arrogant later. Hey, the old man. We'll let you die clearly. Let's compete in refining the breakthrough pill. He directed a provocative shot towards Li Tanyuan. How about it, do you dare to accept refining this difficult pill? As he provoked, he was absolutely confident. Obtained the method for refining the breakthrough pill from Prime Minister Lin for 5 years. I have long understood every nook and cranny. Combined with the Heavenly Court's essence, I will surely overwhelm this young man. He pointed at the preset alchemy furnaces in the hall, showing generosity. The ingredients are all sufficient. To prevent the myriad elixirs sect from being unruly, I allow you to choose your furnace first. Li Tanyuan just shook his head, flatly refusing, saying it was unnecessary and to start immediately. Immediately, Elder Xuan King and 2 assistant alchemists from the myriad elixirs sect began refining. All 3 simultaneously channeled spiritual energy into the furnaces, creating a powerful roar. It caused the furnaces to emit a dazzling golden light. Then, they quickly arranged and placed all the necessary medicinal herbs into the furnaces. While his opponent was extremely focused on the refining process, Li Tanyuan stood still, appearing extremely relaxed. Feng Data muttered doubtfully, Humph, this guy is up to his old tricks again. He's probably calculating how he's going to escape later. After thinking, he immediately gave an order to his servant. Quickly go report to the Imperial City, and all the guards of the Myriad Elixir Pavilion to seal this place. Absolutely do not let that brat escape after losing. Right at this moment, the tiny one suddenly spoke up, commenting coldly, the live fire is too strong by 3 parts, the can water is a breath too slow. This causes the azure grass to lose its optimal effect. As expected, a bunch of amateur alchemists, just to fill the lineup. The person being pointed out flinched, turning to glare at him furiously. Before he could retort, Li Tanyuan continued, the wood spirit energy of the red pine is excessive, clashing against the fire energy. Forcing an acceleration only creates useless waste. Immediately after, one of the 2 alchemists spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and collapsed to the ground. The one Li Tanyuan spoke about earlier stared wide-eyed, mouth agape, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Li Tanyuan continued to explain, his tone still indifferent, the elixir fire is unstable, the foundation is superficial, wasting resources. The order of the medicinal guides is reversed, and the positions of the sovereign and minister are switched. This method harms others and yourself. Hearing this, Elder Xuan King became so angry his face turned crimson, and he shouted, You despicable villain. Are you deliberately using these words to disrupt our pill refinement? He replied with a contemptuous tone. It's just a bunch of clowns putting on a show for entertainment. Elder Xuan King had to continue his work. But he still glared at him and warned loudly, Since you are so arrogant, don't end up empty-handed later and resort to trickery to stall for time. A moment later, from the Fentian immortal cauldron, a stream of translucent, purple, trident-shaped energy soared up. Someone cheered excitedly, Success. The breakthrough pill is complete. Elder Xuan King retrieved the pill. He held up the breakthrough pill, his voice triumphant, Brat, my pill is complete. Where is yours? The audience gasped as they saw the pill in his hand, murmuring, This shade has almost reached the quality of a transcendent immortal pill. Elder Xuan King is truly too talented. Perhaps the pill pavilion, besides Elder Dan, has gained another talent capable of shouldering the responsibility. Han Duojuo laughed heartily. Aha, stop pretending. Elder Xuan King's immortal pill has succeeded. The old man only has the time of 1 stick of incense left. Even an immortal couldn't make it in time. Are you planning to run away? He glanced at him indifferently. At this moment, the crowd had surrounded him from behind. Han Duojuo stood in a commanding position, arrogantly declaring, Now. Even if you want to run, it's too late. In front, Elder Xuan King pointed directly at his face and shouted, Brat, quickly put your hands behind your back and offer your neck for death. The celestial ceremony completely ignored the scolding. He took out a few bottles of elixirs, and then clenched his fists. Immediately, 2 streams of energy, one blue and one red, appeared, twining and merging with each other. The audience was extremely astonished, and could not understand his actions. What the hell is he doing? One person exclaimed. Another stammered in reply. I have never seen such a method of void pill refining. This technique is probably even more profound than the legendary Kaikun Grandmaster. Could it be that this person is not just a pill Dao Grandmaster, but a legendary great Grandmaster? Elder Xuanking's eyes widened, muttering in denial. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Refining pills by using pills as raw materials. Never heard of it. He's just going crazy, because he knows he's about to lose. Frothy in Igayan's palm, blue, yellow, and red light blended together, creating a beautiful spectacle. As he slowly opened his palm, something even more astonishing happened. A radiant pill with exquisite patterns, emitting a dazzling metallic luster, was completed. A sudden, horrified sound broke this silence. This is the first grade immortal pill. The words spoken shocked the entire hall. Everyone looked at each other in astonishment, not daring to believe their eyes. What? We didn't monsieur, did we? Data rubbed his eyes vigorously, muttering to himself, I must be seeing things. Or maybe I'm dreaming in broad daylight. He hurriedly ordered his subordinate to pinch him. The subordinate didn't hesitate at all, pinching his chubby, bun-like cheek with all his might. Data cried out in pain. It hurts, it's real. In a fit of anger due to the pain, he immediately punched the subordinate with all his strength. Data's face turned pale. He stared straight at Li Tianyuan, trembling as he whispered. I didn't expect it to be the first grade immortal pill. Elder Xuanking muttered as if he had lost his soul, his eyes vacant. Impossible. I must rely on the help of the heaven-reaching immortal peak to have any hope. How did he do it? The crowd immediately buzzed with discussion. The result is already obvious. Do you still need to ask who won? No matter how powerful the breakthrough pill is, it cannot compare to the absolute medicinal effect of the first grade immortal pill. The truth before his eyes made Elder Xuanking even more frantic. He pointed directly at Li Tianyuan, and accused him loudly. How could the first grade immortal pill be refined so easily? It must be fake. Data chimed in, that's right. Has anyone here actually seen a true first grade immortal pill? This doubt is completely reasonable. Those around nodded in agreement. Indeed, we have never seen a real pill. We only heard that when the first grade immortal pill takes shape, pill clouds will appear. The phenomenon just now was truly extraordinary. Just then, a deep voice sounded, startling Kainduju. I can prove that this is indeed a genuine first grade immortal pill. The person who spoke was Elder Dan. He stood in front of his daughter. Elder Xuanking immediately accused, Elder Dan, this person came to the Myriad Pill Pavilion, relying on his alchemy skills to slander the Myriad Pill Pavilion. The pill refining method of the Myriad Pill Pavilion has problems. I request Elder Dan to immediately activate the killing formation. Suppressing this person's power, unexpectedly, Li Tianyuan used his spiritual power to gently draw the pill in Xuanking's hand. Elder Xuanking exclaimed in shock. What are you doing? In a flash, the breakthrough pill was securely in Li Tianyuan's hand. He used the medicinal power from his first turn immortal pill to activate that pill. Someone exclaimed in surprise, using the medicinal power of a first turn immortal pill to counter the breakthrough pill. Is this even a human capability? A stream of pitch black energy mixed with abnormal red energy rose from the pill in Xuanchen's hand.